science.
Yeah, you've got some bizarre, weird studies and things being done, especially in political science or criminal justice, where they use like social Darwinism to determine, which neighborhoods will get brutal crackdowns, and somehow it just always seemed to align with racial lines. But that was like not even a variable they considered. They weren't doing science at all. They weren't even doing pseudoscience. They were doing government control and just disguising it with a scientific word to make it seem like they had some sort of level of authority that went beyond just bigotry.
Hmm.
You can see the neighborhoods today and why there's all this gerrymandering. Now in 2022, they're still arguing about gerrymandering because of racist, scientific, political science policies of the 1960s. These things are not science. They never were. But they were called science. Political science.
Yeah, political science is another one. Yeah. But a scientific theory is it's a theory that has been experimentally proven. A hypothesis has either been proven or disproven.
And the scientist or the person doing it would be okay with either result. That's what they're looking for. They
Absolutely.
wouldn't say, "Oh, I've proven my hypothesis," and then do some sort of victory lance, spike the football, then go on social media and harass people who disagree.
Isn't that a bit of a misnomer or a paradox? Because politics has to do with law, and science has to do with cause and effect.
Yeah, I can see that.
I mean, literally, the definition of politics originally was having to do with the law.
Yeah, it kind of did a word switch there. Like politics and government separated at some point.
Well, it's funny because they've traded out things like opinions for politics, but politics are only about what the originating law is for that country. Anything outside of the law isn't politics, it's opinions.
Like fudging data is another thing too. Like you'll see these political science papers, both using the same data points and coming up with completely radical opposite uh, conclusions. Like one paper will say, "Oh yeah, a sort of right to return will bring peace to the Middle East." Another paper using exactly the same data, exactly the same everything, and they'll just fudge the stats and say right to return will not bring peace. And the same thing with flat earthers and globalists. Flat earthers see the same thing globalists do, looking at the sky. They just don't take the one more step and make a claim to Earth with it, which is why in astronomy it says there is no claim to what Earth is. That's where it becomes pseudoscience. As long as astronomy is only contained within the observation, nothing else. As soon as astronomy said, "You see that light in the sky? That's Earth." Well, you better not be on Earth to make that claim. You better be from someplace else.
According to some people on the server, simply observing something can actually cause something to happen.
Yeah, that's another problem too.
Astrology.
Yeah, that's astrology. Yeah, Jerry nailed it. That's pseudoscience on its face. It's like, I see a light in the sky, therefore today I'm going to buy a lottery ticket. Or therefore today my tree will grow. Or I'll go on Discord and squawk. Because I saw a light in the sky. I'll just squawk on Discord all day. And tomorrow, I see a different light in the sky. I saw the sun move. Go to Discord and tell them the Earth moved.
If a car drives by and I see it, then I close my eyes, and then I open my eyes and the car has moved further down the road, did I cause that car further down the road with that observation?
Absolutely not. Some people may disagree, though.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
exactly what he was saying.
And they'll fight you over it. I mean, they will get down and dirty. And then you say, like, you're trying to just tell them that they don't have some sort of supernatural power with their eyes to move telekinetic, and they're going to be like citation.
So why do you think that people would argue that observation made the car move?
Because some
Why do
people don't know what it means to cause something within a scientific context.
And you think that anyone in this Discord would do so, would defend that notion?
A man of consciousness saying that him observing parallax that happens anyway.
So essentially he was saying that by him observing the moon at different, with a time, I know he's here. If I do misrepresent him and strawman him, I'm sure he'll unmute. But by him, observing the moon at different times of the year or with a different time period, 6 months apart, that he was causing parallax to occur.
Well, that would be kind of true, because without observations, parallax doesn't occur. Parallax is the difference between two observations. So it is required to have more than one observation for parallax to occur, and therefore, in a sense, he caused it by observing.
In a sense, can you
Yeah.
define? Can you define what you mean by in a sense?
I literally just did.
Inner sense?
No, in a sense.
In a sense.
Oh,
So not directly.
We'll say, Jesus.
So not directly. So like somewhat caused it.
Kind of like maybe, possibly.
Well, like I said, in order for parallax to happen, you need two observations, because parallax is the difference between two observations. So without any observations, you don't see parallax, and therefore you could say that that observations cause parallax.
So I do an observation one day, and it's clear and sunny. I live on the beach. I'm staring out to the ocean. I do one the next day. It's rainy. I didn't cause anything. I just did an observation. The weather changed.
Yeah, and it's the same with with the parallax. Is you viewing them didn't cause the planets or stars or whatever you're looking at to change, but the measurement of parallax is the change, and you only measure the change by an observation.
So can that be a cause or causation?
So you caused the measurement. That makes no sense, dude.
You don't think causing a measurement? You don't think that when you take a ruler out and you measure something, you're the cause of that measurement?
You don't cause a measurement. You don't cause that. You can't cause something that's a concept.
Like time.
Well, that's another example. Yeah.
Well,
Anything to do with you looking at anything is.
So what is it?
Your cause in it.
So you're saying that measurement is not an effect of something?
Measurement is not an effect. It's definitely not a physical effect. No.
Dude,
okay.
Science with nature deals with cause-effect relationships found in nature, not synthetic stuff that we make. And not composing everything that we make in ideas into some like pseudo cause effect science world that's weird, like Gumby. Like it's bananas.
Okay, so you think rulers and measuring distances should be nowhere near science?
Oh, I think for sure. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying.
Okay. Can you tell me how you measure distances without any reference, like a ruler?
Dude, measurements come into science after long after phenomenon and testing.
But it's still part of science, is it not?
Right, but
to-
you're trying to put it before the horse, and you can't. The horse is supposed to be pulling all of this. Say I observe something from the shoreline. I find an island 100 miles away, or at least it appears to be. Then I get out on my boat. I go out there. I travel to it. I calculate the time. Get my buddy's plane or helicopter to come land on it. We figure out distances.
Wait, how do you calculate time?
Calculate the distance.
Yeah, but you
and the
said
time
calculate
travel.
time.
Yeah, the time that it takes, the distance. I screwed it up. I just woke up, dude. And I've heard so much nonsense already.
So you mean you measure time, and then you use that to calculate?
We use the concept to figure the distance. Not a big deal.
Okay. So how do you measure time?
We're using time to measure the distance, not
Do you
the
not know
distance.
how to tell time, Gummy?
Well, the question wasn't stated to me, Jeremy. Come on, let him answer.
It's
Do you not know how
fine.
to measure time?
I don't really
Damn,
deal with.
Cuddles.
Is time a real thing, even, Cuddles? What's the unit of time?
Okay.
There's so many questions that you can't answer right now.
You listen when I said time was a concept at the beginning of this conversation? Obviously
Yeah.
not.
Yes,
'Cause
and yet now you're using time.
You just rephrasing the question in a weird way. You still have the same answer to the same question.
So previously you've said time is a concept, and now you're saying that you're using time to calculate speed. So how do you
It is
use
a concept.
use time then? How do you measure time?
Distance. Oh my God, you weren't listening. I'm using time traveled from point A, where I started the observation, to point B, to the island, by water, by air, to make sure that my observation, my guess at 100 miles was right.
So how did you measure the time?
These are the guys on your side, Jeremy.
Because you keep saying you used time to verify the distance. So how do you measure time?
Normally seconds, minutes, hours.
On his dope ass Rolex.
No, that would be the unit of time, not how you measure it. How do you measure it?
Well, then you don't measure it. Which point?
Okay. So you don't measure it and yet you use it anyways? That doesn't seem very logical. Do you not see how illogical you're being right now?
Dude, I told you I just woke up, and I probably
That's
said
fine.
something. So you're going to keep hounding on the thing that I said that was possibly wrong, even after I went back to correct it. That's just
Well,
weird.
If you just want to say that you
Yeah,
can
he
see
is.
that
He
what
already
you were
told you he
saying
was
is wrong, then that's
He
fine.
already told you he messed up like 5 minutes ago, and you're
Yeah,
like,
but with
harping on
his
it.
Yeah, this
with
could
his
be alt-hearted.
correction,
It could be
with his
alt-hearted.
correction, the problem still was there. He still hasn't corrected the problem.
Okay, what's the problem, Gummy?
That he says that he's using time, and so I'm asking him, how is he using time? How is he getting time, measuring time?
Probably with a clock, bro. Probably with a clock. You ever heard of a clock, Gummy?
I have not.
Heard of a clock? Yeah, I know. Great fucking day today. Great conversation.
Yeah, I
Do you
know.
not
I
see
even
that this is? Do you not see that this is the kind of conversation you have every day, Jeremy?
No, I never
Yeah,
say
Jeremy.
dumb shit like I never
Jeremy,
heard of a
this
clock.
is the stuff you guys say all the
Really,
time.
you've heard me say I never heard of a clock?
No, what the other guy said, well, Cuddles. This is the stuff you guys say every day, you know? Come on.
Cuddles said. We're talking about what Gummy said just now. He said
Okay.
he never heard of a clock. What do you tell
The
time with
very
stand?
last. The
You tell
very
time with
last.
stand, Gummy? What do you tell
he was
time with?
joking. You
The
know he
very
was joking.
last thing
Come
I
on.
said was sarcasm, Jeremy. But everything
Yeah,
before
you know
that.
he was. Come on, man. Get serious, Jeremy.
Oh,
But what
well,
Cuddles says, that's what you guys talk about all the time. I mean, that's what we have to argue with every day. Even you thought Cuddles was being ridiculous, Jeremy. Come on, man.
Right,
What was
but
he being ridiculous with?
the Cuddles in the other
Yeah,
debate, and it's
you
is
know,
Cuddles.
these are the people you think the Earth is flat with, Jeremy. Like,
Bro, you want me to put some of your peoples up next to you, Nate?
I'm playing, man. I'm playing, bro.
Dude,
Who would you, Jeremy? Who would you put up?
Yeah, yeah, true. I
Dude,
am
tons of
curious.
people.
That lady who was
Tons
wearing
of
a NASA.
goofy ass Glovers.
Tell
That
me
Like
one.
who?
Yeah, that lady who was wearing a
Jezza.
NASA
I would
shirt.
probably put Jezza up again. I would probably put
he's not a
Jezza
globe.
from the drunk helicopter pilot from Gems. That's your globe people you're Glovers with. You got Lael, right? You're right above Lael, Nate. So I don't know what you're laughing at.
I don't count the people that go in jams.
Yeah.
What do you
I'm
mean,
talking about
Gummy?
What
They're
about
people
your
that are here.
people.
Yeah,
Don't
you
throw
go
them
there.
under the
What about
bus.
the,
Okay,
what
well
about the
then,
people
am I
that come
allowed?
here though?
You
Am
got
I allowed to
Xanax.
compare you guys to 24/7ers?
That's what Nate
If you're
just did
allowed,
with me. That's what Nate literally just did. Yes, I guess you are allowed to do that because Nate literally just did that.
No, I
no, he
said Cuddles.
compared.
Cuddles
Yeah,
is right here.
Yeah, he's in
he
24/7.
compared you to someone who's right here. But you,
Oh,
No,
Yeah. I've never
I'm
met
not.
Cuddles in 24/7. I'm not even 24/7.
I got P-banned by Luke because he's got an issue with me. He don't like me.
Yeah, so Cuddles. Yeah, so people here,
so
man.
yeah.
Otherwise,
people in
we're
this
just gonna compare you guys to like Dallas Dave and them. You know?
Yeah,
In the room right now, or can they have been in here anytime ever?
anytime pretty much. I mean, as long as it's not just like, oh, they were here once 2 years ago and never been here since. Like, doesn't really count.
I mean, you got Xanax. Xanax is, I'll put you up against Xanax, bro.
But you know he agrees with you a lot, so that's
Guys.
not insulting us.
Everyone is their own person with their own arguments. No one should be lumped with anyone else.
This is the games they want to play, Globus. I don't know. It's fucking weird.
Yeah.
You're weird.
you follow it because it's called tribalism.
Look, I'm pretty sure Gummy did not want to be lumped in with Nate's, observations cause things to happen just earlier.
Oh, that
Good point. Good point.
Wow.
somebody's got to put that for me so I can make it a ringtone. That's awesome.
It really
Yeah,
boils
I
down
was
to
just joking about
tribalism.
this.
They have a us versus them mentality that isn't really explained on the globe, but it's explained perfectly in Flat Earth.
What do you mean? How is us versus them
no.
explained on flat Earth but not on a globe?
Yeah.
Yeah, what word did I use to describe it?
Tribalism?
There you go.
So tribalism wouldn't exist on a globe? What do you mean?
Yeah, follow it all the way to its full logical conclusion.
No, because
Okay.
on a globe we'd all be dead because
We have, so even on a globe, we would have different locations, which would be different tribes. Tribes fighting each other and preferring their own tribe would be tribalism. Yeah, I followed it to a logical conclusion, and it would exist on a globe as well.
No, it wouldn't, because they'd have a whole universe, plenty of space. Your globe is even flatter than Flat Earth is.
You think that having
Welcome
more
to Flat
space
Earth.
would? You
Yeah,
think that
space,
having
yeah.
more space would stop
Yep,
people
space
from
would stop it.
fighting
Yes,
over it?
Space, yep.
I think you haven't met people. If you think space stops
Yep,
people
space
from
would do it.
fighting, it's the opposite. People will fight to get to space first. People will fight to stop the others from getting to space. Have you not met humanity? Humanity will fight over anything.
Where they go? Welcome to Flat Earth.
How does that lead you to flat Earth? That people
What the
are
fuck?
selfish and want to fight?
What are you saying,
Come on.
Chris?
Gummy bear on on a globe, everybody would be dead because gas pressure, gases require containment to sustain life. It's an
Exactly.
antecedent
Oh,
relationship.
Yeah, that's
And
fine.
with
We have a
everything-
container. We have a container all around the entire universe. It's a solid container made out of a solid material. And inside the universe, that's where we have gradient pressure. It's never pressure next to no pressure. It's just gradient. But on the very outside, that's the container.
Wonderful moon
Yo,
taxi.
you see,
So where do I go to buy this moon taxi ticket? Which airport? Is it JFK, ORD,
skip over the part.
LX?
Skip over the part where he just made some outrageous, ridiculous claim and asked for a taxi ticket to the fucking moon.
He said there's a container and a gradient in the entire universe, and we're living on a ball. So I want the taxi ticket because they've been advertising that for
About
about
the
6 years.
universe container. You're worried about a taxi ticket, not the universe container.
Well, so what I'm saying, Jeremy, is if you're allowed to have gradient a gradient of pressure inside a dome of a container, then I'm allowed to have gradient pressure within a full universe of a container. So outside the universe is contained by a solid container containing all the pressure, but inside the universe is just gradient, just like we have even in your model. It's just gradient.
I like that. That actually works. Yeah. Yeah. Then cool. Yeah. So there.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is pressure with the gas pressure with the container.
Now you
And
guys
have
if you
happy
ask
now?
me, and if you
Welcome,
ask
Flatter.
me for, and if you ask me for evidence, I'll just say, well, we have gas pressure, so obviously there is a container.
welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, which is the same thing they say. Oh my god.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I use this argument, because you can't, they can't argue against it without arguing against their own way of thinking.
There it is. It's a
Yeah.
welcome
And
to
this
Flat
is
Earth.
happening.
Right, proper.
No, but this is
Welcome to
happening
Flat Earth.
on a sphere though.
Yeah,
So
with
it's not
space,
welcome
with
to Flat Earth.
planets and suns
And
and
everything.
galaxies.
It
and
explains
yeah.
everything.
What
yeah.
happens to space, the universe expanding though?
Well, no,
What-
we don't think about that. Because maybe, okay, let's say space is expanding, but this container is already, either the container might be expanding with it, or
It's a balloon.
it's solid, or it might be a solid like a balloon containing it. We don't know. I mean, we
Get out there
can't
and do.
comprehend.
Go do
How-
and see.
Exactly.
How
Welcome
would
to
you
Flat Earth.
expect? How would you expect to understand what it's made out of if you've never been there? But we know it's
Well,
there because
Yeah.
there's gas pressure.
There's the
Exactly.
beauty.
It has to be there. It
Yeah.
has to be.
We should be able to go to the moon without suits because there's a gradient all the way through. Then that means
Yeah,
that
but because of the
There's-
gradient, there's
Hold on.
not enough air for
If
you
you
to
think,
breathe up there.
yeah, if you think
Yeah,
we should
do
go
and
to the
see.
moon without a suit, then you should be able to go to Mount Everest without an oxygen tank.
They do.
Yeah.
People do.
Very,
on the system.
very few people have done that.
Oh, you just said that so they're not part of your tribe anymore.
Okay, then how about going
You
airplanes
just did it
without
right now.
what about then going an airplane without the air cabin be pressurized? We should be able to do that then if it's pressure. Well, your logic doesn't make sense.
No, your logic. Them versus.
No, your guys' logic is silly because I mean, you guys literally said we should be able to go to the moon. So that wasn't our logic. That was someone on your side, Crit.
So if there's high pressure and low pressure within this gradient, where
Are
is
you
the
denying there's a gradient?
Normally,
Are you denying, Cuddles, that there's a pressure
guys,
gradient within the
just
atmosphere?
Take them home. Stop it. It's too early for that.
But are you denying that? Are you or Crit denying that there's a pressure gradient within our atmosphere?
I'm waiting for evidence of what you're saying.
Okay.
It's great you said it. I can prove to you.
Well, we
in
know that there's a container around the universe because we have gas pressure
the
all
gases
around us in the atmosphere.
to
And you can only have gas pressure if there's a container. So there has to be a container.
gases in containers create gradients, and you can, with a large enough container, fluctuate the gradient and cause basically what we have, like wind,
Exactly.
clouds,
Yeah.
storms.
Well, that follows what I said earlier as well. You didn't like that.
No,
What I said earlier follows that logic.
no,
It does not. In what way?
no.
Okay, if you just say no, I'm gonna say that you don't know.
So far, all the stories that lead up to your presupposition have failed. So no.
No.
Okay, so if you just want to say no, that's a very silly argument.
No, it's not, because all the
No.
presuppositions leading up to what you're saying have yet to be proven as fact with any
Like
type
what?
of experimentation, testing, or demonstrations. So
Okay.
your soapbox is gone. It doesn't exist.
What supposition are you talking about? Give me one. Just a singular one.
Dude, the core spinning
The core isn't a supposition.
presupposition, yes it is. It's a presupposed thing because it's not been proven. Spinning
Well,
is a presupposition because why? Because I can't go anywhere to experience the phenomenon. 2, there's no experiment to manipulate the phenomenon of the alleged spinning. That's even worse. So you don't need
is there
science. You got a story.
is there phenomena? Is there phenomena that tests the dome?
The dome isn't a phenomenon. Like what you're, dude. Cause and effect of something like that will require further exploration and study. But the point is I can demonstrate gradient flux, clouds, a lot of stuff inside containers. Because cloud chambers are used to make artificial clouds, and that's got 6 walls on it, doesn't it? That's the actual container. How strange.
And I can show you a sphere. A sphere necessarily has a core. I can show you the geothermal energy. A hot core would give off geothermal energy. I could give you the magnetic field. A rotating core would give a magnetic field. I can do just the same what you just said.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for somebody to do it. It's strange that you can, but the entire scientific community that exists can't.
You think no one's done this? What are you living in a cave? Of course people have done this.
Oh, so show me your little spinning planet thing. This would be cool. What lab is it at?
Oh, you think I'm talking about making an artificial planet hovering inside a lab? No, of course we haven't done that.
About testing something or recreating something on a smaller scale to prove something. You're just talking about retelling the story over and over again until people believe it. That's cool.
No,
Where
but
else
just the
would
same
your
way.
artificial planet hover if not in a lab, Gummy?
But just the same way that you're not talking about doing the exact thing, you're doing a part of the thing and showing it in a lab. I'm also doing a part of the thing and showing it in a lab.
No. Showing a whole gradient, showing gradient flux in a larger container, showing sustained life inside containment. That's not partial. Those are all complete.
So you're saying that that's the entirety of the flat Earth, or is that, like I said, part of it? Clearly, it's part of it, right?
Well,
You
do you
get
need
that.
gas pressure to sustain life? Yes. Does gas pressure require a container? Yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Can you do it any other way? Not according to the definition, because there's a law, an antecedent that you must adhere to, or you'll be dead.
Yeah, and so far, what you've stated, my model has explained it. So what's the problem?
Model has to be testable. I can't test the core. I can test.
I'm not talking about the core right now.
I can test things falling. I can test things rising.
The same core. Sorry, the same experiment that you did to show like gas pressure, gas gradient in a container, that also proves that my thing is viable. I have a gas gradient in a container.
Yeah, you say, but there's no proof. But I can prove that you cannot have gas pressure, you cannot have a fluctuating gradient, you can't have a system in
Hold on.
flux
So
without a container.
why can't I have a gradient? Why can't I have a pressure gradient, but you can have a pressure gradient?
Well,
Look, why can't you take me to the moon to verify it's
flutter.
real?
You're avoiding the question. Why are you allowed a gas gradient, but I am not allowed a gas gradient? What's
Look,
the difference?
I'll give you one. I'll give you the first one, all right? Sky. Now, give me 2 other examples of gas pressure without a container. Go ahead. I even give you the first one because I know
But
it's already been done.
you're not answering the question. I'm asking, how can you have a gradient pressure, but I'm not allowed to have a gradient pressure?
Answer my question and you'll see the answer to yours.
I asked the question first. What is the reason that you're allowed a gradient pressure, but I'm not?
Your full understanding is based on flat Earth. Welcome to flat Earth. That easy.
That's still not an answer to my
Yeah,
question.
it is.
Why are
You're
you allowed a
included in
gradient
your
Here it is.
pressure?
filter.
But
You're
I am
basing
not
your
allowed a
knowledge on flat Earth. Welcome to
No,
flat Earth.
he is saying that my thing cannot have a gradient
Which is
pressure,
flat
but his
Earth.
thing can have a gradient pressure. What
Which is
makes it
flat Earth.
such?
Yep,
Because there's
Because I
only
can
one
demonstrate-
gradient pressure, and he called it.
I can
Done.
demonstrate
That's
what I'm talking about. You can't even give me a second or a third example of what you're talking about, let alone the first one. I had to give you the first one.
No, I'm
But
already
then-
telling you, all I'm talking about is a gradient pressure. And we can have that in our model, just the same that you can have that in your model. And I'm asking, because you're claiming that that's incorrect, that you can have it, but I cannot. And I'm
You would
asking,
need
by what
many.
metric are you
You
saying?
would need lots
Copyright
of them.
infringement. That's the metric.
Yeah, same thing with tribalism. You want tribalism on the globe. Well, that's a flat Earth too then.
Hold on, I got one
Again, you
for
keep
him. What are you
stating,
talking about?
you
I-
keep
I
saying that
got
they're
a second.
exclusive to the. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I got a citation for you. Give me just a second. You're not gonna
Okay.
like this.
Okay. Because all I'm hearing is claims of this works on a flat Earth, it does not work on a globe, with no claim of why. It's
Yeah,
just said blindly. But yeah, if you have a citation, then yeah, I'd love to see it.
I'm getting there. As soon as my phone stops acting up.
No rush. Don't worry.
Yeah, the core is important because that would be your container.
No.
And as you got closer to the core, the gas pressure would increase. It doesn't.
You're straw manning my model. The core is not a container.
Well, your model doesn't match anything, so you have to present it.
The inside container.
Yeah, the core is inside a container. It's not. It's not
No, it's
the
the inner
container. Inner container? Well, now you're going away from my model again.
You got to present it because no one knows what you're talking about.
I already have.
There you go.
Doesn't pressure increase the more you get to the core?
Yes.
It should in his model, but it doesn't.
Yeah,
Pressure
I did
increases
the
as
whole.
you get to a container. You know, that's what a container is. It's pressure. So as the pressure is pushing on itself in the center, that's basically a container.
So you don't think that if you drill down, you get higher pressure down there?
No, you definitely do.
Not gas pressure.
You don't think you get higher gas pressure either? That's quite the claim.
Why would you get higher gas pressure? If the gas is if it's able to leave, then it'll just equalize and go out. It's less
He's
dense.
jumping past how the barometer works, bro. It equalizes. Equilibrium. So at the bottom of a silo that's 13 stories deep, if I open the front door, the pressure is going to equalize. There's not greater pressure at the bottom floor than there is on the first floor. That's just asinine. But it is there. The important point
So
that
you're
Beach
denying that there's a gradient pressure as you go up.
prove the moon is solid and we'll talk. How about that? Let's
I'm not
start.
talking. Why do you keep switching topics? Can you not respond to the question I've asked you?
One of them I did. My
Yeah, just
citations.
not using it.
I'm trying to read it.
So
So
just say
you
use
said.
any answer you need.
So you said there is no change in pressure as you go up in the silo. And so I'm asking, are you denying that the pressure changes as you go upwards?
Dude, I just told you when I opened the door of the silo, the gases seek equilibrium inside and out. Same way that a barometer tells you the pressure in the area you're inhabiting. It's
Yeah,
so
and do you
equalization
know?
means equalization. So
And do you
you're
know?
asking the question obfuscating away from equalization.
Okay, it will equalize horizontally, but what we measure if we use one of those barometers you're talking about is that when you go upwards, it decreases. If you go downwards, it increases. That's the whole that's the whole way we use an altimeter using a barometer. Are you
Inside
denying that this is a
decreases
thing?
as you go up.
I gotta
It
see
decreases as
this.
you go up because the gas, you know, it's like a fluid. It is a
Well,
fluid.
yeah.
And
I'm not
it has weight.
saying.
And so
Yeah.
there's no container above because there's no pressure above. And the sign of a container is pressure, but there is a container below and to the sides.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, percent, is that he's denying that observable phenomena even exists to begin with. I think we should all agree that that the pressure decreases as we go upwards, because that's what an altimeter is for.
Listen,
That's how
whatever
an
he's saying, he's
airplane
right.
knows its height. Like, no one in here should agree with him right now on this point. I'm not saying the cause for the pressure. I'm not even talking about that yet. He's just denying that it even exists.
You went from
which
a
is
silo
demonstrable.
to a plane being up in the gradient, inside the gradient itself. We're talking down here on Earth. Where
Even down here on Earth?
equalizes. We're not talking about up there. Inside the silo, the pressure is going to be the same every fucking floor because the pressure down here equalizes.
Okay. Even within a house where you close all the windows and doors, you can see this effect. That if you go to the top floor and use an altimeter or a barometer, it will be lower pressure than at the bottom. This is observable fact, and you're denying this.
I used the silo. You're trying to use the skyscraper. Isn't it funny that you're the opposite?
I'm talking about a house simply because I assume you have a house, but you don't have a silo. I'm using an example that is accessible to you.
House.
Yeah, if that's true, then he could test it in the silo. But the only reason I'm changing it from a silo to a house, not a skyscraper, just a house, 2 stories, is because that's more accessible, but it shows the same phenomena that even if you go to the first floor and then to the top floor, it will decrease in pressure. This is an observable phenomena.
So, yeah, you have a gradient influx, which is necessary antecedent to sustaining life, just like the container is the necessary antecedent to the gradient existing in the first place. You're stacking antecedents. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I have agreed with all of that, and yet you were denying it a second ago, and none of it defeats the model I presented to you. So welcome to my model.
No, because I got a citation that you cut me off while I was trying to read to you. The important point that Beecher introduced is that the explanation of a natural phenomenon, i.e. model/theory, must be testable by experimentation. In other words, once a model is proposed as an explanation of a phenomenon, it can only be considered a scientific model if it can be objectively tested by experiment. And I can't experiment on anything that you've said about the globe.
So
Right.
the specific claim we were talking about was the container of the pressure. And what I said is I have a container and I have gradient pressure inside. So it follows the experiment we talked about using pressure in a container. So I
No,
have the
because you
container, I
can't
have the
go up.
gradient pressure. There
You
you
have to
go.
go down. And as soon as you go down, it's busted. Your
No,
claim
I
is
don't
busted.
have. Why would I have to go down? What
Because
logic
you
are you
can't
using
go up.
right now? What do you mean I can't go up? What are you on about?
You can't get to it. You just
You
go
can't
up
get to
to a
what?
certain height.
Get to what?
Okay, if you're going to just interrupt and not listen, every question you have for me, you're going to use whatever answer you need to trigger or not trigger.
Because you're
Do
asking
you understand?
questions.
Do you understand?
Because you're asking
No,
questions and
I'm not
making
asking anything. I'm telling,
statements.
yeah, listen.
Okay, you're making
If you
statements that are
interrupt me again,
incorrect.
every answer you will ever need, you're just going to make it up. Do you understand now? Yes or no?
If you're going to strawman my model, I
Yes,
will
he does do
interrupt.
that.
Okay, you understand it now, right?
I understand
I
that if you
can
want to
test your
strawman,
claim.
you can.
You can test your claim by digging underground, and eventually maybe you do find some high pressure gas, but it goes up too. That's debunked right there.
That doesn't debunk any of what I've said. What are you on about? Or if you think it does, can you explain how you think it debunks?
Yeah, you said that there's a cause and effect relationship between distance up to down. There's not.
Yes, it is demonstrable that if you go up, pressure decreases. If you go
And you
down,
go down.
pressure increases. That is
It
demonstrable. That's not a claim, that's demonstrable. How do you not know
Yeah,
this?
you can dig down and pressure does not go up. Pressure stays the same. They've got mines, strip mines that go way below sea level. Still stays the same pressure all the way down. Digging
That's
down
quite
into the earth.
the
It's
claim.
a
You're
high
saying
pressure system. Dude,
that
hey,
even
listen.
in mines, the pressure stays sea level?
Yep, stays sea level.
Okay. So what is the use? So say that's true. What is the use of the word sea level if it's the same for all elevations? Why do we call it
Use
sea level
any
pressure?
answer you need to trigger or not trigger.
Okay. So you can't respond to why
Yeah,
we
I
call
did.
it sea level
Because
pressure.
I explained it.
But
You
yeah,
missed it.
I didn't
already
know
answered
this
it.
about the gases underground.
There is high pressure gas underground, but as soon as they
Oh.
break the container, it just pops and goes right to the surface.
So in the very first source I found says that the pressure in this specific mine increases up to twice that of the surface. And it's just the instant first one when I searched for pressure in mines. So my instant 2-second search shows that you are incorrect. The pressure does increase as you go down into a mine. What now?
I don't need to make anything from what you're saying. You're just bullshitting.
Okay, so you make the claim that it doesn't increase, then I show you that within 2 seconds of Googling, I can show that
Google
it does increase, and now you go, doesn't matter. Okay.
You didn't post anything. You didn't. Oh, I just Googled it. I don't care what you Googled.
I posted a PDF and a scientific article that shows that at the surface within this specific mine. So clearly your statement that it stays the same is factually incorrect. It's demonstrably incorrect. Where do we go from here?
Yeah, you keep doing your research. Keep doing your experimentation.
So when you're shown to be wrong, I need to keep doing experimentation?
because
How does
one
that logic apply?
Yeah, just Googling something and finding one mine that does something. No, not good enough, dude.
Because you made the claim that it never increases. It doesn't increase down as you go down.
It doesn't.
And yet I can show one example, a black swan, so to speak, that proves you wrong. That's why it's enough with one, because you made the statement that it doesn't happen. All I needed was one to show that it can happen. Does happen. Where do we go from here?
The same answer.
It still needs a container, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm fine with that. That's not really the claim that we're working with.
Yeah, you're
He's
done right
making the
there. It's
claim that
headshot.
he's making the claim that the pressure doesn't increase as you go down, which is
It doesn't.
demonstrably false. And yet he'll double down, triple down, quadruple down on that claim.
Yeah, all your Google searches don't hold any weight for me. You can just Google something and look like, can men have babies? Can men get pregnant? And somehow you've now debunked all of biology because you Googled that? No,
Do you
not
think?
good enough.
Do you
Not good
think that
enough.
Oh,
if
you're
you
just
Not
saying
good- listen,
they're
not good
sensibly
enough.
not good enough.
Yeah, you're going to have to demonstrate it. This is your own model that is outside of all science.
by what demonstration? What kind of demonstration do you
answer.
need? What kind of demonstration do you
your
need to see that
demonstration.
the pressure increases at the bottom?
Do it up. Follow scientific method and get back when you're smarter.
Okay, you're not quite answering the question. I'm not sure
Same
if you see
answer
that.
then. Same answer. Use any answer
Okay.
you need to trigger or not trigger. Since you're not paying attention, you're not understanding anything I'm telling you. Just go with whatever you need.
I understand that you're saying it doesn't increase in pressure, and yet it demonstrably does.
Then present it.
I did.
Science.
I presented a scientific article.
Google search.
I presented a
See, around
scientific
and around we go
article.
until you start listening and paying attention. It's
And
the same thing. You didn't
Jay
present anything.
Doherty
You had nothing
posted
to
a
do with it.
video of this being done.
You had nothing to do with it.
That is correct. I was not part
So
of
you
this.
say that's a misrepresentation too. You didn't present anything.
I didn't say I wrote this article. I said I gave you this article. I posted it
didn't do
in
that.
chat.
That's
I didn't give
demonstrably
you the
false.
link.
No,
I
it's
didn't give you the link.
That's demonstrably false. You had nothing to do with it.
If I made the claim that I wrote this article, that would be demonstrably false. I didn't do
Demonstrably,
that.
yeah.
I
You had
said that I
nothing to do with it. If
gave you
anything, you could
the
use
article.
that as some of your background research and add it in. But that's not your experiment. That's not anything you did. That's not part
I've
of
never made
your
such
model.
a claim, correct? I've
Yeah,
never
okay,
made such a claim.
dismissed. So that without evidence can be rejected without evidence.
Why
Try
are you
again.
so triggered? All I've done is give you a
Same
link.
answer. Use all the questions you have for me. Use any answer you need to get you back to science or to trigger, whichever one you want. You
Okay.
pick.
Yeah, I noticed that.
So I've given
You get to
you
pick.
a scientific article.
No, you haven't.
And all you want
See,
to
if I
say
say
is
no and you hear yes,
no,
that's
no,
another problem.
no.
If
I
I say
hear
the word no and you
I
hear the
hear.
word yes, if I say
Correct.
the word no and you hear the word yes, that is proof. That's all the proof I need.
So you think that you can just sit
If
here
I
and
say,
say
okay, listen,
no?
here's the answer again. If I
Are
say
you
the
gonna
word
let me
no,
finish my
yeah,
statement,
if I
Brett?
say the word no, this is all you need to know. If I say the word no and you hear the word yes, your problem, not mine.
Okay. Well,
Your
I'm
fault.
giving you the decency of letting finish. So can I say what I was
Yeah,
saying now?
if you're going to add anything else to that, I'm just going to tell you no.
Okay. So my complaint isn't that I think I'm hearing yes, but you're saying no. I'm saying you're saying no, and yet you are demonstrably wrong. What now? You've been demonstrated to be wrong by these sources. What now?
By a Google search.
Not a Google search. It is scientific article, and even
you had nothing to do with.
a demonstration.
That you had nothing to do with. And you didn't even read or process or comprehend. You just Googled something and changed your whole epistemology on how science works. That's all I need to know.
You think I changed any
Yeah,
of my
and
opinions
it's
based
all
on this
based
one
on-
Google search?
Yeah, and it's all based on what something another flat earther said too.
It's quite the straw man. I merely show that your statement was factually incorrect. That's all I've done.
No,
I haven't done any more or any less. I've merely
No.
shown that your statement is factually incorrect. Okay. Is there
Can I-
anyone else who wants to have an actual conversation?
Debunked. Just that easy.
Okay.
It just boils down to a misunderstanding of what flat earthers were saying. And then you tried to run with it and spike the football in your own end zone. So yeah, way to go. And that's kind of how the same feedback you get on globalist servers too. Just here, people are just nicer about it.
Nah, it's not happening. Not tonight, boys. Sorry.
Hello.
What up? What up?
Hey, if you're looking for a black swan, you found a green one, would you call it a black swan?
No, I'm just looking for experiments from Glovers that validate any of the crap that comes out of their mouths.
Well,
They don't.
would
They don't have any.
you agree that it's a conceptual black swan, but it is still a green swan?
Same
Because
answer, Gavin.
the concept of a black swan isn't an actual black swan necessarily.
Same answer.
I'm not talking to you, Craig. I'm sorry.
Just goes back to another misunderstanding of what's being presented to you. Just basic conversation. If you weren't
Well,
talking to me, you have to talk
you
to
don't-
Cuddles.
You
And
don't
Cuddles
get
said
that
he's looking
black
for
swan is a
experimentation.
concept?
Same answer. All questions you have for me, just make up any answer you want.
But that's not fun. I'd rather get the actual opinion you have.
Then you have to start listening and paying attention and understanding information presented to you. It's
Do
on
you-
you. It's on you to understand it, not on me.
Do you ever listen to your own advice?
Same answer.
Okay.
Both, yes and no. Drive on to whatever point you think you're going to make, which is really no point at all.
Well, do you ever listen to what I'm saying?
Use both.
Like, Brett, we're gonna be sitting here, quietness, and the birds chirping in the background for a while because there isn't one experiment from the theoretical globe side.
You mean the scientific factual globe side?
Cool. So, which phenomenon would you like to start with first? I'll walk you through how you're full of crap.
You choose.
How about water boiling? That's a phenomena.
How about the moon appearing as a sphere in space?
That's apparent. The moon is apparent. So is the sun. So
yeah,
are the
that's
stars.
why I argued. It appears as a sphere in space.
So is my mom. She's also a parent.
Isn't an experiment, nor is it a TV, an IV, or any of the others.
I didn't argue it was.
Right. So there's
you
no.
Said you said start with a phenomenon, and I did.
Yeah, from the globe. Boiling water isn't from the globe. That's a presupposition.
It's kind of joking, right? The moon being a sphere in the sky isn't from the globe either, but I still thought it would trigger you well.
Where does science joke?
What?
What?
I'm sorry, you're the one who makes a joke out of science.
Oh, ad hom, how cute. You know, defamation of character is a crime, right?
And you know defamation requires, first of all, damages, which, oops, that didn't really apply. So we're already done here, actually.
It
I
involves
was just one of his financial customers.
It can have other ramifications into business, yes, but that's not the start of it. The start of it is a lie.
I'll give you another one, Carlos.
Another one is it needs to be untrue.
Earth is a globe as seen from the Himawari 8.
Oh, Himawari. That's a good source.
So, sky stuff moved. What's sky be? When did you stop the sun, the moon, and stars from moving to find out the cause of their movement?
Oh man, I thought you were going to pull my phenomenons apart.
I'm waiting for a phenomenon.
Yeah.
for
The,
for
the
your
Earth,
globe
the
theory.
Earth, as seen as a
Water
globe
bowling is from your globe
from
theory. Your
Himawari
globe
8.
has to deal with spinning planets and apparent things being solid and us whooshing and
I'm
Coriolis and all
starting to
this other
think.
magical made up shit.
I'm starting to think you're not serious here.
I think he needs to
God,
take Crit's advice and listen more.
No.
yes, because I asked him for globe phenomenon and he runs to something that has nothing to do with the globe. Because he listened so well.
It was a full triggering, is all it was.
Wait, who do you think is triggered right now, Crit?
Same
Him.
answer.
Okay.
Here's a
Cuddle.
crit advice.
No
Every
globe
question you
phenomenon.
have
is
for me, use
You give me
any
your
answer
flat Earth
you want.
phenomenon, Cuddles, and I'll tell you how wrong it is and how you got it wrong. So
Yeah, and you still haven't given me a phenomenon yet.
I
no,
have
we're on
boiling
you, we're on
water.
you now. You give me a
Boiling
phenomenon for the
water
flat
is
Earth.
from your theory, dude. Boiling water's been here for a long time. Has nothing to do with
Exactly.
your theory. Earth moving, Coriolis, these things have to do with your theory. So stop obfuscating from your theory and start talking about it.
No, the boiling water is part of it. Of course it is. You don't think we know why water boils? Of course that's part of our model.
Great straw man. It's still not a part of the theory because the theory doesn't deal with boiling water. It
How
deals
am I
with
straw manning by explaining my own model?
Why,
stars.
if boiling water has nothing to do with the globe, why are you stuck on his boiling water example and not my two globe examples?
Yeah,
Ask
he's
yourself
giving
that.
you. Yeah, let's move on to, because Don's giving you ones that you like, so let's move on to that instead.
Well, see, as you brought up the Himawari, Dawn, right? Because I think you did mention the Himawari and photos from the Himawari. Have you got one of those photos before they've been pre-stitched, pre-enhanced, or anything like that to present, or just one? Or do
Have you
the
got-
only ones that you have? Oh no, you brought up the Himawari, so don't put it back on me. So do you
No, my
have like
answer to
one
your
image?
question is: have you got any evidence that they are stitched and composited at all?
Oh, they're all yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It says on the
So
on the
if
first
you
one.
prove
Now,
that to me,
can
then I'll go
you
look for one that isn't.
can you present one? Can you present one, or are you just going to go nah? I'm not going
I can
to.
present photos from the Himawari 8.
Have you got one image before it has been stitched or altered in any
Have
way,
you got
shape,
any
or form?
evidence that any
Right,
of the
do you?
images are stitched
Is
or
the
altered?
answer yes or no? Is the answer
The
yes
answer
or
is a
no? It's
question.
very
I'm asking you to
no,
clarify.
no. Do you have one? Do you
If
have
you're
one?
assuming it's true, that's your problem, not mine.
Dawn, do you have one image from the Himawari before it has been pre-stitched, pre-altered in any way, shape,
Do
or
you
form?
have any evidence that any of the
Right,
images are pre-stitched or
right.
altered in any way?
Do you have one?
Do you
Present
have
one.
any?
Present one,
Present
please.
some, please.
Is that going to be your game when I ask for something? You're just going to put everything
I've
back on
asked
me?
you for something.
All right, you're just trolling now.
No,
He admitted he was trolling.
Yeah.
He gave proof.
My Dawn.
So wait, what rule is he breaking, if I may ask? And if you don't want me to ask, I
The
won't.
wasting time rule. You should be very familiar with it. You do it all day.
So
So he does
earlier,
triggering.
when Crit just went no, like,
I
is
wasn't
that
here
no
for that.
wasting time the same way? Okay, that's fine then.
I was not here for that coming at all whatsoever.
Try again, Gummy.
But you're saying that he would have been muted.
I wasn't
Maybe.
here. I've got no idea. I wasn't here for that part of the conversation at all. And I
But
mute people, Gummy, when I think it is appropriate. Everyone knows that I do. And people object when I do, when I don't. And I'm called out when I do and when I don't. by lots of different people on both sides. Right? But I was not here for what Crit did at all. So.
But I
Yeah,
bet you're
I'm
going to
saying that
keep
that
talking
is,
about it. I bet you're going to keep bringing it up even after he's told you he wasn't here. Doesn't have
and
any control over what happened in the past. He's only going what happened right then and doing his best. I bet you're going to keep dwelling on it.
and
I bet you're going to waste more time.
my answer, what I was gonna say is, I get that you weren't here, and so that's okay.
Cool. Okay, let's move on.
Anybody want to discuss the picture I posted?
Which one, Rocky?
The one that Blue made? I'll post it
Oh,
again.
the Sagittarius, or lack of it.
It's cute. That's funny.
Where's that hump?
No, it's not really funny. This is true. This guy is teaching people.
Right? Yeah, that part's true. Yeah.
It's not funny at all, man. This is sad. This is what's being put out there on the internet as truth.
Oh, I find it funny in a sick way, yeah, that they even pretend that it could be. Yeah.
Okay. So
What comments do you want, Ricky? What's the point of this?
Get down.
It looks pretty damn straight, doesn't it? Especially that water level looks pretty damn straight.
Well, he says you wouldn't see the curve of the water in that 5 mile stretch. You would only see the curve of what's above the water.
What?
Well, you see he's drawn a curved line right above the electrical towers, the electrical boxes. He says
So
that's
why, so why would you only see a curve in free space and not the actual water itself?
That's a good question. I was hoping one of the go-overs that know more about the model than I do, because this makes no sense to me, could explain why the water isn't curving at the same rate that the tops of the electrical boxes are curving or appearing to. It's got a video coming out. This is a picture that it's not even a picture. This is a snapshot from a video that I took. That 60-foot section of bridge that's above the water, 60 foot, is about 8 to 9 miles away, and that you're seeing even more, 5 miles more than that, over water, where things are clearly distorted. I mean, look at the legs and the different height. Some things appear higher than others, some appear lower. You can definitely see perspective. You can see the slope lines going down. Now, if you drew lines back towards the right, those would like be at an angle the opposite way.
I don't believe you would see the curve of the water line in a 5 mile stretch either.
Do you think you would see the curve of the tops of the electrical towers in 5 miles?
Yeah, a little bit sometimes.
Due to what phenomena?
Depending on the angle of incidence or view.
Uh-huh. Go ahead.
You know how straight things go into the distance, and if they bend around Earth, you see them bending? That sort of idea.
I don't know that idea. Please go further.
You've heard the idea that if things are bending around Earth and they're going away from you at an angle, you can see the bend.
Don't know what you're talking about. If we can see the one thing curving above, I'm not going to get cut off every time, but if you want to go further, don't tell me what I know. Just explain it.
I'm not going to take your word for it that you don't know what I'm talking about, because I don't believe it.
Well, then why address me? If you don't trust me,
to be addressed
we can't.
on the image.
Yeah, I didn't ask to be ridiculed and told what I know or what I've heard.
I'm not ridiculing you.
Yeah, I don't want to be told what I've heard or what I think I know about your model. I want to be explained. I'm fine with you coming up with whatever you want to come up with. Just explain it.
Explain what?
Oh my God.
Okay,
Yeah, that's why you get muted.
I'll explain what I just said to you.
No, I'm done. Trolling again.
Hang on, I'm going to explain it to you now. If Earth is a sphere
What are you explaining? A while ago,
Oh,
like
I
10
don't want to be
seconds
cut
later,
off
you
every
didn't know.
time.
You didn't know what you were going to explain. Now you're going to
Yeah,
explain it.
but now you really want one, and you're going to say, if I don't give one, I'm going to give you one. So if Earth is a sphere and there's a straight bridge curving around it, and you look down it, you can see that straight bridge bending round Earth. Yeah, that's the explanation. If you're pretending you've never heard that before, I don't believe you.
No, I've been told at an angle like this, you wouldn't see left or right curvature. That's what I've been told.
On the water level.
No, on any level. They've shown the bridge at a more severe angle and say, look, it looks straight. You can't see left or right curvature. You have to look down it. That's what I've been told, Dawn.
Okay.
So
But
now
you
what are you
are-
telling me I've been told?
You are partially looking down it. It's not purely horizontal or purely looking down it. It's a bit of both. So of course we'll see it.
Okay, well, where's the curve in the water? Why wouldn't we? It's the same distance.
You're not supposed to.
Okay, why not?
Because Earth's big and you're small.
It's the same distance, Dawn.
What?
It's the same distance.
One's at an angle, one's horizontal in front of you.
That doesn't make any sense. They're both in front of me.
Yes, it does make sense.
Well, not to me.
Able to separate itself so beautifully in such a short amount of distance and actually show no curvature whatsoever. Like it's perfectly straight. That line, that lower black line, no deviation whatsoever. Quite remarkable.
Well, yeah, the horizon would be straight side to side. At least apparently so, yeah.
But we can only see the curvature in the actual bridge itself. We can't see the curvature that has been drawn so beautifully there. I presume Blue drew that that sagittal line, Rakia. There.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, blue drew that.
Because unlike the horizon, which is going purely left to right, the bridge is also moving in forward direction. It's not just going left to right. So we've got more dimensions to work in. Of course it's...
So that water on the left-hand side of the picture is the same distance away as the water that's on the right-hand side of the picture. Like it's not all
below the horizon, yeah.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
I believe it might be due to perspective.
Yeah. There's definitely perspective in the picture for sure. I agree with that.
What do you mean by perspective?
So all the towers have the same height. Now, in the picture, they will all be going towards the same point in the distance. You know, in a picture, straight lines always go into one point due to perspective. So they will be converging onto a single point, but because you have different height and there's only one straight line to there, and all the things have the same height, but it appears bent because of that. It's pretty strange to explain, but if you do the maths, I think it will work out.
Are you agreeing that the bridge isn't straight across like the horizon of the water, but at an angle away? Is that what you mean by perspective? That it's not straight across like the horizon of the water, but going away?
So I mean that the towers become smaller and smaller as they go further and further away.
Is that because it's not straight across like the horizon of the water,
Yeah.
but it's actually going further away?
Yeah. And because of perspective, it's not gonna appear straight; it's gonna appear bent.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Because you're at an angle.
You admitted at the angle, but you've come up with the idea of perspective, not globe, which I think is better than just leaving it as a question.
No, I agree with that. But Blue has put this as Earth curve. Sagittal.
Yeah, I know, and I agree with Blue, obviously.
So not perspective.
Well, I think when you say perspective, I see that as you admitting the bridge isn't across as a horizontal line like the horizon. It's actually going
Why
into
would
the distance, which I think is the first step to admitting the real observation, what it is.
Yeah,
And
I
what
know. I
explained
took
earlier.
the picture. I know that 60-foot height part of the bridge is closer to me than the left side. Yeah. The
Yeah.
bridge is going away from me at an angle.
When we first
Yeah.
suggested that, you sort of ignored it like it couldn't be a reason.
No, I didn't.
Hey Don, you know what's really powerful about this event was about a week ago you were taking this blue guy to task because he was blaming Rakia for everything, and Blue said he wasn't doing that, right? That Rakia has no metric, plays no metric in what Blue does or doesn't do, and you are horribly mistaken. He just posted in there. No, Blue told that to you.
Yeah.
But he just
yeah.
posted that the only reason why he's doing this is because of Rakia.
Yes, but I agree. It's funny to point out that even Rakia is showing his own globe evidence without realizing it.
Yeah, but
That's
it's
funny.
it's also funny too that Blue is also showing that his full cause and effect is because Rakia.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care about Blue. I would rather, it would be good if this image didn't come up at all.
Yeah.
But Rakia's brought it up, so I don't care if Blue's the one that did it. I still think it's a good point against Rakia's argument that the Earth's flat.
Yeah, see, look at this.
I'm not saying the Earth is flat due to this picture. I'm posting it because I posted it as a picture of the bridge showing perspective, and Blue took it and is showing it as Earth curve. I think it's hilarious.
Okay, why would perspective make the tops of the towers curve like that?
Those aren't towers. Those are that bump there. That part of the bridge is a very gradual. It doesn't go sharply up like that.
No. Conspiracy. I mean, this line that Blue's drawn. If you're
Above
disagreeing,
the electrical towers.
If you're disagreeing that those electrical towers or whatever are appearing to curve, then there's no point at all. You just don't agree with any of Blue's point. But if you agree they're curving and you're saying it's because of perspective, I'm asking.
Oh no, I don't think they're curving due. I don't think they're curving due to just perspective. I mean, this is 12, 15 miles away over turbulent air.
Okay.
They're different. The legs are distorted as you get down. The second one you can't even make out. The last one is almost merging with the water. That's obviously perspective.
Would you say perspective, distance, and blurry air is what's making them curve?
I would say perspective and every other phenomena that we observe while looking over water at this distance with that angle of light and that viewer height is making this photo. You see exactly what you see.
That's fair enough. I find it quite amazing that you've come up with any excuse other than it's actually curved.
That's not an excuse.
Well,
no, exactly what we know about how we
call them reasons. I find it amazing that you've chosen every reason except it's actually curved.
No, look at right here, Professor Dave, a vehement anti-flat earther.
Yeah, that's out of context, correct?
You do not understand the curve of the Earth is not detectable at the surface of the Earth.
Out of context. He means left to right, probably, doesn't he?
No, he meant totally. That you.
No, I don't believe you.
You don't see the curve of the Earth.
You can detect it though, can't you?
With what? How would you detect it?
With your eyes and your brain and cameras. When globers say you can't detect it from the Earth, they do not mean we can never ever detect the Earth's curve. You can only know if you go to space. That's not what they mean.
So you think you can see Earth's curve on the tops of electrical towers from 15 miles away?
There's a difference between seeing Earth's curve and seeing the effect of Earth's curve.
So if you draw a line on something that's curving, hang on.
You wanna laugh?
Hang on. I was right in the middle. So if you see
in the middle of laughing,
the tops of electrical boxes along a bridge and you can draw a line on it and it's curving, that's automatically Earth curve, even though things below it and above it aren't curving. That's Earth curve to you?
because clearly this cannot be explained by perspective alone. So yes, Earth curve would explain this.
Who's trying to explain it by perspective alone? It definitely perspective, right? That's one thing.
Okay, so what else is there than perspective then to explain this?
Well, do you know that those electrical boxes are the same height over the water? For a fact? Because I don't. And I live
No, they might be curved. Yeah. But then
So-
why don't you say
and
so?
then what? Not Earth curve?
Yeah, they might be just physically put on different heights in a curved way. That would also account for this. But
Really?
you didn't give that example. You just said that it's definitely not
It's
curved.
not my example. This is Blue's example.
Even though it looks curved, it can't be curved. It must be something else in the air. That's what you're
It-
saying.
Yeah, but it's curved, which means it has to either physically be curved by either being put in a different height, or the Earth is curved, or some sort of other thing is curved, like the light. But it's definitely curved. It's just
Okay.
you might want to argue what is making it curved.
Let's take
Some
it.
things.
I am. That's why I brought it up. So let's take the first one. So it's physically curving because of Earth curve. Why isn't the water curving, you think?
Well, because their curvature, the
told
water
you.
that you're pointing at is the horizon. It's not the same water that's following the bridge.
The water's across horizontal and the bridge is far away, like you've already admitted, at an angle
So you-
away from you.
So what you're saying is we're not seeing the bottom of the bridge where the legs meet the water, or that is the horizon, and you're saying that horizon would never curve.
No, we're saying that the water that's right by the legs is not the horizon. The horizon is the water that's in front, that's covering it up.
But
You
you're
do
saying
know how
there's
the horizon works, right?
so you're saying there's water higher than those legs in front of me.
Higher in your field of vision, yeah. Not higher
Why would you
physically.
say that? You don't even know how high I am. You don't even know how high the viewer is.
I'm saying it in your field of vision, it's higher. I'm not making a physical statement of it's higher. I'm saying it in your field of vision, it's higher than the water beyond.
Aren't
That's
you
how
saying that
horizons work.
Aren't you saying
This
that
is
I
how
can't?
horizons work.
Well, where would my horizon be? Wouldn't you need to know my viewer height?
That would only determine the distance to your horizon, but we don't
Yeah.
really need to know the distance in this case to see the horizon.
What? If we know the distance and it's beyond the bottom of the bridge, then you would be wrong. Let's just say, for argument's sake, I'm up on a parking garage, 12 stories. Would I be able to see beyond the bottom of the bridge if it's 12
I
miles
don't
away?
know. I
Yeah,
don't
you
know.
don't know. You've never put pencil to it. You're just saying that we're not seeing the bottom of the bridge, and that's ridiculous.
Because we can see the horizon, and it is demonstrated. It is, as you can see, it is in front. Are you not trusting your eyes right now? We see the horizon.
It's like you don't know what a horizon is.
See the
Years,
horizon.
after all these years.
Keep going. Please tell me how the horizon is in front of the bridge, even though you don't know my viewer height, and that's obstructing the bottom of the bridge. I like it.
Yep. You still don't know what a horizon is after all these years.
I know how all the different horizons are created. What are you talking about? You're again telling me what I know.
Would you admit
Thanks.
that one type of a horizon is just the line between the water, the land, and the sky?
Where you're saying that the horizon is now where the sky meets the ground in front of the bridge without knowing my
Yeah.
viewer height. That's ridiculous.
Imagine the bridge isn't there and all you see is the water and the sky. That's the horizon.
If the
But
bridge wasn't there,
then
you would
add a
see more
bridge,
water.
Then add a bridge that's sticking up a bit.
If the bridge wasn't there, you would see more water.
You're
Genius.
just asking nuanced, random questions about how
No,
horizons
I'm
work.
not. I didn't ask anybody any question. Actually, right then, I said, if the bridge wasn't there from my viewer height, you would see more water. So obviously, the water isn't the horizon.
Yeah, Dawn.
Okay, so the bridge is blocking some extra. The bridge is blocking a tiny bit of your extra horizon, but
Oh, so you
still get
disagree
the
with
point.
Gummy?
You still get the point. The horizon's the flat line across.
I get the
right?
point that Gummy doesn't know what he's talking about, and now you're agreeing with me.
No, that's not what I said.
Yeah, pretty much it is. In a roundabout cute little way like y'all are
Not at all.
cuddled up
What,
tonight.
I'll repeat my position. You're totally wrong, and you're fishing for any little scrap of meat, hoping that we forget to understand normal horizons and normal bent bridges.
You
But
don't
we
know what the
won't. We
horizon
won't
is.
because we're clever people.
Yeah, you're very clever to come up with an argument that the horizon is before the bottom of the bridge, not
It's
knowing my
not an
viewer height.
argument.
That's
It's
very
not an
clever.
argument.
I'm
You
just a
can
little more clever telling you that I'm way up, I'm high. Blue knows
hang on.
this.
Hang
And
on.
I
that
mean,
if the bridge wasn't in the way,
It's
you
not
would
an
see more
argument.
water.
It's a fact that Earth's a
it's
globe, and you don't
observably
understand it.
so.
It's a fact that the Earth is a globe, so we need to figure out how the tops of these electrical boxes are curving due to that, and the water isn't.
Yeah. Don't
Love
try
it.
and say like it's my argument, because it's an agreed
No,
upon
this is
fact
Blue's
around the globe.
argument. Blue's argument. You're arguing for Blue right now.
Are you saying that the horizon is not observably there?
I'm saying the horizon is where the bridge and the water meet.
Okay.
Yeah, that's blocking your horizon. So now that's the apparent horizon, like if a mountain was there. The real horizon, the actual horizon, is way further. You know how I know? Do you know how I know? Because this is a video, and if you watch the video, you can see water beyond the bridge once I go left or right.
Even if it is, what's your point?
That Gummy is wrong.
Oh,
And that we can move on and try and figure out why Blue says the tops of these things are curving due to Earth curve, but things
I'll tell you
underneath
why.
aren't.
I'll answer that now. It's because he believes in the globe, and you
Look,
triggered him. You triggered him by saying the globe's not real. It's your fault.
I didn't say that. I didn't say the globe wasn't real.
Yes, you
I just
did.
posted. No, I didn't.
I've heard you say it for the last 3 years,
Oh, you're talking
almost
about in the
every
past.
day.
Mhm. So now Left Lane even says I'm posting Earth curve. So this is definitely proof of Earth curve, right? The
How do you
horizontal
explain-
water at the foot of the bridge showing perspective as he draws a line sloping from right to left, and then draws another line above that is at the tops of these electrical boxes, calling that Earth curve, even though they go up and down.
Well, it is definitely a curve. We can talk about whether the curve is due to something else, but it's definitely observably a curve.
Yeah,
Do
I
you
agree.
not agree? Okay, good.
I've already agreed. And you said your first thing was Earth curve, and that's what we were just talking about. Now what do you want to say it is?
I gave you the 3 options that I could think of. Can you think of any more?
What was the second one?
The second one, what they were installed at different heights in a curved fashion.
Okay, that will be easily proven. What about the third?
That light is somehow making it curve.
You mean light bends over turbulent air? No way.
Oh yeah, it's
No,
pretty impressive.
Don't say that.
number 4 visible phenomena?
No, you wouldn't think this is an optical effect due to looking over long distances over turbulent marine layer, would you? You wouldn't go against Blue like that all willy nilly. I mean, you would want to maybe do some research on that. I mean, that's an outlandish claim. I mean, who would say that?
What are we talking about? The horizon or something else?
There's a picture in chat.
Well, if it's something else, then never mind. If it's the horizon, visual phenomena.
I posted it for you if you want to take a look at it. You can give your input.
Thanks.
Blue thinks it's Earth curve. Didn't mention anything else. Mark Sagitta on it, which is basically saying Earth curve, right?
Well, if so, I could think of 3 reasons why it might look curved, and I can tell you that the 2 later ones have been tested, or can be tested. Not have been, sorry, can be tested to be false, which only leaves the first one.
Oh shit. That sucks for you. Because you can see water behind it. So,
Can you? Where do you see water behind
Well,
it?
of course you can see water behind it. I've already told you there's water behind it.
Where do you see the water behind it? Because I don't see any water behind it.
in the original video. This is a screenshot from a video. He already explained that.
Well, yeah, okay. In the video, he might see some water behind it, but in this picture, I do not.
What do you think's behind it? What do you think all that blue stuff is behind it? You think that's all sky?
Of course it is.
Oh, it can't be water and sky blending together, right? That would be just, I mean, crazy.
Beyond
blue,
beyond the
blue and blue
horizon.
is it's
Yeah,
absurd.
beyond the horizon, it's sky. Yeah.
Well, isn't that the thing? Is that how could you say beyond the horizon it's sky when in his question he specifically asked you what it is you're looking at? Like for you to say that is just straight up begging the question. It's like, well, do you think that that's land and sky? Do you think that that's not water and sky? And then you're like, no, that's beyond the horizon. Well, that totally misses the whole point of the question
Well, do you know
by
what a
just
horizon
asserting.
is? The horizon is where the water meets the sky, which means that above the horizon you have sky, below the horizon you have water by the definition of horizon.
Yeah, of
So
course. But
where
isn't the
again am I wrong?
question, what do you see in the photo? If I were to ask you, what is a refrigerator? And you answered me, how would that be relevant? Right? So, what in this photo, where's the horizon? What's it doing? Is it Earth curve? Is it something else? What is it? What are you looking at?
In this picture, it's a combination of perspective and Earth curve, yeah.
I still kind of don't get what I'm looking at.
It's a bridge.
I mean, but this is this two photos together, or is
No.
it? Oh, okay,
It's
that
just
line.
It's a
a bunch of
single
Oh,
optical
okay,
phenomena.
okay.
It's a single
That's
photo with
all
some
it is.
lines drawn over it.
Photo, a snapshot that I took from a video that I took during the wintertime where you can see the Marriott at the beginning and the distant shoreline in Covington with the bridge as it gets further and further away from you, showing perspective and not showing a 90-foot hump at the 12-mile mark.
Why would
Yeah, I
you see a
mean,
hump?
Why wouldn't you?
this.
You see the humps of everything else.
Like
I mean,
what?
clearly the bridge and what. I mean, I hate when they take visuals like this and they're like, yeah, that's Earth curve. When you can literally recreate this visual with things that you know are in alignment.
How
Like, I
about you
don't
do
get
that
it.
then?
What
Have
do
you
you
ever
mean?
done
People
so?
have done that with dominoes, brother. Yeah,
No.
of course.
They've lined up in a linear fashion, but this is doing so in a curved fashion.
No,
So it hasn't been
the
shown.
the visual effect is this appearance of curve. What I'm telling you is that dominoes lined up in the right angle of the camera can create the same exact visual effect.
And what I'm telling you is it's not the same. Sure, in the distance it might appear the same, but as you can see by the lines drawn, the top of these boxes are in a curved manner. You cannot recreate that with a flat domino.
So you're just ignoring what I'm saying and reasserting what you're saying.
No, ignoring what you're saying, I concur that yes, you can show a part of it, but you're making a claim that you can show this entire phenomena, and I'm pointing out the part that you did not explain. I
What's
am
the part that I
agreeing
didn't explain? I'm
that
sorry.
the
Yeah, what the
tops
fuck?
that the tops of the boxes are moving or are curving in a
Well,
curved fashion, not in a
it
linear
just looks
fashion like you
like
get with.
it just
Yeah.
looks like the same thing I'm describing, which is why I'm describing it. You're trying to tell me, well, there's a difference between this and what I'm describing, and I'm failing to see the difference. That's probably the
Yeah.
miscommunication there.
Yeah.
You know, there's
So,
two other humps in that like from that large hump. There's another hump to the left of that, and even another one further down. You know that, right? Of course, you would have checked that out before you said this is Earth curve, right? And fault for Blue's side.
I don't even need to know anything other than this picture. I don't know why you keep moving to other things when this picture alone is enough.
This picture alone is Earth curve proof.
No, not alone Earth curve proof. It is alone curve proof. It is obviously curving. If you
What's
want to
the
talk about
difference?
why, if you want to talk about why
What's
it's
curving
curving,
though?
yeah.
Yeah, what's
If you
curving?
wanna know why it's curving, now we need to ask some more questions. But
Well,
this
I'm
picture
asking you
alone
if
shows
you
curve.
agree with the Sagitta thing. That's Earth curve, right?
Yes, because I have access to more knowledge than just this picture. But if I had just this picture, I would know it is curving, but I don't know whether it's Earth curve, whether it's
Oh,
installment curve, or whether it's light curve.
I got you. So you don't have
Yeah.
all the information. So you would never support Blue on this. Like you wouldn't back him. That's not what you've been doing. You've been saying that you don't really know what it is, but you see a curved line, so you automatically think Earth curve.
Did you not see, or sorry, did you not hear what I said?
Yeah, I've heard you this whole time say that
Okay,
that
so
curved
then why are
line
you
could be Earth
strawmanning
curve.
me?
Well, you said it could be Earth curve. That was your number
Yes.
one. You didn't put it third or fourth or fifth. You put it number one.
As in, I said there are
Do
three
you remember
options.
what you said? I'll repeat it. You said
No,
that
I
curved line
remember.
right
You
there
don't
marked
need to
Sagitta.
use my words. You don't need to use my
I
words
don't have
when
to
I'm
use
here.
your words to
When
prove
I'm
what you said.
here, you don't have to say what I said.
Okay, no
That is
problem. I'll
very
just
rude.
repeat it anyway for the audience.
Okay, I
When
can
asked
repeat it.
what the
I can
curved line
repeat it
was.
if you ask
Yeah, I
me.
know you can. I know. And you would have to use Earth curve, right? Because that's what you said.
If you
First
want
of
me to
all,
repeat what I
it
said,
could be
I will do
physical Earth
so
curving.
instead of you straw manning it, Rakia.
I didn't straw man anything. I just repeated exactly what you said when asked what that curved line was. You said it could be physical Earth curve.
That is one of the three options I mentioned, correct.
So that's not a straw man. That's exactly what you said.
You didn't say that I gave three options, one of which is curve. You said
Yes,
your
I did.
number one. You
Yeah.
said my
Which
number
implies
one
you have more.
answer
Yeah.
is Earth curve. That is not
Yeah,
what I said.
Yeah, that's what I said. You gave more
No.
than one, but your number
Yeah.
one was Earth curve.
But that
Is that wrong?
I didn't say my number one. I said
Well, you
it was
said
the
it first.
Yeah, it was the
You
first
went
one I
number
mentioned.
one. You went number one. That could be Earth curve.
Yes. Do you realize when I made
Yes, that's what you did.
when I said Earth curve as first, I didn't say it's the number one cause. It was simply the
Okay.
first option I mentioned.
You're right. I got that wrong. What is your number one cause? Knowing what you know.
Knowing what I know on top of this picture, I know that it's Earth curve. Yes, but by
So
this
all
picture alone,
all that fighting against me saying you said you think it's number one and said it's number one to say that it is your number one. I get it. Time wasting.
by this picture alone, I cannot distinguish between the three options. That is what I've told you. But with additional knowledge, I can.
Okay, with this picture alone, what would you say it is?
With this picture alone, I said it's one of the three options or a mix of them. I cannot distinguish between them by this picture alone.
Okay, let me give you some more information. This is stuff you should have deduced already, but I'll give it to you anyway. This is a parallel bridge. It has humps in it, several, like 5. One of them is that major hump you're seeing. I'm at a high viewing angle. I'm at a high viewing altitude in a parking garage, looking down onto the bridge. I'm looking over long distance over a turbulent marine layer in Louisiana. It's in the wintertime, right? Now, what would be your number one reason this line would appear curved?
I still wouldn't have enough information by that alone.
No, with just that information.
Yeah, with just that information alone, I still don't have enough to determine it.
All right, fair enough.
How about the picture I posted? Can you show us the curve there? 55 past the hour?
The curve there. Well, would be the resolution at the point of the horizon is too small. It wouldn't really be practical to do so.
So it only curves at the horizon?
That's where the apparent curvature, or that's where the curvature appears greater because of perspective, but it's all there. It's just perspective hiding some of it.
So we can only see the curve from a certain vantage point, is what you're trying to say?
Yeah, like if you draw a line on a basketball and you look at it straight on, it looks like a completely straight line. But if you turn the basketball a little bit, it's a curved line. Yes, perspective plays a part. Thank you for entertaining the idea.
Gotcha. We good? I know what you're saying. Okay. So it's curved, but you know, when you look at it from the top, you can't see the curve. But when you look from the side, oh, there's the curve. Got it.
Yeah. That's why in your picture you barely see any, but in the Rukia picture, which is taken more from the side, you do see some. Yeah.
Yeah, have a look what Rukia just posted. Oh, this is a good one. Have a look. Tell me if you still think the same after seeing that. I already seen this. I know what it is.
Now, in that video, you can see every 30-foot hump, 60-foot hump, more 30-foot humps in the distance. What you can't see is the 90-foot sagitta of water that would be halfway.
Yeah, this video doesn't really show anything exciting or new. It's all expected on a globe, yeah.
You're kidding, right?
No kidding.
Where's the curve from the side? You're seeing it from the side. Where's the hump? Where's the 90-foot hump?
So you're number one again before you accuse me of saying your number one was Earth curve. Is Earth curve?
I'm saying, with all my knowledge, yes. This comports to a globe, yes.
You mean seeing a bridge that looks absolutely straight with no curve comports to a globe?
In the manner that it's presented in this video, yes, this comports to a globe, yeah. I don't know how many times I have to say it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Nothing in that video disproves a globe. So, yeah, we're back to where we started. It also doesn't prove a flat Earth, so once again, we're back to where we started.
What does it prove?
Proves that there's a bridge there.
Yeah, quit being silly. What about, does it prove anything about how we see?
No.
It doesn't?
Just shows there's a bridge there.
You don't see the water in the beginning rising up to eye level or close to it above the bridge? And then as you pan to the left, as I pan to the left, as the distance gets greater to the horizon, that the bridge starts to meet it, starts to rise up and get closer to the center of your eye line.
You mean you're describing a horizon?
I'm describing perspective.
Oh, well, we already know how a horizon works. We didn't need this video for that.
Okay, but that's one thing that when asked, you couldn't come up with anything.
That the video shows the horizon.
It proves that there's a bridge there.
Okay, then let me go through some things then. It proves that water exists. It proves that a horizon exists. It proves that water is usually blue. It proves that the sky is usually blue. It shows that the mountains at the background are slightly darker than the sky. It shows that the
that's not mountains, that's trees.
Well, whatever the fuck is in it, like that. How pedantic do you want to get?
Well, you're being pedantic. I asked you how we. What does it prove on how we see, not what we see? Like, you understand, right? The difference. I didn't ask you if there was a bridge there or water. Of course, we know that. I mean, no one's dumb enough to say that's not a bridge.
Yeah, it doesn't prove how we see. It only shows what we see.
No, it proves how we see. I'm just panning the camera. That's view line. That's our line of sight. How we see. What we see when we go left or right and see things in the distance. That's a capture. That's a video.
No. That shows what we
Yeah,
see,
it
not
is a
how
video.
we
I
see.
promise you. I took it.
It's a
I just
video,
posted it as a video of
but
what
it
we
doesn't.
see.
It doesn't prove how we see. It only proves what we see.
Yeah, what we see and how we see it at elevation on top of that parking garage in those conditions with the light source where it is, with the bridge and the trees where it is, and the water and the sailboats. That's exactly how we saw it on that day. I promise you. I didn't doctor it. Unlike Soundly, I didn't put it in post production and do anything to it.
So I'm gonna ask your question back to you. Do you know the difference between how you see and what you see?
Yeah, sure. They're both in this, right?
No. How
Yeah,
you see
yeah,
is
yeah,
how you see is the mechanics by which you have sight. What you see is what you see, for example, in this video.
Yeah, how
If I-
how the information gets back to your eye and your brain interprets it. That's what
if
we're doing.
If I wanted to describe how we see, I would start talking about rods and cones in the back of your eye and the
Right,
light
that's what I
under your
just said.
iris and all of that stuff. This video doesn't show any of that.
It shows it happening. We're
Can
seeing
you
it with
show
our
the
eyes.
rods and can you show the rods and cones in this video?
Well, you're watching it with your eyeballs, right? That's proof enough for me.
No, that just shows that I can see, not how I
Is
see
this the
it.
argument you want to have now? Do you want to move away from this video, not showing a 90-foot sagittal of water going up at the 12-mile mark?
Yeah, you keep seeming to not know the difference between how, what, and that.
I just
and
explained
these
very,
things.
very precisely what it was before you did.
And what I've said is, you don't see any rods and cones in this video. You don't see the
Never
iris.
said
You
you
don't
would
see
see
any
rods and
electrical
cones. You would
signal.
see how your eye and your brain interprets things as you watch the video. The video is
No.
capturing what your eyes would see. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Do you
how
want to move on, or you want to keep on down this path, which makes you look like an idiot?
you
Your
think I'm
choice.
the idiot when you say that this video
I think you
shows how
talking
rods
about
and
me and
cones
rods
work.
and cones in your eyes is idiotic when we're trying to talk about what we see in this video. Yeah, I think that makes you look like an idiot. It makes you look like you're trying to obfuscate away from the point of what the video is showing,
But
which
the
is
video-
perspective and how your rods and cones and your brain interprets what you see as I took the video. As
But
you
it
watch
clearly-
the video, this is what you see on that day. This is what just like if you were there, it's what your brain would have interpreted.
But it
So
clearly
I'll
doesn't
ask
go
again, do you want to
into.
move on, or do you want to keep making yourself look like a fool?
Oh, I would want to say a single sentence. So what the video doesn't show is how your eyes work, how rods and cones work. It doesn't show
Okay,
that. I don't know
you
why
don't
you want
wanna
to keep
move on.
claiming that. Well, you
I
keep
mean,
making
do
this
you want to move on?
insane
Okay, let's
claim.
just say I'm wrong. Let's say I'm wrong. It doesn't.
Yes,
You're right. Do you want
are
to move on now?
Thank you. Yeah, that's
well,
fine.
great.
As long as you
So
agree that
can
you
come
were
on.
wrong.
Great, awesome. So now, do you want to talk about how it shows perspective and doesn't show
How it
Earth curve?
shows perspective. Yeah, sure.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, how it doesn't show Earth curve. Okay.
Well, there's no curve. It's just perspective, right?
How would you know?
Well, you're seeing it. How would you know?
Exactly.
I mean, take that video and show me Earth curve. Go ahead. I'll wait.
He said it's perspective. Gummy, you said to me it's perspective, clearly. Did you forget?
Yeah, it's partly perspective, but he's making the claim that it's not Earth curve.
Yeah, I don't
And he
see a
would be
curve
right.
there.
He would be right, yeah.
No, so I would make the claim that yes, perspective definitely plays a part, no matter what. And then I'm not making any more claims than that. He's making the additional claims that Earth curve definitely isn't there.
No, I
So
just
I would like him to
wanted you to
back
show
up
me
his
how Earth
claim.
curve is in my video.
Well, you're the one who made the claim that it isn't there. Could you
Okay, we both
back up
made
that
claims.
claim?
We both made claims, right? But I'm asking you to show me in my video, how would you show me Earth curve in that video? We both agree it's perspective. I can show you perspective, and you can show me perspective in my video. Now, how can you show me Earth curve in that video?
I
And I'll
cannot
even
show
give you the amount. It should be 90 feet. Like when we start at the South Shore, right? The water is 90 feet higher than that shoreline at the 12-mile mark. And is also 90 feet higher than the North Shore in Covington. That's what creates the arc, the curve. 90 feet over 24 miles,
What? Yeah,
according
but
to Blue.
don't you have to be looking down through the earth to see that?
Well, yeah, that would be the chord line. That would be saying that's what creates the sagittale. If your toes are in the sand and you're looking straight across at the other shoreline, you're basically looking through 90 feet minus your viewer height of water and earth. And
Oh,
the
that's how
top of the
far away.
water and the top of the water at 12 miles is 90 feet higher than that chord line, which is your line of sight, basically. You have to angle up and create your own horizontal at each shoreline to look above the water, 90 feet.
Right. Okay. Okay. So that's how big shore to shore is. 12 miles.
24 miles, but the 90 foot
Halfway point is 90
height
feet.
shoreline would be at the 12 mile mark.
Yes,
So
sir. Yes.
if you drew a tangent line at that 12 mile mark where the horizontal line barely touches the tip of the water and comes to each shoreline above each viewer, it would be 90 feet above their feet.
Right. Well, are you doing that? Are you looking shore to shore?
Yeah, the video goes shore to shore, sure.
Wow.
Ooh. And I'm not 90 feet up. It seems like you'd have to be more than, if you were just 89 feet up, you wouldn't ever see even the tree line over there.
So what is it, a mirage? Is it a mirage like Toronto? What is it? What's going on?
I think it's you're looking over a flat plane and perspective, and the turbulent air creates what you see.
And
What
I
is
think it's
Gummy?
Earth curve.
What do you say it is, Gummy?
Oh, it's
Earth curve, of
definitely
course.
Earth curve plus perspective plus light. Yeah,
And no atmospheric conditions.
that would be part of when I said light.
Okay,
As
what
in
part
the
of
way
the
light is.
I'm not watching this video, Gummy, but he's telling me you're looking shore to shore, 20-something miles. And you're saying that you would be able to see shore to shore due to the Earth curve?
No.
Okay. Well, why is he seeing shore to shore, one, and two, why?
So I would say no, he's not seeing shore to shore in the sense that he's seeing the actual sand on the other side or whatever kind of gravel or whatever it is. He's not seeing that. He's seeing structures that are beyond there, like trees and things that are higher up. He's seeing that, but he's not seeing the shore itself.
Thank you.
Are you, Gummy, able to, in that
Do you have
picture
one?
alone,
Do you have one
seeing it?
globe proof? Just one? Do you have even one?
Mansaw, what were you saying?
I was just gonna say, Gummy, with that picture alone, you have a few different aspects, right? Perspective, atmosphere, and Earth curve. Can you separate those? Can you distinguish which part of that photo is what? What part is the atmosphere? What part is the curve? What part is perspective? Like, can you break it down more succinctly than just saying it's just all of this? Like, it's a combination of all these things. So if you're going to have a combination of all these things, can you narrow it down what that combination is and where that combination is situated in that photo?
Well, from the picture alone, I couldn't, but from outside information, like knowing how light works, we could make some accurate guesses, yeah? We wouldn't know for sure unless we, for example, measure the exact conditions of the time and the water temperature and the air temperature and the gray, but we can make an approximation by what we know about light and the other stuff, yeah.
So you can make an approximation, but it wouldn't be definite even with information. Wouldn't
Yeah,
be
because we would need
definite at all, would it?
Yeah, because we would need an infinite amount of information to get a definite conclusion in that sense. Make an exact replication of what we would see.
So without any of that infinite information, it's just purely guesswork, then, isn't it?
Well, I wouldn't say purely guesswork because we can get closer and closer to the right answer.
Well, a majority of guesswork, because you've got none of that information at the moment. All you have is the photo, and you've invoked these three things. I think it was three things, might have been four, but at least three, right? Where you're saying that you need additional infinite information. So if you need additional infinite information, well, it's nothing but a guess then, really.
Yeah, I would
I wouldn't
suggest.
call it. I wouldn't call it guess. I would call it an estimate. But if you want to call it a guess instead of an estimate, I can't really disagree with you on other than semantic grounds.
Pretty much call it an educated guess, but we can move on from that. But I would suggest you go watch the video, and from start to finish, just keep an eye on the tree line, how it stays at the same height above the water, and then as I get to panning over to the left where the bridge meets the shore, you can't see the trees anymore because the bridge is blocking it. But that would give you a good indication of you are seeing the shoreline. Or if you don't want to do that, I would suggest the audience do that. That way they know that you're actually looking more than 24 miles in some instances across the lake over the bridge, and you're seeing the tops of the trees stay at the same level as you pan over.
So
You can
how do you
always see the tops of the bridge, and you know how tall the trees are pretty constant there.
how do you go from the fact that you see the top of the trees to claiming that we constantly see the coastline or the shoreline?
Well, we know
sorry?
how tall trees are, and we can just judge it's that distance stays the same. And you can see buildings on the shoreline at the bridge. It's called the toll center. You pay your toll there. That bright white building shows up, and it's on the land. It's not up in the sky.
But all
So
we
that's
see
the shoreline.
all we see are the tops of the trees, and then you make the claim that we see the shoreline, even though all we're seeing is the top of the trees.
No, I'm saying
That
since you
seems-
can see that. No, you didn't hear me. Just listen again. And this might not be for you. You might be too far gone. But the other people that have some, just want to go find out the truth, you can look at the tops of the trees and definitely make them out against the skyline. And then you can see how it stays constant all the way around the shoreline. But once you get to the bottom of the bridge, you don't see the trees as much because the bridge blocked it. But you can see the building that's at the foot of the bridge. And keep in mind, you can also see the humps, the smaller 30-foot humps that are to the left of that large 60-foot hump. What you can't see is the 90-foot hump of water that should be right to the left of that 60-foot hump.
So the shoreline, is that sand or gravel or concrete or what is it?
I had a
It's a bunch
question
of
real
stuff.
quick.
A lot of trees at the shoreline. There's a beach to the right at the city park, but you can't see that because the bridge is obstructing it. There's a little small beach about 14 foot wide to the left of the bridge or to the west, which is in a subdivision, which is where I go set up a few times. But most of it is just rocks and trees. So you're not gonna be able to. That information is not going to be able to be deciphered. You're going to lose that information. It's going to blend in with the water, so you're not going to be able to get that information through your brain.
Yeah,
so it's
so what
just
you're
going to look kind of blurry.
What you're
But
saying
you
is
can
we
definitely
don't
see
see
the top. You can definitely see the tops of the trees because they're dark against the blue sky, and you can decipher with an educated mind and critical thinking where the shore would be. So you're obviously able to know if you're seeing the shore or not.
No, but clearly you keep saying we see the top of the trees, we don't see the shoreline, and yet you say that because we see the top of the trees, we see the shoreline. This is an oxymoron.
No, not really. I mean, like I said, you have to decipher how tall the trees are around the coastline. And
So we
then
don't
you can,
actually see it.
no,
You
that
deductively know it's
one
there.
piece of sand that you want to see right at the water's edge. No, you can't make that information out. You lose that information because it blends in. But what you can see, you can use to decipher that the shoreline you are seeing.
Yeah, so you're not seeing the shoreline, you're deductively deducing that it's there based on seeing the top of the trees. Okay.
Yeah,
yeah,
I wouldn't
I'll
expect to see that. I wouldn't expect to see that one grain of sand that you're looking for. I wouldn't expect to see that. I would expect that it would. What I would expect is that it would blend in with the water because it's turbulent, and that you would lose that information due to the angle. These are things that we know, which is
Oh, yeah.
exactly what you see. But what you can do, because the trees are taller and more dark against a lighter blue sky, that you can see where the tops of the trees are. You can see the bridge. You can see the toll bridge at the foot. You know that's on land, right? At the foot of the bridge, you can see that. It's a bright white, reflection because it's made of like a cream color and it reflects light good. You can see that, and you know that's on the shoreline. But I mean, you
I
can't see
agree.
that one grain of sand at the water's edge. No.
So I agree, but when someone tells me, "Oh, you can see the shoreline," I expect to see some sand or some rocks or some ground. I don't expect
You
to see
expect to
tops
see
of
sand
trees.
and gravel from 24 miles away over Louisiana coastline?
If
Well,
someone
maybe
claims,
that's on you,
if
bro.
someone claims they see the shoreline, not the tops of trees, they claim they see the shoreline, then I expect to see some beach or some gravel or some ground.
Hey, you're
I
seeing
don't
where the
expect the
shoreline
tops
is.
of
What do you think's under those trees, there, brother?
Yeah, but you're not seeing the shoreline. You're seeing tops of trees. How do you not get this?
Okay, you can. That's why I said it might not be for you. But
Okay.
educated people that critical think know that the shoreline is right below those trees and right below the building that's at the foot of the bridge. The toll bridge.
It is, but you don't see it.
Uh-huh.
Exactly.
What do you see there?
You see the tops of trees.
Well, what about the building?
You see a
You see
building
the
as well.
is the building on the ground?
Of course it is.
Oh, okay. You can deduce how tall. You can go check out how tall that building is, right?
Yeah, so when you see a building, you know there's ground beneath it, but you don't necessarily see the ground.
Yeah, if the building is 15 feet tall, you know the ground is 15 feet below the top of that building, right?
Yeah, but you don't necessarily
Oh,
see
okay.
it.
Well, that's good enough. Good, thanks.
Okay, good. Yeah. So don't say you
Yeah.
see the shoreline.
Oh, okay. You're talking about just my very words you're picking on, not the fact of how we know you wouldn't actually see that grain of sand because that information gets lost due to the angle.
We're not talking
You don't
about
want to talk
grain
about
of
that, right?
sand. You know there are billions and billions of sand on a beach.
So how many would you expect to see? I
At
wouldn't
that
expect to see any from
So
24 miles. Yeah,
from
over
24
turbulent water.
miles, 24 miles, I wouldn't expect either. But if someone claims they see the shoreline, I expect to see the shoreline.
Well, that is the shoreline, I promise you. Yeah, you
No.
can go see it yourself. Yeah.
Are you saying the tops
You
of
can go
trees
there.
are
You don't
the
have to
shoreline?
use the video. You can take the video and say, okay, the building is here. The bridge goes right there. They pay you a toll. I had to pay $3 to get off. This building, I'm approximate at 15 feet tall. So when I go to the other side and I can see where I paid the toll, right? I see where the bridge goes to the land, to the shore. It goes down right there. I can deduce, yeah, that's the shore right there. I'm seeing the shore. Sure.
No, you're seeing the tops of trees and then deducing that the shoreline's below it. You're not seeing the shoreline. How hard is this? I don't
Well, it's
get it.
not clear, but it's there. You know it's there because you've seen it. You've been there. Yeah, you know it's there for sure, 100%. There's nothing else under that building but shoreline, land. You're seeing it. It's just not very clear because the resolution. You know, your eyes aren't that good. The optics aren't that good. Doesn't mean the shoreline you're not seeing it. You're just not seeing it very clear.
So if I
You're just
say,
talking
if
about
I tell
clarity,
you,
right?
no, if I tell you I saw you naked, and then you're like, well, no, you didn't, and I'm like, no, look, I saw your head, and I know that your naked body's below your head, so I saw you naked.
Yeah, now you want to
That's
argue
what
about
you're
that.
doing. That's what you're doing. You're not seeing what's below. You're deducing what's below based on what you're seeing above. That's not seeing what's below.
No, I've seen that shoreline. I can deduce it because I know the shoreline is there. You can too. You too can go over there and pay the toll. You can walk on that beach or that shoreline. It's rocks right there. You can put your feet on it and then go to the other side and say, "Yep, my feet were right there. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing where my feet just were 25 minutes ago as I drove 24 miles across the bridge to the south." Yeah, it's just not very clear. I left my tennis shoes over there, right, on the shoreline. So I know I'm looking at the shoreline. I can't see the shoes, but that doesn't mean that I'm not seeing the shoreline. It just means I can't resolve that information, right? Right?
I mean,
It's
it might
okay,
be
you can say it.
obstructed. It might be obstructed. How do you know that it's there if you don't see it?
So why not put something there you can see, like a mirror? Would that help you?
I'm not sure how you'd see a mirror.
Well, put it right next to your shoes. Maybe prop it up on your shoes and get that mirror flash. Would you say that's you seeing the shoreline if it's underneath the building, beneath the tops of the trees, at the foot of the bridge that you just paid the toll at? Or would you say that's light reflecting up?
Well, all you see is light. Wouldn't you agree that if you see something, it is by necessity light?
Yeah, but if it's where you know the shoreline is, genius, then you're seeing the shoreline, right?
Wait, no, things are never where they are, where you see them. They're only apparent positions.
All right, I'm done. Anybody else want to take on this
Are you
troll?
saying you know exactly where they are based on what you're looking at?
I'm saying you can see the shoreline from 24 miles away at the altitude I was, at the height I was, and you're fighting against it like you're like nobody's business because you need your Earth to be a ball.
Well, no, because you're not actually
This is
seeing the
strange.
shoreline. You're not seeing the shoreline. You're seeing tops of trees. That's why
Is
I'm
the
fighting
shoreline
against
there?
it.
Is the shoreline there?
Yeah, but it's not. You can't see
Why
it.
can't you see it perfectly? Why is it not clear? Why is it blurry?
I don't know. Maybe you have a shitty camera.
You don't know. You don't know why the resolution. You lose resolution over distance when you're looking through a thick atmosphere. As the
Yeah, I
angle
don't know.
change, you don't know that. Why are you in this conversation?
I say
Can I
maybe
get
you have a
someone?
shitty camera.
Can I get someone in this conversation that knows why we can't resolve information at a acute angle, especially over turbulent water? Can someone else please come in this conversation that at least knows that very known fact? Because this guy admitted that he doesn't know why.
So do you
Could it
know?
be the atmosphere?
I understand that. But I had a question
Time
for
waster.
Dummy. I had a question
Go,
for
Dave.
Dummy about something he said previously in
Yeah.
the conversation. He was asking for readings readings of temperature and atmospheric conditions. So my question would be, do you have any type of data set or tables that you would use to be able to predict what you would see based on these specific atmospheric conditions and temperature ranges, pressure readings, or are you just asking for that information because you think that he doesn't have it?
Well, I wasn't necessarily asking for the information. I was saying in order to make a prediction, you would need that information. But you also, no matter how much of that information you get, it would only be a prediction or an approximation. In order
So
to
my
get the
question
exact thing, you need infinite information.
my question still stands. Do you have any data set that you would use based on this information to be able to predict specific images that you would see?
In this scenario, no, I do not.
In any scenario?
In some scenarios, yeah. But in this scenario, no.
Okay. Do you have the ability to provide me with that information so that I know when I go out and make observations again that I can use your predictive tables to see if they comport to reality?
Sure, but you do realize that these aren't an exact thing. They're approximations. That's what they are. We
How
don't
close
have
of
some
an
sort of
approximation?
we don't have some sort of formula that's a perfect descriptor or like a perfect predictor. They're all just approximations based on your approximate measurements.
Do you have these tables so that next time I go out, I can take a pressure reading, temperature readings, both of water and air, so that I can see what those predictive tables would predict over? Typically, I do a just over 17-mile observation from a shoreline to a bridge to see if these predictive tables have any sort of validity or if they're even close.
Well, first of all, they wouldn't be tables necessarily. They would be equations to begin with. But of course, you could set them out into a table. But I mean, yeah, you could definitely make a predictive model out of that. That's not
Let
that
me
hard.
ask you a question.
But yeah,
On this equation, Is the alleged radius value of the Earth involved in the equation?
Yes.
Of
How was
course.
that established in order to be able to predict, or is that a post-diction, meaning we're taking observations and we're assuming that things that we are seeing are what they are based on what we think the radius value for the Earth is? How is the radius value established initially in order for it to be a valid input into your equation?
The only reason it's valid is because we seem to get an accurate prediction.
So just because you see certain things and you guesstimate that that would be the radius of the Earth, even though we know that the way that the human eye sees in perspective sees in a way based on the curved lens and the curved back side of your eye?
Well, no. So first of all, perspective would be part of this as well, but we know perspective is based on trigonometric relationships, not a curved relationship. So that what you just said would be incorrect.
So do you think the human eye sees completely linear?
When you say completely linear, I would once again disagree. Mostly things follow trigonometric relationships, which is not linear. And on top of that, of course, you can have some other distortions as well, like the fact that your eye is like a bit spherical. It's not a
Right. So
perfectly flat
you
surface.
see in perspective, right? And you can only
So
see a certain distance due to perspective. Now, if we take that fact
hold
and
on. Do you add?
we equate the perspective to Earth curvature, and you work that into your formulas, there's no way that the layman would distinguish the two, and they say, "Oh yes, this works out because this is what I see." But all it's doing is hijacking perspective, flipping it into a Earth curvature, and then claiming that we see what we see because the Earth is curved.
So why is the radius value anywhere near the perspective as you're claiming it is? Why would that be?
It's the alleged curvature rate or drop over distance, meaning the distance that we can see.
Yeah, but you're attributing this to something to do with perspective. So then why does
Yes,
the radius value show up?
because the radius is derived from the visual perspective that we see.
Even though we also can get the radius from purely mechanical means.
Oh, how did you get the radius through mechanical means?
By using a gyroscope.
How does a gyroscope measure the radius of the Earth?
By testing its inertial properties as you move around Earth.
That doesn't comport to reality. What gyroscope are you talking about?
Wait, what do you mean? Gyroscopes don't comport to reality? What do you mean when you said that?
You say moving around Earth, the gyroscope will dictate the alleged radius value. A mechanical gyro will not give you that information. Have you done this? Do you have a link to anything backing up this claim?
So what part exactly is it that you're contesting?
Your whole
That
entire
gyro.
claim that a mechanical gyro will somehow give us the radius value for the Earth. How was this done? Who did it? And can you provide me any information to back up what you just said?
I cannot.
Okay, then we'll just move on as if you didn't say that, because you're just making things up if you have no way to back it up. So why would you bring up a gyro allegedly measuring the radius of the Earth if you have no prior information as to how this was done, when it was done, who did it?
So
are you just making things up? Or are you just being
So are we only
dishonest?
allowed to Are we only allowed to make statements that are fully backed by a readily available source?
Not
Is that
necessarily,
what we're-
but you would think that you would have some info, because I've never heard of this taking place at all, ever.
Yeah.
I've never heard
I
this
mean,
claim, so that's why I'm
but
asking.
there's
because I would
so
like to look into it.
yeah, so I can say that I've seen stuff related to it, but I do not have it readily available to give it to you. That's why I answered no. I cannot give it to you.
I'd love to know the new and interesting claim that we get the R value from the. Sounded like the curve of the eye or the perspective of that bit. I'd like to understand.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Just quickly,
That's definitely
Dummy,
interesting.
just quickly, you said a statement when I was talking to you about 5 minutes ago that with the little amount of information, you can make some assumptions, right? About the curve, perspective, atmospheric conditions, this and that. Well, wouldn't it also to be a reasonable stance to say that if we can see the tops of those trees, right, or the bottom of those trees are going to be where the shoreline is, wouldn't that also to be a reasonable assumption to be able to make with what you can see in the video, even though you can't see an individual grain of sand or an individual pebble itself? Wouldn't it be a reasonable position to take that that's exactly where the shoreline is?
Well, yeah, but there's a difference between saying that you can deductively know where the shoreline is because you're seeing the tops of the trees and saying straight up you see the shoreline. These are two different statements. If all you see is the top of the trees, then you can deductively say the shoreline's below there, but you cannot say that you're seeing the shoreline. That would be incorrect.
No, I'm not saying that you see it, but you can say that, well, you can presume that you see it because you can see the tops of the trees. So we know the tops of trees have a bottom of a tree, right? Because they're planted, and we know that those bottoms of the trees are on the shoreline because this is Rakia's neck of the woods. So I presume he knows these things already. So it's a very reasonable deduction to come to.
Yeah,
And
but do you agree that deductively coming to it is different than seeing it? Because that's my contention. Because he keeps.
Definitely. You
Yeah.
definitely. Yeah. Well, yeah. No, I don't think you can see it in that photo, right?
Okay, good. Because that was his claim. That's what I was complaining about. You don't see it. You deductively know it's there, but you don't see it.
No,
So if you agree with that, then I have no contention with you. You know.
Well, I would say in a roundabout way you can see because you can see the tops of the trees. So you're pretty
So
much
gave
seeing
the reason why you can't resolve it is why you can't see what he wants to see. It's blurry. It merges in. It creates the horizon. You don't see the horizon either. You deduce the horizon, but we always just say we see the horizon. He's just being pedantic, wanting to argue, taking one little piece of what I said out of that total conversation to try and dilute the fact that there is no 90-foot hump of water at the 12-mile mark.
That would be a characterization of what I've said that I wouldn't fully agree with. But okay, I'll accept that that's your interpretation of it.
How many times I got to say you're never going to resolve the shoreline where the water actually meets the rock or the beach or whatever it is from 24 miles away? Do you agree with that?
I also would
Resolve,
say that.
resolution.
Yeah, I would also say that then you are not seeing it.
No, did you agree with that?
Like I said, then you are also not seeing it.
Yeah, you're seeing where it is. You're just not resolving what each individual part is. But you're seeing where it is. I don't care what you say. You can argue about it, and that's what you're going to do. That's why you're here. I get it. That's what I'm pointing out. That's why I said resolve like 10 times now. You can't resolve that information. That's a very well-known fact.
Yeah,
Once that
and I made a
angle gets
very
too
nice
acute, you can't
clarification.
resolve the information, but you still know that the shoreline is there. What you can resolve is like a mirror flash or a laser because it's brighter, or you know, something like that. But something that merges in with the water, like the rocks or the sand, you're not, because of the angle of resolution, you're not going to resolve that information. Your eye won't get that information for your brain to interpret. You know, those holes and things you talked about.
Yeah. I mean, if you were complaining that I wasn't listening to you, you clearly weren't listening to me. I'm not claiming that you can resolve them or that you would ever resolve them. I'm claiming that that means you don't see them.
Right,
You can
we've moved past
deductively
that.
know
You
it's
just
there.
keep bringing it up. That one little statement that I made, we've moved way past that with angular resolution, right? Aren't
Okay,
you
well then,
agreeing with that?
that is the one contention I had with you, like I said.
Okay, but we've moved past that. You seem to keep bringing it up as a win. We've moved past it, and I've even explained why you wouldn't expect to see it. I don't even expect to see the shoreline, but I can deduce it and know that I'm not seeing it because of the angular resolution. Can't
Yeah.
resolve the information. Don't you agree with that?
With what you said just now, yes, I agree with you.
Okay, but by the tops of the trees, the parts that we can resolve, you can deduce where the shoreline is, and you agree that we're seeing where the shoreline is, right?
No. You don't see
So
the
you think there's
shoreline.
sky underneath the trees?
You don't see the shoreline. You deduce where it is.
I didn't say you
Again,
see the shoreline. I said you see where it would be, where it is.
no, you don't see where it is.
No, okay.
You
Talk to you
deduce where
later.
it is.
That's what I said. You would deduce where you're seeing the shoreline due to the tops of the trees, the things that you can make out clearly. Is that good enough for you? Or you agree with that? Because that's
As
what I'm
long as
trying to communicate with you. You're just here to argue instead of just agreeing and not looking like a fool. Everyone knows
you
where the
don't,
shoreline is. Everyone but you agrees that you can deduce this. You've even agreed with it, but are still arguing for some reason.
I agree that you can deduce it. I don't
Thank you.
agree when you use the words that you see it. You
So
don't
the
see it,
shoreline is
you
there.
deduce it.
So the shoreline is there at the foot of the bridge where that building is, right below the tree line. That's where the shoreline is.
You don't see it. You deduce it.
If I asked if you see it, I'm asking you if that's where the
Can we go
shoreline
on?
is. We have to start baby steps because you want to
You're
argue.
you're the one who can't move on.
I'm moving on. I'm not saying see it anymore. You are. Who's not moving on now? Nice try again. Turning it back around me. Loser.
Excuse me, are we supposed to insult people here?
I didn't insult you. I said you lost.
No, you called me a loser, which is an
I didn't
insult.
call you a loser. I said your argument lost. You lost. It's a loser. That argument is a loser.
Okay, that's not what you said.
I said loser, and you deduced that I was calling you a personal attack. No, I was talking about your argument that you keep on drawing out about.
All right.
That's a
Let's dial it
headshot.
back, guys. Let's dial it back.
That was headshot. Offense is taken, not given.
I'd like to hear about how we derive the radius from the eye.
Are we moving on from the picture?
Yeah, that is a good question that I have. When they
But I
talk
want to
about
know,
how
are we moving on from
like
this
Yes,
picture
Rakia.
the topic that I brought up?
We are obviously moving on.
Okay, so so in conclusion, are y'all still saying that curved line above the electrical boxes is Earth curve?
Clearly, we are a loser, so let's move on.
Left lane, are you still saying, because you said it in
No,
chat?
I didn't say anything. I don't want to say
You said
anything
Earth
about
curve.
it. Yeah, I don't, but I
chat.
don't want to talk about it. Yeah, it's already been
Okay,
talked
so
about.
now you're not saying it's Earth curve? You don't want to talk about it now?
I defer
Fair
to
enough.
Gummy. Did a
Fair
good
enough.
job.
What about Gummy? Gummy, do you want to still say that's Earth curve so we can conclude this and move on?
I think it was concluded when you called the argument a loser, so let's just move on.
So is that not Earth curve to you anymore, or is it still Earth curve? That top of the line, the curved line that's on top of those electrical boxes.
I've already given you an answer.
You don't want to answer precisely, like be precise?
I was precise.
Yeah, is it Earth curve? Yes or no? That would be
My
precise.
argument is a loser. So let's move on.
That was the argument about the line of sight to the shoreline, the not being able to make out the information, not the curved line. So why are you being like this? We're talking about the curved line now, the original topic. Do you think that's proof of Earth curve? Yes or no?
Are you having trouble moving on?
I'm not having trouble moving on. I'm just trying to conclude so we can move on to a different topic. Night Sky putting it on me again. Just say you don't want to say anything. In conclusion, I don't want to commit. Just say that.
I've already said what I want to say, which is...
Okay, is there
called it a
anyone else
loser,
that
so
wants to
we're
say
done.
that is or isn't Earth curve?
Can we move on to the next topic? No one wants
Well,
to.
I'm trying to get conclusion from everyone that was in the topic. Anyone else want to
I can
say
say
if that's
something.
Earth curve?
Yeah, I could say something. It's definitely not Earth curve.
Yeah, double.
Even if the Earth was
Let's move on
curving, that wouldn't be Earth curve, right?
Yep.
I mean, let's just say the Earth is so big that you wouldn't see the water curving in that same picture because the Earth is so big. Then you would have to say the tops of those electrical boxes wouldn't be proof of Earth curve either. I would agree with that.
We can't make Gummy Bear say something that he doesn't want to say.
I'm not trying. I moved on from Gummy Bear. I was
people.
asking everyone else, and then SE gave his.
Yeah, my hot take on this is basically a debunk of what Blue had claimed the other day, that Rakia has no effect on what he does or doesn't do, and that Don was wrong to make that to do that statement. So I would say just a few days later, it proves that everything Blue does is because of Rakia.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really care about what Blue does, but I do care about people deceiving and telling people in an open forum in public. It's their right to, right? That curved line is Earth curve is now ridiculous. I mean, what do you live on a grapefruit? Just continue that curved line out. He's saying that's 5 miles. That's how much curve would be in 5 miles. Just continue that out over 25,000 miles. Or continue that curve out and see what the radius would be according to the curve that Blue says is Earth curve. Hey, good luck.
All right. Can we move on to the top conversation now?
Yeah, Eggshell's brought up an interesting point that I always have a question about, how people say that the way that we see and that our eyeball somehow curves lines. But I think that would be interesting to discuss and how that
That's
works.
interesting. I have something after that you guys are gonna really like. So let's not just keep me in mind.
I'll start us off on this subject. You have one of your own called Doofus that's saying that very thing, how perspective and how our eyes work. You would see a curved horizon at altitude, even over a flat plane.
That's not quite what the claim was. The claim was that the radius value comes purely from the way we see.
Yeah, that's what I just said. At altitude, you would see a curved radius due to how we see. Yeah, that's Doofus saying that. But you would also see that curved, because of how we see, you would see that curved line, which would give you a radius value over a flat plane. It would just appear less curved. Doofus.
Again, there's a difference between saying that you see a curve to saying that the radius value is gotten from how we see. These are two distinct statements. Can we get information on the second one, getting the radius value from the way we see?
Yeah, that was what you were saying, Napalm. I thought it was interesting. Where did that come from?
Yeah, well, I'm doing work right now, but if you guys are interested in the topic, I would suggest taking some time, which it seems like some of you probably have, to maybe do some inquiry into the subject in general. I would say maybe look into the angular resolution limits of the eye, right? The naked eye can only see down to a certain angle, right? 1 arc minute. And then you have the diffraction limit, which would be the Rayleigh criteria, which also includes 1.22, interestingly enough. And I would say, from a philosophical standpoint, if you wanted to look into some good information regarding perception, not only sight, but other senses, a philosopher, Thomas Reid, a book called An Inquiry into the Human Mind and the Principles of Common Sense. If you want to skip to the chapter on perception, that would be the most pertinent information. And I would say, after you do a little bit of study and inquiry yourself and maybe draw conclusions or don't draw conclusions, then maybe come back to the topic and revisit it, how the human eye works, how we see in perspective, and how we perceive the natural world through our senses. And then you may have a better understanding as to whether or not this is a possible claim as to perspective being hijacked. But like I said, I'm in the middle of work, so I'm not going to sit here and take 3 hours to go through all that information for you.
Was that Thomas Reid you said?
Yeah, Thomas Reid. His writings on perception would be in An Inquiry into the Human Mind on the Principles of Common Sense.
If we're done with this, I'd like to bring something to your guys' attention.
Go SC.
Do you know how many times some flat earthers say that, they could have faked it, they could have made the astronauts think that they went to the moon? Now, personally, myself, I never believed that, because I think like it's far-fetched. Like, you're gonna get these professionals to believe that they went somewhere they didn't. Until I saw this. I'm gonna post it now.
Yeah, while you're posting that, mind manipulation and all that mind control is easily done. It's a heavy study. They just don't advertise it that much, but it's well known that they can do it. But also, if you watch the movie Capricorn 1, it gives you another perspective of how they could have done it and why the astronauts wouldn't be able to come out ever.
You know the beauty of this, Rakia?
MKR ultra type of stuff, Rakia, that sort of stuff.
Capricorn 1 is from memory. I saw it not that long ago, but Capricorn 1, they like the people working on the space program are being fooled, but the astronauts themselves are well aware they're not going to space.
Right, they got
This
them
is
out of the
different.
capsule. Said, "Come with me." We can't put you in this rocket ship. Come with me, and then they hid them away for a couple of days and blah blah blah. But that's another way they could do it. But I think what SC is posting is that a reality show? They fooled people into thinking they
That's
were in
right.
space.
That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
They
Of
actually
course
did
that
it.
can be
You
done.
guys gotta see this, man. It blew my
Yeah.
mind. Blew my
It's not
mind.
that they could do it; it's been done, and
They
with a
have done it.
lower budget, right?
$4 million, I believe they did it with. They used an old British base, old American base on British soil, and they made them even believe that they flew to Russia. They went and they bought Russian toilet paper. They believed. They got actors pretend they were Russians. This is freaking amazing. You guys got to see this, man.
And they want to believe
this
it
is
so bad that their mind allows them to be fooled easily. Like that's not a new thing. Like you can prey on people that want something so bad, like selling them a business or whatever. In marketing, it's well known. If these people are desperate to start their own business, you can pretty much sell them almost any business if you have a good marketing scheme.
Yep.
This was
Like
nearly
water
20
filters.
years ago, SC. Nearly 20 years ago.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. This was in
Imagine with all
205.
the virtual reality and mind control that they know now, how easy it would be. But yeah, this is
This was
just
in
one
the
of them.
height. This was in the height of those reality shows. And how the hell did we miss this? It's too much.
Actually, see, you know, there was a fellow I found out a couple of days ago. Fellow that well, not invented, but thought up the Death Star in the Star Wars trilogy. You know, the little spaceships.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
He was an artist, right? He recently just died. I can't remember his name now off the top of my head, but he recently just died at the age of 90, right? And he was an artist, quite a famous artist. He actually worked for NASA. That was in his biography, that he actually worked for NASA.
No kidding. Huh.
Yeah. I thought, gee, there's a coincidence.
There
That's
was this
amazing now.
there was this dude after the whistleblowers came clean about the CIA, MK Ultra, and
Yeah.
they went to people who were unethically medically experimented on and said, "Hey, we owe you money, we owe you restitution for what happened." And the people like, "That never happened to me." They said, "Here's the evidence. Here's our documentation. Here's a video of you, acting like a chicken and doing all these kind of weird shit. That's not me." Like their brain just wouldn't process that these experiments were done on them and done on them by the government, and that they didn't have any memory of it. That they're these false memories of things not happening.
Yeah,
And
that's
some of them,
amazing.
yeah, some to the day they died, they believe that they were never part of the CIA, brainwashing MK Ultra.
And those bro are the ones that have been hypnotized, right? How about the ones, take for example Jarvis in the chat now, right? I just laid out a piece of information, right? Now instead of evaluating that piece of information, right away he goes on auto hoax, auto denial, and he tells me, "Do you still follow Mark Sargent after he made you all look like fools for money?" Like, don't look at the evidence, just attack the person that brought it. It's amazing. It's an auto response.
Yeah, well, Mark
Isn't that
Sargent
happening on both sides
make
though?
he didn't make the video at all.
Yeah, he just posted it.
Yeah.
So check it out. They fooled 4 or 5 people that they went into space. They
Yeah.
actually fooled them.
I'm watching it. They're so
That's
excited too. They're so excited.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they made it look like who's gonna get picked. Like who's gonna get picked out of the 10 or something.
But
Oh.
look at the guy's face when
Yeah.
when he opened the door and noted that he was in the studio. It was like,
You see that? Yeah. That's the best part of all, when they open that door and they like, oh man.
Like they won something. Like they attached ego to it, and they're just willing to believe anything.
That's the face, right? You remember if you were ever the fastest or maybe a bully type, right, on the playground, and you took a ball away from a smaller kid, look at that face. You remember that face that they made? Or if you were the one making the face, maybe. That's what's happening right now. When we
Yep.
say, you've never measured it. This is how optics work. This is how perspective works. We know now, right? That's the face they're making. They're just doing it in their, it's coming out in their voice. But well, you're you're this, and turning around. Let's talk about this instead of that. I mean, that's what you're seeing. Balls being taken away.
It's hilarious. Like space cadet.
Darren Brown did a similar kind of thing, not with space, but with making a guy think he landed a plane, where he gets him to go somewhere for some sort of reason, and then hypnotizes him and puts him in the cockpit of a flight
Simulator?
sim. Yeah, and then makes him thinks he landed the plane, and then hypnotizes him, put him back in a real plane, and he walks back out of the cockpit with all these people cheering.
Go to a hypnotist show. You can see how easily the human mind can be hypnotized. Go look at a magician show, how the humans can be right there, 12 feet away from the stage, can be fooled so easily. You can't figure out all those magic tricks, I promise you.
and then combine it with like sleep deprivation and like hallucinogenics and like an ego attachment, like, hey, you guys are doing something great.
Combine it with threat of life, threat
Oh, that too.
of income, of way of making a living. You've been a pilot all your life. You know, you have a family and kids to support. And oh, by the way, you know, you're not going up into space.
That kind of explains why Apollo 11 just, you know, chemical dependency issues, violent outbursts, you know, exclusion from society, like hermiting. Because they knew, like, in their mind, they knew something was wrong. It just, something didn't add up, but they struggled with it for the rest of their lives.
It blew my mind, Bandsaw, when I saw it, bro. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh, wow. Wait till the boys see this.
Yeah, that is crazy. That is crazy that they were able to fall so easily by the looks of things.
Yeah, it just shows us we have to humble ourselves and realize that, man, it's a lot of stuff that we don't know.
You look at that and it's like, well, maybe, well, what Rakia said, like some of the expressions on the astronauts' faces wanted to give it away a little bit, but other
Yeah.
people have different interpretations of what their reaction was when they were giving those interviews. But
One of the reason that I thought that this cannot be faked, right, is how are you gonna fake like the lack of gravity? Well, not the falling, that floating thing, and you know how they got around it? You're not gonna believe this. They told them that they had anti-gravity devices, which they're gonna turn on as soon as they go into space, and they bought it.
no way. It'll keep
Yep.
their feet stuck to the ground like
Yep.
magnet
I
boots.
swear.
Oh, no.
And these are like, everyday people. They're not dumb people, right? Modern day, access to computers and stuff. And they bought the whole thing. They even bought an anti-gravity device. Like you'd think most people right there would call bull, no? What anti-gravity? Come on now.
Yeah, you know what? SE, like in all seriousness, like, well, now I would. Like, now I would. But you know what? Maybe back in the day, I may not have questioned it. You know what I mean?
You know
I might.
something, bro? As I was saying it, I was saying, wait a minute now. You sure about that? Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm being completely honest, but obviously now, no, I wouldn't. Unless
Yeah.
they were actually magnetic boots that you could actually feel that were being stuck to something. Like then you'd go,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, there's something to that. But yeah, just to say, yeah, here's a magic pill, take this, and you won't have to worry about gravity. Yeah, no.
Yeah, you're right. My now self would not have believed it, but my 2005 self, yeah, maybe you're right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go for all the ballers that say, how can they possibly fake something? Well, there it is.
They got people convinced.
And that's just a TV show with without the unlimited funds that NASA and all them have.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they
It
did
was
it for
$4
$4.5
million.
million bucks. $4.5
Yep.
million bucks. That was it.
Yep.
Imagine what they can do for 60 million
a day.
Yeah, that's it.
And that's like in a country too that doesn't even have a space program.
Yeah, they used an old American military base They even went to Russia, to a Russian supermarket, and they bought all this stuff to make sure like everything on the base was Russian. They even changed the dials of the computers, and like they did a meticulous job. Like, and they even got actors to pretend they were Russians, and what a production, man.
I wonder when they're going to start selling raffle tickets to the Space Hotel for some lucky winners.
Yeah, I've been making jokes about that for. We should have had it in space by now. It was slated for 2022. Of course, we all know we're never going to see it.
It was even better because when you read the article about it, it's like everyone's going to have their own personal spaceship. Like you could take a joyride in space, but you won't have to go back home each day. Now there'll be a luxury 5-star hotel. You can like spend the night. You can take a road trip, but have a hotel instead of sleeping in your car or landing on the moon.
Just jump in a little space canoe.
Yeah, like the Jetsons, right? Like the Jetsons have a car folds up into a briefcase and
Yeah.
it's like, hey, where do you want to do lunch today, Banza? It's like, hey, I heard Europa's got a new hot dog stand.
Exactly. Hey yo.
It's like
I'll
shit.
meet you.
Yeah, you fly, I buy.
Yeah, I'll meet you on Mars for a quick 18 holes. Away we go.
So since we have some quiet, I want to ask a question, if I may. Been thinking about this for a few days now. We all know that they say there's light rays, right? I don't believe it, but let's just go with that, a light ray. And they say they come in parallel from the sun. Now my question is, let's start off with a light bulb. Do you think that a light bulb can produce parallel lines of rays?
No.
Anybody?
Not at all. Myself.
How about eggshells or any of the ballers?
There's no such thing as parallel light rays from one source, no matter what. Even in a laser, they're divergent.
I would agree with that. So, anybody want to take up on that? Any ballers? Want to answer that one? I didn't think so. So, the next question is, if a light bulb can do that, can the sun, which they say is a sphere, produce parallel light rays? That's question number 2.
For Eratosthenes, yes. For eclipse models and shadows from eclipse models, no. So it depends on which topic you want to talk about when it comes to the globe model as to whether the sun can produce parallel light rays.
So
exactly. It's selective, in other words.
I have an answer to that.
Please?
It's parallel with respect to the relationship between the size of the object emitting the light and the size of the object that the light is hitting.
So the difference in shape of the relative objects?
No. The difference in size.
I'm sorry?
The difference in size, not shape.
Yeah, that's what I said.
No, you said
I'm
shape.
sorry, I said shape. My bad. Size, okay. So the difference in size determines whether the lines are parallel or not?
You said if I have a light bulb, does it emit parallel rays? And the answer to that is no, which conveniently enough, we don't say the sun emits parallel rays. What we do say is, hold on, what we do say is the light from the sun that does hit the earth is basically parallel. So if you want a correlation in your example, you would have to have the light from a light bulb or whatever you want to say, hitting something like maybe a pea or something really tiny. And in that case, if you're measuring the angle from the light that's hitting the pea to the light that's given off by the light bulb, that light would basically be parallel.
So what you're saying is it's an appearance of they're not actually parallel, but it's an appearance of parallel, correct?
I mean, I don't know. That's a weird word to use. No, it's not really that. I mean, it is parallel to about 6 decimal places. So in other words, if I have a light bulb and it's shining light on a pea, the light that hits the top of the pea and the light that hits the bottom of the pea is basically parallel. It's not an appearance. It is actually basically, again, to about 5 or 6 decimal places, parallel.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time understand this because we established that the light bulb is not emitting parallel rays, correct?
You're not measuring it from the light bulb. You're not even measuring it from that. You're measuring it from the perspective or the reference frame, if you want to use that term, of Earth, not from the light bulb.
Yeah, but that wasn't my question or statement. We agreed before that the light leaving from the light bulb, the light rays are not parallel. Did we not establish that?
We agree on that statement.
Okay, then it's logical to deduce then that when they hit the P or whatever, they either have to have changed their orientation or it's an appearance.
No,
so
we
which
don't
one?
agree on that.
Okay, what would you say then? How do they
The better
become
way
from?
to say it is light is emitted in every direction. Okay, 360 degrees. Right? We'll agree on that statement.
Yep.
Now, if I have a P that is 1 foot from this light bulb, and I'm measuring a light ray that hits the top of the P, that's a foot away, and the light ray that's hitting the bottom of the P, that is a foot away. Those 2 light rays are essentially at the same angle.
Essentially, at the same not exactly.
Again, out to about 5 or 6 decimal places.
My question would be, could you isolate a specific one single light ray?
I mean, it's not. You're not even doing it right. I don't even know. This is silly. But you don't measure one ray. But the
Right.
light rays. Fine, use a plural. The light rays that hit the top of the P, and the light rays plural that hit the bottom of the P. I don't care if you do one or more.
Yeah, but how
point is
can
the
they be?
same.
How can they be parallel if they start? Sorry, I'll let you go after this. How can they be parallel if they left the source not parallel?
Again, you're not measuring it from the perspective of the light from the. Okay, the light from the bulb goes 360 degrees. The light that goes off, if you have a P to the left of the light bulb, then all the light that goes to the right, you don't care about that. That's not parallel, doesn't matter, we don't care. The only light rays that you care that are important in this discussion are just the light rays that hit the P. All the other light rays that go in every other direction don't matter.
I think I said already what I did. Napalm, you want to go?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say that you can't really think of light in one specific ray. Light kind of radiates in all directions. So at the top of that P, you're going to be getting light hitting from every possible direction from that bulb, not just specifically directly towards it. It's going to hit it in every way possible. The shadow that P would cast behind it would be its interference between rays hitting it in all directions from one specific source.
Yes, I agree with
Makes
that.
sense.
I agree with that. But that P is so small compared, and again, that's not even a fair comparison because the Earth and the sun, there's a much bigger difference. But the point being that P compared to the light bulb, that shadow, even as you said, is going to be really small. And as you said, there's a light ray or light from the top of the light bulb hitting the sun, hitting the P. So from the top of the light bulb hitting the P, and from the bottom of the light bulb hitting the P. But because that P is so small in relationship, they are essentially parallel. Again, out to several decimal places. It's the relationship between the size of two objects that's important, not the direction that the light bulb emits light, because that's silly.
I would say that's a weak argument myself, but yeah, at least we got somebody's opinion.
SE, do we know that light actually travels in rays?
Absolutely not. That's why I started by saying, well, they say it's light rays, but no, we have no. The only way I think we see rays is from the clouds, and when it hits something, I think that's when they. Yeah. Other than that, yeah.
Yeah, like a crepuscular ray, or if you shine a torch or a laser, like you are having something that is directed, but light itself traveling in all these light rays, all these lines all over the place. I don't think we've got any idea that that's actually how light is even performing. Myself,
I agree. I think light is the less thing that one of the things that we know the littlest about. You know.
Yeah,
I agree. Yeah.
Yep. That's why it's funny when you hear people talking about light. It's like, well, we haven't even established exactly what it is and how it travels and stuff.
We have a pretty good idea of what light is because we can use radio and radar and photoelectric cells and all that stuff. We have a pretty good understanding of it. We can put it to practical use.
You can put what to practical use?
Light and energy, EM radiation, whether it's X-rays or gamma rays or light, visible light, radar. Like I said, it's all the same.
That we use light to see.
Yeah, I mean, we have a pretty good understanding of what it is if we can put it to practical use. There's all kinds of things we can do with it. It's not like we have no idea what it is, what we're doing with it.
Well, we put energy into something, and that heats it up, and that emits a glow that produces what we deem as light. But all we know is that we've put energy into something that is actually created a reaction of heat and thus an emission. But to say exactly what light is and how it even travels.
But that's that's not the full scope because we know how to manipulate it and get the result that we want. We know how to change the wattage, the power output, the brightness, the intensity. We can change all these factors and we know how to do that. We're not just guessing at this stuff.
Hold on, don't shout. We are changing the energy input that is going into whatever filament or whatever thing that is needed to heat up and glow. So we're not manipulating it at all. We're just changing the actual energy input into it.
But you can
look, we can give him the fact that we know something about light, right? We've separated it. We see the high, the lows. We use radar. We use infrared. Yeah, it's definitely we know some stuff about it, but we don't know what it is. That's the thing. We don't know what it is for real. We use it. Yeah.
I'm not saying we can't recreate it, SE, right? Because we obviously can recreate light itself.
Yeah, we can, and we have fiber optic cables, radar, all this stuff. But Ask a scientist what light is, and you're gonna see him scratching his head.
It's the same with magnetism. They've got no idea.
Yes.
Really.
Yeah. And what do they say for magnetism? Photons? Like what?
Oh,
Are you kidding me?
They're both the same, by the way.
Yeah, radio is a good example when you think about it. When
Photons
you,
for light and magnetism are the same. Sorry, go ahead with radio.
yeah, I was just gonna say, you know, the way that you're trying to pick up a radio wave with an antenna, you can see that when you get in, for lack of a better term, a shadow of something blocking the radio transmission, you don't receive the signal. But that radio transmission, it's not like it's coming to you in a way that would be that we try to equate light with rays, right? Like we don't tend to do the same thing for something like a radio transmission. That transmission just goes out, blankets a specific area basically in all directions, right? That transmission goes out across a very large swath of land, and you're able to pick up that transmission even in what you would think would be a shadow from like a light source that would be coming from a similar direction. But as you get far enough into the shadow, or it's blocked enough, you're not going to be able to pick up that radio signal. But think about having a small radio within your household. Like obviously that radio transmission is moving in a way or projecting itself through space in a way that in a dark room you would still be able to pick it up.
Yeah, different spectrum. Yeah, exactly. It's crazy, man. I remember when I was a kid, I made a AM receiver radio with a little crystal diode, some toilet paper, and no, some not toilet paper, toilet roll, and some wire. And I was like in awe, like, oh my god, look at this. Yeah.
And you went outside and you hooked it up to the water pipe to get a better signal.
How'd you know that?
Because I did it myself, my friend. Look, I used to listen to the BBC radio from the UK when I was a kid. I was just fascinated by it. When me and my grandpa made a crystal radio, absolutely brilliant. But here's one thing, SC, like the way they say radio waves actually travel, right? And these long distance radio transmissions, okay. Now, you know, they can do CB transmissions about 9,500 kilometers, which is almost halfway around the world. Right, almost halfway around the world. Right, so and the way they say it does this, right, is by bouncing off the ionosphere, bouncing back onto Earth and bouncing up and down, up and down, up and down, all the way around until it gets to the receiver. And then it does
Yep.
that back again, right? From CB to CB, right? You know the tap dance that radio wave has to do, bouncing God knows how many times up against the ionosphere to get all the way around the Earth.
No chance. I never bought that as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
But why doesn't that work? I don't understand.
Why doesn't it work? You're talking
Yeah, like why is
halfway
it hard
around the
to
world.
believe?
Halfway around the world, Nate. That's why.
Uh-huh.
Halfway around the world.
But you can literally hear a radio from halfway around the world. Like you will listen to the BBC with your dad, and that signal's coming from England, which is halfway around the world. Like I don't understand this. You could hear it,
I
right?
know.
You heard
Of
the
course. Of
Yeah.
course. Exactly.
So
Exactly.
why is it hard to believe that the signal had to travel that distance? I don't understand. If you can
No,
hear it.
it's hard Well, it seems a lot more feasible, right, for that signal to be traveling over a planar surface, like a horizontal surface, right? Because now that radio wave itself can actually travel further, right? Bouncing up and down. But we're going all the way around the world. So
Oh, so it's
so the actual frequency of that wave
what?
bouncing up and down, up and down, up and down, up and doing this magical little tap dance up and down, up and down, up and down, all the way around to get to the other end. To me, just seems just a look. It's a nice cover story for the globe,
Band-Aid.
but it makes far more sense on a horizontal surface than it does on a spherical surface. Makes far more
All right, so
logical sense.
so just to be clear, it's not the up and down tap dancing you have an issue with. It's the path taken. You feel it's easier if it's a flat, plain, straight path as opposed to it having to take a curved, bent path, right?
Oh, I've got issue with both of it. The tap dance that it has to do around the Earth to do exactly the same thing that it has to do on a horizontal plane. Yeah.
But
Oh, so
why
even tap
wouldn't
dancing on a horizontal plane is a bit of an issue.
Well, it's
Do
not tap dancing at nowhere near as much. Nowhere near as much.
I have a
why do
question.
UHF and VHF radio waves also not travel that distance?
Sorry,
I have,
Howard.
I have a
Didn't hear you.
question
Yeah,
for.
yeah, UHF and VHF radio waves, the ones that they say don't really ricochet very well, that you can't reach those waves over great distance. Although they're higher energy, higher output, blah blah blah, you should be able to see those over great distance, but you
Um,
can't.
well, I don't know what a CB radio is personally. I don't know much about CB radios, whatever frequency that is. You may
Yeah.
know, Howard, being the trucker that you are. You're breaking up, Howard. Sorry, mate. You're
Yeah,
roboting, Howard. You're roboting.
That's bad, Howard. Oh my god.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find it. Frequency of the CB radio. Because I'm pretty sure a CB radio is on a different frequency to a crystal radio. I could be wrong.
I don't think so. If they both receiving the same signal.
It works on a
it's a low frequency.
HF and UHF frequencies, so you can get both. Crystal radio.
Yeah, I'm down around in the like 27 megahertz on the CB.
You guys are familiar with in the early days, the BBC had a worldwide broadcast.
What do you mean?
And it was sent out from England, of course, right? And they would get it in India, in Australia, like Bansal was saying. And I think that they had one transmitter for that. It was this huge tower. Yeah.
Just one. Well, see, the old crystal radios used to work around about 20 kilohertz on an AM frequency. So it's
20
different.
kilohertz is audible range.
Is audible range.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's closer to 1 megahertz on the AM band.
Yeah, I'm just reading what it's saying on. I had no idea.
Another
20
thing that should
kilohertz
be
is too
said.
low.
Sorry.
Yeah, 27 megahertz is what CB transmits on, in the range of 27 megahertz.
Yep. Yep. That's what it says here. Google.
Another thing that should be said is that transmission is different during the day and during the night.
Oh, better at night. Or to pick it
Better
up
at night. Yep. Because I know here in
Yeah, see, we
Montreal, I can
use
catch a
the-
radio station from Texas at night. Texas.
Why do you
Yeah.
guys think it's better at night? SC and
Well,
Peso.
I think it's the sun. I think it's because of the sun, the electromagnetic interference from the sun.
Oh, so you guys do believe in what we believe in? Or what?
We believe in science, the truth, not pseudoscience. What do you think? We're dummies?
You find that surprising, Nate. Come on.
Yeah, yeah.
What the hell? Science is the way to go, bro.
We say that you guys are
But I
anti-science.
mean, you guys say it's because of the sun and the ionosphere, right?
Yeah. Well, we don't say it.
So you guys believe in an ionosphere?
I won't say we. I'll say I. I think it's a plausible thing the way they explain it, right? We have a magnetism. It blocks. Yeah, that's a plausible thing. That. Yeah, why not? But if you tell me you have an atmosphere next to a vacuum, I'll laugh at you all day long. See the difference there?
Oh no, Gummies fixed that. Gummy Bear fixed that for us. So in
You
order
fixed
for us
the
to have an
problem?
atmosphere next to this vacuum, the whole universe is within a container. The entire universe. That way, we still have our gas pressure, and it's receding at a gradient.
Our universe
Okay.
is the world.
So what's the what is the container of the universe?
And we don't know what it is, but we know it's there because there is gas pressure. I mean, that's what you guys tell us. So it works
There's
for us
al-
as well.
There's always
The fact
been,
that there's gas pressure. Sorry.
there's always been a container in your model. You just never mention it. It's ever expanding container, like a balloon.
Okay, well now we're mentioning it.
Yeah,
The
there you
universe
go.
is within the container, an expanding container.
Congratulations, you're making progress.
Maybe it's expanding. We don't know, but that's how a sphere can have a atmosphere that recedes the higher you go up.
Not
Yeah,
maybe.
Pressure gradient, which
You
eventually
still-
becomes a vacuum.
So how
Or
that
a near
small
perfect
issue
vacuum.
of gas is taking shape.
What do you mean?
Not
gas is
really.
taking shape?
Well,
we do have
they're round. They're a sphere above you. That Kármán line
not
is a sphere around a sphere.
Yeah, it's not really a problem because there are experiments where conducted within a glass ampule, you have gases in there, and when you apply an electromagnetic field there, the gases collapse into a smaller area, and there's vacuum around those gases. So it's
Okay,
not
so we're
really a
making
problem.
we're making further progress. You think what's holding those gases in their shape is electromagnetic field?
It
I
is
would
in
tend
that
to agree with
particular
that.
experiment because all that's required is a force to be applied.
Electromagnetic
Exactly.
force, one that we know exists
No,
here
any
on
kind of
Earth, right?
force.
Wait,
Yeah,
whoa,
any
whoa,
any
force
kind
can
of
do
force.
it.
why are you jumping to any kind
Yeah.
of force? He just said the one that was replicated was electromagnetic, right?
But in the small scale experiment that they used because oxygen is paramagnetic, they used an electromagnetic field in order to bring those together.
That's starting to make some sense because we know we have that in our atmosphere, right? Electromagnetics. Would you agree with
The
that?
problem with that is that oxygen and nitrogen do the opposite thing. Oxygen is paramagnetic and nitrogen is diamagnetic.
So just the oxygen is taking shape.
I mean, it would if the force applied to it was electromagnetic in nature, but it's not.
Isn't that kind of how clouds are formed above us, like on a local level?
No,
Electromagnetics has nothing to do with it?
right. It has nothing to do with it.
Huh, it's all pressure?
It is a partial pressure of water vapor in atmosphere. Yeah. That's what
With
relative
no-
humidity is all about.
No electrostatics, no electromagnetic. Everything that else that exists in our atmosphere that has nothing to do with the layering of clouds and the shape of them.
The
That's
clouds
strange.
form due to response in the surrounding environment, the partial pressure of water vapor in atmosphere.
The surrounding environment would include electromagnetism, static electricity, things like that, right?
The cause is not electromagnetic in nature.
But something that would affect it would be that, right? It's in that environment.
I don't know how else I can say that the cause is not electromagnetic in nature.
Are clouds affected by that?
No. The reason they form is partial pressure water vapor in our atmosphere.
And that's the singular reason that clouds form? Or is that
Yes.
the main reason? And okay, they form that way. Why are they held at a certain height?
Because that's where the conditions match where the water vapor is going to condense.
So again, nothing to do with electrostatics or electromagnetism, even though that's
Right.
going on up there.
Well, don't we see the discharge in the form of lightning?
Of course we do.
Right. That doesn't have to do
Yeah,
with
but
how the
that's
clouds
to-
get there.
So to say that is not a factor at all whatsoever, I think would be
But that
fallacious.
doesn't cause clouds.
Fallacious.
That doesn't cause clouds. That's light.
Didn't say it
That's
did.
just-
We said it's affecting clouds. Maybe the way they're shaped, maybe the layer that they're at, the altitude.
Not at
that
all.
they're at.
How
Not
much?
at all.
Okay.
How much?
I hear you saying it. Just doesn't add up.
How
Right.
much?
So what exactly
much
does
can-
the
how much-
electromagnetism do in order to form the cloud?
How much can a cloud weigh?
I would say it's different than what we were taught also, because there is no way that cloud held all that water that just fell on me in like 10 minutes. There ain't no way in hell that's happening. The water has to be produced as it's, being discharged. Has to be. And I would say that has something to do with an electric. Yeah, I would say that would have to do with charge also, pressure, charge, because usually in these storms you have a high output of electricity too, static
Right,
and
but
otherwise.
how does the electromagnetism form the cloud?
I didn't say it did. I said it has an effect on the clouds. Maybe the layering, maybe how much water it's releasing, when it's releasing it, the shape. I would say it affects it in some way. You're saying it doesn't affect it in any way.
Right,
No,
given the
no, no,
information
that's
I
not
have
what we said.
available about water vapor and how it behaves around
Oh, okay.
particulates,
Whoa. He
given
said,
the
no,
information
that's
that I
not what
have
he's saying.
available,
So how does
great.
electrostatics
This is
affect
exactly what
clouds?
a conversation sounds like. All right,
Yeah,
given the
yeah.
information that I have available, where water vapor and particulates are involved, the partial pressure is what causes that to condense. That's the information I have available. If you have competing information, I would like to see it.
Okay, awesome. And I said it's affecting it in some way, and y'all are saying it doesn't affect it in any way. And that other guy said, whoa, that's not what we're saying. So please go on and tell me how it is.
Hang on now. What started this conversation was you questioning whether or not electromagnetics helps create clouds, and that is what Doofus is talking about. That's what he's sticking to. That's what we should stick to as well. That was the conversation. You were questioning whether or not electromagnetics has any part to play.
Has an effect on clouds. Yeah, and I even mentioned layer, shape.
In the creation of clouds.
That's not what I said. You're twisting my words now, which is not how.
No, that is what you were questioning. No, I'm not
that
saying
is not
you made
what
the
I'm
claim.
questioning.
You didn't make. That is what you were questioning in the beginning.
That is not
You've
what I'm
changed
questioning.
it now.
I'm telling you right now, that is not what I'm questioning. Well, okay, now,
I agree
now,
with
that's
you.
not what
Now
I'm
it's
questioning.
not what you questioned.
Okay,
Yeah,
so what
that is what you were
effects-
questioning before.
Okay, so what effects does electromagnetism and static electricity have on clouds? Please tell me.
I mean, I would like to know, since that's what you're asking. You're saying that you have information available. You're saying you have information available to you
I did
about
not say that.
electromagnetism.
That's a
It
lie.
says
I did not say that
you're
either.
saying that you have information available.
I did not say that. I never said that. That's a lie.
That you have electromagnetism could possibly be doing something to form the clouds the way that they form. I would like to know what the information is.
That's not what I said either. You're twisting my words again. This is not how our conversation goes. I will repeat what I think, I think because electrostatics and magnetism is a part of our atmosphere and the clouds are in the atmosphere, that those things would affect the clouds. I'm asking you, as the smart person, admitting that I don't know how it affects it, do you think it affects it at all? You said no. The other guy said, whoa, 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 that's not what I'm saying. And I'm asking him now, how does electrostatics or electromagnetism, the two things we know exist in the atmosphere where these clouds are, affect the clouds? Go ahead. I'm interested.
Yeah, but that's the reason I said no, because I was clarifying. Doofus wasn't saying no to that question. He was saying no to the original question you had asked.
We're way past that now. I'm asking you, do you think electrostatics or magnetism affects clouds in any way?
Maybe, I don't know. I mean, if you think it does, how do you think it could?
I have no idea, man. I just know it's up there, and I'm just using logic, and I'm asking people who seem to know everything if they know anything.
You just kind of guessing at it. You just kind
Yeah,
of guessing at
I'm
it.
creating a hypothesis. I'm trying to do science, and I'm asking people who seem to have a great knowledge
But
above
but
mine.
asking
I'm
people with
asking
knowledge
them
isn't
if
how
they
you
know.
do science.
What's how I'm doing
Yeah,
it.
but that's not how you do
What
science.
what bonds
It's
things
a conversation.
together? But what bonds things together, anyways?
Huh?
What bond things together?
What do you mean?
Doesn't electrostatic bond things together?
Not all things.
It's talking about intramolecular stuff.
Yeah, this is just
Intermolecular, yeah,
condensation we're
not all
talking about here.
So you guys find it funny that Rakia says we have clouds up there. We know we have electrostatics. We have lightning, millions of volts, right, or whatever it is that comes out of there. And he says there should be some. It looks like it has something to do with it, and you guys are saying no, absolutely doesn't have anything to do with it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! That's not
I
what
think
we're
they're
saying.
saying they
Actually.
don't know. They don't know.
What we're saying, no. What we're saying is when it comes
That's
to the
definitely not
creation
what
of
I'm.
clouds. Yeah, only the creation of clouds.
Yeah.
Everything else,
I think
that's a different conversation.
Right. The
Yeah,
the
I think
particulates that the water vapor is condensing around, by consequence, can have a charge, but the charge is not what causes the clouds to form.
Exactly.
Could this electrostatic charge be part of the reason why these why this condensation collects together
medium causes the form, right? Resistance.
to form the clouds itself, and continuing to gather electrical charge within the cloud, both on the
Well, that,
lower and upper limit of the clouds, creating that charge difference.
right. If that were the case, we wouldn't see the same kind of cloud at the same altitude consistently, and different kinds of clouds at different altitudes consistently. Each type of cloud has an altitude range because of what the conditions are up there.
Well, I'm just reading something here that clouds
because
are
of temperature and the electricity, and it's held by pressure, and the pressure of the medium is what would either say the size or shape of the other object held within it.
Clouds are
Pressure
not
and temperature.
electrically inert, becoming
No,
charged
like
at
when
their
seriously, when
upper
you
and
drop ice
lower
cream,
horizontal
that's
boundaries
what forms the snow, the resistance
current
forms the
flow.
snowflake. I don't know what you'd be laughing about unless you're ignorant.
Mark, do you hear Bansa talking, or you got him low?
Yeah, that's why I'm
Sorry.
laughing.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry, I didn't hear him.
that's why I'm laughing.
I know. I thought I was going to see who was going to yield first.
It's not going to be Denmark ever.
It says.
No, I just heard that dude laughing.
It says
Doofus, I hear
clouds.
him laughing.
Okay, I'll just read this. It says clouds are not electrically inert, becoming charged at their upper and lower horizontal boundaries from a vertical current flow. So they have a vertical current flow that goes from their upper and lower horizontal boundaries. So from
Okay.
top to bottom to top. So obviously electrical charge does influence the clouds and the movement within those clouds too, because this is a moving field within
Well,
the
that's not
cloud.
what that says.
Yeah.
No, what that says is there's a charge difference between the bottom and the top of the cloud. We already know this.
Yeah, and that charge difference has to be created some way, right? And there's going to be movement within that charge, right? That's logical
That's
sense.
not what that says.
How are you going to get movement without charge or anything without? How are you getting movement then, buddy? How's the air or water or anything moving in your idea?
All right, let's real quick.
Magic.
Bandsaw, the thing that you read does not say anything about the charge influencing the formation of the cloud.
What is charge?
It's just that there
Hold
is
on, we need to
a
know what this
difference
guy knows
between.
about electricity, though.
It's
'cause
just
he
that there
keeps
is a
telling you that
charge
everything you
difference
say is
between
not
the bottom and the
electrical,
top.
Bandsaw. He's telling you everything that you say has nothing to do with electricity, has nothing to do with current. And then he comes back and says, "Oh, there's charge." What?
I didn't say electrical charge is responsible for the formation of clouds. That's not what I said. I said there is a reason there, right, with the electrical charge being a reason that it influences the formation of the cloud.
No, there's just a difference in charge.
Yeah, which is creating movement within the cloud itself.
Right. An electrical current flow does not change the shape of a cloud.
It does. It's creating movement in it.
And so I think he's just suggesting that it's just a result of the cloud. Like it's not like affecting the cloud. It's just a result of the cloud.
Right, the cloud is there and it has a charge. That's great and all, but the reason why the cloud got there in the first place has nothing to do with the electricity.
Whoa, this dude don't answer shit. He just keeps rambling on. Doofus, what shape is a cloud in your mind for shapes to be held? Tell us.
Shape of a cloud. I can look at a cloud. This is a dumb question.
About shapes of a cloud and resistance and what holds on the shape. What's the shape of a cloud that you're talking about? These clouds that you're shaped by magic. You don't shape it by electricity. You don't shape it by resistance. You don't shape it by energy or current. You shape it by magic. What's the shape of your clouds, Doofus, with magic? So your clouds now don't have a shape, but you're talking about what creates shape. That's ignorant, Doofus, when you don't even know the shape you're talking about. That's called chaotic form of action and reaction. Do you understand that? That is not a fucking shape.
Right. So since you came to the conversation late, the formation of the cloud has to do with the partial pressure of vapor.
You said shape. What shape?
I understand that I was in the middle of talking, and I understand that you want to keep talking, but it's not going to be how this goes, Demok.
You know, let him finish Demok and then destroy his argument. Let him finish it though, please.
Right. So you came to this conversation late. The partial pressure of water vapor in our atmosphere and the condensate or the particulates that are up there is what the vapor is condensing to. The conditions required are certain temperatures and pressures for the water vapor to start condensing around those particulates. It has nothing to do with the electric charge of those particulates.
What's a particulate? And what's the shape of the cloud you were speaking of that's held by your magic? I still haven't got an answer yet, shape guy.
Okay, and nobody said the shape of the cloud was done by magic. That was the words that you inserted when we... Thanks again, Demok. Jesus Christ, dude. You can't have a conversation.
So you don't have a shape. Well, you keep saying a lot of shit. All I need is to know is the shape of the cloud. You can't have the conversation, goofball.
They form
You're going off for
when they are condensing around particulates. The shape of the cloud varies due to the conditions that caused the formation to happen in the first place.
I'm not saying that the charge is wholly and solely responsible for anything, Doofus, right? Not saying that, but there is obviously charge within that cloud, all right? And that charge is going to, right, be responsible for part of the movement within that cloud.
Why?
So, because it's going to, because you are getting movement from high to low, low to high, all that sort of stuff, and it is going to create movement within that cloud, right? And
how?
Because
I'll tell you how.
Charge.
How
the
is
electrons
thunder
are definitely
produced?
moving.
How is
I will give
thunder
you that the
produced?
electrons are definitely moving because that's current. Obviously, the electrons are moving around. What's going on with the actual cloud itself?
How is thunder produced, Doofus?
Electron flow.
In the clouds, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, that doesn't describe anything about the cloud formation. Thanks.
No, it describes that we're right about electrical activity and huge electrical discharge, millions of volts. Obviously, it has some effect, doofus. Come on, man.
All
Seriously.
right, let's go through this one more time since you weren't paying attention. The clouds can form, right? The charge that they have is a consequence of them existing. We don't necessarily need the obvious charge that's there to form the cloud, but the cloud has charge. These are two separate things.
Well, yeah, the charge is within the clouds. Yeah. Maybe you're correct about that. Maybe we don't necessarily need a charge since the charge is in the clouds.
Doesn't the charge build up in the clouds from them rubbing up against the other clouds?
No, it's not from
Something
clouds rubbing
inside
up
the
against
cloud.
other clouds.
The molecules inside the cloud.
Yeah, let's let Demok have a rebuttal to this if we can. I'd like to hear.
It is high to low and hot to cold and positive to negative. Temperature is what mediates the idea of whatever. So you're down here, you have a temperature, you have a currency, you have a certain idea of what you think is pressure, right? It's just electrical continuity or currency. Up there, it's a different continuity or currency, negative, positive, high to low, hot to cold. Up there, there's voltage. So voltage is energy. Currency is energy. Static is movement is energy. So for Dupas to keep saying everything in this world that he just said was energy isn't energy, what are we even talking about here? He just said every word to do with static, charge, currency, momentum, temperature, movement, resistance, and that's nothing but a magnetic energy. Differential. That's all it is, Doofus. That's all you name is differential. That's how everything works. With temperature mediation, pressure mediation, and voltage. And voltage is just heat. So when you add heat to something, you're adding voltage, you're adding currency, you're adding movement. And the shape is chaotic. There is no shape. You said the shape of a cloud. I have never seen a circle or a triangle or a square or a rectangle cloud. Have you? So there is no shape of a cloud. So stop speaking nonsense, whatever school you went to, cloud shaper.
And nobody here said that a cloud would form a circle, a triangle, or whatever. Thanks.
What's
Also,
the shape of a
temperature is
cloud?
definitely not pressure, or not
Well, what's your
voltage.
shape?
Temperature and voltage are definitely two different things.
Yeah, right, liar. Go show us in the lab, stupid.
All right. If I have a hot battery or a cold battery, does it have more or less voltage?
I don't know. You tell us on the globe.
I'd tell you with a fucking car
We're
battery.
not dealing
Does
with a
that
battery. We're
car
dealing with
battery, when it's
atmosphere
hot or
outside
cold,
of
have
dirt,
more
dude.
or less voltage?
We
Yes
are
or
not
no?
dealing with a battery. A battery is electricity. Are you goofy or something? Who
You
we
said
talking to
temperature
right
is
now?
voltage.
We're talking about
Clearly, I'm
dirt
going
and
off of what
air.
you said,
Yeah,
Demok.
temperature is voltage. You go up higher, you're going to get more voltage, dude. What are you talking about? If
Right,
you
and the
had, so when
temperature
the
goes
sun comes
down and
out,
then
there's
back
not
up
more
again,
voltage.
which doesn't change the gradient.
The sun changes everything, son. It melts stuff. It deliquifies it. What are you talking about? What's temperature not do again? It doesn't make solid gold or melted gold or gas. Who are you, dude? Get out of here.
Okay, thanks for not responding to the problem
Yeah,
you
thanks
have
for
with
making no
temperature and
sense,
voltage
Goofy.
being
You just got
equated.
shut down
In
and
your
demolished, dude.
statement, you said temperature and voltage are the same.
Yeah, temperature makes your gold solid or gas. Nothing. That's voltage. That's electricity. How did that happen without temperature or voltage or electricity or energy? Doofus. Nothing happens without electricity, energy, or voltage. So whatever you said makes no sense. You're talking out your ass. Stop.
Right. Coming from a guy who said temperature is voltage.
Coming from a guy who has no demonstration of anything talking about batteries when we're talking about dirt and air.
Right, you said temperature is voltage, and you're coming at me as though I have nothing to demonstrate my claims. You claimed that temperature is voltage and have nothing to demonstrate that.
We were talking about the dirt, the atmosphere, and the clouds having voltage and currency, not a battery, Doofus, right, guys?
Demok. All right. Let's just pull it back a little bit. Help me help you, Demok. All right, please, please.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, the air and the dirt are what we're dealing with. In the we have high temperatures, we have a cold area, we have a hot area. That causes movement, differential, high to low, hot to cold, positive to negative. What does any of that mean anything to you, Doofus? Or I mean, What's high and low and hot and cold and positive to negative mean to you, Doofus? Nothing.
Well, we have high pressure to low pressure, and the temperature changes from high to high again, then to low again. So the two are
Why is
not
that?
related to each other. So clearly,
Yeah, they are.
temperature and pressure and voltage are not related to each other. Fucking temperature is voltage. What the fuck?
Boom. Hello.
Hello, is it messing up?
Yeah. Hold on. Hold on, Jim. You can hear me, Jim?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hold on. 2 secs. I'm just gonna move you. I'll be down in 2 secs.
Yeah. What happened?
Ding, ding, ding.
Did somebody say pudding? That's how magnetics work, though. Is it quiet?
It is.
Mhm.
Read your
No,
DM. Read your
that,
DM.
I was gonna say that's the reason that magnetics are so weird, and they're like there's never really a magnet anywhere or permanent or like an actual magnet like an earth magnet or whatever, because things having a reaction from high to low, hot to cold, positive and negative. They flip, they change, they exchange charge, they expand, they contrast, they charge, they discharge, right? So like you breathe in energy, you discharge the spent energy, and all the gases that are made by man are inert, and they have a certain thing. All the man-made gases are inert, and you can't light them. Most of them. and they have a property and they go up because they're the same as ground. They have the same potential as ground, therefore they go away. And if you have the opposite potential of ground, you're going to go to it, like a lightning bolt or energy or electricity. An electrical current wants to flow to ground if it can. If not, it'll get held in there and do its thing and go to the fucking air or be released any way it can. And if it can't, then your machine will just like heat up. You see what I'm saying? If there's no way to get off the ground and not ground, to ground your stuff out while you're in air heating up, then yeah, to dissipate that heat, you'll melt. There's a melting temperature, curing point, boiling temperature, a freezing temperature. Why does gold go to a gas and then to gold? It's not always gold. It's not always a gas. It's not always a liquid. It can be either one. Same with water, same with air. They can be positive, negative, or neutral. That's what potential is. It's the potential to do anything, because you can't create or destroy, so the potential has to always exist, right? And then all you have with that potential is resistance against so, which creates energy, differential. That's what a magnet is. A magnet is simply differential of every sort. High, low, hot, cold, positive, negative. And if Doofus or anyone doesn't understand this or needs help understanding how things can flip, like when you get your car, it's an electrical car, and it flips, the field will turn and it won't go backwards. Why does it do that? Why does everything do that? So you can't pinpoint it, but that's what it's going to do. That's how reality works. That's all. Reality does what it does. Reality does not conform to science. Reality does not conform to Doofus's idea or mine. It is what it is. We have to conform to what reality does for us, or else we're going to get nowhere. Sorry to tell you.
Read your DMs, Demo.
Okay.
I've been thinking about this last couple of days where, like, all the flat earthers over the years that had these life events, marriages, births, job opportunities, graduations, but yet there's nothing on the globe side. Just silence. Move on with your lives already. Like,
Are you suggesting that people such as myself typically don't have life events?
nothing you've been willing to share or talk about, so.
Right. So it doesn't matter if, relatives of mine become grandparents or if people have graduation parties and I go to them. This is all stuff that you think maybe doesn't happen because I don't talk about it.
Or because the claims are that flat earthers have no life, live in their mom's basement, have no prospects or nothing going on, fell out of high school, live in chemical rehab facilities, are unemployed, and even after all the things that they share, to try to at least dispel some of these harmful stereotypes, you just double down on it.
Okay, since that wasn't part of this discussion and only you brought that up, I'm curious as to why you did.
The same answer. I'm just curious when these celebrations of life will happen, but they don't. They just don't. The same people stuck in the mud for years now. Like they're trying to reinvent some of the things that happened on online atheist communities like almost a decade ago. It's not coming back. Third wave atheism is destroyed. It's self-imploded. It just imploded and melted down. And trying to worry and caring about what other people do with their lives won't bring it back.
I'm not sure if that's just an attempt to build some kind of straw man or just I don't know.
Yeah, because right now I haven't mentioned anything about nobody having a life or anybody not having a life. None of that was in this conversation, but you brought it into this
Yeah, I
conversation.
brought it up, exactly. And you added to your thoughts to it.
Yeah, my thoughts were that I also have a life and that other people also have lives. And typically, we don't have to talk about them for them to be events that occur.
Yeah, which is quite interesting. Almost like it's part of the LARP.
Not part of today's, because nobody here even mentioned that somebody is here all the time or has no life. That was something that you brought up.
Yeah, and you added to it.
Questioned it.
Yeah, there's me adding my thoughts was why was this even brought up in the first place? That's what I was bringing up.
Well, now you know why.
Mm-hmm. Because Crit wanted to bring it up.
Yeah, and there's the same answer from the very beginning. When I said you can roll back the tape. You can roll back
we
the
can
tape
roll
and
it back. It's all about Crit. Understand right now that if Crit has something he wants to talk about and he brings it up to discuss, that's about Crit. The topic that we were having, the discussion we were having before had nothing to do with that. But Crit wants to talk about.
Yeah, it had ended, the last one. It had ended with some sort of meltdown about globalists crying about the way DMOC talked to them. And these same, it's interesting too that some of these same people talk about military service, but yet they'll melt down at the tone and tenor of a DMOC, which to me would be
nobody
a
was talking
contradiction.
about DMOC's tone. What we were talking about is what he said. What he said was temperature is voltage, a fact that's so easy to disprove that there's no reason for him to say it.
And then you melt down about it. Start calling them an idiot and all that stuff. And I'm like, huh, well, how about just move on with your life? Somebody said something.
Why don't you roll it back and ask yourself, when did I call him an idiot?
Yeah, right before he got kicked.
You can get kicked.
Or disconnected or whatever you guys did.
Somebody disconnected? What the fuck, dude?
You're making stuff up, man.
Okay, just go down to Livestream 2 then. Figure it out. And when you're smarter, add something to the conversation instead of just not knowing what's going on.
Right, and when you add something to a conversation as though it is relevant to the prior conversation about whether or not somebody has a life, why don't you go ahead and make sure that that's actually relevant?
It is. It was brought up today by Jarvis. And he'll bring it up again tomorrow. It's his go-to slam every day. Just joins the chat, squawks about how flat earthers have no life. They got nothing going on. You know, just a bunch of losers who don't think, you know.
Who cares? Who cares? Who cares what some fucking person says, you know, to trying to criticize you? Who cares?
Yeah, Doofus cares.
No, you seem to care. You seem to care way too much.
No, it's Doofus. Who cares?
Yeah, I'm not the one that brought up the topic.
No, you're the one who
made
added
it a
to
topic of conversation for the whole room,
Yeah,
Crit. I think it's something that you think about a lot, obviously.
Yeah, it is quite interesting. The duality between how flat earthers are able to have a life in like an RV tour that Witsa just did. And there's all these life events that are shared with the community. But global, just nothing from the globalist side. It's an interesting, showcase of like sociology in mind frames or thinking, if you will.
Well, I feel that the way that people try to paint flat earthers, right, as stupid idiots living in their mom's basement and have no life, like that's obviously been proven out over the years to just be a worn out trope. And the people who continue to perpetuate that are probably doing more self-projection than anything, or they have no solid argument to back up their claims or to support their belief system, so they resort to ad homs. But I think at this point, the people who on the globe side tend to be in Discord on a regular basis, day in and day out, I think if they're honest with themselves, would have to admit that that trope is not necessarily true, and it could be applied for both sides, and it would be person specific, not that you could paint that with a broad brush.
It's that immediate.
It doesn't get brought up in here much. I mean, I don't,
That's
Rocky
not true.
is a professional. He's got a professional life, and he does things on a regular basis. Talks about his family and and things like that. I don't talk that much about things I do outside of here, and that's just by choice. But it doesn't cross my mind to insult anyone in that way and try to discredit them by saying they live in their mom's basement. And I don't hear that much of that over here on this channel. And
well, you hear it in different forms though, Left Lane. You hear it in one of the guys that you seem to support a lot from Blue, coming in here and going, I'm educated, you're not. You can't even understand what I'm saying because you're not educated enough. That's the same thing as saying you're a dumb flat earther. I've come to a flat earth server basically to talk to flat earthers and tell them that they're not smart enough to even understand what I'm saying because I'm educated. That's Blue. People do it all the time. You just don't hear it in that way anymore.
Well, see, Blue is sort of an exception. He's a retired, successful professional engineer. He's got patents hanging on his wall. Functional things that he's invented are actually in service and working. He's a smart man. And for people to question his credentials is kind of silly, but that happens all the time.
I'm not questioning his credentials. I'm questioning him coming in here and telling the whole room that we can't understand what he's even talking about because he has those credentials. Are you kidding me? I'm probably just as successful, could have been an engineer. I've done all sorts of things in my life. He claims to be a pilot. I can fly. He's not a captain. Well, I have my captain's license. I'm working on my boat today with my two sons. We're installing, equipment that's going to help us navigate. You know what I'm saying? I'm no better than him, and he's no better than me. But for him to say things like that is ridiculous.
See,
and for you to support that.
I'm not talking about what Blue says, or I'm just saying in general. Over here on this platform, we really make an effort to keep things respectful and a minimal insult type thing and have good conversation. And that's my point is over here, and why I like to be here is we maintain a degree of respect.
Yeah, until you don't. I mean, I was called psycho 2 days ago. Blatantly, while 3 mods were here, I was complaining about it. No one said anything to that guy. Even after I mentioned it, no one said anything to him.
Yeah,
it's
they
allowed.
Try to turn it back on you. Like
they did. They turned it back on me when I was called a psycho. It happens, man. You're in denial if you don't. Blue just did it. He just said that the other day. He says it all the time. Every time he comes in the chat, I can show you all his posts lately. What he calls people names as soon as his first words are derogatory and putting people down. I can read them if you want. Let's see. Yesterday's was WTF? What the F is Whistle Dick on about today? That was his first comment.
Yikes.
The comment before that was putting people down. Here, you want me to read that one?
What a professional. That guy must be a professional.
Yeah.
That is like professional level etiquette and demeanor right there.
Blue Marble Science, you're wasting your breath. SE Montreal, those Soviet citizen guys, deadbeats, crackpots, and con men. That's all they are. Another one by Blue. It's total BS made up by a network of half-wits trying to game the system and skirt their responsibilities. Their only useful function they serve in providing a platform the police can use to test their tasers from time to time, invoking violence. That's your guy, Blue Marble.
I don't know why you're tagging with Blue. Why are you tagging me with Blue? I don't need. I'm not Blue. I'm Howard. I'm over here.
Yeah,
And so you're dumping all this on me, and I'm not Blue. I don't know what you're doing.
I'm just dumping it on the room. That's who you're supporting. That's who you said is educated and above us. Doesn't seem like it, now does it? He's the one insulting.
Right, sovereign citizens. I mean, this is something that a lot of us can harp on. That's definitely something we can.
It doesn't matter. They're humans. They're humans, just like Blue is. He can put them down if he wants. He can choose to call them F-wits and think they should be tased. All he wants. That's his right as a human. That just shows what type of human he is. And if you want to support that, and you want to tag yourself to him by saying he's well educated, we should trust him, he has patents that are functioning and all that BS, then go right ahead. That's your choice. I'm going to keep pointing it out. Good luck.
Yeah, me too. Because I know this, like, in the professional setting, any one of those would be an HR nightmare. Any one of those comments. And you can't just say, oh, he's a man outside his time. This is supposed to be some sort of progressive atheist type thinker. This ain't some sort of, caveman curmudgeon, 1950s throwback.
And remember, he's coming here. He's coming into a place where he knows these topics are going to be talked about and making those comments. Free will, right? Freely. Wishing harm on others, wishing they would be tased.
Well, maybe you should address Blue with all this. I
do.
Yeah. I mean, we're generalizing. We're generalizing, and then we're being specific, and see, it's just. I don't know. I don't think this is a productive conversation. It's good.
Yeah, I know you don't, but he took the time to type those things out. That's who you're tagging yourself to. Don't blame it on me. You tried to turn around on me. You associate yourself with them.
You're making that comment. You're saying I'm associating. You're telling me who I associate with.
You support Blue all the time. I hear you. You just said that Blue was educated. Your exact words were, we should trust Blue. That's what you just said. We should trust Blue. Yes, you did.
I did not say that. No, I didn't.
Yes, you did, because of his education and credentials. We should trust him.
I did not say the words, we should trust Blue.
Okay, what'd you say? What'd you say? What were your exact words then? Since you think I got it wrong.
You talking about credentials and how he insults but his credentials are constantly come into question and his intellect.
Before then, you were commenting on how great his credentials were.
I did not say we should trust Blue anywhere in this conversation.
You mentioned his patents, how he has patents, working patents, so we should associate with. Yeah, and how we should trust him because he's smart. He has patents.
I didn't say that.
You said he was smart.
Yep.
We should listen to him.
I did say that. I
Well, that's
didn't. I didn't
trust.
say
That's
we
that's
should
what I'm
I
saying.
did not say we should listen to him. I did not say that.
All right, man. So we shouldn't listen to Blue?
He didn't say
I'm
that
not.
either.
Yeah, I know what he said. He said we should listen to him. He's educated. He has patents. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what
you're
he said. I don't
twisting
know
my
why he's
words just
backing
like
up.
you always do, Brecky.
I don't care. Just go rewind it, man. Why would I make that shit up? And then we moved on to why I moved on to how Blue is and how he acts is because you said we should listen to him and trust him because of his credentials. No, I don't think we should listen to anything like that that invokes violence, that calls people crockpots and scooters
There
every
you
day.
go
And
again. You
yeah,
just
I
continue to
don't think
twist
so.
what I said, Brecky. You're just continuing to twist it.
Well, to be fair, you want to rewind it? You want to go get it and rewind it, or you just want to say you didn't say it?
Yeah, everybody
All
here
right.
what we said.
Yeah, we know how you talked about Blue. How he's educated, has patents. You brought that up.
Is he
My
in the
point
lab
is
right now?
his credentials and his success and things gives him credibility, is what I said.
Yeah, exactly. You didn't say credibility either. I'll take that bet too, but credibility is one thing. You're saying it again. He has credibility, so we should listen to him. Yeah,
So he
You
gets
you're
a
can
making my
car
point
infer,
wrong.
loan?
you can infer all you want, but all I said that he deserves credibility because
That
he's
means he
successful.
gets a car. I'm sorry, I thought you were done. Does that mean he gets a car loan if he has good credit?
Having
I don't.
credibility, if he has credibility, don't ruin it by lying about people and dehumanizing others. That ruins your credibility.
Yeah, I don't see. I don't know where that comment comes from, Chris.
Well, what kind of credibility should we give him? Where's the lab and the science he's done? Does he have a? I mean, can we see his videos of all the science and experiments he's done in the lab? I'd love to see that for credibility instead of stories. Stories aren't credibility, buddy. Hands on. Laughing isn't either.
Yeah, I mean, when we're talking about Blue, who did the Cavendish,
No, we're
so
talking about the lab.
experiment.
That's not an experiment.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Holding your balls is not an experiment, dude. If that's the case, every funny dude around here is doing experiments by holding their nuts. Cool story. So to scratch your balls and you're doing blue ball science, is that how that works, left lane?
Sure. Whatever you say, Devon.
So I'm in a shed and I'm scratching I have 2 blue balls, I'm scratching them. I mean, what else do we do? That's your science.
You might should see a doctor.
So see a doctor for your science, is that what we do? Doofus, what do we do for science? I got 2 blue balls and I'm scratching on them in a wooden shed. Outside with leaves and dirt and water, and there's sludge all down in the outhouse I'm in. How do we do our Cavendish in our outhouse? How does this work?
Are you actually ready for a conversation now?
Yeah, one that involves a lab and science so we can see what you're talking about. Yes, anytime, Doofus. Anytime you want to come off a cartoon and come to reality, anytime.
All right, so when the masses are moved in a position closer to the smaller masses, and a torque is measured on the torsion balance, what we observe is there's some sort of force involved in the system due to the presence of those masses.
Torque means turn, means magnetic turn or torque or toroidal field. So do you know what that is now? I just answered your question. It's electricity.
All right, so you
Tension.
assume that magnetism and electricity are involved. That's your assumption.
You assume they're not. That's your assumption.
All right, I would like to go off of things that I can measure to exist.
You can't measure magnetism or electricity or temperature? That's weird.
Not its effect on those balls, because as you may or may not be aware, those balls are made out of lead.
Yeah, which is material which you may not or may be aware that is magnetic. Every material has electrical permeability in the ability to have charge or discharge or ground or deground or neutral, positive or negative. The potential for every material you hold in your hand exists the same, whether it's water, air, turds, dirt, ice, lead, the potential is in that lead regardless, buddy. Because when you throw that lead at somebody, it'll go through their head if it's fast enough. So the lead does have potential. There's nothing you can do without electricity or eliminate static or eliminate charge. And you can't even eliminate Earth's movement. So stop playing with your games and saying it's science when it's nothing but cat toys in a fucking blue in a shed playing with blue balls. It's cat toys, dude. You got cat toys. Cool story. Cat toys in a story does not prove anything. That's ignorant. That's ridiculous.
All right, all the metal components in that experiment are grounded such that they are all at the same electrical potential. And there is a metal foil within the inside of the case that holds the sensitive element away from the outside environment, which eliminates electrostatic potential from causing an effect. In addition, lead is diamagnetic, so if it were magnetism, they would repel, not attract.
You don't know what magnetism is. And when you add foil and metal and metal and metal, and then you add all this other stuff, and then you add tension and you add this, sounds like you're just playing with electricity differential to me, buddy, and you don't understand it. It's not our fault.
Right. So diamagnetic material doesn't ring any bells with you at all.
Demonstrate what you're talking about. So so it's magnetics, it's electricity. Thank you. Does that ring a bell with you? That's who we're talking to, is you, about electricity and magnetics. You're saying it's gravity. We told you it's diamagnetism and electricity and magnetics, and you said it's not. Show us how it's not. Show us how you got rid of the charge. It's real simple, doofus.
All right, I already explained that. In addition, the lead is diamagnetic, not dial. Diamagnetic materials repel in the presence of magnetic fields, not attract.
Repel and attract are what magnets do.
Okay, diamagnetic material, I want you to go look up that word. Diamagnetic material always repels in the presence of a magnetic field, regardless of its flux orientation.
Where at? In your shed? I don't think so, buddy.
All lead everywhere does this.
Don't think so. Stop making up stories, dude. And if mass attracts mass, we don't need lead. Dirt would work. Stop with your games.
Dirt and bottles of water were also used in an experiment.
Stop. The earth is not a lead ball, dude. The earth is not a lead ball. So if you want to show mass attracting mass, you would get every mass, and every mass would do the same on a constant. Now go back to school and relearn what constant means and what gravity supposedly is, dude. It's not two lead balls with electricity and diamagnetism that you're controlling.
Dial. It's not dial, it's diamagnetism.
I don't care about your stories, dude. Just try again, dude. Try to do it
All right,
without
and
electricity.
I was about to get into the fact that it's been done with dirt, boxes of dirt, and I was about to get into the fact that it's been done with boxes of dirt and bottles of water, and the attraction was still measured there.
Yeah, there's electricity in everything. You never can eliminate electricity. That's your problem. You're the one that with the story fairy tale thing saying there's no electrical thing happening here. This is mass, this is time and space pulling these balls together. Not electricity, not static. So why would you ground it if electricity has nothing to do with it? Why are you grounding it then?
To eliminate electricity as a possible cause. If the cause is eliminated and it still occurs, then the cause that you claim is the cause clearly isn't the cause.
Yeah, but you said it has nothing to do with it. So if I say turkey has nothing to do with chicken, I'm never going to bring turkey into the argument. Why are you controlling for turkey if turkey has nothing to do with it? You're controlling for electricity. You're grounding out the electricity. If electricity is not your problem and mass attracts mass no matter what, why would you ever have to do anything? You're not doing anything electrical to the earth. Are you, for it to hold its shape? Are you putting it in the Cavendish and putting it on a torsion balance?
Come on, D-Mike, man, come on.
Just a quick question. Can you eliminate gravity as a cause?
Gravity's not real.
We're measuring gravity.
Right, but if that's a supposed cause, right?
Always eliminate an imaginary friend in your closet called gravity.
Right, that's what the torsion balance being a balance is doing.
So if your supposed cause to the effect of mass attracting mass is gravity, how do you eliminate that cause, just like you stated earlier? That you eliminate
I'll say it again because you weren't listening. I'll say it
Let
one
me
more
finish.
time because you weren't listening.
Don't speak over me. Do not speak over me. I was not finished.
I'm going to go ahead and say it anyway.
Hold
The
on.
balance.
Hold on, Doofus.
Why do I?
No, because you were talking over the top of Globus, go Globus, finish your point.
So, as I was trying to state earlier, if gravity is the supposed cause, how do we eliminate gravity from the equation to see that that's not the cause?
I think you mean control it, not eliminate.
I mean,
Right.
eliminate.
In this particular example,
Manipulate.
a balance is employed. Jesus Christ. A balance is employed. The balance is balancing out the forces of gravitation on the small masses. They're balanced so that we can eliminate the Earth's effect on this thing. And the effect we observe is lateral, not vertical.
What if slight imprecision in that balance is your cause, is your error, that slight leaning? What if
Well, that's a good question. If we move the masses to the opposite positions and the small weights move in the opposite direction, then we know that the balance is not the cause.
What?
What?
You asked,
You don't know
how is
anything. You
it,
just keep
is
saying words.
it possible that the balance could be the cause for it to move in one orientation or another? Well, no, because if you move the masses to the other side and the sensitive element inside moves in the opposite direction, the balance is not the cause.
But that's not. I guess. I think you're visually recreating what I want to recreate, but I'm not saying
That's what Blue did, though.
Let's not attribute it to the balance. I'm saying, what if it's like just having the masses like them, and when you move them to the other side, they're you think you got it balanced again, but they're the cause, not the setup of the hanging mechanism or whatever, but like the actual positions of your things being just slightly given it this slightly. Anyway, I'd like to have a fair conversation when they're done with you about this, Doofus. I'll have about 10 minutes.
Right. If you move the larger masses and you notice an effect, the position of the larger masses causes the effect, which is what we're trying to demonstrate in the first place.
Okay. I guess how do we conclude that it's because of because it's like, are we measuring the force, or are we just using this to conclude there's the force there, right?
Conclusion.
And so then it's right. And why are we going to conclude it's a force, I guess, when I could be like, well, maybe it's leaning a little bit towards each other, like on this unprecise balance that I think is really precise.
All right. The balance is in a rest position before any of the masses are put in place. When they do deflect, the causes that we have available, such as electromagnetism or air currents or temperature, are all already controlled for. What we have then is there's only one thing left that we know of that could cause this, which is gravitation.
Well,
yeah, one of the most important observations I think Blue did. He put the apparatus in neutral, as in move the large masses away from the small masses, and went off and left it. But he forgot to stop the recording, so it recorded 24 hours of the apparatus sitting in neutral. Cars going by. There was a storm went overhead. Of course, the sun and the moon went overhead, and the laser sat perfectly still without moving that entire time. And you can fast forward through it. And well, if you're wondering about all these other factors that might be involved, that might be causing the apparatus to react, that eliminates all of that.
How do you put it in neutral? How do you get it in neutral?
He moved the large masses away from the small masses.
And it never moved.
That's right. It never moved.
But shouldn't they have moved then? Like, shouldn't they have been? So look. I'll put my neck out there. If y'all want to do this without the messiness, Doofus, I'll pretend that like I'm the ignorant, know nothing position of this.
No,
but if you'll give me, you know, or the argument for argument's sake, if you'll give the counter position, you know, enough respect, I guess, to say, hey, even though they're ignorant, you know, if they're gonna come at it, if we're gonna come at it like scientists, like maybe, you know, like we have a chance to ask the question, what about this variable? What about that variable? If you can respect it to not be like, well, obviously, idiot, then this thing.
I just want to know.
Like we should have the discussion. Go ahead, Demok.
I just want to know how they eliminated gravity. how they eliminated Earth's gravity, and how they eliminated electricity differential. How did you eliminate differential in your effect? Because once you create a container, you have differential now. Anytime you put something in something and add foil or anything to it, lead, any material, whether it's dirt, water, air, anything, you're affecting the potential outcome of that. You're either adding or taken away. So if you force something in a thing, you have like a wire through the thing. You have the wire insulator, and once you force it, it's going to get hotter and hotter and hotter. So putting stuff in a container in itself is actually controlling or giving it an electrical permeability or an ability to do something, or less of, more of. It's doing that. That's how man
they'll give
puts
you all that.
gases in containers and changes the charge. So when these guys say I put 2 balls in a container, you've already changed the charge. When you put tinfoil, you changed it again. When you put lead, there's another charge. You've never eliminated anything electrical ever, or static, or charge, or the Earth's gravity. You've never controlled for any of these variables. So all you're doing is spinning balls in the thing and saying, look, this happens.
Right, as I already explained in this conversation, the balance is what's balancing out the effect of gravitation from the Earth on the sensitive element of the instrument itself. The foil, the lead, and the small balls inside, the small balls and the big balls, all of the metal components are all grounded so that all of their electrical potential is the same.
What does ground?
So
What does that mean?
and all of their electrical potential is the, and all of their electrical potential is the same. So that Jesus Christ, dude. So that all of those,
we've heard
so
this
all
before.
of those elements. Jesus Christ, dude! What the fuck?
Hold on. Doofus, hold on. Don't scream in my ear, please. I'm handling it.
Well, we want clarity.
Steve, let him finish, and then you can address him. So let him finish first, please.
Doofus got interrupted.
All the metal components are all grounded to each other. They're all at the same electrical potential. So electrostatics is out. Now, when we have all of them at the same electrical potential, so there was no electrical or electrostatic issue, we have them all, we have the lead made of diamagnetic materials, which repel in the presence of a magnetic field, which is the opposite of the thing that we actually experience. What we measure is something that is not due to electromagnetism and is not due to temperature. It's not due to wind. It's not due to anything else.
Okay. What do you think we could do extra then? Because this is where it usually comes to be
Steve
like.
had a question.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Don.
All right.
Yeah, Steve. Jump in,
Okay,
Steve.
I just want to make clear on what he's talking about right now. So you grounded all their apparatus. Now that puts everything correctly right into what we call equal potential, correct? But here's the thing. You can't discharge the static. It's always there. What you did is you tied all the electricity together so it doesn't interfere with each other. You actually made a bigger magnet. Yeah, you actually made it what you call it. Yeah.
But they're all tied to ground because I said they're all grounded, correct?
Well, ground is, yeah, but then, but DMOC 2, equal potential. Follow?
With the ground as well.
Electricity takes the path of least resistance. So it allows all those different ether realms are now tied together. So they won't create interference between themselves. And if it's energized, I can now work on it because I'm in the same potential. See, electricity operates on potential, right? Has to have a conductor, different things.
Okay, so now that they're all at the same potential, and that potential is the same as the ground that it's sitting on, which way is the energy or the electricity going to flow if they're all at the same potential?
Neutral.
Tighten. It's going to tighten.
Tighten on what? What direction is that?
The circuit is going to try to close. It's going to try to tighten its circuit, right? If it can pull the thing, you see what I'm saying? It's going to mix. Well, think about it.
No, they're going to
If they're all at the same potential, electricity won't have any direction to go.
You're going to make a circulating current.
They're going to ground towards each other, doofus. They're going to become the ground to give the extra current back to the fucking ground that has to go on the thing you set up. Now, if I set a balance up and I get on a teeter-totter, right? Does that eliminate gravity for my kids because they're on a balanced teeter-totter, Doofus, and I had some tinfoil?
If they are not going up or down on either end, the gravitational effect on that balance is balanced.
Okay, so all you guys got to do to get rid of gravity and to eliminate electricity and gravity and everything in the world, so you'll have this great Faraday cage Doofus made for you. It's called tinfoil, lead balls, a container, and a balance. Now that's all you guys need to do any kind of fucking experiment you want with ice cream, lead balls, anything. It's going to show you the permeability of gravity, how gravity pulls things together. Okay, so Doofus just told everyone. I want everybody to write this down: balance, tinfoil, ground,
copper foil,
lead balls, copper pipe, and a container is how you get rid of gravity and electricity. You guys, write this down. This is my last one: foil, lead, a grounding wire, a container, a balance hung from the top of the container, connected to the building, connected to the earth that's rotating, and the earth has gravity, an electrical field that you're not getting out of. So, yeah, that's how you guys get rid of gravity. Just get a balance and some tinfoil and a lead balls in a container. And yeah, it's pretty weird, right? How they can get rid of gravity and do whatever they want, but no one else in the world can.
Repeat the
Einstein
fallacy
couldn't,
a few more
Newton
times,
couldn't,
please.
none of them could. No one in this no scientist can get rid of electrical, the
We all
electricity.
heard your point, Demok. You're just continuing to make mouth noises.
Are you mad?
The entire thing is the entire thing that you just said is an argument from incredulity. What we do to balance out the gravitational force on the balance is how we balance out the force on the gravitational force. If you don't like the fact that that's how that is defined to work, you can go fuck off.
Hold on. So, Joe, hold on. Wait. Calm
I
down.
don't believe your story. Hold on a second. I got it.
Hold on. No, D-Mark. Stop.
Doofus, no, that was uncalled for, Doofus. All right.
Is it?
What? Yes,
What?
it's uncalled for. All right.
Right. Does he get to say the same thing 5 times as though it's a new argument or it's valid in some way?
Doofus, I gave you room to talk, right? You give other people room to talk, but you don't abuse them, right? It's not on.
So we can go.
What did I miss?
Gravity.
That's up. I mean, it was weird because you repeated the same thing twice, like meaning the way you said it. The way we get rid of the gravitation is the way we get rid of the gravity. What? That doesn't make any sense. But my question is, because I was watching the Blue Marble Life Science. So why does it oscillates back and forth instead of just going towards the actual mass?
Yeah, why is it bounce?
The torsion balance, in the name, the word torsion is the spring of the torque on that balance. So
what mechanism?
Torsion is required in order to measure the spring constant and the forces being applied.
Why not let them come together?
Hold on, he's measuring a spring. I thought you were measuring gravity and mass.
Well, I gotta hold on. Dude, I'm on it, Demok.
You don't gotta hold on, but
Jesus.
it's a spring he's measuring. It's a spring he's measuring. He just said the resistance of that spring is what he's measuring, you guys. Please pay attention.
And the force applied to it, which, by the way, is a force.
Yeah, anything you do to a spring when you add pressure is going to be force. That's not gravity, son.
Right. The force that's applied to it is lateral and not vertical.
If you knew the force of gravity on a spring, you could go get a spring out of the store and tell us how much gravity's in the center of it.
That's called a scale. That's a scale, Demok.
No, that's called a spring that he's getting attention of. Left lane. Do you know what?
Yeah, no, you stand on a spring scale and measure the force.
Stay with the conversation, left lane. He measured the resistance of that spring, a metal object. And when you press a metal object, what's it do? Heats up and then it gets electrical. Do you guys understand reality or not?
Heats up and then it gets electrical. Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, that voltage is at heat, currency.
Where'd the heat come from?
The pressure. Stupid.
You can't move
we didn't let Doofus get away with that. You're not getting away with that either, bud.
Sorry about that.
Thank you, Gemma.
That's okay, Demok. I mean, it's not okay, but I forgive you.
Thick skin left lane is.
Yeah.
I can move a metal piece without creating heat. Is that what you just said, left lane? So when I bend a
what?
piece of wire, it doesn't heat up? Are you full of shit or what?
Oh, come on.
The
Oh,
problem
guys.
is that he said that.
Seriously, guys.
Sorry, I'm
I
sorry, but I mean,
Come
come on,
on.
everybody
Like,
knows. Everybody know. I'm sorry. Everybody knows when you bend a wire, it heats up. Now, what do you
That's
just say?
The problem came in where Demok said that the heat became electrical. That's a
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah.
Can I ask
Well,
a can I, look, I got a cool question, and this is totally sincere. Do you guys know the new thing where it has the memory position where you can bend the wire and then it goes back to the same position? It is,
Yeah.
Steve, in that case, would that thing not heat up, and is that how it goes back to the same position because it still has that energy built up?
Well,
Or am I
heat is used to return it to its original shape.
Yeah, right? So I'm just reaching,
kind of a
grasping there.
convoluted.
That nitinol metal is pretty neat stuff.
The point is, it wasn't gravity that puts it back to shape, guys. That's the
It's
point.
dissimilar metals in a different rate of expansions.
Different rates of
Yeah, that's
gravity.
cool stuff, dude.
What's the
Yeah,
rate
this
of
is
gravity?
all boiled down to one action. You put the big balls in proximity to the little balls, and the little balls move towards the big balls. That's all. I mean,
Okay, why not have them go all the way together? Why not? Why use this torsion thing?
Well, because the torsion of the wire, the torsion on the wire, and the spring constant of the wire together gives you the amount of force that's in the system.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I get that, but why not also? So here's what I would say: why not, like, okay, obviously there's positions of ignorance and there's positions of incredulity, but if we could steelman the incredulity into just honest skepticism, right, and be like, okay, let's allow it, right? Like, what else could we do to keep controlling and eliminating variables? Like, what else could be done with this experiment?
Did he just say the big ball goes to the little ball, or the little ball goes to the big ball? Is that what he said?
Like, what else could quell some of this skepticism, dude? It's
Hold on a second, Don.
Right,
Did
we
he
just
say
need
the big ball goes to the little ball, the big lead ball, little lead ball. Is that what you said? Did I hear you correct?
the experimenter is putting the big balls into position, and the small balls respond.
I thought you had two balls that were the same exact size.
No, there's 4 balls in total. There's 2 big ones
Now
and 2
there's
small
4
ones.
balls.
Can't they do it multiple different ways? Can't they do it?
Don,
Can do it.
finish my sentence, dude. You're not even saying anything, dude. Stop.
Really?
You're not saying
Really?
anything.
I mean, Don does have a good
Stop,
question.
Don. Hold
yeah,
on a
Demok,
second.
chill out, brother. Chill out a little.
Differential. If you have a big ball and a little
pure
ball,
irony.
what are you guys talking
You're
about?
not saying
What are you guys
anything.
saying to me?
Has it been done with plastic string and plastic balls?
You need a big ball, and a little ball creates differential. That's magnetism in itself. That's what magnetism and energy and power are. Differential. If you have something small and
No,
something big,
power is not differential.
that's all it is. It's resistance. Yeah, it's exactly
No,
what it is.
power is not resistance.
What is it?
Yeah, and temperature is not voltage.
Power is a rate of doing work.
Yeah, off of something. Resistance.
Is a change. It's a rate of change of kinetic energy. That's what power is. Power is a rate of change of kinetic energy. You're not listening. You might learn something and stop saying
Hold on,
stupid
Zanik, he said
things.
differential. You said change. They're the same thing.
Change of kinetic rate of change of kinetic energy, not change.
Yeah, and he could have said rate of differential of kinetic energy. Same thing.
Yes, but he didn't say that.
He said differential.
It's not a
That's
differential.
exactly what I said. Yeah, they're two. Yeah, they don't.
It's a
understand.
change, but not a differential.
The rate of change. Differential is just the differential is the energy, not the power. Power is the rate of change. It's a different. These words have meaning. They have meaning.
Yeah.
Okay, what if
you just don't say you
hold
don't
up, Zanik? What if there's a
say
rate
one
of change
element
on one
of a
end?
term and say that's what it is, and you're
What
right.
if
You're
there's
not
rate
right.
of change on one end, increasing the power, and then on the other end, the rate of change is the exact same?
What are you talking about?
Can I
What
get
is
to
it?
Don's
Rate
modality
of
more
change
words.
on both ends.
But his
Wait, both ends of what?
Of whatever process it is. Let's say this.
What, give me an example. You're just talking. Now you're
There's
discussing
something doing work on one end, and then on the other end, there's
Work is
another
not
thing
power.
pumping into the same
But y'all
kind
are-
of system.
Power is not work.
But you're refuting him and saying the same thing as what they're saying, and you also don't agree with the statement I just made. But the
What was
fact
that?
of the matter is, you can actually say the same thing 2 different ways, and that's exactly what you're doing while
Not if you
disagreeing.
exclude the word rate, because rate is a very important word.
Yeah, rate means rate is determinant in this term called horsepower. You can't say just change. It's not
We
just
weren't
change.
talking
Change
about
everything.
horsepower.
The change of energy is energy.
Well. Anything that changes, anything that changes would have a rate, right? I mean,
give you an
You can
example.
measure a change,
Let
and
me
you
give
can
you.
measure a rate of change, and those are two different things.
No, because if you change at a fast rate or a slow rate, that means the power is indeterminate. You're not see the rate is the key operative word in power. You cannot determine power with change. Change will just determine the energy. Change energy, and that's not power. That's just energy.
Zach, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example.
Moving things in physics. One at a time?
Hold on. Okay, let me give Zanuck an example. Let's say you're having an arm wrestle, right? And you increase, your energy and your intensity, what have you, increasing your power. But the guy that you're wrestling, he does the same exact thing. He increases it at the same rate. There's no actual work being done because it's stationary, right?
Right.
There's no power because there's no difference. If it's the same, then there's no power. That's what he means by differential. If there's power,
differential just means change.
If there's a difference between them, then you're gonna have work being done.
Opposites is what I mean, Zanuck. Differential. I mean opposite, dude. Positive, negative, high, low, hot to go. Go ahead, sorry.
no. If differential does mean change, then what do you disagree with?
The rate is important
because the rate
here,
is
because if you measure the total change if you measure total change of a process, that's one measurement. If you measure the rate at which that change occurred, that's a different measurement. Those are two different things.
Completely different. So your arm wrestle, can I respond to your arm wrestle example?
Sure.
You increase the energy. You say they're not moving anywhere. No work's being done. But there's heat being expelled of both people because it's very inefficient. Nothing's being done. There's no work being done physically, but chemically there's things going on and heat's being expanded. But now they both increase the energy. You just said that.
They both increase
the power would be the rate. Hold on. The power would be the rate of that increase of energy because it would just go up in heat. Also watts. Okay, this change of if you have energy to be watts seconds or horsepower seconds. But if you're not, the rate. But hold on, can I just finish the sentence? My God! So the rate of change, which you increase the energy, that would be the power. You're not talking about that. You're just saying that no work is done.
I said
energy,
that
but the
they
power
increase the rate at the same time at the same rate.
Yeah. So
therefore, there's no difference in power. Therefore, there is there's no power.
It's zero.
Basically, it's going to be zero.
No, you had power. Power was whatever the rate was that each one's change would be the power. It doesn't matter whether they're offset. It doesn't. Hold on.
Where's their work being done?
How's their power if there's no work being done?
It doesn't matter. It means they both changed. They both had the same power because you said the rates were the same. But you're not talking about the rate.
Zanuck. Hold on. Zanuck. How do you calculate power?
Rate of change of kinetic energy is one way.
Rate of change.
It is work over time.
That's what I just said.
He said the word change.
But you just admitted that there's no work being done.
Exactly.
There's no work being done.
Zero.
And there's no power.
Zero power then.
No.
Zero work equals zero
is
power.
Force over a distance. You can still have power and not have
no resistance, Zanuck. Stop, please. Just stop. Why are you talking so fast and much about nothing?
I'm not, Damok. You're not adding to the conversation. You're just throwing in freaking wrenches.
20 years to say
Zanuck, you're wrong about this, man.
I'm not wrong about this. My God, this is just basic physics, folks.
Work is force over distance, right? Power is work times by time.
Wait a minute.
This is why everywhere you go, people don't want you talking.
Because I bring actual information that they can utilize. Understand things.
Zanuck, hang on. Demont, man, you just constant ramble over everybody talking, and no one can understand what you're even saying. But try to take a turn and say something, but quit talking over everybody.
I think that was all you guys.
Yeah, it got a little heated. Let's
Calm it down a bit. Left lane, your mic's really crappy, brother. All right, just FYI. All right, everyone, take a deep breath. Let's start again, one at a time.
All right, so my question to Zanuck
The lead balls.
Hold on.
Yeah, stop, Zanuck. He's talking over everybody.
Yeah,
He won't
hold
stop.
I'm not saying anything. You listen to yourself right now.
Hey, Zanuck, go percent. Jumping.
All right, so Zanuck, my question to you is, what's work?
Force applied over a distance.
Okay, now what's power?
Power is a rate of change of kinetic energy.
Would you agree that
force
it's work times by time?
Force times velocity.
Power is force times velocity.
Correct.
So it has nothing to do with work.
It's a rate. Yeah, it's not work. It's the rate of change of work.
Okay,
Rate
but why are you
of
saying
change.
force instead of work when we just said that force?
Oh, force is not
work
work.
is force times by distance.
Force is over a distance.
Velocity is
So you're
distance
saying
over
you can get
time.
power without any distance measurement whatsoever.
If velocity is distance over
Dude.
time.
Yeah.
Right, but look,
If I
guys.
have to connect the
Look
dots.
how we talking
No,
about.
Don, this is not your
going
time.
to
Don,
work.
this is not your time to
So
jump
if there's
in.
no
Don,
distance,
hang on.
there's no velocity. Correct?
Now, man, y'all on some sideways tangent fucking.
No, let's just nail
you
down.
understand the terms of what's going on.
Don, just let us nail down. Let us nail down.
It's
If
not
there's no
needed,
velocity,
Don. It's just not needed.
Listen to this.
Hold up, guys. Let's just nail this down quick. So if
I'm
there's
just gonna
no
start muting
velocity,
people.
if there's no distance, is there a velocity, Zanuck?
No.
Okay. So
There's no differential.
how do you have a non-zero value of power if the velocity is 0?
Non-zero value of power. If
You
there's
said
no
force times velocity.
Right.
We've just
Now, work is supposed to
discovered
be
that.
0 in this example, not power.
You can power
But
can manifest
power
itself.
is force times velocity. The same distance measurement that you're using for the work. Whether you want to say work times time or force times velocity, it doesn't make a difference. The point is, you're going to have 0 for the distance, and you're going to have 0 for work. You're going to have 0 for velocity. That means you're going to have 0 for power.
Oh man, listen, Demok. 5 minutes ago, I asked Doofus a question. 5 minutes ago, Doofus, try to answer me, Demok. Hey, Demok, do you hear me talking,
They're
bro?
both confused, man.
Albert Equal, please. Albert Equal, please.
Done.
Am I wrong, Zanuck?
It's what? It's work divided by time, and you have to have a movement to have a force over a distance.
Yes, you have to have movement to have power.
Okay.
But we just said the hands weren't moving.
But if I have a hold on, if I have a resistor, if I apply 5 volts to a 5 ohm resistor, what is the current? 1 amp. So what is the power? I squared R. Is there any work being done there?
Why do you have to go to a different analogy?
No, because
you're losing
it
this
doesn't
one,
always
or
have
what?
to be power. Power is a rate change of work.
Okay, but work
Rate change,
requires
we said.
Distance. These
A
arms
joule-
aren't moving.
Of power, so it's a joule second, right? A joule second is a unit measure of work.
What a way to bumble through.
You have energy.
Hold
You have energy and time.
Whoa.
And that is a unit measure of work.
All right, Don wanted to get in and ask a question or make a statement. So Don, you're next, and then Demok, you're after Don.
Well, that is so kind of you, Bandsaw. Thank you.
You're more than welcome.
Right. I can remind you of your question if you forgot it.
Yeah, Doofus, we jumped from like all this. Obviously, we all saw from Cavendish to them arguing about the category and the arithmetic equations of the power and I mean, you guys got to realize. Let's talk about the phenomenons. Let's talk about extension of the phenomenons. Let's make progress in the science. Let's give them what they say they got. Let's stand on the giant shoulders. Let's make some more progress here, guys. You two, I'm gonna just my opinion real quick. Y'all arguing about y'all words and stuff, and you want to get Zanuck percent or what? Y'all need to leave that all alone.
No, but it's just so we can get a little bit of an understanding of these terms that we're using to describe things. So
Exactly, what I was doing was putting Zanuck in his place for interrupting.
Here's the problem. Okay, I was
Demok about something pedantic.
Percentage. I know it's not pedantic. Work and energy. Would you agree? Work and energy are synonymous.
Hold on, Zanuck.
Can I respond to the percentage real quick?
No.
No, because it was
All right.
Don, and then it was Demok, and then
My
it could be
apologies.
you.
All right. I'll wait.
So go, Demok. Get you.
All right, we were talking about the lead balls, and at first I had a misunderstanding about what they were doing, and that's why this experiment threw me off for a second, because I thought some of the people were doing 4 balls, but I thought some of the people were being honest and only using 2 balls that were exactly the same weight, and I was like, something of the same potential, right, or the same whatever, it's going to have the idea of magnetism, repulsion, right? I was like, whoa, that's not cool. And then he's like, well, I do 4 balls. And I'm like, well, 4 balls, if they're not all the same size, How are you showing mass attracting mass? You're showing differential. You got a big ball on one side and a little ball on the other. You're automatically creating power. You're creating currency. You created a differential. You put something
No.
bigger on one side, and stop saying nah. Go back to the
Because
lab and
it's
show
not
us how
current.
nah.
There's no current
No,
involved.
no,
There's
stop.
just head.
It's my
Doofus.
turn.
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Doofus, please do not interrupt again.
Yeah.
If we can go to the lab and have this string or this balanced wire with your big ball on one side and your little ball on one side, check the electrical currency or the heat or the temperature of the wire before you add the balls, and then check it after the center. And if you change that, then you're all liars.
All right, he's done. Who was next?
I think Sanic was up next, actually.
So just to close the loop on the terms, they have specific meaning, and you keep on confusing things that have movement with things that don't have movement, and trying to equate the two. You can have, work is the same thing as energy. Would you agree with that percentage? So synonymous.
Mathematically?
Physically. In physics, work is synonymous with energy.
I don't necessarily. Oh, you mean like physics definitions? Sure.
Well,
Not
even
really,
in
but
life, even in reality.
In life, I disagree.
How could you okay? So then you must not agree with the laws of thermodynamics either, because if I have something really hot, and I can say how much power that's actually dissipating, or how much work it's actually being done, or how much energy it contains. It might not be doing any work because it's not having emotion,
Yeah,
as
let's
you
just
said.
stick to physics.
Hold on.
Light,
But the energy, that heat energy, if I create that heat energy with volts times amps, volts times amps is what? What is volts times amps? Do you know what that is?
What?
I'm sure you'll tell me.
A watt. Yeah, that's power. That's energy. If I had that energy and I got the heat, it would be very hot, and I could calculate what a particular material would produce as far as temperature by that power, and over time as well. And then if I wanted to say, well, it's not the same as energy, but I could prove that now I'm going to take that same energy, that volts times amp, and run a motor on it. And then I could prove that this rate of change of kinetic energy that I could generate, I could I could either accelerate a inertial mass over a certain period of time, or I could lift something, 550 pounds, 1 foot in 1 second. Hold on. Then I could have one power, which is 750 watts. I mean, all these things I could do. I could show you that they're equivalent. Whatever temperatures and heat I generated with that power could be either done in with that energy, could be either done with the lifting something or making something hot. So energy is the same as work. They're synonymous.
So when someone is just like, because I remember you disagreed with this like a week ago or 2 weeks ago or so. We were saying like isometric exercises, because there's no movement, you're just generating heat. You were saying that there was no work being done, but now you're running that back?
No physical work being done. Energy. Well, then we also I was explaining there's things going on biomechanically, chemically, that is going on, that is where energy is being utilized, and that's why there's heat. That's why you get tired. That's why you get fatigued. So there's there's works at a more micro level that is not being.
But then you're changing
shown.
the definition of work.
I talked about that in detail when we had this discussion about forces being applied and offsetting each other. No work being done, but actually work being done at the micro level, like the chemical reactions and the muscle cells contracting and using fuel and blood flowing,
Sure.
etc.
Okay. So you're changing the definition of work. We're talking about work within the system, the specific system of doing the exercise, or
that's physical
like
work
in
being
this
done
arm
in the
wrestle,
system.
for instance. There's no physical work being done, right?
In what system?
The arm wrestle analogy.
Well, if we don't think about what's going on inside the arms themselves, no, there's no physical work. With related to the physical components, the arms, the bones, the fingers, no, there's no work being done.
Yeah, so in that system, power is zero. Even though you're increasing the rate of power on both sides, it's still zero because no work is being done, right?
Well, see, there you go. How did you increase the power?
By applying more muscles.
Applying more muscles. Okay, I think I know what you're trying to say
your muscles more than.
So we have to go back. We have to go back to the chemical energy. So if we're gonna have that discussion, you're having. So both guys ate sandwiches. They have more blood flow They have more sugars. The glucose being distributed in glycogen going to the muscles. They try to contract harder. There's more heat being generated, but still no physical work's being done on the arms. But there is work being done in the cells.
Yeah, but in the system,
energy
it's
being
zero
expended.
power, right?
What? Well,
In the system,
again,
the arm wrestle.
Again,
it's
the
zero
power
'cause
is
there's no
the rate of
movement.
change of the work or the energy.
Yes, but
rate of
there's no
change of
work being done because there's no movement. It's not hard.
Energy.
Zanik.
It's energy over
Hold on.
time.
Zanik, is that
Energy
the
over time.
only way? Yeah, energy over time. Is the only way of having energy is through work?
No.
Exactly. So the power might be non-zero, but the work can be zero because work isn't equivalent to power.
That's why I was telling him about
So-
energy being synonymous with work. So the energy is more energy being used, but there's no work being done.
So what's the other way you're getting power without any distance and without any movement?
Because you're using up chemical energy within your muscles
Right.
in
No,
order
but
for them
we
to
already-
tense
we
up.
mentioned
Hey,
this.
let's say,
But
okay, here you go.
that's
Give me
a
an
different type
example.
of
Let me give
work.
you an
We're talking
example real
about
quick.
within the system
Well,
of the arm
I'll
wrestle.
give a great good example. But now to order to keep those forces going, they both have to eat 10 hamburgers per hour to keep that power going. If they don't keep that flow of food, of energy,
That's changing. You're
Yeah.
adding to the system.
that's the flow of
unnecessarily.
energy. That's
who
the
said,
flow of
who said
energy
that they're
that's
going to keep
in
it,
the system.
keep doing it for X amount of time?
So
It
now
could
you
just be for
increase
like half a
to
second.
20. Now you increase it to 20 hamburgers per hour.
Wow.
You've just changed the energy, the rate of change of
Then-
energy. You have more power on both arms.
Zanik,
Is that better?
You're right.
this same example, you can do the same thing with two cars, so long as you assume no skidding of the or no screeching of the tires. The two cars that are facing each other, you can apply a little bit of throttle and a lot of throttle. The engine's making more noise, more power is obviously going into the thing, but the cars still aren't moving, so work is still not being done.
Well, that's no. I like the hamburger one better because now where's the power?
Why would you like the hamburger one better?
There's
You
no.
should say,
it's
"Oh,
all-
I
it's
just
all
need to
heat.
add fuel to the car because it's
It's all.
burning
That's not
fuel
how
as it's
engines.
going."
That's not a good example. That's not how cars would
You're not a
register
good
power.
example.
Power
Combustion
is
is a pretty
power
good
is a
example.
torque times RPM value on an engine.
Right, and the torque is being applied to the torque converter. Then the
Well,
cars
no,
aren't
forget
going
about
anywhere.
it. Forget about the automatic. Say it's a manual car. You got it in the because you're burning rubber.
You're going to stall. No,
If that could utilize the power. If that could utilize
Without
the
the
power,
tires.
because you could floor it, spin the tires, and you're not going to use any power.
He said you're
But
not spinning the tires. There's enough traction. It's
I
not
know.
spinning.
Well, then it's in the fluid. Then heat's going to go up in the fluid in the automatic transmission.
Right. That's the exact same thing as the muscles example.
Okay,
You're
if you're using
putting more
automatic,
power in,
and no
and no
if you're talking
work
about
is
an
being
automatic
done.
transmission and two cars, bumpers nose to nose, and you're flooring it, then all the heat's going to go up into the automatic transmission.
So Zanik, if
No
you
work is
seem
being
to
done.
be agreeing with all these contentions. So what is the actual contention to begin with?
The beginning was
To begin with,
they
he
talked about
interrupted
energy
Demok.
being the same as horsepower power. They're not the same. The rate of change of energy
Gummy,
is going to be power.
He interrupted Demok when Demok said power
Because he's throwing
is
out
differential.
words. Yeah.
He said power is
Not just-
differential, and he figured that was like an area to interrupt and to correct.
Because
him
he's just
when
throwing
in fact
words out.
wrong. Because
Currency,
power is differential.
differential.
If you don't have a differential, you're not going to have movement.
Power
You're
is
not going to have power.
It's not a differential. Energy is interdifferential.
So
the
these
rate
two cars that are
power
going
has
at the
everything
same
to do.
exact rate.
Okay, when I say
no differential, there's power there. There's
a
work
watt,
being
a
done.
watt. What is a watt second?
This is what kids got to deal with these
What
days.
is a watt second? A watt is energy, right?
Who
And it's
knows?
over a
You
period of
tell us,
time.
Super Wizard.
Now,
God.
a watt is power. Isn't watt power?
We don't know God.
Watts are power.
Well,
The
you
unit
make all the work.
measure of power.
You tell
But a
us
watt
what your
second
words
is a unit
mean.
measure of work. They're very different.
No, hold on. I want to ask him a question, please. This is serious.
Yeah, but you're interrupting him in the middle of his sentence.
As he always
Oh, I'm
does.
sorry.
So a watt is a unit measure of power. If you have watts, it tells you how much work you can do, or how much heat is going to be dissipated. But if you have a watt second, that is a unit measure of work. It's a little counterintuitive because of the word watt, and it's got time. But why is that? Why is that work? Unit measure of work, but it's involving power? That's kind of weird. You got to look, these words all have meanings. You just can't throw them out there in a sentence like you did, Democ, where you're saying
Watt
it's a
second will you be done
differential,
talking?
it's a this, it's a that. to currency. There's no current flowing when things are being lifted. I mean, come on, you're just throwing words out there. That's what I was
Are you done yet?
objecting to.
So words don't mean shit unless you agree upon them in the first place.
No, words
Number
do have
two,
meaning, and you got to
stop.
use
Are
them in
you
the proper
done yet?
context.
Are
And
you done yet, Zanuck?
And
So words don't mean anything unless you agree upon them. Me and you as two people in the world, if nobody else exists. If we don't agree, buddy,
this
that
is why I
word's
know he's a
squat.
troll. Is this kind of
for
thing.
Zanuck,
Zanuck, you need to stop.
man. So the words don't mean anything. We all know this. Unless you agree upon them. So they're garbage. You have to have action and reaction, and you have to be in a physics class or outside in nature to do natural, real physics and see what happens. Once you do that, it doesn't matter what word Zanuck wants to use, kids. You pay attention to the action and the reaction. You pay attention to what goes on, not what comes out of hot air's mouths or what, doesn't make any sense. When people blow hot air and it doesn't make any sense,
irony.
pay attention to it. It's real weird, right? So it shouldn't take a Bible to teach a kid one word called potential.
Oh my God.
So read your Bible, Zanuck.
So what do we do when people use words that don't actually connect to the topic they're using?
How many words you got that mean the same thing and different things at the same time? What are you talking about?
That wasn't my question.
My question is, how many words do you have that mean double, triple meanings at the same time and different meanings at the same time? It's my question to you. We're talking about words. Stay on topic, can you?
Yo, they have a lot. This is a heliocentric model, man. They conflate so much.
Well, you do realize
up is down, forward is backwards, north is south, east is west. Where are we going with this, you guys? What are you talking about? Your up is down, your forward is backwards, your north is south, your east is west. What are you
Don't
talking
forget that you
about?
can have horizontals that are vertical.
Yeah, straight horizontal flat lines that are curving. What are you guys talking about words? You want to hold a word to a specific meaning, but you don't want to do the same thing for you?
Tell him, Demo.
Hold yourself to the same scrutiny. Strip the words up, words Bible readers to a kid, trying to confuse the hell out of every little kid you ever met in your life. That's your ignorance, not mine. If I want to teach a kid, I want to be simple, direct, precise. Kid, lab, action, reaction. What do you think, kid? The kid gives me a word, I'll use his. Check that out. I'm not the god of
Just shut up, D-Mark. Come on.
So if you want to be precise, like you said you wanted to be, then you would use the right word for the right things. That is being precise.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So stop using the wrong word.
He
did not.
He did. Zanuck's the one that got it wrong.
He used precisely the right word.
If he says that power is a differential, that is wrong. It's completely wrong.
It is if there's another force acting against it. Power is the differential between those two forces. Just like in the car example, the arm wrestle example.
Again, you're using differential in the wrong way.
There's no work
differential. Just think of differential means change. Change is by definition what the energy would be. Whatever. If I'm on the dyno.
So why was he wrong to say it then?
Because it's not power.
No. Hold on.
So a rate of change.
So look, but we're arguing. But look, it's crazy because we're arguing that we're saying the same thing. If we're on the same page, yes, because basically what Percentage just said and what Denmark was saying about, if we have an action and reaction and the kid describes it, he's just going to go, okay, I understand. Cool. That's fine. That's what somebody would have had to done at one point for us to have all of these defined terms. So everybody understands that. So right now, when you guys, when Zanuck says what he says, and you just said what you said, they're saying, yeah, we're saying the same thing. What's wrong with that? Isn't there an actual issue other than you saying, well, we have to make sure what's the actual issue? What's the claim on the table?
I'll tell you.
Power is not energy.
Yeah.
The issue is what Denmark was saying.
Can I just give you a quick, easy example for everyone to understand? Let me give you a quick example. So in racing and automobiles, you have things called dynos that can measure a car's power. But if you have this dyno that's spinning up this huge drum, and it'll have by its mass and its RPM, you can see how much kinetic energy this thing has. And it's spinning around at, let's say, equivalent to 100 miles an hour ground speed. The surface is going 100 miles an hour. So we could calculate this huge 2-ton drum, what the kinetic energy is. And we let it coast down to 0. It might take a day for it to happen, let's say, because it's got really good bearings and it's not going to spin down very slow, but it will eventually slow down due to the little friction in the bearings. So the energy would be whatever the kinetic energy it started with to zero. That would be the total energy it took for or change that it took to go from the high speed to the zero. Now, would it have anything to do with power? No, not one bit, unless you could measure that rate of change. All we care about is the rate of change. The fact that it changed has no bearing on horsepower. It can happen very quick. We have 1 billion horsepower, or we can have no horsepower or very little horsepower.
It would
as
have
slows
power.
down.
It would have decreasing power as it's
Okay,
coasting and dying
No,
down.
no. The
Zanuck,
power could be
hold on,
constant.
hold on.
Hold on.
Zanuck,
Wait, no,
well,
he said something. I gotta correct real quick. No, the
Well,
decrease.
you did
Slowing
say
down
a
is not
quick. Your word was
slowing
quick.
down.
Example.
Yes. Well, you're making it longer by interrupting me, both you guys. So by the change, this rate of change, if it is constant, then the power would be constant. So the rate of change is only what has to do with power. Nothing else matters for power except for that rate of change. It's not a
Yeah,
lower
and I'm
power
saying the
as
rate
it's
of change is decreasing.
no. That's the. So that's kind of like analogous to acceleration and the change of acceleration. You're talking about the acceleration. We're talking about the change of acceleration. If we're talking about the change of acceleration, it doesn't have to do with acceleration itself.
Acceleration is a change, and
Well, yes, we're not talking about.
it is a
Yes,
change.
but
What do you
velocity
mean?
is an
Now
acceleration.
he's talking about change of a change.
Well, yeah, change of a change. So velocity, is that a change? Well, it's a change of position with
Did you
respect to
just say velocity is an acceleration?
velocity is not an acceleration.
Oh, I thought that's what you just said.
No.
My bad.
Velocity is the first derivative of distance with respect to time. Acceleration is a second derivative of velocity with respect to time. They're very different. Now they both involve change, but one involves a rate of change, and the other involves just the change itself. So energy is just the change. Horsepower is the rate of change. How fast it's changing or how it's not changing. If it never changes, then there's no power. None.
This is
That energy
guys,
in that drum is not changing. There's no power at all. Zero.
This is the fallacy called argumentum ad nauseum. He wins by just keeping
No,
on
I'm trying
going
to.
and
No,
going
everybody
and
here that
going.
understands physics understands what I'm saying. You don't because you're trying to
at the
just be
same time,
argumentative.
Zanuck,
Never been in a physics
at
lab.
the same
Yeah, you're
time,
argumentative. You're making me sick just arguing
Hold on,
this
Zanuck.
stupid
You've
point.
never
You're right.
been in a
So
physics
let's
lab
change
in your
this topic.
life. I'd
I'm
love
sorry.
to see you go to a physics lab and measure the wire before you put the 2 balls on it. Then measure it after.
Thank
Prove your
you,
point,
for that.
Myers.
so, Zanuck, the thing is, while Dummock is wrong, you've also said several wrong things today. So it's
I'm
like,
not wrong about anything.
what's the point?
What have I said that's wrong?
Everything.
Well, there's a few things which I'm not sure if they are just misspeak. Some of them seems to be a misspoken thing, like you said that power. You equated power and energy at one point.
I
Accidentally.
never did. No, I specifically didn't do that. I said power, energy are not synonymous. Energy and work are synonymous. So you got to listen right.
Hold on. He
That's
said about
why
3 Bibles worth of stuff is what he said. About 3 full
I never
Bibles
said
already.
power was equivalent to
Bibles
energy.
full of stuff.
Never.
Zanuck,
That
you
was
said.
my argument against him. That they're
So
not
can
the
I ask
same.
you a question that's simple and without you stuttering so much and like?
Well,
come on,
I was
hold on.
barely able to finish one
Yeah,
then.
hold on. Let Cammy get through what he wants to do, and then Demok, you can ask your question.
Thank you.
And then the other thing is that you're equating power to be only work or the change of work over time, which isn't the only way power.
No, I said
exists.
energy. Change of energy or change of work, both synonymous. I said that very clearly too.
But then you
That's the
said
same
that
thing.
if it's got a zero change in work, that means zero power, which isn't correct.
Be zero change, or there'd be zero power with
You
respect
said
to the
so.
work.
So
But
with
then
the
I said,
hand
but then we started
wrestling,
getting into the chemical energy.
Exactly. So there is still energy over time, which is power,
Yes, and
but
we
there
talked
was
about
no work
everyone was
happening within
screaming
that.
over each other. I was referring to that as well, the chemical energy or the heat. I gave it a very good analogy also, if you weren't listening, about a wire that has a voltage applied to a resistance and what that energy would be, how that's not work, but it is energy. And I can then prove that it's synonymous by then
Well, I thought
taking
you
that
said
same.
energy and work are the same.
They are the same.
So how is
They're
it not
synonymous.
work but energy?
What's that?
There-
Work is energy. I'm saying it can have
But
different
it's not
forms.
work,
It can have
but it is energy.
mechanical.
Yeah, no,
It can have
hold on.
work is a force over a distance, and the energy can be specifically in heat, for example.
They're not synonymous, though. Hold on. So work is energy, but all energy is not work.
I understand that. I gave an example to show that if I could show that that energy was in that heat, that coil producing heat, the volts times the amps, given the power, I could also do that same power and show it can do physical work equivalent.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, some words are synonymous in certain contexts, but they're not always synonymous. So work and energy aren't synonymous always, but when we're talking about forces over distances, then yes, they are synonymous.
Well, they have an equivalence.
Equivalence, yeah, that's a better way of saying it.
Yeah,
so they're not synonymous words, but they have an equivalence in this scenario.
And the scenario
Depends on how
was
you look at it, but yes, to be more specific, they can have an equivalence. But yeah, they're not the same. But work is the physical manifestation of energy.
But that's the thing, is the reason I had a little qualm with what you were saying is because the same way that Demok misused a word, you also misused a couple words.
What? No,
So if we
that's
both
not a
want to
misuse.
be,
You want
if we want to
clarity.
be
That's not
pedantic,
misuse.
then
That's not incorrect. That is, you want clarity, or you want to be more accurate, I guess, in that they're being that they're synonymous. You could say that, but you know the meaning in the context for which I'm using it is the same.
What Elijah was saying that earlier. Stop. Wait, hang on, like Gummy Bear. Wait, can we just stop the word content? Or who was talking? Like, sorry, actually, that wasn't Gummy Bear. My bad. That was percentage. What's up, Sweetie Pie? Go ahead. My Stacey.
Mm.
Oh,
Mm.
Uh,
Mm.
I didn't mean to cut you off. That's exactly what Elijah was trying to say earlier. And you literally ripped him almost a new one, shut him up, and he was just trying to say you knew what the person meant. And you guys are using words like semantics and playing back and forth, and we're just trying to have a conversation and get somewhere with the conversation, right? Yeah, but that's a Zanuck, good you point. do it too. We all do it. Come on. All right.
No, but
Demok,
the
hold up,
key-
Zanuck.
Yeah.
Let's let Demok get back to what he was saying. Like, you know, when he was saying powers, differential, whatever. Let's let him get his
It's
point.
not a
out.
differential.
Yeah, keep that to yourself.
Go ahead, Demok. What was the point you were making, if you recall it?
My point
Differential
is,
of a
people-
differential, maybe.
Hold on. If people can't comprehend what anybody's talking about, they should just be quiet and just be quiet. Write down something, Zanuck. Get a pencil. Stop blowing hot air.
No, Demok, just make your point, please.
I am. So what I'm saying is that the differential, right? I didn't go and read a Bible of electricity like Zanuck did. Matter of fact, I don't have any books in front of me. I haven't read one book on electricity. I haven't read anything on any goofy words like what
No, you're kidding. Come on, really?
So my point is all that is garbage. So when we go to the physics lab, none of the words matter, right? What happens?
This is funny.
Right? So the reaction and the action are what you pay attention to. So what I want to refer to is the lead balls. What you did was you created a differential squared, because in the equation when you add one bar, right, that's your balance. That's zero. Like we were saying, your balance would be zero. It starts at zero, right? Then you put a big lead ball on one side and a little lead ball on one side. If you measure the string before you put the bar on, there's going to be a difference after you put the bar on. If you measure the bar after you put the lead balls on, there's going to be a difference, right, after you put the lead balls on. So now putting the big lead ball on one side and the little lead ball on the other side. Measure the bar after one lead ball.
After one what?
The bar after the two lead balls are on it, and you're going to get
Let's cut it, Demo. You cut it.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Are you is anybody else following this?
Yeah, I'm
He's
following.
at the floor for.
Hold on. You're at zero. You got the bar. You put the one lead ball on there. You measured it before and after. Then you put the next. You measured it before and after. The next lead ball. So you got two lead balls on that thing. It was at zero. Now you created a differential on this bar, did you not?
Sure.
Now you gave it current or energy or power. Whatever word Zanuck wants to use, he can say one word and give me the word he needs. Put it in there. It doesn't matter to me. Do you understand, Zanuck?
But it didn't gain any of the proposed words, so.
Reaction.
Boom.
Action and reaction. You word it how you want, buddy. Parrot.
But hold up, Demok. You put these balls on, but they're not moving. They just like one is now the bar is lopsided because one bar is heavier and bigger than the other.
Now you add another bar. So now you created a four square different. Now it's not two balls, it's four. You squared the fucking potential of it.
That's not how that works.
Okay, but they're
Hold
still not going to move though,
differential on
right?
each side. You got a big one, little one, big one, little one. That is going to create energy on the middle of that motherfucking thing, and it should create torque, current.
What kind of energy are you putting on there?
Whatever kind of energy that weight and tension make. When you put weight, a differential of weight on a seesaw, 80 pounds and 2 pounds on a string, you go do that, or on a metal coat hanger. Just tell me what you're doing with that coat hanger. You're doing
So gravitational energy?
No.
Gravitational potential, which is what that is, weight?
It'll just be the force downwards. It'll just be weight. But the only time it's doing work, Demok, is when you put the weights on and like the bar on, like the ball and the bar, and the string just like extends a little bit. You could do the force downwards. That's only because after that it's just gonna be in. Go
Is there
ahead.
torsion in that bar? And you put work on that bar, did you not?
Yeah, I mean, when you put the weights on, yes, but afterwards it just has its weight downwards. It's not moving anymore, so there's no work being done.
So you bent the bar. That's all I'm talking about. You shouldn't be able to bend a bar that's at zero, that you're calculating gravity and not a bent bar. You should never be able to calculate. Listen, if you're creating and controlling and manipulating the controls or the variables of this situation in a physics lab, you should be able to
5 minutes.
the variable of the wire and the ball and each ball too, and the earth and electricity and energy. You can't. This is impossible. Just a story.
Okay.
That was very entertaining,
Yes,
Mark. Thank you for that contribution.
Yo, Zanuck, the funniest part is that you couldn't even imagine it in your head. It was a rather simple image as he was describing it, and you couldn't keep up.
Oh, I'm keeping up. It made absolutely no sense whatsoever. Wires and beach balls and lead balls and currency and I mean, come on. There's 5 minutes of nonsense.
Beach balls were never mentioned.
Yeah, I don't think.
No, he mentioned the beach ball. Did anyone not hear the beach ball?
I didn't.
He said it twice, by the way.
No, I didn't say beach ball.
We didn't say beach ball at all.
At all. Not
Anyone
one.
want to disagree with that?
Yep.
I didn't.
Gummy, did he say beach ball?
Are you okay?
I wasn't listening for that. I'm sorry.
Well, I was being challenged by percentage to not pay attention, or maybe Bandsaw did not listen.
Yeah, I wasn't.
Hold on a second, please.
I wasn't able to pay attention.
That's Demok. Did you mention beach balls? Tell me how you applied the beach balls, Demok. I can't remember.
Apply an argument with what you don't hear.
I heard it. Did you mention beach balls?
Well, so
Maybe-
so
maybe
okay,
you didn't.
so
I tell you
okay,
what. I
so
tell you
here's the thing. Go ahead, sir.
what. Go, Gummy. Go.
Okay, I was
Go.
just gonna say, here's the thing, Demok, is at least from my side, now this is my interpretation. I'm not saying you're doing this. This is my interpretation. Is I hear you misuse a bunch of words to the point where it doesn't make much sense, and then I drown out the rest.
So that's how you do science and physics. So if a kid asks you questions, you drown them out, and then okay.
Are you a kid asking a genuine
Everybody in
question?
the world should be a kid to science, are they not? Doesn't your science change every second? So who's not a kid?
This is
to
what
science?
he does. This is his style.
No, hold
So
on,
you-
buddy.
so you say that
that's
you're
not
a kid.
reality. Every kid in the world that wants to learn or has a mind like a child who wants to seek knowledge or something new or be adventurous should have the right to do so.
Is
So
there
you're
energy
trying
between
to-
the kids?
So
Is there
you're
energy
trying to
between the kids?
identify. You're trying to identify as a child.
Listen, we're all, in a manner of speaking, children with our like inquisitiveness and curiosity in learning these
But
subjects.
he's identifying as a child. I thought we were
identify as
against
a child
that.
at heart too.
Is there
You
energy
know?
between the kids tying us together via the string on the beach balls?
No, I'll tell you, I'm a kid to everything in reality that I don't know so far. Not the things that I think I know everything when I can't explain anything or get rid of anything or manipulate any variables of anything, but I know it all. I can't reproduce
We can talk to you like a kid, because you mentioned you've never read anything about physics. You know nothing about electricity. So we can have the conversation. There's no problem, Demok, if you haven't read anything or know any. Can I just talk for a second? I have no problem with you not knowing anything about physics or electricity. We can still have the conversation, and we can probably infer by what you say and the words you use what you actually are trying to say or ask. We can do that, and be serious about it if we wanted to be. So I will. I'm not going to make fun of you right now. I'll listen to you and I try to figure out what your question is.
Now, did
But
you
if you're trying to
measure-
tell us why things are by using those same words,
Okay, but hold on. If you
listen properly,
Okay, hold
Zanik,
on,
don't be hearing
can I say
details.
then?
Say like that, Zanik. Pay attention. If we go to the lab, what happens to this wire? Okay, this wire, if you measured it
thing.
right, and you saw the electric differential, however the fuck you're gonna measure what's in this wire, what this wire is, right?
Okay, what it is or what it's doing. I mean, you have a wire.
Say you're getting rid of electrical continuity or energy, or you're putting off whatever, right? You're putting off magnetism, you're putting off electricity, right? So this bar represents 0, right?
Okay, it's not, nothing's happened to it. It's not hot. It's just kind of sitting there. We can Okay,
Now,
we can go with it. Go with that. And then what
Unbend the
happens?
bar, what happens?
And then we apply heat to it, and it bends.
Yes.
Okay, because we have dissimilar metals, and that's how a lot of contacts are created by this concept that certain metals expand and contract at different rates based on the temperature. So if two metals are put
Even
together,
if it's the same metal, it would still bend.
One second. Which bar are we using? What is the metal?
the same metal will bend.
Yeah, the bar.
Why would the same metal bend?
Because the heat isn't
Uniform?
applied equally everywhere.
Correct.
The heat
That's
has a
also
heat
true.
source.
Yes, that's
and
true.
It'll bend more.
Yeah, but
wherever it's
that's
closer.
hard to do because depending on the conductivity of the metal, and Demock's still yelling in the background.
I want to know the heat.
I don't know why he does this. Demock?
You gotta allow for questions to be asked and then fulfilled.
Which
metal are we Demock, can you stop?
What
We're talking about the metal that the beach ball is made out of.
Metal beach. See, there we go, Ben. Saw beach ball spoken about again.
No, that was percent.
I was just being cheeky, man.
Oh, well, he was talking about a beach. No,
type of metal it
Demock
is.
said it was a beach ball made out of metal.
Now,
is it a copper bar?
Hey, let's try it this way. Let's try it this way, right? Let's Zanik and Demock try and have a cordial conversation.
What?
Right, Zanik. All right.
Okay.
Now,
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Now,
One question, Bandsaw. What if they're both wrong? Are we just supposed to sit here?
Yeah, just enjoy the show.
You wait until the end, Gummy, and then you can put your 5 cents worth in. But just let them have a couple of minutes, right, to sort this out.
Bandsaw, and I have a challenge for them. All right, whoever interrupts first gets a 5-minute timeout.
Nah.
Okay.
How about this? How about you guys just surprise us, impress us by
Yeah.
waiting and not interrupting? Like,
Exactly
right. Outdo yourselves.
All right, exactly right. Let's be the best of the best, all right? So away you go, Demock.
Let's go. You guys are on the spot.
What's the bar made of?
Ed Demock.
What's the bar made of?
Copper.
The bar is made of copper. That's all I needed to hear. I'm done.
Oh, come on.
That's all I needed to hear.
That is so anticlimactic.
Okay. When you bend copper, Zanik, what happens? What do you add to that?
Heat is generated.
Is that not anything to do with electrical anything?
Nothing electrical involved there at all.
What about electrostatic?
Yes.
What about kinetic energy?
What about kinetic energy?
What about torque?
Yes. Yes and yes.
Okay, so you did all that, right?
Yes, I bet. Well, we assume that I'm bending with my hands.
So if you put a lead ball on a lead ball and the lead balls bend it, they're creating the energy. Thank you, I'm done.
Lead ball and lead ball and lead ball and end it and it creates energy. Oh, put the lead ball on the copper wire.
Yo, he just balled on you, motherfucker.
I don't know what he's saying.
No, he just violated the first law of thermodynamics. Right, he just violated the first law of thermodynamics because he said the 2 lead balls resting on the bar created energy.
You did. No, your experiment did, not me, buddy. That's not my experiment. Let's get this right. It's your globe experiment that violates everything, bud.
I want to go back to Gummy and talk about magnets not having energy. That was actually a really good discussion. I'm still.
Yeah, Bandsaw, it was lower energy than I thought, to be honest.
Yeah. But anyway, it was huge nonetheless.
Was any work done?
So I think Gummy wanted to put. Is Gummy still here?
I'm always here.
Oh, Gummy, look at you.
Yeah, there was work done.
Always
Yeah.
here
Does
to
work?
contradict.
Did gravity do the work?
Yeah. So correct, Xanic, Gummy.
So gravity has energy.
Yo, Zanuck, man, he already
Uh,
called on you. Don't like, make him put more
I
lead
mean,
in you.
yeah, he hasn't said much wrong recent, so I've forgotten what he said was wrong.
Who, me or Demick?
You.
The thing
You-
Zanuck said that was
You
wrong.
you called me
was
out
he-
on two things you didn't hear correctly. I mean, that shows that you're being a little sloppy and you're listening.
No, the thing Zanuck that you said was wrong was that like these two cars that are going head to head, not moving, or the arms that are having an arm wrestle, not moving, are doing work and have power, which is wrong.
No, they both have power and they're both pushing against each other, and no physical work is being done between them.
So to
Except
clarify
for the work
then,
inside the fluid. The
So to
energy that's being released in
clarify-
the hold on. The work in there's work and energy being released in the energy, being created and released in the energy in the form of heat.
Yeah, but you pushed back on the analogy when I said there's no power being done in terms of these like things, and you disagreed.
Well,
You said
no
there were.
power. There's no rate of doing work. There's no work being done. So there can't be. The rate of work is what power is, and there is no work. These two cars are not moving, so there's no work being done between the two cars.
So there's no power.
You can't measure it.
But you
The
pushed
only way
back
you can
saying that
measure
there was.
the only way you can measure power of those two cars is to put a temperature gauge inside the transmissions and figure how much heat is being generated. It's the only way, because there's no physical work being created or created there or produced. I think Gummy
but
would
there is
agree.
still power.
Yeah, there's power because energy is being released in the form of heat in the fluid.
Good.
It has to go somewhere. You can't create nor destroy energy, right? So if there's work or if there's energy, it has to be released.
Yeah. Anyways, that's the thing you were wrong about.
I'm not wrong. How am I wrong about that? Gummy,
You were wrong
am I
about
wrong
it
about
because you
that?
pushed back on the two arms, like not moving. You were saying that
No, we
even in that non-moving thing,
talked about that last
there was
week.
power and stuff. And then later you moved the goalposts to there's work being done like in the micro structure of the cells or whatever crap you
Yes,
said.
and we
Heat
talked
being
about
He's
that
a
last week.
habitual goalpost mover. We know.
No, it depends on.
Hold on. I feel like Percent kind of moved the goalpost just now.
He did.
I didn't. No, that's what he said.
No, I
Yeah, but
no.
in the current conversation, we were trying to talk about the current conversation, and then you brought up stuff he said last week or something.
You're right.
No.
And I went over it the same way. We're going over the cars.
The
and
analogy was today. I'm saying
Doofus clarified.
last week,
He made the analogy. This is a great. Hold on, percentage. It's a great
Let me respond
analogy
to what
because
you're
it's very.
saying, Zanuck.
Hold on. Let me just finish.
No. You're just over talking percent. So let
No,
me
no. I want to make a point because it's very
No,
important.
it doesn't matter. Just because you want to make a point doesn't mean you get to over.
No, to clarify. But go ahead.
Gummy Bear, the thing I referred to something last week when I was talking about how he pushed back on me saying that isometric exercises, and I believe you were here, that they don't have any work being done because there's no movement. And so I used that same logic. I was saying that these arms in this arm wrestle don't have any work being done because there's no movement, and therefore there's no power because power is work times time or what have you.
But that last thing, that's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong. Power isn't exclusively work.
I know. It's not exclusive to that, and heat is being released, and you could argue that there's like some micro power being, but he pushed back on that like analogy on the whole, just about the system of the two arms being whatever, and that's why I brought up the isometric thing. And then later he moved the goalpost, saying that there is like in the micro scale.
That's not moving the goalposts.
It is
That's
because you didn't
that's
say
not
that
moving
there
the
was
goalpost, though.
power because of the micro scale at first.
No, I always follow up with that analogy because I've used it many times in my descriptions of power and energy. The isometric. Why, when you have two arms that are pushing against each other, why when you push against? We talked about this pushing. I think we talked about pushing against the wall. The wall's not moving. You're not moving. Is there a force being applied? Yes. Is there any work being done? No. Why? Because the wall's not moving and you're not moving. But why do you get tired? That's how this whole thing came up last week.
Yeah.
And then I got into the micro scale.
I was here, and I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I was very methodical and very, very descriptive of why there is no work being done with these physical components, the body, the bones, and the wall. But internal to this person to be able to do this, because you're going to run out, you're going to get tired, you're going to sweat, you probably pull muscles doing this. But how could you pull muscles if no work's being done? Well, at a micro level, there is work being done. Yes, there is energy being expelled by the human body. It's consuming food, glucose, glycogen, the ATP, ADP cycle, everything's happening at the micro level.
No one's disagreeing with that.
Okay. But that's where work is being done. But with the respect to the arm pushing on the wall or two cars, I like Doofus had the best analogy. This is the great one, actually, because you can say these two cars are flooring it. The wheels are stuck to the ground and they're at full throttle and the engines are roaring at 6,000 RPM, peak horsepower, peak power.
You're showing your bias. You just like cars.
No, but no work is being done with the cars. No work is being done with the cars. So where's the work being done? Is there any work being done?
Of course.
Where's the work being done?
In the consumption of the fuel and revving up the motor.
The engines. Try to be a little more. Try to be really understand what's happening. Where's the work being done? That's not what the work is not being done by the consumption of fuel.
Yeah, you can say in the very long term, very, very long term, your engine wear is a form of work, but it's a really tiny form of work.
Well, I was going to go into all the forms of work, noise, and the engine wear. No, we're talking about really where is the work being done in this scenario? It's in the fluid. Still in the transmission. It's all going up in the form of heat in the transmission and the movement of this fluid and the noise and everything else and the wear and all that. We could add that all in there as well. But generally, it's all coming up in the form of heat, and that's energy.
But does it work?
It's not energy can take different forms. Not in the form of work. It's in physical work. It's in the form of heat energy. Now we want to get pedantic about it and say, well, there's fluid moving and there's acceleration of that fluid and there's a change of energy and kinetic energy of that fluid. Yeah, there'd be work being done in the fluid. But we generally look at the big picture of these two cars, flooring it, making all this noise and getting super hot. Most of that work is all going up in the form of heat energy. That should be the answer. We shouldn't have to get any deeper than that, because that should be very intuitive.
Yeah, I don't think anyone disagrees about that.
Okay, good.
Okay, listen. Do you know about EQ mounts?
I'm just going to point out that was funny because I heard, "Hey, listen," and then you roboted like crazy.
You said, "Do you know about EQ mounts?"
I know that yes, I know most about EQ mounts. Yes.
Okay, quick question. You're on the equator. You got an EQ mount, right? We're trying to track a star, say that's going over one of the tropics. Doesn't matter. Does that EQ mount have to rotate on one axis or two axes or what? How many axes? What's the minimum amount of axes?
Any star on anywhere in the celestial sphere requires only one axis of rotation to track.
Don't you have
Here's your answer.
Right. Don't you have to be on the axis as well?
Zanuck thinks that. Hold on. Now Zanuck thinks that, okay, the stars don't appear to converge and diverge because of this now.
No, they don't.
What are we going to do? Can you set Zanuck straight on this? Can you set Zanuck straight on these star trails? You don't believe me or Kosho.
Right. The argument has been the same for a while, where if you look at the celestial equator with a camera that is fixed with respect to the ground, the photographic plane will cause the star trails on either side of the celestial equator appear to diverge as they pass overhead. However, when you track the positions of those stars and you follow them, the angular separation between the two does not change.
We know. Why'd you have to take it there? Couldn't you just leave it at they appear to deviate? That's the whole argument. There's nothing about their lens.
It's perspective.
On the
okay, here we
plane.
go. He's saying it's a fisheye lens thing, doofus. Tell him about the fisheye lens and the rectilinear lens.
That happens on a rectilinear lens too if the camera's not tracking the star.
Boom.
It's a matter of perspective, not necessarily the lens.
Right. An eggshell.
What do you mean, right, Zanuck? You were arguing
Eggshell,
with me
no,
that for
eggshell.
fucking days just now.
No, eggshell explained it
Son of
perfectly
a
yesterday.
bitch. You fucking goalpost moving son of a bitch.
I'm not moving. I'm saying that no matter you're at the equator, all stars will have they'll all be parallel. One over your head is going straight, and every star next to it and next to it, and so on, will all be parallel to each other. There'll be no convergence or divergence. Otherwise, sextants wouldn't work.
Okay, but we definitely see appearance of convergence and divergence in the star
Only with
trail,
this
right?
with a particular lens.
Doofus.
The wide angle lens.
It's like I feel like it's
Doofus.
the same effect as the crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays.
Yes, very similar.
Doofus just told you get it with a rectilinear lens.
Well, what the hell? I mean, what am I not hearing here, Zanuck? You seem to have just disagreed with your own lot. It seemed like you just double talked, Zanuck.
No, I didn't at all. There are parallel lines. There is no divergence, convergence of these objects. Measurably, no convergence. That's why you only need a single axis controller to track a star at the equator.
But there is an apparent convergence if you have a fixed position of your eye. That's the That's what they're getting at. The apparentness of the convergence, not the actual convergence.
Yeah, that conversion happens on the projection of what you're seeing, which is like the image you see with your eyes or with the camera. That's a projection of what we're seeing. That's not the thing itself, right? So there's no convergence between the thing itself, but if you project it to the image, now you're going to get a convergence, right?
You saw the time lapse. You can see some things curving one way and curving the other, and you're not even at the equator, and they're curving away from you or curving toward you. And there's some that are going straight. That depends on the camera and the degree of the wide angle lens.
But no, hold on. Now you're going back to saying. Now you're saying it's because of the wide angle lens, but we established it's because of perspective, not the lens.
Zanuck, you've just been triple called out.
With the wide angle
Jeremy,
lens because you can see more,
Gummy,
you can perceive more.
I mean, come on.
If you don't have a wide angle lens, you're saying that you're going to see with the camera, you're going to see a convergence of these stars at the end. Probably at the ends, they'll be bending different directions.
If it's pointed at a fixed position in the sky, yes.
If it's pointing at a fixed position.
Yeah. So not
Probably
if
won't be it's able to
following.
Appreciate the convergence and divergence as much, but
can you? But you can't measure it. You can see it, but you can't measure it.
No, you can probably measure it too.
You can't measure it within your eyes, but within a recording you can measure the pixel distance and then extrapolate what the angle difference is.
And that's not due to the lens.
Oh wait, one sec. I don't think that can happen on a rectilinear lens.
No.
Yeah, I mean, try to, for example, when you have parallel lines and they're perpendicular to the viewer, they on the software like Blender or whatever render you're using, they don't converge. They keep being parallel. They're like perpendicular to the viewer. And when you have things like as far as stars, they work like they're moving perpendicularly to the viewer. So I don't think they would actually converge in a rectilinear lens.
I don't think so either. But that's just. But why would they when they're parallel? And if they're that lens will allow it to maintain its parallelity.
So it's because they might be parallel, but you're on an arced path because you're standing on Earth. So if you do it on a fixed position in space, you're looking at it from multiple, or from not multiple. What's the word?
It's not like they're getting farther away or something like railroad tracks.
No, it's an angular change.
Star lines, of course, they'll converge and diverge. You have
why would it? Of course, when you can measure them and use it for navigation, and they can't
change. Going around a celestial pole. So on either side of the equator, from the top, it's going to converge towards the center, and then it's going to start diverging again.
I think we should test it. It's not that complicated to put that on Blender and see what happens, because Blender's camera is a rectilinear one. We can just test it. Let me make a quick model here.
I mean, we see this in Star Trail images and stuff and videos. You have the straight lines,
I showed the opposite. I showed one.
Stars. Hold up, Zanuck. I'm almost done. You have the straight stars at the equator, and then basically the outermost southern stars that are nearest to the equator, they're going to be curved, to the left.
Outermost southern stars.
On the
No,
north,
they're not near
they're
the
going to be
equator.
curved to the right.
You mean away
Each
from the
one
equator.
from the top is going to be converging towards the
You mean away from the
central
equator. Hold on a second.
stars,
Just trying to clarify.
moving towards them. And then
Why can't you
they're going to
stop?
start moving away from them. Because I'm not
Stop for
done,
a second.
Danik. So
No,
fucking
but I'm trying to
stop
correct something. I
interrupting.
understand something. You said closest to the equator. You mean away from the equator, more south and more north. Those are diverging. The ones that are at the equator are going straight. The ones that are far away from the equator are the ones that are turning, right?
No, the ones closest from the south and north poles, the ones closest to the equator are going to have slight curves.
You just said the same thing differently twice. You said closest to the poles. Now you say closest to the equator. Which is it?
No, I said from the north and south poles, from those stars that are rotating around it. If we're saying that the star at the equator isn't rotating, it's just going straight, right? It's rotating technically around both of them in your model, but from the ones that are just rotating around one pole,
hold on.
The ones on either side, they're gonna have slight curve on them.
Where are you viewing this from? The equator?
I feel like I get what you're saying, percent, but you are explaining it a little weirdly.
Yeah. So it's really easy to fix this.
Explaining it.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying, to understand what you're trying to say. Are you at the equator looking at things?
Yes, you're at the equator.
Okay, you're at.
On
Then
either
that means
side
everything.
You have
hold on.
Slightly.
Everything above you, in your field of view, above you, straight up, will be going a straight line, and everything going toward the poles will be curving. That's what you're saying. Yeah, you didn't say that, but I know what you meant, but you're saying it really.
At the top, these curved lines are going to be converging towards the straight line that's at the equator.
But that's only due
and then at the bottom. Hold up, and at the bottom they're going to be diverging. So that's what I'm telling Bacon in terms of that there's going to be both converging and diverging.
That's only due to the lens you're using. To be able to see them at the same time, due to perspective, you'd have to have that happen because those stars with respect to the poles, the axis of rotation, will be curving dramatically. In fact, very tight circles at the poles. And at the equator, straight lines. But if you're looking out from the equator and not looking at the poles, they're all going in straight lines. You look at the poles, toward the poles, all those stars are going in straight lines as well. Everything is parallel. Everything is parallel. The reason you can see them both at the same time is due to the lens, and that creates this curvature. It's artificial.
No, it doesn't create the curvature. The curvature is an effective perspective. We appreciate it more with a wider angle lens, but it's still going to happen with a rectilinear lens or a different.
It doesn't happen because all of them are parallel.
Angle.
By definition, they're all parallel. They're not curving.
By definition, in terms of the actual movements, sure, but in terms of what we perceive, it's subject to perspective. And you will have this converging and diverging just to a lesser extent that you can't appreciate it as much with a shorter angle lens.
Okay, let me show you a quick video clip that kind of shows my point, and that you're kind of wrong in that perception. Because if you think about the sky, when we're like on the earth, and if you can really speed things up, like some of these videos allow you, the entire sky is, all those stars are fixed. They just move past us like a scenery, like on a stage. It just moves past it. Everything's straight as an arrow. Look over to the right, straight as an arrow. Look to the left, straight as an arrow. The reason it looks curved is because you have a wide angle lens where you're seeing both at the same time. You need that to be curved to be able to see those both directions, and things will appear to be curving because it's perspective that's doing that. It's like prosecutor mentioned.
Is it perspective or is it the lens? You're conflating. You keep
you're roboting.
Conflating the lens with.
All right, let me put the video in real quick.
Yeah, the curve isn't a product of the wide angle lens. You could appreciate it more with a wide angle lens, but the perspectival curve is going to be there regardless. It's just going to be proportional to how wide the angle is. So like Gummy Bear said, you will be able to measure it with like pixels or something like that, even though you don't have a wide angle lens. The wide angle lens doesn't create the curve. You have perspective regardless.
Where's all the genius globers at? Why can't you guys show this to Zanuck?
I'm installing.
Probably just doesn't matter as much.
I have to check it first.
But it doesn't matter for the shape of the Earth.
I mean, it doesn't matter. Our observations of the sky doesn't matter for the shape of the Earth. I would tend to agree with you on that, actually.
No, the fact that there are two celestial poles does matter for the shape of the Earth, but then whether the star trails converge or diverge, like somebody already said, the angular distance between the stars doesn't change throughout the night.
Yeah, Matt.
So that right there would suggest that it's not the sky that's moving.
What?
Unless they're all moving in unison,
There you go.
which would be crazy.
I got a quick star trail in there. It shows I time stamped it to an area. It's very interesting if you look at it, and it has both the like an equator and also not at the equator, and you can see they're curving in different directions, even if you're not on the equator, based on the lens. So if you look at the video I'm showing you, and I time stamped it to kind of one aspect that's kind of interesting, you can see what's happening there.
So the curvature is an effect of the lens.
Yes. It's
So
an effect of what you're trying. It's effective what you're trying to see in through the lens. So since it's wide angle, you're trying to grab things to the right and to the left, and see it in a two-dimensional configuration, which will now show things curving. In fact, look at the one where I've time stamped it. When you click on it, it'll go right to this area.
So if we
And
have
that's not
a wide angle lens, if we have a regular lens, we're not going to see it.
It's that where I time stamped it is not where you're not at the equator yet. Things to the left are curving counterclockwise or clockwise, and things to the right are curving counterclockwise. But they're not at the equator. So how is that happening?
Zenik, I think you're wrong. I simulated here like a camera pointed to the equator, at the equator pointing to the celestial equator, and it's a rectilinear one, and the rays do converge towards the center and diverge towards like the edge of the what the camera sees. So I think you're wrong on that.
Why are ocean currents in a circle?
Right?
I don't know.
Yeah, how much it converges or diverges. Of course, it's going to depend on the lens, but on a rectilinear one, it also happens.
Did you?
Bacon, Dude, it would have to. This would literally, without any lens, you would literally have to see this, because if you're at the equator and you're looking at a star directly above the equator, the star is essentially going in a straight line path.
They all are.
And then the stars to the left can't be going straight. They have to be rotating around a pole.
No, that's how
rotating around a pole.
Okay, can you please check on the video real quick, Bankin, the one I posted? It's timestamped for you.
The left of the equator, rotating around a pole, Zanuck.
Hold on a second. Let's take this step by step.
I know, yeah.
No, it does not. You look over to the right, it's not rotating, it's not diverging. They will all be straight. Otherwise, celestial navigation cannot be possible.
Stars to the right and the left of the ones directly above the equator, they're not rotating around a pole.
No, they're straight. They're all parallel. Wow. They're all parallel with the straight lines.
Okay. So stars aren't rotating around two different celestial poles in your model. Okay.
They are, but you can't see it by looking left or right.
Then why did you are a double speaking mother. You are a double speaker.
Bacon,
okay? You just double spoke.
I'm trying to have a conversation with Bacon real quick. So that why is
you mean this part
Hold
here?
on. Sorry, Bacon. I thought it was Jeremy was interrupting. That's two different directions of stars time lapse. Now, how is that possible if that's not even at the equator?
What do you mean?
Or even the picture of that Bacon you just posted. That's not at the equator. Yeah. Why are we seeing a clockwise rotation at the bottom and a counterclockwise rotation at the top?
Because you're looking at the celestial equator, so you can see both orientations.
No, that's not. That's somewhere that's probably in North America somewhere. It's the lens. But the lens is doing that. That's the lens.
Isn't
Let's
that
create
in the
this
middle of
image.
the? Isn't it the celestial equator right there?
No, I could
Why
do the
not?
same thing. You guys want to see it? I have the same. I just did the picture. I showed you a
Well,
picture.
one second. If you're not at the
There's no
poles,
mountains.
you
There's
can.
no mountains like that at the celestial equator.
No, if
my
you're not
goodness.
at the poles, you're going to see the celestial equator, right? Whatever
You
you
can
are,
see
you
the
can see the
celestial
celestial
equator
equator.
from
No.
everywhere.
Why not?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I missed the question. I was talking about my picture there. What? You can see the celestial
Yeah.
equator anywhere you are?
Yes, except for maybe the poles, because they're going to be at your horizon,
Horizon.
right?
Yeah.
So if
So
you're
if
below
I
the
show
pole,
you pictures, if I show you time lapse at Yosemite, North America, you're saying the area that is straight is the celestial pole, and then
Celestial
it's gonna be,
equator.
celestial equator. Yeah, I think so.
pull that part up and show you.
Right. From
This is
our perspective,
Panic, you're
the way it appears
go
to
ahead.
us, the celestial sphere is rotating around each observer. From our perspective, the stars at the celestial equator appear to take a straight path. From our perspective, every star on the celestial sphere is on a celestial sphere. So they all rotate around a central axis.
Yeah, you sound like you've been through this 100 times.
Zanuck, you're gonna have to just suck it up on this one and admit you're wrong, man, at some point.
We flushed this out yesterday, Zanuck.
Yeah, we did, and I showed you areas that were due. The different curvatures are not. I'm not looking at the celestial.
But what you're trying to do is you're trying to equate these pictures with a small portion of the sky and slight lens distortion to
Yes.
what the whole entire sky is doing.
No, that just shows that this is possible. That I can show you
No,
counter-rotating star
you're just
paths.
wrong.
Yeah, you
No,
spend.
hold
You
on.
sound like you spend your life doing.
I'm saying, hold on. I'm saying I can show you counter-rotating star paths that are not looking at a celestial or any celestial poles. Not looking at the north and south poles, directions to them. I'm just looking at star paths going overhead, and they're distorted due to the lens. That's what I'm showing you. Different counter-rotating stars not due to the anything other than the lens itself. Because in
But keep in
actuality,
mind,
So
Are
what's
you
your
an
point?
astronomer?
and actually, hold on.
Zanuck, that was listen though, Zanuck, that
In
was
Are
actually,
you an
conceded.
astronomer?
Hold
in
on.
actually, let me
What
just
the
finish this.
fuck?
Let me finish real quick. Like for
What?
example, bacon. If you were to look
Zanuck,
at this
you've
in a
said
different
it
oh my God.
1,000 times.
But Bacon's picture is not the celestial poles. We're not looking
You
at.
are
Listen,
nobody.
We're
are
looking.
you
If
agreeing
you were
with
to look at
Jeremy or not? The
everything
thing
is
that
moving
Jeremy called
counterclockwise,
you
and
out on.
that's North America. That's the North, for example, Bacon. Your
Yes or
pictures.
no, Zanuck?
Stop it. Let me talk to Bacon real quick.
No, yes or no for me. Do
You
you
do
agree
not
with
Wait, answer
even
the
Jeremy or
question. I'm
not?
not
study the
talking to
Real
you.
stars.
quick,
Just
yes
shut
or
up for a
no?
second. The Bacon.
Can you?
The center, the North Pole. The North Pole is probably at the top of that picture. Would you not agree, Bacon?
Yeah.
Okay. So why are the stars at the bottom curving clockwise rather than counterclockwise?
They're in the southern hemisphere of the celestial sphere.
No, that's not what's happening. It's the lens that's doing that.
I don't think so.
No.
I
Could
can
it
show
be
you.
both,
I can
Zanuck?
show you the
Could
same.
it
Hold
be
on.
both?
I can show
Could
you
it
the
be
same.
both?
God damn it, Don!
Yes or
Shut up.
no, son? You said
Okay,
hold
well,
on
you know, ask the
last
question so I
time.
get.
Remember
Okay,
how
ask
you
the
said
question
real
so.
quick with Bacon? Remember how you said real quick and I gave
Okay,
you the turn?
let me answer your question.
Now
Then.
you
Go
need
ahead.
another real quick, right?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Don.
Yes or no? Could it be both? And or do you agree with the thing that Jeremy called you out on in the beginning?
No, I'm arguing that point emphatically.
Okay. It's very confusing when it sounds like you keep agreeing with him, but then going back to this other variable that they've agreed upon with you. They've agreed that it's partly the lens sometimes. But he's also saying it doesn't have to be just the lens. That's what I hear, and I'm the idiot, Zanuck. There's been 3 people against you. Fucking Bacon's, all these people's against you. Concede that Jeremy was right.
I can vouch for what
No,
Don
he's
just
not
said.
right.
He
You
is
have
an
no
idiot.
These
credentials.
pictures are not taken from the equator. These pictures some are taken from Yosemite, and they still show counter-rotating star paths. Doesn't mean you're looking at the equator or looking at the southern hemisphere, or like you're looking at stars from the southern hemisphere. You're looking at a lens that's distorting their paths. These stars will all move circular about the North Star, and when the southern hemisphere will move counter-rotate or clockwise around these southern celestial viewpoints. But when you're looking at things in the sky and you have a distorted lens, like a wide angle lens, things will get distorted. They will not have proper movements to what you would actually see. And that's why I disagree with Jeremy. If you look at the stars, they don't converge. They don't. They all go perfectly straight.
Right,
They don't actually converge. They just appear to converge and diverge. They're not actually doing it. We know.
Only with a lens that can take a picture of
Not
both,
only with the lens.
both
Jeremy,
horizons.
it sounded like Gummy interrupted. It was Jeremy, then me, then Gummy at the very beginning, and you agreed with everything. You're like, oh, okay, well, they corrected you and said it could happen with the rectilinear lens too, or something. You agreed with it.
I don't believe it can, but I haven't thought about that.
No,
That's where we need to be, bro. We need to be thinking about that.
This is a very easy thing for you to test then, Zanuck. So what you can do is you can take any sphere in any 3D rendering program, stick yourself inside of it, and any time that your rendering plane renders out what you see, those latitude lines on that sphere that you have will appear to converge and diverge away from the equator of the sphere that you rendered. This happens on a rectilinear lens too.
Absolutely.
Well, then you have to show an example of that, but also
I did.
Assuming
why are you incredulous, Zanuck? Why are you incredulous?
I'm not being incredulous. Because I know for a fact
And we look at the example
these stars do not diverge angularly in your field of view. They do not. So why would you see it diverge?
Zanuck,
It has to be an effect of the lens.
Zanuck, Bacon did an example for you. You don't want to hear it.
I do. No, I
Bacon
do.
did
I was
an
in the middle of a sentence. Go ahead.
I know Bacon did it. We can skip all this bullshit rhetoric that you keep spewing. Bacon did an example that he can show you.
I want to see. I want to see it.
It's right there in the chat.
Okay, what are we looking at there? It's a render of what? A 20 millimeter camera. Hold on. That's what's so funny about this. It's a 20. Is that a rectilinear lens?
Right. The way the renderer is done is that's going to be a rectilinear projection right there.
Why does it say 20 millimeter camera on Blender?
Because that's how you calculate the angle of the field of view, which you have on a rectilinear one as well.
That's a wide angle lens. That's a wide angle lens.
No,
20 millimeters. 20 millimeter lens
it-
is not a wide angle lens, really?
not in Blender.
Well,
Right,
it
in
is.
Blender,
It
what
is a
it's
wide angle
doing-
lens. That's why it's doing that.
One second. Blender doesn't use the thing about the millimeters is just how far the focal point is from the sensor.
Right, but that's what they're equating it to. That's why it's used. That's why they say that.
Yeah, but no. But Blender. Let me just finish. Let me just finish. Blender projects linearly, so regardless on how big the angle is. If it's below 180 degrees, you can do it with a linear transformation. That's how Blender does. I can make it smaller. I can make it whatever millimeters you want.
Make it 50 millimeter and see what it looks like then.
15?
50. 50.
50.
Right. Let me. I
have an assumption. I could be wrong, but I'm just thinking that maybe they're equating this to standard camera proportions and ratios.
No, they do it linear.
Blender always uses a perspective transformation that is rectilinear.
Okay, I don't know enough about it, so I'm not going to make a comment.
If you want to change the way that perspective projection is done in Blender, you can, but by default, it is a rectilinear projection.
Okay.
But I wrote a renderer yesterday, so we don't have to rely on how Blender does it. I can try to replicate it there and see what happens, but it will take me a little bit of time because I gotta get back to work in 10 minutes, and after that, I might be back here.
I'm not arguing with what we might take a picture of and how we actually can put things in a 2D image. But what I'm arguing with is that if you see it, because this has all been about what you see, not about what you take pictures of. We see the star trails. That's a representation of what we see. Is it correct and accurate? I'm saying it's not. I'm saying if you look at the
see
stars,
star trails without taking a picture, Zanuck? What the fuck, man?
No, you can take. You
Talk
can
about
take
star
pictures.
trails this whole
You
time.
can take. You said what we see or what we perceive or what actual. You're confusing actual with reality constantly, and I don't. It's a moving target with you. By the way,
Actual with reality.
Well, they're all reality. Isn't taking a picture of something a reality? What we see. If we don't see these stars, because you're being very emphatic about the fact that things to the right of me, if I'm looking eastward at the equator, are going to diverge from the center stars right above my head, and things things to the left of me, north, are going to diverge to the left of me. You said that. We don't see that in reality. We would see these stars always be parallel with each other. Always. Does anyone disagree with that?
Yeah, I disagree. When we see a
Okay,
star
I know you
trail,
do, but
we see
anyone
them
else? Bacon or
literally everyone here knows that when
or
you see star
Doofus?
trails
Do you guys disagree with me
equator,
on that?
I'm not sure if I understood the claim.
I'll try to be more clear. If you're looking eastward at the equator and you're looking at stars above your head, the ones directly above, we all agree they would be a straight line right to the horizon. But the left and the right ones, Jeremy seems to think they're going to diverge and shoot off to the south, and the ones to the left of me, which are the north, they're going to shoot off to the north as well. I'm saying they're not. They're all going to be perfectly parallel. You look at any star, they're all going to be parallel with each other. If one's parallel with other, then they must be parallel to the others. They all have to be parallel. That means they can't diverge. That means the angular position will be changing with respect to the center star that is going straight to the horizon. I'm almost done. The crescendo is that they're not diverging. They're all perfectly parallel.
Yeah, well, sort of, because you're talking about parallel lines on a sphere, right? Because, for example, if you get the lines of latitude, they on the sphere, they keep the distance between them is constant, so they're
How it
technically
looks on
parallel.
a picture is different than how it actually looks in reality when
Yeah.
you're looking at it.
Oh, sort of.
Measuring. I'm measuring. You can't use that measurement on that picture and equate that to what you see in reality because of the fact you're on a sphere.
Yeah, the lines are parallel. That's correct.
Yes.
They keep a constant
an angle. So hold on.
Let me just
real quick.
Let me just finish.
Sorry. So if I look at the star setting, and I measure the distance between that star and one that was previously above my head, now it's at the horizon, there's still going to be the same exact angle.
We're not doing that. We're not saying they do actually converge and diverge. You goofy fuck. Stop saying that shit.
They look like they do on pictures.
Star trails.
Come on,
Yes,
Jeremy.
they look
no
like they
need
do.
for this.
Because that's how you get 3D on a picture. It has to diverge.
Fuck, Zanuck, but I'm sorry I called you a goofy fuck, but you keep going back to this. We can measure them and they're not actually diverging and converging. No one's fucking arguing that.
Well, you said
purposely
they have
to
because it's
confuse
going
shit.
around your celestial pole. You said that.
It means the trails have to appear to.
Never said they actually
on a picture, on a photograph,
said
on
they
a video.
are actually converging and diverging. In fact, I've said this whole time, they're not actually converging and diverging. You keep bringing it back to this because you're trying to, I don't know, confuse the situation. I don't know what you're trying to do.
He can't humble himself. Humble yourself, Zanuck. Jesus.
I've been saying the same thing the whole time. You're the one that seems to be changing the story.
No, there's 5 different people that have told you. You made the statement of, it only happens on fisheye. I've heard you double, triple down on that statement.
You're right. I said that.
Dummy, everybody is telling you rectilinear also. Eat the cake.
By virtue of you taking a picture of it or having it on video, in order to see this path on a spherical surface, we have to see a divergence on the picture.
Hey, can I try to put it differently? Do you agree that this is an effect of a projection, not an effect of the lens?
Because when we versus the lens,
we turn that into a 2D image.
I think that I'm willing to. That's I'm willing to buy for sure. Like I said, I wasn't positive I was right about whether it be a. That's why I was asking about the 20mm lens, 50mm. Would that make a difference? And people that have experience are telling me that that's not what's doing it. It always will do it by virtue of the fact that you just used the perfect word, that it's a projection. And in the projection, you're going to see this divergence. I guess is that what you're saying? Because I would tend to agree with that or understand that.
Yes.
I'm not agreeing. I don't know.
If I understand,
you're educating me on it. I don't know this. You're educating me on it. So I'm being very honest.
If I understand correctly, when you said that they're not going to diverge or converge, is because if I get the angular distance between two stars that are in different star trails. So, for example, I pick one that is at the celestial equator, and I pick another one that isn't. If I measure the angular distance between them, it's going to be constant through the whole path, right? In that sense, they're parallel in your field of view because they're keeping a constant distance between each other, so they can't be diverging or converging. If that's the point you're making, I think that's absolutely correct. It's just Just I think just the phrasing is the issue here.
Yeah, well, because these things are curving, but we know in reality they're not curving. When you look at things, they're not, because if you measure the angle, like that picture, the screenshot I gave you, the timestamp I gave you, the video, there is an angular difference between one position in the center of the frame and then toward the edge of the frame. Those stars have diverged angularly in that field of view. Now, if you're able to get the angles marked on this image, like where they would be like a log scale, where they'd be closer, and the angles would be the same, every 10 degrees or every 1 degree, but those lines would be squishing and spreading, right?
Yeah, dude, this is some trick that you go around and you fly everywhere and you tell people this, right?
I don't know what that means.
So Xanac, you admit that yes, they would do this regardless of the lens, they would appear to converge and diverge.
Yeah, I'd buy into the pictures showing some type of convergence and divergence.
So you
that was an unclear answer. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Do you agree
that is what Doofus has educated me on.
Yes or no?
That
Yes
would be
or
a
no? Does this
function
happen
of
regardless of the
projection.
lens?
He did it. He did it.
Both Bacon have educated
Dude,
me on the
he's
function
playing
of the
games.
projection.
No, he conceded. He just conceded. Yes, he was wrong.
I don't know how
Doofus
else I can
educated.
concede. Tell you that's what it's due to.
You can concede by answering yes or no.
I don't know how you can
Would
take
we
a picture of these stars. What?
Concede by answering yes or no. Would we see appearance of convergence and divergence of stars at the equator regardless of the lens we use? Yes or no?
Well, I'm beginning to understand it from Doofus's
No, yes
explanation.
or no?
I don't know. I still don't know for sure, because I've seen where these videos have been taken and there's not a divergence in the videos. They look like they're going straight. But I mean, I'm willing to entertain that, and just, I'm trying to understand it, but I don't know for sure. All I do know is that they do, in actuality, they do go in straight paths. Even if you look left or right at the equator, they're all going straight and they're all parallel to each other.
You might be confusing actual with reality.
Will you tell me the difference, Jeremy?
You said that to me earlier. I was just fucking with you just now.
Well, I'm serious. What's the difference between actual and reality?
You think there's a celestial sphere.
So when you say they're going straight, regardless of whether you look right or left, so let's say that statement was made based on you facing west, right? So if you look left or right, you'd either be facing north or south. If you do this at the equator, the stars that you see as you're facing north will appear to curve, but they stay parallel to the other stars, if that makes sense. But you will not see straight horizontal lines in a star trail if you're facing north at the equator.
Yeah, they're all going straight. If you're looking at them and measured them, they would all be going straight.
You need to better define what you're saying when you say they're all going straight.
Just
and then you say they're all going parallel. But what
if one is
are circles.
Well, then they're parallel. They're all circular paths. Yes.
But then you're saying straight as well.
At the equator.
That's where it's confusing. Is you keep saying if you look left or right, the stars are going to be going straight.
At the equator.
That's what I'm talking about. If you're at the equator, you're facing west.
They're not curving to right. Yeah.
So then you look right, you would be facing north.
Correct.
Would the stars appear to go exactly straight lines horizontal to the horizon?
Yes.
You're incorrect.
Why would they not?
Dude, even in your model, that's not even correct in your model. They have to be rotating.
Otherwise,
around
celestial navigation wouldn't work. If there's any curvature,
are stars rotating around?
Curvature is defined by angular change. Let me finish, Jeremy. Curvature is defined by angular change. If there's no angular change, there's no curvature. Those lines would be straight at the equator, all of them. They would not be curving, even though, with respect to the celestial pole, they would curve. They'd be circling the North Star in the northern hemisphere, but on the equator, they're not going to do that.
In your model, do we see stars rotating around two different celestial poles?
Yes, in different hemispheres, you would see that.
And that would be in a circular path, right?
Yes, around the north celestial pole and the southern celestial pole.
Yes, the stars are rotating in circles around the celestial poles. Okay,
yes.
Got it. And when we look at the equator, if we're on the equator and we look up, those stars directly above the equator, would they make a straight line path?
Yes.
Okay, good. So we look to the left, they're doing a circle around a pole, right?
No.
Doing a circle around a pole to the left of us?
Those are going straight with you as well. It would look like a circle.
They're not doing. They stopped doing a circle around the pole. You're telling me
from the equator to the equatorial position. You're not. That's why you only need That's why you need a single axis controller to follow it, because it's not doing a circle.
You're making these claims, but I'd like to see evidence of this.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that, because now at least you're entertaining and you're understanding what I'm saying.
No, I've understood the whole time what you're trying to say. I just don't think that what you're saying is what actually takes place in reality.
Okay, well, then think about it. If you're at the equator and you're looking at a star
I'm
to the left,
thinking about it, and trust
hold
me,
on, let me finish.
there would be parts
I let
to
you
the
finish.
north and to the south.
Napalm, let me finish. So if you're looking straight up, you see a star, and it's right above your head, and it's basically it's the G. You're at the GP, and you look at a star 20 degrees to the left, north, and you can get that angle, and you want to follow it with respect to the star that you originally tracked right above your head, the GP star, and now you look at it 6 hours later, and now they're both toward the horizon. They will not have diverged angularly in your field of view at all. They're also the same. That means the same distance from one another. That means they also were going a straight line with respect to one another. Every star to the left and right would be doing this. Nothing would be changing the angular position. It means they're going straight. They're not going around the celestial pole from the equator as you look at them. But if you're in the northern hemisphere looking at those stars, they would be appearing to, and they would be actually measurably rotating around the celestial pole.
All right, cool. So listen,
thank you for letting me finish and say that, Napalm, by the way.
You're welcome. Yes. So we're at the equator. We're at the equator. Look to the left. They're not doing circles around a pole, right? I take one step sideways. Now I'm in that hemisphere. Are they now doing circles around that pole? Tough one, huh, Zanuck? How many steps do I got to take?
It's tough.
Start doing circles. It's goofy. This. I'm sorry I called you a goofy fuck earlier, by the way. You are being an insane maniac right now.
So, Jeremy, now that you understand this, now try and figure out how this is working on a flat plane.
Yeah,
Zanuck, did you hear what I said? Zanuck, did you hear what I said? I know you want to breeze past what I just said. I'm at the equator. I'm looking left to the North Pole. Circling around. They're not circling around a pole. I take one step left. Are they circling around the pole now?
Yep. To a very, very slight degree. One step.
One step. That's all I have to take.
You're not going to measure or notice it till you take, many more steps, many more miles. But at some point, you will be able to measure this rotation. And the degree at which the rotation can be measured is proportional to the amount of steps you take. So yes, you're technically correct. Why don't you get this? We're on a sphere. The position on the sphere now is changing. You were looking right on the equator, looking at some star, a GP above your head. You move one step to the left, now you're not on the equator anymore. There will be some angular curving of that particular star now with respect to you. Why is it so hard to understand?
Okay, listen. I'm on the equator. I take one step left. Yes, now they are curving around the pole, very little. Why couldn't I see that star trail from when I was back at the equator? I could see to the left a little bit. I could still. You can't. It's not like you can only see the stars above the equator.
Now I see the problem. Yeah, now I got it. So that's exactly the crux of the problem. Okay, so you're on the equator. You can see all the stars left to right. They're all going straight. The reason you see them going straight because you're on the equator. You're exactly opposite to the axis of rotation. You're 90 degrees opposed to it. Exactly. Once you go 1 degree to the left or right, north or south, then you will get an appearance of these, and the actual, in your field of view, these stars will start taking curved paths.
Well, I'm sorry, but if that was true, we wouldn't see star trails appearing to converge and diverge.
The
Like
star
you're
trails
double,
are a
you're double wrong.
consequence of
You're double
the
wrong on
projection.
this. Saying it's true. We wouldn't see star trails appear to converge and diverge
You
at the
only do that.
equator.
You only see it
We do though.
by
You're
virtue
double
of the
wrong on it.
projection and the. Well, I'd like to, if you could get a reticular lens and you could look up and see these curved paths. I'd like to see that because I
In
don't
all
think
of
that's.
human history, listen, in all of human history, we've never been at the equator with a rectilinear lens and done a time lapse. How is this even possible?
Well, never without a wide angle lens that shows both poles at the same time, or attempt to see both poles at the same time.
Okay, B-ball, you Hawaiian motherfucker. Aloha. Don't spam me. Do you have a rectilinear lens?
He's not here. He chickened out.
You ran away.
No, I'm here. I just have a P900.
We thought you ran away. Do you have a rectilinear lens? Oh, you said just a P900?
Yeah.
Is that so? That's not rectilinear. I'm taking it.
Close.
Can you switch lenses out on that, or do you need a whole
No,
new
it's a
camera?
fixed. No, it's not a DSLR.
So how much a rectilinear lens is? You like a cheap one at Walmart for like $50 or something? I'm not a camera guy, obviously. I got a camera
Shit,
guy.
I don't know. I mean, it's pretty close. I'm sure there's some distortion, but it's pretty minimal.
Well, it only works if you're on that. You got to be actually on the equator, anyways, according to Zanuck.
Well, the problem is we're trying to put things on a 2D substrate, a picture, and we're looking at something in 3D. And so in order for it to actually occur, you have to have, there's going to be some distortion of these. It's a projection. In fact, it's very, very analogous to the projection of the Earth from flat to round. Everything changes, right? So we're projecting this what we
You're
see.
doing a horrible job.
What's that?
On the equator, 2 spinning discs, and then that's all you see.
I don't know what that means.
Listen to me. How is this even possible? We've never taken a star trail at the equator in all of human history with a
I'm gonna
rectilinear
post
lens.
something real quick and see
Because
if
you
this kind of
can't.
makes sense.
Because if you did, you wouldn't. All you would see is stars going straight. The only reason you see,
And that would be good for science. Wouldn't
why do you
science
think
want
you
to know
see?
that?
The definition of wide-angle lens is so you can see things to the left and right of you. By definition, that is going to distort the path. It has to. It's like a funhouse mirror, right? That's why you look fat in the funhouse mirror.
How has the whole body of science not done this ever? Unbelievable.
What do you mean? Not done what?
Taking a star trail at the equator with a rectilinear lens.
Doofus, why don't you jump in and explain what you're saying there? Can Doofus talk? He said,
"Listen, Doofus doesn't have time for your craziness."
He specifically said a camera with a fixed orientation.
Yes, star trails. Yes, star trails. That's what we're talking about, Zanuck.
And I've said this is due to. Would you not agree that these star trails are made with wide-angle lenses?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Bacon,
really?
Bacon did one. Bacon did one in a rectilinear mode. In
That's
Blender.
what he's looking straight up. He's looking up at two. He's looking up at 2 stars. And I guess it's at the equator. Is that what that is? Bacon. He specifically said a camera with fixed orientation with respect to the ground. So in my example, there was rectilinear lens. You will for sure observe stars on either side of the celestial equator appear to change separation on the photographic plane.
Yes.
So on the photographic plane, the picture is showing this.
In the picture.
In reality, we don't see
the
that.
picture showing this, yes.
The picture showing that. But we
How
don't
do
see
you
that
get
in
a star
reality.
trail without a picture?
No, we don't see things turning and diverging as we look at them with respect to the north or south celestial poles. Why
Zanuck,
every time when I say a word, you got to talk? It's really funny.
Because you're acting like, picture. We've been talking about star trails this whole time. Of course,
I know
it's a
that.
picture.
I know that, and they're not. You said they represent reality. You said reality versus actual. Remember?
We're going to throw out all pictures?
No, but we understand that we have to adjust what we see in pictures to what actually is happening. What's actually is happening is they're not diverging. Even at the equator, looking at stars to the right or the left that are going to be rotating around those celestial poles from the perspective of someone that's north or south of us, we do not see that at the equator. All the stars are going straight and are all parallel, and there's no angular change between them.
In pictures of star trails, we do see that.
Because they're projections.
So you're blaming it on because it's a picture.
Yes.
So we're tossing pictures out, all pictures.
No, we know by looking at a picture.
It's not giving us an accurate representation. Pictures don't give us an accurate.
Well, photographs are very similar to videos.
Why are you trying to hide this?
Can I finish my sentence without being interrupted? The pictures are very closely represented and related to videos, which are just motion pictures, and we can see the actual changes in each position based on the projection, and some of them based on the lens too. When I show a high level of wide-angle lens, we can see that things are defining these things you said you've observed or understand, because I'm seeing counter-rotating versus clockwise rotations of stars, and we're not even at the equator. So why would that happen? I'll show you right now a picture of
Zanuck, hold on, Zanuck, hold on. Zanuck, you're saying pictures don't give us an accurate representation of reality? No?
No.
Hey, check out that little video.
Because they can be distorted by the lens.
I can tell.
Check out that short little video.
In fact, this is the flat. Isn't this the flat Earth argument? We look out the window of the airplanes and see the horizon curve because the windows in the airplanes are curved. Remember, you guys have said that.
That's only if you're using wide-angle lenses. Standard lenses are what you would be considered rectilinear. I mean, a standard, say, like 20 millimeter lens is different than a 20 millimeter wide-angle lens. You're going to have like a fisheye. You're going to have a huge curved glass at the front of a wide angle lens.
Right, and that's exactly what all these star trails use.
Not all of them. I guarantee you there's plenty of star trails that have been shot with regular lens.
Show me one. Just one. Listen to me. Show me one that it does not use a wide angle lens. Just show me one. Post it in the chat.
Hey, Zanuck, look at that.
I don't know the lenses of all.
Show me one. You said they've used it before. If you know of one, please post it.
But the average amateur photographer that just pulls out their camera to do star trails is doing a star trail picture with what you would consider a rectilinear lens.
Okay, find one. Show me one.
This dude came up with this
If you say all the amateurs are doing this, show me one. I mean, that's not a big ask.
Oh, I know that's not a big ask.
This is not a big ask. Just you said everyone does it. Show me one.
It is an absolutely fair demand, and let's let B-Ball go. He's been trying to get in.
No, I was just saying, look at that little short video in the chat that I posted. This is like looking inside of a sphere. I don't know if that helps, Zanuck.
Right. If you think about the geometry of the situation involved, Zanuck, the photographic plane where all of the light is getting collected and sensed, that is on a plane. So when you look at the inside of a sphere, a celestial sphere even, what's going to happen to stars on either side of the celestial equator, no matter where you are on Earth, it will appear to diverge away from the celestial equator on the photographic plane.
Yeah, I've been reaffirming that ever since this discussion turns that direction. So I agree with you.
And that's even with a rectilinear lens, it will also happen.
And I agree with you there too.
So that's all Jeremy wants is for you to be like, oh yeah, I was.
No, because we keep on talking about what we actually see.
I've heard you do it. You're talking over me again, bro. Like I've heard you make the kind of say that's what you learned and this and that, but it's like the confidence, Zanuck, or the like you were all along with it every time. Like, bro, like it's a little confusing. I don't even know why you have to talk about it, but it sounds like Jeremy was right. Thank you, Doofus. Jeremy was right? Cool. All right.
No, now we're talking about all these star trails that have been done, and that you're saying all these are done with reticular lens. No, they're not. A lot of them are with wide angle lens for the most part. But what I was asking Jeremy, and also with the lights, did you post something there? Were you saying about what you?
Yeah, it's a short video. I think what Jeremy, like, I'm trying to understand Jeremy's full argument is that they appear to converge and diverge, but they're not actually doing that. Is that the basis of this argument?
Yeah, that's my argument that they're not doing that.
That's
He's
it.
saying
No, that's yeah, you got it right, B-ball. That's
okay,
it. We
but no,
appear
but
to see them converge and diverge, but they're not actually doing it.
okay.
Exactly.
Well, well, that's different. That's different than what I heard before, Jeremy. Out of you, when I said I'm at the equator and I'm looking at those stars to the right, are they not rotating around the celestial, like a Polaris or the southern celestial pole? And you said they, oh yeah, they'd have to be going in a, are they taking a circular path? Actually, and I said no, they're not. They're going straight, and that's where our argument is now at this point.
Dude, I
understand that. I understand that from Doofus, and he's enlightened me on this. Even with a reticular lens, we're going to see
Listen to me, Danik.
a projection that'll show a divergence. But in actuality, when I'm at the equator, because remember, back it up. Hey, let me back it up with this. For the elephant in the room, you said if I took one step to the north from the equator, would I see these stars rotate around the celestial pole? Remember? So you know you're talking about that. Forget about the freaking projection now. We're talking about you thinking that things are taking circular paths from us looking at the stars on the equator and going northward or southward. So we know you're not talking about projection now. We're talking about actual.
Can you stop with this monologue, please? First of all,
But
I've
you
been
said
saying
that.
the
You
whole
said,
time.
if I took one step, do I see the stars rotate around the sun? I said, yes. To a certain degree, yes. And then you go, oh my God, you're like going crazy. So no, you think that things are rotating from our perspective, sitting on the equator, looking left or right. And they're not. They're going straight. That's the argument right now.
No, my argument the whole time, and even B-Ball understood it, was
Yep.
that in star trails, we appear to see the star trails converge and diverge, and it's not actually happening. That's literally been my argument the whole time.
Okay, really? Why did you
Even
say
B-Ball-
take a step? Why did you say take a step to the
even
left?
B-Ball was able to.
Why did you say take a step to the
B-Ball was
right, to the
able
north?
Can you stop, Zanuck, please?
Why did you say take a step to the right, to the left, I mean to the north?
You said the
What were you
stars
talking
weren't.
about when
Because you said the stars weren't rotating around a celestial
they're not?
pole.
They're not at the equator.
That's why I said if
this
I
is where I
take one
got you.
step to
This
the
is where
left,
you're wrong.
that's when I said, do they take? Get a win out of this, even though you clear like you are a piece of work, Zanuck. You are a piece of fucking
No,
work.
stay focused. I'm not going to listen to the insults. Just stay focused. You said take a step to the north. Are the stars rotating around the celestial North Pole then?
What was your
And I
answer?
said yes.
They're not doing that when you're standing on the equator.
See, there we go. Now we're back on track. No, they're not.
And if you go to the south, take one step south of the southern hemisphere, are the northern stars rotating around a pole then?
Yes.
Somehow, magically, the stars only rotate around celestial poles.
I'm glad we got it clear. Now we're very strict. Now either I'm right or you're right on this one.
The stars are only rotating. What's reality? Is that reality, or are the stars always rotating around the celestial poles in your
They're
model?
not rotating on the equator.
Do
going
the stars
perfectly
rotate
straight.
around the celestial pole?
Zanuck.
That has literally
Only
been
if
the
you're in the
Glober's
southern northern
argument.
hemisphere.
That has literally been the Glober's argument for the past like 7 years. That's one of your
hiding
big
something
arguments.
The planet rotates. The stars don't rotate.
Right.
How do you explain the stars rotating around two different celestial poles? That's literally been your guys' argument for the past. I don't know,
Because if you're
6 or
because of
7
the
years.
angle, your position angularly on the sphere in degrees, north or south of the equator. At the equator, there's no rotation of these stars about the poles that you would see. And as you move north or south, you would see the rotation about those poles.
It's because
North
we're
Pole
inside of
from the equator?
celestial. We're inside a celestial
Can you see the North
sphere,
Pole from
so
the
to
equator,
speak.
Zanuck?
Yeah, if you're tall enough.
So at the equator, you would see the rotate around a celestial pole.
No, you see, but
could
you see half. You see half of it.
I'd see
like
half
a half
the stars
circle.
rotating.
You see
I'd
like a
see
half
the stars
circle.
rotating around the celestial pole. Okay.
Yes.
See, Zanuck?
Everything from your perspective at the equator is going in a straight line. There's no divergence, there's no curving, there's nothing. You would see that as a projection, and that's what I conceded. It's the only thing I've conceded so far, is that you would see it in a projection on a flat picture, photograph, or video. So we're at an impasse. You're thinking that
I'll be right back. Sounds wrong on my mic. I'll be right back. Check. Oh, there we go. So you're out of your mind, Zanuck. I don't know what else to say.
Definitely.
Like I don't know what else to say.
Gummy Bear. Gummy, what am I disagreeing about?
What's that?
Gummy, you made a statement in the chat.
You
Well, I
seem to
understand.
think that if you're standing right on the equator, all star trails are straight.
Aren't they?
No.
They can't be,
you
maniac.
Only the ones directly above you appear straight.
Oh my God. That's what I've been telling him for like a week now.
Okay, well, that's good. So here we're going to get somewhere here. So any star to the left or right of me, or vertically,
model
they're
it.
going to be will they be parallel with the star that's setting?
Screen share or shut up.
Hold on, let him, John. That's not needed.
Zanuck, that's why I posted that little short video to give you an idea.
Zanuck, you see those two
So we're
discs
looking
spinning
inside of a
inside
sphere.
on the equator? Yeah, that's it.
Let Gummy. Can Gummy respond to me?
Yeah. So what's the question again? Sorry.
Will all the stars appear straight when sitting on the equator?
Yeah, and the answer is only the ones directly above you will appear straight. The rest will appear to curve.
How will they appear
There
to
we
curve when
go.
the angular difference between? Hold on. If we can measure, if we look at any star to the left, 20. Let's say we're looking straight up. You're at the GP, like I mentioned earlier, and we look at a star that's 20 degrees to the north. We see that star 20 degrees. Will that stay 20 degrees apart from the star that's right above your head as both of them set?
Within your field of vision, no.
Oh, won't?
Not within your field of vision.
Not with the fixed camera position. What the fuck, Zanuck? Why do you
He's
do
hiding
this?
something.
The celestial navigation doesn't work.
He's hiding the four corners.
Well, no. You're conflating the angle from, for example, that to, for example, the axis of rotation. Now that will stay the same, but the angle within your field of vision, now that changes. There's a difference.
If you have a fixed position, Zanuck,
the
God
thing
put you here to test me, I think.
Like the whole thing has to do with the difference between angles in so-called reality or like in physicality versus your apparent angles within your field of vision. I think that's what it all.
I like that.
Yeah, where it all comes down to.
All right, you like that apparent? You like that word, Zanuck? Apparent angles.
And I also wouldn't call the star lines parallel. I would call them concentric circles.
Aren't concentric circles parallel?
Point-wise parallel. It's not quite the same as saying parallel.
But they are parallel.
They're equidistant from one another.
Yes.
Distant as an angle or linearly?
Linear.
Tomato.
He still doesn't realize that he's unbelievable. What do we got to do, Zanuck? Zanuck, what do we got to do? Rectilinear lens time lapse at the equator of star trails. Is that what we got to do for you?
Yep, do that. No, but we're still going to see curves pass due to the projection on the film.
So
We've already
definitely
gone over
not
that.
due to the lens. So okay, definitely not due to the lens.
Go down there and look at it. Why can you
Zanuck,
plot?
So it's definitely not due to the lens, regardless of what lens we use. We're always going to see that. You're saying?
Well, dude, but by virtue of the fact that it's a projection on a 2D surface, yes.
Okay, so regardless of the lens, we're always going to see that, right? Because you've been telling me for a week now.
There'll be some curvature due to the lens. most all these star trails are all done with wide angle lenses. We have to agree to that.
Regardless of the lens, though, we would still see that in the star trails, right?
On the picture, on the projection, yes.
Well, you can only, where else are you going to see star trails other than a picture?
Look at them.
You can just
watch the star's path. Watch the star's paths.
Star trails in your eyeball. You look up at the sky and you see star trails.
I can see position of the star at one time, and then later in time, I can see a position change, and see the relative position change of other stars with respect to other stars. Yes.
And if you don't change your position, meaning the way you're looking, you're going to get an apparent angle. I think Gummy phrased it.
Well, the way I would say it is the angle within your field of view rather than
an apparent angle. Apparent angle. We'll go with that.
Well, if that's the case, then you'd need a two-axis controller to track that star, because if it changes its apparent angle from
he's still fighting it. Unbelievable.
No, it only changes its apparent angle if you're stationary with respect to the ground. If you were to follow a star, the angle doesn't apparently change. If you don't follow the star, rather with respect to the Earth stationary, now it does appear to change angle.
Oh boy!
Yeah, remember?
Hence the two.
But this is a function of perspective. Meaning, if you take
whoever's keeping track, we got Xanax saying pictures aren't reality, and
pictures are reality, but they have a factor. They have a conversion factor. They have a conversion factor based on the projection.
I've never seen anyone do this. So pictures of we take a picture of something, it's definitely not an accurate representation of reality. You're saying? Is that what you're saying, Xanax?
Not exactly a representation of what you actually would see by looking at it. No, because it's a projection. You're looking at a 3D image on a 2D surface.
The same as with your eye, right? What you're seeing is basically a 2D representation of the world around you. Now you have stereoscopic vision, meaning you have two eyes, right? So it's going to appear to be slightly more 3D. But everything that's hitting the back of your eye is hitting a surface, meaning it's when you're taking in that information, it's being taken in a two-dimensional form.
I think they call it like 2.5D. What we see in, they call it like 2.5.
Yes, Anna. Why do you sound like you're hiding something big?
It is true.
You're on the equator
it is
with
true
two
because
flat.
think of it this way, Zanuck. You can draw out what you are currently seeing on a piece of paper using.
That's a projection. That's a projection by definition. You're that's,
right.
That's circular logic. No, that's not.
This is what's happening on the back of your eye.
In order to draw stuff, well, yeah, I can buy that, but it doesn't matter.
The three dimensions is only in your mind.
To draw it on a 2D paper, it's different than what it looks like from a perspective from your eye. It's not the same thing. It's a representation of it, but it's not the same.
Yeah, he's just lying.
Unbelievable, Xanax.
When I look at a sphere, I can tell that it's round and sphere. But when I look at a projection of a sphere, I will see the same thing spread out, but it's not the same. It's a projection.
You're hiding something big. It's really big. You're on a flat.
Yeah, I'm hiding something. Thanks for giving me all that credit.
Later, you see the two disc, and you're hiding away. I don't know.
Your mind makes the three-dimensional rendering, right? But what's taking place with your eyes, let's say you only have one eye and you're looking out, what you're seeing is two-dimensional that your mind interprets as three-dimensional. But all the way that your eye is taking in the light is pretty much the exact same way that a camera lens would collect the light and put it onto either the film at the back of the camera or the sensor at the back of the camera, which is not taking in a three-dimensional image. It's interpreting a two-dimensional image as it hits that sensor, or it hits the back of your eye, or it hits film. You interpret it as 3 dimensions because we do also have the ability to utilize the sense of touch, meaning we can touch and feel things that we know are 3-dimensional, but your interpretation of vision is a 3-dimensional interpretation of a 2-dimensional image that is on the back of your eye.
It's fine, or we can go with Xanax pictures don't represent reality accurately. We could go with that.
I'm going to bring this up again for the room. I brought it up earlier. Thomas Reed has a very, very good explanation of all of this, how it all works, how we utilize our senses and perceptions. So I would suggest, if you haven't already, do a little study into Thomas Reed and what he says about perception, and he breaks it down very well.
All right, yo, eyeball guy. So you're saying that we would see this, we would absolutely see this in our eyeball, this convergence and divergence, because if you write it down on paper or take a picture of it, either way, it's essentially the same thing.
Are you directing that towards me?
Yeah, you. What's your name?
Napalm.
All right.
Napalm, you're a flat earther, aren't you?
Oh, hold on. Can we let him answer that question?
Yeah, you're a flat earther, aren't you?
It doesn't matter, Zanuck.
No, I'm just curious.
Can you restate the question again, Jeremy? Sorry.
So whether we eyeball sees it, or we write a picture of what we see, or we take a camera takes a picture, or we draw a picture with crayons, either way, we're going to see this convergence, apparent convergence and divergence of the star trails at the equator.
Yes, I would say if you're looking and you're not moving with the moving object, you're always going to see in perspective, which will it'll give you apparent positions and apparent movement, like downwards and upwards, same way that if a plane flies over your head and you follow it, but if you keep your eyes fixed on the horizon, it will appear to drop down in elevation, when in reality it's not actually dropping below the level in which it's flying. We can't take perspective
Whoa.
things
That's not true. That's basic trigonometry. We know things that are above you that are going away from you will have an angular drop in your field of view.
I said that they would.
Yes.
I said that they would.
But it's
would
greater,
appear to drop, even though they're not actually
it's greater than it
further down.
It's greater than it. It's greater than it should be as far as angularly because of the curvature. Hold on.
Cool story, bro. Like, I understand where you're going to go with this. You're going to talk about
because it's
60 degrees per 60 nautical miles.
Let me finish my statement. I'm not going to go there. I wasn't going to mention anything about 60 degrees. So you're jumping the gun. We're seeing an angular drop that is greater than it should be trigonometrically if we know the altitude of it and we know how far it is away from us because of the curvature of the Earth. It's not due to perspective. That's due to the curvature of the Earth. But it does go down because of trigonometry, because of perspective as well. Both are right.
So just in conclusion,
you're wrong within that statement, but
what am I wrong about?
Either way,
what am I wrong about?
You're saying that there's an exact linear relation to drop over distance and the curvature of Earth, meaning if something remains the exact same height above you, regardless of the surface of the Earth, and it moves completely straight away from you. So let's say a plane is actually increasing in elevation. If you want to say it's curving around the Earth and it's following, 10,000 feet above the Earth. If
you said two different things, two different scenarios. Go back. You started out with saying one thing, and you said something else. Start from the beginning again.
Things that move further away in the distance appear to get smaller and drop down. This is
only if it's above angularly. Only if it starts out above your head, right? Above level. Things that are above you, above level,
and below, they'll appear to ramp up if they are below you. So it's It's perspective.
And things that are above you that will appear to
from
look
everything that you're seeing.
But no, we can give that trigonometric ratio is a law that tells you
Cool story,
rise
bro.
over run
So
is a ratio.
we're
Hold on.
talking about
Let me finish. See, this is when I know you're wrong. You start interrupting me kind of incessantly because you know that you're going to tell you something you may not either understand or agree with. So when things are above you, the rise over run is a ratio, trigonometric ratio that we can actually, and it has to follow it exactly. Now, if it doesn't, we know that something, the surface that it's referring it to, or that its position relative to our eye is changing. In the latter case is what we usually see.
What is that ratio trigonometrically?
Inverse
that the rise
tangent.
and the run.
Inverse tangent. Inverse tangent of the rise over run will give you the actual angle that it should be in your distance, in your field of view. Do you agree? So if I have an object that's a mile away, or even better yet, let's just make it big scale. We're 30,000 feet. We're 6 miles up. And we're looking at something 200 miles away. Linearly, that should be 100 miles away. That should be a 3-degree drop.
I don't agree.
So if something goes away from you,
I think it becomes exponential.
It's not. No, it's a trigonometric function. It's obvious. If we're 6 miles up and we're 100 miles and something's 100 miles away from us, we know we have to have a 3-degree drop to see that object. It has to be in our field of view. Hold on. Just one second. We know that from level, we have to look down 3 degrees to see that 100-mile object away from us if we're 5 miles up. That's trigonometry. It has to be that way. There's no defying that.
So would that be considered Euclidean?
That would be Euclidean geometry, yes.
So is Euclidean geometry applied when we're talking about like a sphere? Is that Euclidean?
You can do it's called transformations. So when we do look at that, and then we see hold on, I'll give you the answer. I'll give you the answer. I'll give you the answer. Hold on, let me give you the answer. Let me give you the answer. Let me give you the answer. Hold on. So now if we do that and we see that this 3-degree drop to this 100-mile position, and it's not 100 miles, it's only 50 miles, we know something happened. Something on the surface is wrong. It's got to be curved or angled downward or something because it's not working. It's not following Euclidean geometry.
Right.
Euclidean geometry. So we know the surface has to be
perspective
curved.
does not follow Euclidean.
Oh, yes, it does. That's exactly what it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Why would you say that? Of course it does. Again,
because
so tell me how it doesn't. If I see an airport, if I see an airport that's 200 miles away, and hold on, let me answer the question. You can answer me and tell me why. If I see an airport that's 200 miles away,
I know, and then you're going to look down, and it should be actually
look down 3 degrees.
We see it at
Hold
100
on,
miles.
it should only be 100 miles. Why am I seeing 200 miles?
I've heard it a million times.
So why?
Nobody needs to hear it.
So tell me why I'm seeing. Why am I seeing too far at 3 degrees?
Because you're trying to apply Euclidean measurements to a non-Euclidean viewpoint, which is perspective.
No, that's not perspective. That's curvature. Perspective is Euclidean. Perspective is Euclidean. That's what we're talking about.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Of course it is. What is he talking about?
What's wrong with you? Seriously. Euclidean is perspective is based on Euclidean geometry. That's the rise over run I'm talking about. You have a problem with triangles? That's all Euclidean. That's what it is by definition.
There's no triangles in Euclidean.
Perspective.
Oh, what you're seeing is an apparent position of the sky meeting the ground at that airport, right?
No. But we're not talking about the horizon.
Yeah.
It might be coincidental. It might be coincidental for that altitude, but that's not what we're talking about.
No,
we can do it much shorter.
Angle.
I can do it from what I measured from Mount Baldy in LA, looking at the Huntington Beach Harbor. I can see with binoculars, telescope. I measure the angle, no problem. You can get surveying equipment up there and do the same thing.
The slope, right?
You'll be you'll be a half a degree off, or at least a few tenths of a degree off.
Due to what?
You're still off. You're off because you're not off because of any kind of perception. You're off because the surface is round.
So you measure the same angle every day you go out? I doubt that.
Yes.
I'll take that bet.
Oh yeah,
I'll
absolutely.
take that bet.
You'll never change that angle because you're 5,000 feet.
I'll take that bet.
Of course you would.
Yeah, because you know it's not true.
No, because you can afford to lose. You can afford to lose the money.
No, I never
It's
lose.
fun for you.
I never make a
It's
bet
sporting.
unless I'm sure because I've
You're
done
not
it
going to be
myself.
right.
Can
You'll
you put it up? Can you put
never
it
see
up?
that angle change.
Can you put the money up? Put the money up. Put it in escrow.
Yeah, Brenda, that's what I'm gonna do for you, sweetheart. No,
No,
I don't
Brenda,
think I
you
need to
should-
put the
you
money
should.
up. I'm good for it.
No, not for
Oh,
me.
Brenda, I saw you welch on a $1,000 bet in gems before within like 5 minutes.
Anyway, Napalm's wrong.
Money up.
So
Okay,
Euclidean is
wait.
based.
So let me get this straight. Hang on one second. So now you're saying that the angle that you view due to perspective gives you a degree, and it's the same every day you view it over 50 miles or 100 miles or 200 miles?
Yeah, as long as you have enough elevation. Yeah, if you're looking down on something, there's no refraction value that's going to ever change that value much of any consequence whatsoever.
What
You're going to be
elevation are you talking about?
You're going to be a quarter degree off. You're going to be at a quarter degree off every single day. You may, whether it be a rainy day, a smoggy day, a foggy day. All the time you measure this, it will never
What
ever be off.
elevation are we talking about?
5,000 feet.
So at 5,000 feet, you're saying it's always going to be the same, and that is where the Earth meets
20
the ground, or is that the top of clouds?
No, you're looking at a harbor where you can see boats and a pier. It all should be 1.5 degrees, yet we see it at 1.7 degrees. Always, never changes.
And you're saying that's Earth curve, and it can't
What
be
else
anything else.
could be due to?
No, I'm asking you. You're
Yes,
saying
of course it's Earth
right?
curve. Of course
and
it's
you're
Earth
saying,
curve.
and what distance are you looking?
20 miles.
20 miles at 5,000 feet, and you're saying that's Earth curve because it's 1.7
Yes.
degrees instead of 1.5.
Yes.
All right. No matter what no matter where you're at on Earth, that's what it's going to be.
No matter where you are on Earth, yes.
Huh?
You
I
always
didn't
see
think the
that.
curvature was the same.
All you have to do is get a
wherever.
theodolite, go anywhere in the Earth, and you can show. You know what? I'll do a personal bet with you. I'll give you. Say it, make it so palatable. I'll give you $50. You find some measurement using a piece of measurement equipment that doesn't conform with that, and I'll send you a check for $50, just for fun.
Yeah.
Buy yourself a gallon. Buy yourself
Just
2-3
for
gallons
fun.
of high test gas for your yacht.
Don't send any mail to Rakia. His mailman ain't gonna make it too many more trips up and down that rickety pathway he's got there to his front door.
Yeah, it's a lawsuit waiting to happen. All them cracks in my driveway. 1.7 instead of 1.5 at 5,000 feet over 20 miles, and you say that's Earth curve. Can't be anything else, right, Xanax?
Correct.
Final answer?
Final answer.
You get people to agree with you?
Yeah, anyone knows.
Like who?
Anybody.
Anybody we know? Anybody we know?
Anybody on the chart want to agree with me or not? I don't care.
What'd you say, Zach?
I'll agree with him.
Yeah,
What'd you say? What'd you say first, Zach? What'd you say?
I said that at looking at from Mount Baldy to Huntington Beach Harbor, it always will be measured at 1.7, and if you do the trigonometry, the Euclidean geometry, if the surface was flat, it'd be 1.5 degrees. So it's always going to be 2.2 degrees off. Nothing will ever change that. Even the refraction of the black swan
So
is
you
only
have to take into account perspective, which is non-Euclidean.
that is perspective. Why do you keep on saying
problem.
that word? You don't know what it means. Stop it. Seriously, dude, come on.
Zanuck,
You
just to be
just said it
clear,
was perspective. That's not Earth curve.
Perspective is trigonometry. That's that's angular change.
That's
with
not
distance.
Earth curve, sir.
You're right, and that's why it's beyond.
You said it was Earth curve.
No, the difference between what we should see Euclidean and with trigonometry and what we do see is Earth curve. That's the difference.
Hey, Xanax, just remember with Rakia, nothing can be Earth curve.
No, let's let Kosho. No, it can definitely be Earth curve. I promise you, I can measure if the water was curving. I promise you, I can measure it.
Zach,
So go ahead, Kosho.
Oh, because you didn't say what those values were, and I wasn't sure what you meant until I listened a little bit more. But yeah, you're talking about the angular size of the mountain, then.
No,
the
angular position, the angular position of the harbor with like a boat or something noticeable on that pier at Huntington Harbor, where you know that's at sea level. We know how far it is away from the mountain. We know the elevation of the mountain with 5,200 feet or something.
Yeah,
in Mount Baldy. What?
Yeah, this is the same thing as angular size. Yeah.
Hey,
What?
Xanax, look at the picture I posted in the chat.
Same value. I mean, angular size is the size of the object, but we're talking about the angular position in our field of view. It's not the size; it's actually the position.
We're talking about position being lower, right? Due to Earth curve.
What's that?
We're talking
Xanax,
about
really
position
quick.
being lower due to Earth curve?
The
Zanuck?
position being
Hey,
lower, yes. The position being lower. Sorry, it's 1.5. Yeah, did I say 1.5 degree? What did I say?
Hey, Zanuck,
Yeah.
Zanuck, look at the picture I
Who
posted in the
knows?
chat with the water
You
using
agree
a
with that,
water level.
Kosho?
Oh my god.
Trying to get Kosho's, see if he agrees. We asked for someone to agree with Zanuck. Brenda did. That's fine. Kosho,
I'm gonna
you agree?
let Earth is life be baller. You just finish up what you're saying, then I'll finish up what else.
I'm about to get out of here, but Zanuck, check out the picture I posted in the chat. The elevation of that water level is 50 feet. And I think the buildings in the background are probably about 20 something miles away. And as you
Yeah.
can see, we know those buildings aren't 50 feet tall.
Right.
We know they're a lot taller than that.
That's a great picture. That also shows and it's above, you're 50 feet, so you're above this this temperature inversion layer that's close to the water. We don't have refraction that works at 50, 100, 200 feet off the water. And look at the difference. How many miles is that away? Do you know?
I think it's 20. It's from a guy named Jesse. So it's about
Jesse
20
Kozlowski,
something
that
miles
guy?
away. No, not Jesse Kozlowski.
Yeah,
It's
so there
another
you
guy.
got a level made with water, which actually visibly shows that has to be level, right? Those two water levels have to be level, and you get the
In
buildings that are
between
200
the
feet.
two tubes is level. The objects in the
Yes.
distance
Well,
aren't
you draw a
they're in
line.
the apparent
Well, you draw a line between those two tubes, the levels, and that gives you a line out in the distance that is going to be level. That level line.
It gives you a dark shark.
That gives you a level line, and the buildings in the distance, if they were on the same plane, would be
Give you a
that level would be at 50
line.
feet on the building.
Is that what a dark
Oh
shark
my
is? I thought it
God,
was
that's how
black.
perspective
that's what a
works,
dark
dude.
shark
Things
is.
at eye level.
They take a water level tool and they don't extend it all the way over to where the buildings are. They just put it
You
about
can
10 feet apart and
So you
sight
don't believe
down
it? You don't
it.
believe in
You can just line up sight. You can just line up sight them, Rakia. You can just
Sure.
line up sight.
Sure
It's
you
right
can.
there. It's
You
right
can
there
put
in
the camera below it.
It's
Yeah,
in the
you can
camera,
put the
Rakia.
camera below it, and then on some days it's going to be above there. Some
No,
days
it's
going to
not.
be
Not when
even
you're above the water.
No, it's not. So you go against George.
No, you'll see some slight variations due to just some turbulence in the air and things, but you're not going to see any measurable difference any day with this kind of measurement. Those buildings
Jesse
will
says
always
it gets
be.
60,
Hold on, those
60
buildings that are
feet
200
plus
feet
or
tall.
minus.
Hold on, Rakia. Those buildings will always be 200 feet tall. They always will be below the 50-foot mark. That's level. They'll always be below
if
because
the
that's how
conditions
Earth
remain the
curve.
same.
Earth curve. It never will change. It's not going to be like the black swan. That will never happen here.
This directly
Jesse
falsifies.
said
This
60
directly
feet
falsifies
difference
the
plus
flat
or
Earth.
minus over 24 miles over Lake Pontchartrain.
That one
60
picture.
feet plus or minus.
That one picture. That one picture directly falsifies the flat Earth.
No, it doesn't. It proves that
Yes, it
atmospheric
does.
conditions
And you know
will
what? It does even
prove
better
that
job of that.
objects in the distance aren't in their actual position. That's
Do you
all
know
it
what?
proves.
Okay. You know, you've been in airplanes before. You've talked to pilots because you've flown. You've probably asked questions while you fly. When I show you that picture of the mountains, we see the mountains. The difference between the two, the one that's twice as high, twice as far away, and we see that it's below the foreground mountain. That can only happen on a round Earth because one's 14,000 feet high, the other one's 6,000 feet high. One's twice as far away. Perspective dictates that they should be at least in line with each other, but the taller mountain is below the foreground mountain. That's because of Earth curve. That directly disputes the Earth being flat. You can't say it's
right there in the
refraction because refraction doesn't work that way. We see snow on the mountains. These are all clues. These are like some mystery. These are clues.
The video's right
So
there.
we know there's
The
we know
video's
the
right there in
temperature's
the chat.
low. We know the gradient, the density gradient is downward. We know this happens. So when I show this picture, I'll do it again, and this is like show it all the time. That shows just graphically that the Earth has to be round because the background mountain over twice as tall is below the foreground mountain. That can't happen if the Earth is flat, and even if there is refraction, because refraction would be bending light downward, which would loom up the background mountain. It can't be the other way around.
We can all go home. We can all go home now. We can all go home. It's done.
All right.
It's over.
Hey, that video's in the chat too, from the picture I posted.
I'm not 100%. I was going to ask Zanuck to repeat your claim again real quickly, just so I can get it clear what the claim was before I agreed with you, but it doesn't look like that's going to be necessary anymore if you're declaring victory.
Right. we measure over. Actually, sorry, it's 50 miles from the mountaintop, Baldy. So 50 miles from Baldy to the coast.
I was gonna say
we should see a 1.15 degree angle, and yet we see 1.3 degree.
Yeah, I was gonna say one of the.
Shutting the server. Oh, go ahead, Coach.
I was just gonna say that Jesse Klosowski said that there was a 60-foot gap or whatever because a couple weeks ago I went through his data and then I posted it in here, but I gotta find a picture. But I modeled it out, his data, and then yeah, I saw that at the furthest point, or at one of the furthest points, it was 90 feet from the horizontal that would have connected those two. But I gotta look at it again. But I'll be back in. I'm not sure if I agree with Zanuck or not because I didn't hear his claim exactly.
Well, you would agree that if I just take the distance, which is the height of the mountain is 1 mile high, 5,200 feet. It's roughly 5,000, but 5,200 feet. We divide one mile, which is 5,200 feet, divided by the distance to the pier at Huntington Beach, which is 50 miles. That'll give us 0.02. 0.02 inverse tangent. It should be 1.14 degrees down from level. That's what it should be. And yet we see 1.3 degrees. That's the Earth curve that we see. And if you ever measure something different than that, if you could ever measure go anywhere where there's a 5,000 foot peak, measure anything 100, you can find a marker anywhere on the water. You have to be near the coast, obviously. Make a measurement that doesn't comport with, that measures to be 1 point. If you can measure something on a beach that's actually 1.15 degree, then you'll get me. You say, oh, I got you. Zanuck, you're wrong.
Zanuck, let's be logical here.
It'll never happen.
Let's be logical here. Math.
We're not over water. We're not seeing refraction, and the density gradient is always down.
Zanuck, let's be logical here. For this math that you're talking about to be justified, you need a unit. What is the unit that you're plugging into these tangents and these other formula? Where's the unit?
That's the beauty of trigonometry, is that you don't need a unit. All you need is a ratio of the same units.
Zanuck, you still need a unit. 1, 2,
hold on.
Where's your unit?
Lemon, hold on. Any unit of measure you want, as long as you keep it constant, you can divide one by the other and take the inverse tangent of that and get the angle. Always. Doesn't matter.
But Zanuck, you're not showing that we have a unit to justify any sort of mathematical calculation.
We don't need a unit. I just told you.
I have the unit.
You're not listening.
Count out that is preserved from the beginning to the end of the counting process. Visually, we have no such thing since things appear to converge, merge, and disappear beyond unit analysis for math. So you trying to make vision mathematical with these perfect tangents, perfect formulas, and perfect trig.
It's not a tangent. It's just a ratio.
Yeah, a tangent is a ratio. Lemon. That's what it is.
It's not justified because you don't have a unit.
You don't need a unit.
All you need is, go ahead.
Call it meters or call it miles. As long as you keep it constant, it's okay.
But your meter is disappearing, and it's tending to disappear and converge and merge with the surface, especially if you're close to said surface. So without units,
you would 5,000 feet above it. We're a mile above the surface.
I'm a little confused.
We're a mile above your said surface, Lemon. Let me use logic with you.
Hold on, Zanuck. Can you hear me? I'm confused because Zanuck said it's not a tangent, it's a ratio. And Brendan, then right directly after that, Brendan said a tangent is a ratio.
Yeah.
They're ratios. They're ratios of sides to angles.
Right.
She is correct. The height divided by the distance gives you a ratio that you plug into your calculator to get the tangent.
Because it's a ratio.
It's a ratio. You have a tangent. You get the arctangent. You turn that ratio back into an angle.
Right, it's a that those two sides of a triangle would give you
who didn't know it was a ratio?
That's the ratio of those two sides as long as the unit of measure is the same, will give you an angle always. It's always going to be very absolutely accurate. That's what
It will
tangent means.
not always
So
give
what was
you the
used by
angle.
tangents, when someone said tangents, they were inferring tangent in straight lines touching a point on a circle. That's also a tangent, but it's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the ratio, the trigonometric equation.
The height divided by the
ratio,
distance
which
gives you the ratio. But the thing is, part of
you
your
said
distance,
perfect
part of
tangent.
your
You
height,
said
part of
perfect
your
tangent.
length is
You're talking
disappearing
gobbledygook.
into perspective and
You're
merging into the surface, throwing off your ratio. So we have a problem
No,
there.
there's no merging because we're high above. Remember, you said if you're close to the surface, we're not high. We're a mile above the surface, looking downward, and that angle will always be 1.15 degrees above the surface.
Well, high above the surface, Zanuck, means you're trying to see an object in the distance, and you're lower than the halfway point on the object. If the object that you're looking at in the distance is 10,000 feet, Zanuck, if you're below 5,000 feet high up in the air, then you're too close to the ground, and a horizon will tend to form.
There's no
in the
horizon.
foreground while the
We're
rest
even
of the
near a
object
horizon.
is in the background.
The horizon's 80, 90
He's
miles
looking at an
away.
object way before the horizon.
Maybe you weren't here. Maybe you weren't here for the beginning, Lemon, and you don't understand what the subject is.
Well, Brenda, I'm here. Are you going to inform me or not?
It's flat Earth Lemon as a topic, and you're an expert in that topic.
Lemon is not an
Brenda,
expert.
I don't mind you
and
saying
you
that I
can just
don't know about the subject, but if you would inform me about what I missed, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
It's Xanax illustration, so he can fill you in on the details.
So you feel comfortable not filling me in on the details and passing it off to Zanuck. Okay. Zanuck, what did I miss? Nobody? Let me make sure he's muted. He might have been muted because he tends to interrupt. Hold on.
You missed
Yeah,
nothing
the drop
because it
in
was
distance.
Not muted. Okay, so I'm going to continue to say that if you're lower than the halfway point of the object that you're trying to view in the distance, a horizon will tend to form in the foreground, and the rest of the object that's too tall for your limited field of view will tend to appear to set in the background, even over a flat plane.
If I'm not mistaken, his example is of a pier that falls way before the horizon.
Yeah, 50 or 100 miles before the horizon.
Yeah, as objects go away in the distance, they're starting to get smaller and smaller and smaller.
Yes,
and
the angular size is changing. We know it goes exactly directly proportional to
surroundings. So you have that
Lemon, you're talking. It's my turn.
I'm going to have to mute you, Zanuck.
Robot boy, it's my turn.
By piping up every chance you have a brain fart or something like that. You're also going to have the object getting smaller before it disappears in the distance, number one, Zanuck. And number two,
it doesn't disappear. We see the pier, we see the boats, we see the people.
Number two, Zanuck, and I'm done.
It's on a beach.
You should really mute Zanuck.
He can't help it. Number two, Zanuck, you have the horizon that's forming in the foreground because you're too close to the ground. If you're
no horizon, he's 5,000 feet.
Watching taller objects, Moriak, I'm almost done. Stuff will set in the background behind the horizon that forms in the foreground. I'll yield the floor now. Fuck it.
Yield the floor. You took the floor from Zanuck. Zanuck was talking. You interrupted him, and then he was muted, and then you
felt the need to pipe up.
And then you claimed that you had the floor, like you're doing right now. Like you're doing right now.
Habit
Be
of
quiet.
He
Be
pipes
quiet.
Up anytime he has a brain
Be
fart.
quiet.
Be
quiet. Jesus Christ, what is wrong with you?
Nothing. You just bring drama anywhere you go, Brenda. And then you basically just say, shut up and listen to the elites who have done the thinking for you. You don't have to do any sort of independent thought yourself. I'm sick of it, Brenda. Anyway, if you guys have a brain fart, if I have a brain fart, at least be kind enough to let the person finish so that they don't have to add on to trying to get out their fucking point, frustration over being interrupted and having their flow of thought interrupted.
Oh, like what you did to Zanuck. I get it. I see.
If you have to pipe up, wait until they're fucking done. What was that, Moriak?
No, I see. You muted Zanuck so you could talk over him. That makes sense.
Zanuck just pipes up every time he has a brain fart. He needs to wait till people are done. It makes him seem rude and annoying as hell.
Well, who was talking?
Zanuck, and then I'm going to unmute
Christ,
Brenda.
every fucking time
do you
you
have
stop
anything to say before I unmute them?
Who
was talking
Do
first.
you want to talk to us, Satano atheists, anyway?
Yikes.
You too? I'm about to mute you too. You're not contributing anything to the discussion. Just shut up.
You're just whining
I'm about
about.
to mute Zanuck. Do you have anything else to say, Moyak?
Well, basically the whole premise of what you were saying, the reason I tried to interrupt you is because your premise was absolutely fallacious from the get-go. You actually started describing a situation that was not happening in any way, shape, or form. He is looking at an object that is way, way, way before the horizon. There is no squishing into the horizon. The horizon is not there. The horizon is behind it, far, far behind it, as he looks down upon this object.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't very cool at all. And we were talking about an object, like was mentioned, no horizon, and you're absolutely right. The angular size of an object will change directly proportional with the distance moved away from the observer. That we all understand. And everything becomes smaller. We all get that. It's the position in your field of view that we're talking about. And verse level, all you need to do is take the height above the surface and divide that by the distance to the object and take the inverse tangent. That will give you the degrees it should be in your field of view, period. And we're seeing it further down, further downward. Now, if we have refraction over land, not over water, not near the surface, like you mentioned also, because we're not near that, not in that area, that the density gradient will always be denser as you go down, always. All right? That means light has to bend downward. That would make the problem worse. It should be lumen up. So if anything, it should be closer to that number, not below it. Not greater than, rather. So that's what we see. And we never, and I told Dingleberry, Rakia, if he wants to go find some observation where he sees that not to be true, where he actually gets the exact value of a Euclidean trigonometric value, then I'll send him $50.
So you're saying something's higher or lower than its actual position, Zanuck?
It's lower than it would be for Euclidean geometry, meaning that the surface is round, spherical.
Yeah, so you have some. Oh, I thought you were talking about refraction and where it is and where it appears.
No, the refraction is such a small value. That's why it's seen at the Black Swan, because we're looking at very, very small angle changes at the surface. When you're up high, all that goes away. There's no refraction.
So it's only.
There's no refraction
so it's
of any consequence whatsoever. Thanks for interrupting me.
So it's only off a small amount from its actual position. You're saying?
No, that is its actual position. There's no variance in the refraction because it's even if it was a factor, it's such a small consequence
to the
refraction.
observation.
Refraction is a very, very small effect, especially over land.
So it's not in its actual position, then you're saying?
It is in its actual position, and if there's any refraction, it would be it'd be less than a rounding error for any measurement. And you can prove that. Hold on, let me finish. You could prove that assumption that I'm making, or my declaration, by making multiple measurements and seeing if it ever varies such that it would be a factor, and it's not.
So you're saying it's in its actual position and there's no refraction?
There's always refraction, but that refraction is very minimal.
So the thing's not in its actual position. I'm glad we only took 3 minutes to get that straight. So, and you're saying, and now you're claiming it's only off a little bit of its actual position, right? It's so minimal, it's very small amount from its actual.
Yeah, there's some dithering.
Right?
There's some actual dithering of the position of any object through air. Those are refractive consequences of refraction. But what I'm telling you is that that value would always be so infinitesimally small that it would not affect the result of the measurement.
So you have it, so you know its actual position to where
you could know its actual position by taking multiple measurements at different altitudes. Then you could actually calculate and predict and actually demonstrate and show a value for the refraction, because refraction will change as you go up, as the angle of incidence changes through the same medium. And then you can actually say, here's a curve using calculus. Here's the curve of the refraction, and we can apply that to our measurements and say what the refraction actually is and what factor it is and how much it did change.
Okay, so now you do know its actual position, because last week or 2 weeks ago, you didn't know its actual position. You admitted.
I never even mentioned the actual position of this. This is the first time I've talked about it in a long time.
Well, the other week you said we don't know the actual position of objects in the distance.
Well, because you're trying to be absolute about it. It's like saying, do we know can you show me absolute zero?
No, that's not what it's like.
Pressure. Yeah, absolute zero temperature.
No, that's not what it's like.
These values don't exist in reality, but we can make measurements without having to know that. Very easily.
So the thing doesn't have an actual position in reality, you're saying?
Light always is bending through the medium.
You are saying some crazy stuff today.
Light is always bending through medium. You can measure this bending by taking multiple measurements. Remember the scientific method? Change.
And what are you going to
change
use for the measurements?
Oh,
Are you
why?
gonna use
Now,
the
so
camera?
when I'm in the middle of a sentence, I was going to say the next thing, and you immediately jump in over me. That's you, not me, doing this. So when you take a change the independent variable height, and then you take another measurement, you keep on changing that independent variable. It's called experimentation. You can then depict and show a representation of the refraction value as you change your altitude. Then you can get a predictive value for any altitude.
I'm just going to use this time to talk to say that I can't engage you because you go on and on and on, and it's it's
I'm
tough
just telling you
having
how
a
you would actually
conversation.
determine what your
Yeah, I
refraction
know, and
is,
now you're talking over me. I know.
as you did with me.
You do like to pipe up, Zanuck, and it does kind of interrupt a person's flow.
He's just very long-winded.
Yeah, that's why I
Yeah,
suggest
Zanuck,
you just
you
don't
got
have
to
to listen
summarize
to
your
your
speeches.
I don't
You
think
got
it's terribly
to learn
long.
to summarize things.
I don't think it's terribly long, and everything you said makes perfect sense.
Yeah, do it
Xenix,
slowly.
he's a smart guy. He doesn't go on too long some of the time. He's usually pretty succinct and he's pretty to the point. I like the way he shuts you guys down. But however, I will say, you've engaged with Flat Earth Data before, Zanuck, and you do know he likes to interrupt you and me and everybody else before they even finish 3 words. And sometimes you do engage in that same sort of way.
Kosho's been straight trolling us for about at least a day or two now.
I've been trolling about what?
I was going to
You
say
were trolling
sorry.
us hard yesterday. Oh, my bad, Lemon. Go ahead.
I was going to say sorry if I'm a little gung ho on the moderation in here, but we got to let each other think and get out our responses. That's all.
Listen, Kosho told us yesterday. Kosho told us yesterday you got a 50-50 shot of winning the 6-digit lotto because you can either win or you can't.
See, that's not what I told you. That's what
You said you
Demok
agreed
told you.
with that.
That's
You
what
agreed
Demok
with that.
told you. What I did was agreed with him.
So you agree with that statement.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you agree with Demok? He's such a brilliant one.
Well, the thing
Kosho,
is,
it's also your opinion, Kosho, that we have a 50-50 chance of winning the lotto because we bought a ticket. 6-digit.
What I do is I engage in the best strategy at all times. And whatever the strategy calls for, whatever the times call for is a strategy I go for.
Is
if you're arguing with
strategy
Demok,
trolling right now?
if you're arguing with Demok and you think that's a good strategy, then I don't know what to tell you.
If you think there's a 50-50 chance of winning the lottery just because you can either win or not win, you don't understand statistics. Just saying.
well, Kosho, the thing is, you got to take the total number of chances, and the total number of chances would be something like the total number of tickets, or I don't know, the total number of people that buy the tickets, or something like that. It would
you disagree with
like 50-50.
I suspect he knows. I suspect he knows that. He was just placating Demok because you can't talk to a crazy person.
Well, Demok is a
Hey,
little.
don't do that. Let's not call
Easy. Yeah, you better watch yourself there, Brendan.
Yeah,
Well,
Brenda, I took offense to that.
So
Well,
I see the image of the Earth. I was wondering, is anybody actually this time around going to do the 3-position observation from South America, Africa, and Australia?
Well, Moyak, are we going to take a picture? Because if we're taking pictures, according to Zanuck, pictures aren't an accurate representation of reality. So we need to throw out all pictures now because Zanuck.
He didn't say that. He didn't say that.
He literally said that.
No, he didn't say that. You said that. You said that, Jeremy. You said that, and then he gave a nuanced reply that you didn't understand, and so then you just characterize him as having said something because you didn't understand his response.
No, he said my picture is not showing an accurate representation of reality because it's not a picture, because of the picture. That's literally what he said. So we can't use pictures as accurate representations of reality anymore. Sorry, Moyak. We have to toss that one.
Really depends on how you're trying to use them also. Like I can use a wide-angle lens to depict something. I just have to realize that it's going, the angles at the edges and stuff are going to be somewhat misrepresented at the edges of my view. But I could still tell you that there's a boat in that image. I could still tell you that the sun is in that image. Or in the case of the stars, I can still tell you that there's stars in that image, and they're the same stars.
Jeremy, is a fisheye lens an accurate picture of reality?
We were talking about if you were whatever you see. We were talking about if you draw it down, if you drew a picture of it in crayons, or if you took a picture with a rectilinear lens, or just seeing it with your eyeball, because it transfers it onto a as a 2D image. It can no longer be used as an accurate representation of reality, according to Zanuck.
So could you answer?
Don't argue with me about it.
Could you answer the question? Can you answer the question?
Argument.
Can you
It's Zanuck's argument. You
follow
can
her
argue with
logic,
Zanuck
Jeremy.
about it.
No, it's not an accurate vision of reality. What's your point, Brenda?
Oh, there's two ways to think about it. You can say a fisheye lens does not give you an accurate representation of reality because it looks distorted. You could also say it does because, as Zanuck said, there is a mapping in which you could take an image from a fisheye lens and make it flat and undistorted. If you know the particulars of the lens, you can put it into Photoshop, and there's a plugin called PT Lens, or I think it's incorporated into Photoshop now, and you can simply stretch that image into a perfect rectilinear image that would accurately represent reality, which is what Zanuck said. But you don't understand this distinction between what you see and the function that can transform it into a representation of reality.
Can I stop you? Thanks. So that wasn't the argument was because it's on a 2D plane, whether we drew on crayons what we saw, or we used a rectilinear lens or any type of lens, or just saw with our eyeball or drew a picture in crayon, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's because we've now transferred it onto a 2D plane. That was the argument, not about a fisheye lens or whatever. It's just straight up about projecting something onto a 2D image.
Well, I'd like to work through Brenda's thread real quick about the fisheye lens. We can transform it into a proper image up to a point, but you'd expect that ability to transform it into a proper image would be limited and not happen after a certain distance because of, the limits of optics. You might be able to transform it properly like a mile away from the camera or something like that, but past that point, there'd be little to no transformation that would be possible into an image that we would recognize. So I think the fallacy here, Brenda, is saying that any camera image can be properly translated into reality and mapped back onto reality. I think that's a fallacious assumption.
Lenses
That
don't
sounds like a real cat fight. Go ahead, Brenda.
differently than they change things up close. It's purely
when we project things. Listen, this is Zanuck's argument. When we project things onto a 2D plane, be it a picture that we drew of what we saw, or we took a picture with a rectilinear lens, because of that fact, it's now no longer an accurate representation of reality. Guys, this is Zanuck's argument.
But listen to this. This goes back to the whole semantical thing, and because he's not wrong, dude, when he says that. But he's not wrong because he's saying something different than what you're saying. Like, of course, you can look at a 2D image and you can tell what's going on in it, and so you can, you can get three-dimensional aspects out of it. However, if you're using that two-dimensional picture strictly, to describe the distances between objects, how they appear in that two-dimensional picture, and also things like that, then yeah, you're gonna get wrong conclusions. But
can I see a 3D picture?
Yeah,
you got one of those?
Well, you guys want it both ways. That's the problem. Like, we can't. It's not an accurate representation of reality for this thing because it might not be good for my argument. But now I want to make an argument about something else, and it is an accurate representation of reality. It's such bullshit, man.
There are nuances. There are nuances.
You don't think 3D pictures exist? You were doing a 3D movie?
Does your eyeball see in 3D or does it see in 2D?
2D.
It sees 3D in 2D. So if you have the glasses,
2D.
If you have the glasses, you can look at a 2D image on a piece of paper, and it looks you have all the all the
We're not
perspective
talking
and all
about
the depth,
perspectives. We're
all
not
the
talking
angles,
about
all the
perspective.
angles,
We're talking
all the angles
in
of a
all
3D image.
It sounded like somebody else
forget
was
it.
talking,
You know,
Jeremy. Are you going to rein him in?
Yeah,
Yeah, what
Xanax,
happened, guys?
we're
One at
not
a time,
talking
please.
about perspective. We're talking about 2D versus 3D, and what does the human eye what is it capable of? Human eye is not capable of seeing in 3D.
Okay, now can he, Zanuck explain? He was talking about 3D glasses before you stepped all over him.
Yeah, I was saying one word and you just ran over me like a friggin' bus over a friggin' rat.
Because that's a non sequitur, bro.
It's not
You're
a
talking over him again, and Jeremy's going to
Why
mute
can you watch a 3D movie? Why can you look at a 3D picture on the ground?
Let him respond.
I see in 3D.
You're gonna keep on doing it, aren't you? Why can't you look at a 3D picture with special glasses?
Can you put on?
Why do you have to continue to talk over me? What the fuck's wrong with you?
Because you
Guys,
said your point.
Xanax
No,
respond.
because you have a reason. You have an excuse for being an asshole. Stop it.
You made
Well,
your
yeah,
point.
I had to mute you.
You can
Dave.
look
I'm gonna
at
have
a
to mute
3D
you if you
picture
can't
on a
let
table
Zanuck
with
respond,
glasses.
please. I mean, even as I'm trying to clear the room for him, he's talking over me. I'm trying to clear the room for you, Zanuck. Okay, go ahead.
You can't stop. He's
He's
still going.
roboting. You're roboting.
He's
Zanuck.
roboting. All right. No, it
I'm
was
not
it was
roboting.
nice.
I'm not roboting.
Go ahead
He's
now,
roboting.
Zanuck.
Oh,
The
okay.
room's
Sorry
clear.
about that.
Okay.
The room is clear for you, Zanuck.
I don't need. Thank you. I don't need to be. I don't need that kind of treatment. But thank you. No, you can look at a 3D image on a piece of paper on a table, and it will be 3D with the special glasses. Your eyes are still the eyes. We've just changed the lenses so that it can convert this. It's transforming the information we're seeing on the paper to what it's been designed to go reverse, like reverse engineering of the 3D imaging. That doesn't look 3D if you don't have the glasses, but with the glasses, it does look perfectly 3D. And all the angles and all the respective laws are all followed in a 3D image with these glasses. Yet you're looking at it with your 2D eyes. If that makes any sense.
All right, am I coming through? Am I coming through clear?
Dieslaw's
All right.
coming through.
Yeah, you're clear, Dieslaw. Go ahead.
All right. So Zanuck, can you put on the 3D glasses and look at nature and see it in the third dimension, or does it require a two-dimensional picture to be positioned in such a way to give that effect?
It's already 3D. You don't need to have 3D glasses because you're looking in 3D through 2D eyes. Same thing. Everything you see on the picture has been converted. If you don't think you see in 3D, you're wrong. Your eyes actually can see 3D. And whoever Napalm was correct saying that we don't.
Is crazy. That is a crazy statement.
Zanuck, that's a little inaccurate. That's a little inaccurate in
We
that
see
you can
3D
move your
we
eyes up
see-
and down,
Can
left
I
and right.
talk, Lemon? I was
But
going to
you
respond.
can't move them forward and back.
can't talk.
So on that level, you do not have 3D vision, Zanuck. Your eyes appear to see and interpret images in a very 2D way, and that they can move up, down, left, and right, but not forward and back that much. There's no way to go forward and back in depth in a 3D fashion.
Keep on talking, and maybe eventually we'll all
Your
be able to.
eyes do not depict third dimension. Your eyes see in 2D.
Sure it does.
It's the brain. It's the brain's job to reconcile the third dimension that we live in. But the human eye is incapable of seeing in 3D. That's just
That's not true. That's not true at all. You're making that up. You're making things up now.
Let's hear from Leftline for a second.
Yeah, it's your brain's job to see in any dimension. But yeah, I have good depth perception, or I'd be running over shit all the time.
But the thing is, we can see that the eye more or less sees in 2D because you can make very realistic 3D looking 2D writings that fool the eye, even though they're flat paper and flat drawings. They look just like 3D real life. So it appears to imply heavily, Zanuck, that the eye sees in 2D, not quite 3D in that sense.
Okay, look. The eyes see 3D. They see 3Ds, and your brain processes because you see in 3D. The reason we see in 3D because all the angles are due to perspective. Sizes, angles, everything is due to perspective. It all follows basic trigonometry. Every single thing you see in distance follows trigonometry. So it's not the eyes, it's not the brain that's doing it. You're seeing it. You're seeing an angle. It's processing it as 3D, and it is 3D because it's just
it's entirely wrong.
There's a problem with what you're saying, Zanuck.
I'll prove why I'm right. Let me prove why I'm right.
There's a problem with what you're saying because
same effect.
you can't go from the foreground to the background. You're not letting go of the mic. You need to let go of the mic, Zanuck. And
No, that's not. That's wrong. That's just wrong.
YouTube. I'm not in the mood today, Brenda.
Who was
When
in the
you go from the
mood?
foreground to the
Who
background,
died
you're
and said
losing
that?
something.
Yeah, hold on a second, Lemon. What happened? Was Zanuck talking and you interrupted?
Jesus, women's
He wasn't
wild.
letting go
Yes.
of the mic as per usual. I get sick of this
Women's
shit. And I'm trying to
funny.
answer him and let somebody else speak here.
Well,
Fuck.
Lemon, by that rule, you should be shut up all the time also, because you talk
Moya,
too long.
please go somewhere.
I am going somewhere.
Lemon's doing perfectly fine. All right, one mic, guys, one mic. Come on.
Is someone making the argument that our eyes are incapable of seeing in 3D?
Zanuck is saying that we see in 3D. Dicelo is saying
Yes.
2D. Zanuck is missing the implication that the eye appears to work more or less as a 2D sensor that can go up, down, left, and right, but cannot easily go from foreground to background without losing focus. In that way, it appears to more or less work in 2D. Zanuck is trying to say that it's 3D to avoid the implication that we see in planar geometry, and eventually angles get too merged, converged, too narrow to make out an image.
I'm,
You know, a lot of
I
us,
think somebody
most of
is-
us have two eyes.
I think anyone who is claiming that we can't see in 3D with our eyes is ignoring the fact that if we couldn't see in 3D with our eyes, we wouldn't have a concept of 3D. We have to be able to detect it.
entirely
Otherwise,
wrong.
we could not be able to see that way.
Let me help you out,
think
man.
about
Let me help you out.
a TV is a
help you
2D
out, dude.
image, but it gives the
Stop
idea
it.
of 3D. I don't know why you started talking while I was still
Guys,
talking.
Unbelievable.
one at a time, please.
Just can't shut up.
If
The
you
human
look
eye
at
perceives
TV,
in 2D.
if you look at a
perceives
TV,
in 3D,
if you
then
look at a TV,
seeing on the
shut
backside
up.
of
if you look at a TV, if you look at a television, it is projecting a 2D image, even though it looks 3D to your eyes. Okay, if you look at a monitor, your iPad, whatever, any sort of screen, it's actually only displaying a 2D image, not a 3D image. If our eyes only saw in 2D, we wouldn't be able to even trick our eyes into thinking it's 3D because we would have no concept of the 3D. It has to be able to detect 3D. Otherwise, we would only ever know of 2D.
Blind people know about 3D.
What is the
Did you ever-
retina? What is the retina?
Did you ever
Anybody know what the retina is?
Yeah, did you ever see those? We've all heard of it. Did you ever see what the one of those pictures where it looks like it's coming up off the paper and you can't tell until the guy slides the pen across it?
Yeah, something like that.
If it's actually in 2D, but it could be in 3D, but you don't even know. If you saw in 3D, you would know. You'd be like, oh, that's 3D.
No, the point is that you wouldn't be able to properly conceive of the 3D without being able to detect it. So your eye must be able to do both.
No, it's your brain
That's
that
not
does
true.
it. It's your brain that does it, not your eye. Your brain does.
And Brenda's right.
I'm just saying, if you could see in 3D, hold on. If you could see in 3D,
Well, his ear thing must have died.
Jeremy's earbud die.
I assume it did. But I was just gonna say, blind people can have an idea of 3D, and they've never seen it. And Brenda's right. The reason why your brain tricks you, your brain has to make up things in order for you to understand, because you understand it's 3D. So your brain gives you the image that you're expecting to see.
And that's how optical illusions work, right? They trick your brain into thinking something is that that one line is longer than the other because of how your brain processes the image. That's how it works.
But we can see that the brain doesn't do 3D very well, Brenda, because you can bring your finger close to your eye, then move your finger a little further away from your eye, and it'll be in focus until you try to focus on the position that finger was formerly in front of the eye. The moment you try to do that, the image in the background goes out of focus and separates into two planar images. So you cannot go from foreground to background the way that you can up, down, left, and right and keep an image in focus. That implies a highly planar 2D processing to vision. Otherwise, why would you get this parallax and this doubling of the image when you go from foreground to background to try to keep things in focus?
Because we have two eyes.
So that implies that the eye has a 2D processing.
No, we have
And
two
why is the
eyes.
eye able
We have
to
two
lead
eyes, which the brain takes the information from both eyes, combines it into one image, into one experience, one unitary experience. You don't see, that's why. Holy
Okay,
crap!
well, the eye has no problem processing the image left to right, up and down. It only has a problem when it goes from foreground to background.
Lemon,
So that implies
can you
2D
draw?
processing.
Can you draw a 3D cube on a piece of paper?
Yes.
Okay, so we can
No.
see 3D.
Not in that sense, Zanuck. Going
Is
from
it located?
foreground to
Can I
background,
make?
there is
If
a
I'm a good
problem.
enough, my
Out
turn.
of focus
We have
and
to go back and forth.
duplicated and
We
split.
have to go back and forth. We have to. So just stop. I'm going to go back and forth with you. I'm going to say something, then you can say something. So we can draw the 3D object on a piece of paper. You said yes. So can I? If I draw something very realistic, I might even look like I'm looking out a window at 3D. So my eyes are seeing 3D. We've drawn 3D, but it's not 3D. It's actually on a piece of paper. The brain doesn't know any difference between what is really 3D and what is actually 3D, or is not 3D, which has been fabricated 3D. The picture you've drawn on a piece of paper, or looking at a real window and seeing things out in the distance a mile away. It can tell, and it doesn't know the difference. You don't need to know the difference. It sees in 3D because the angles are coming to your eyes and depict 3D. You don't know whether that piece of paper is 3D or not. It just is. You don't know
But
whether
the
you're
piece
looking
of
at a window
paper
or
is
not. It
obviously
just is.
flat, Zanuck.
Your brain is
Obviously
looking at
flat,
the
and you can
angles
get a
and can, by those
3D
angles and
image
by
from the
perspective,
paper.
Lemon, I'm still talking. By those
Are you
angles,
letting go of the mic zone?
stop it. By those angles.
Okay, well then when you're
Oh
done,
my
Zanuck, just
fucking
say
God.
done so I know
By
when
the
to pipe
angles,
up. But you're not letting go of the
Let me
mic.
finish the sentence and I'll be done. By the angles and perspective, we know that this is 3D. We don't know if it's real or not, but we do know it's 3D.
But Zanuck, you have realistic 2D drawings that are indistinguishable from 3D in real
That's
life.
the point.
That
That is
implies
the
a
absolute
heavily 2D
fucking
dimension
point.
to how we process images.
We interpret 2D images as three-dimensional based on how we see the world, and the only way that we do
No,
that
by the
is through
angles. By the
the
angle.
mix. It's through a mix of touch, meaning we can go up and touch these objects, and we know that they have volume within space, right? But
And
visually,
that's
everything that's hitting our eye is two-dimensional, and based on our perceptions of touch and sight, we interpret what we're seeing as three-dimensional. Just like Lemon was saying, if you have a really good, realistic drawing on two-dimensional paper that's drawn in perspective, your eye will assume that it's a three-dimensional image, meaning your mind is the only place in which the image becomes three-dimensional. Your eyes see with 2D, and it's your interpretation, it's your mind's eye that makes it three-dimensional.
No,
yeah,
all
those realistic
your brain
images.
is doing is all your brain is doing is taking the information that's received. It doesn't matter whether it's a two-dimensional drawing or looking out your window and seeing 3D. The angles are the angles. It doesn't. You can create the angles on a piece of paper and create a 3D image. It's not for your brain's job to determine whether it is real or not. It is 3D. Both are 3D because both have perspective and taking the angles into account to make it 3D. It doesn't matter what the computer is. It's whatever the information is that it's receiving creates that particular situation, and they both are 3D as far as the mind's concerned.
Okay, this is real simple, Zanuck. If we saw in 3D, you know those pictures they draw in perspective where you can't tell if it's 3D or 2D until they swipe a pen across and either it moves or it doesn't move. You know those pictures I'm talking about?
Yep.
Yeah. So if we saw in 3D, that wouldn't be a guess whether it's 2D or 3D because we would know. We would see it. We'd be like, oh, that's 3D.
Well, that you'd have to have like you have to have a radar brain. You
Jeremy,
have to
that's
have a
incorrect.
physical radar or sonar brain to be able to do that. So it
That's
doesn't matter. We don't need that to see 3D.
No images on
It is
paper
3D.
are 3D. It's impossible.
Wait, say it again.
No, sometimes there's images. People will draw images that you can't tell if they're 2D or 3D until you swipe a pen across them and the object either moves or it won't move because it's drawn on the paper.
That's not
That
true.
is true. I've seen that happen.
There's no such thing as a 3D image. It's not possible.
There is
No,
there
it's
there
not
are
a
3D images.
It's not a
not on a
it's not
screen.
a 3D image. It's
not
not a 3D image. Hold on, Bob. It's not a 3D image. It's a 2D image. Somebody draws it on a piece of paper, and you can't tell whether it's a real object or a 2D image until they swipe a pen across it.
I agree with that, but I'm saying that there are 3D images though. There's images that both
Whatever.
can be displayed three-dimensionally and can be captured three-dimensionally. So
Well, Brenda did make a good point about us having two eyes that I guess give a parallax image when you go from foreground to background by dint of us having two eyes. I've closed one of my eyes and tried the same, observation with my finger close to one eye, further away from one eye. And the only difference when I tried to focus on the foreground versus the background is it appeared to kind of zoom in a little bit differently. And it didn't quite duplicate the image. I would agree with you, Brenda, that it is partially because we have two eyes that we can't focus from foreground to background without splitting the image. But at the very least, when we process images into some sort of coherent image, it appears to be fairly 2D. Because with our two eyes going from foreground to background, the image tends to split and or lose focus.
I want mod powers so that sometime when I'm in a grouchy mood, I can just mute all of the flat earthers.
That's what you do already.
As long as you're fair and let people be heard, Brenda, talk it over with Gio.
Listen to me. Have you guys ever seen those images that people draw on a piece of paper? It's just a 2D image on a piece of paper that look like they're 3D, and you can't tell until they touch it's either an object or the pen or whatever will slide right over the paper. Has everyone seen those?
yes, I thought everyone agreed with you that they've seen those.
Okay, now if you saw it in 3D, that wouldn't be a guesswork because you would be like, oh, that's a 3D object. I can see in 3D. I know that's 3D. You can't because you can't tell if it's a 2D or 3D thing before they touch it.
Well, if the brain couldn't see in 3D, you couldn't trick it into seeing 3D. Just because you can trick it with a drawing doesn't mean you don't see in 3D.
You can't. Well, if you could see in 3D, that wouldn't be a guess to whether that object is 3D or 2D.
Well, what do you guys mean by us seeing in 3D? If you guys are trying to say with your side that we can just see 3D objects, that's tautological and meaningless. Of course, we see real 3D objects. When we're saying we see in 2D, we tend to process things up, down, left, and right without losing focus, but forward and backward, the image splits or loses focus. This implies highly two-dimensional processing. That's all.
Yes, yeah, we have both of our eyes, just like cameras. Your eyes will give you an image. It will be a still 2D image, but you have two eyes. The same thing with a camera, like a GoPro camera. You get an image. It's a 2D picture, but if you put two of them, you can make 3D simulations and stuff like that. Like you just need to have two cameras.
Demonstrating that somebody can be tricked in certain scenarios is not proof itself that one type of vision isn't possible.
Yeah, but if you could see in 3D, if you could actually see hold on, Lemon. If you could actually see in 3D, you would be able to see and be like, oh, that is a 3D image, right? Because we can see in 3D, so we know when things are 3D or not.
Well, most of our perspective and visual laws appear to have 2D analysis for like the height of the object and the distance. We do talk about like angles of vision and arcs and stuff like that, which I guess have somewhat of a 3D analysis or component, sure. But when we do the math on paper, it appears to be more or less 2D math about the height of the object to the distance of the object at least. We don't really have a three-dimensional component beyond that. I mean, even when we were talking about the tangent of the object's height or whatever, or the ratio of the object's height to get a tangent, that's height divided by distance. That's 2 dimensions. That's it. We don't have height divided by distance divided by some sort of 3rd dimension. So at the very least, we're kind of belying the way that we think about these visual things in very 2D terms, at least the way that we analyze it mathematically.
That is perspective, and that's why you know it's far away, because it's getting smaller. It's lowering your field of view if it's above you in the stars, or raising if it's below you. That is the definition of how 3D works. It's called perspective. And we see in perspective. We see angles. We know those relative angles are such that it determines for us to tell us where things are. And and that's our depth of field measurement by the angles. That's why you can draw a box which has all these different angles when you draw a 3-dimensional cube on a piece of paper, because you use special angles that aren't
exactly the same reason. What you're doing on a piece of paper is you're drawing a flat shape that looks like a 3-dimensional cube.
By
and when
using
you see
angles.
When you see the rule you just said about seeing the things smaller and bigger and stuff, you're right that's how you know that things further is because it's obviously the same size, but it's further away. But if it wasn't the same size and it was actually just bigger, they could both be at the same distance.
No, because we know where they are in our field of view also. So not only is it smaller, where it is in our field of view, we know, our brain knows and figured out how to see in 3D by using the calculate. It calculates everything. Everything you see, it's calculated. When you look out your window, see your car, you see the basketball hoop, it's 10 feet high, you see the guy's roof across the street, you see mountains in the distance. Everything has angles to it, and everything based on those angles, you can tell what those distances are, roughly. And that's how you see in 3D.
Oh my God. Do you not understand if you could see in 3D that when those guys do that little trick where they draw a thing and you can't tell until they touch the object? If you could see in 3D, you would know. You would say, oh, I can see in 3D. That's a 3D object.
Okay, then it's a transformation of those angles for 3D vision. We can be fooled. That's what we can be fooled. It might not be actually.
It's not about being fooled.
If you have the angles are correct, like a piece of paper, it looks 3D. It's no different than what we see out the window. That's why these realistic artists can do this. They can actually look like it's 3D in a picture, but we're being tricked because our brain is just taking the information and doing transformations and figuring out where and what things are. So you're right.
Not about.
But I'm right also. We're both right. So just get over it. Move on.
No, they actually say you see in like 2.5D or something. They definitely don't say you see in 3D. The point is, if you could see in 3D, you would look at that picture and say, nope, that's a picture. It's 2D. Or you would say, well, I can see in 3D, and I can see that object is in fact 3D.
Right. So dolphins see in 3D then, okay? Dolphins just see in 3D. Yes. No, that they have sight, and they also have radar or sonar, so they can see in 3D.
But Xanax, what about realistic?
They would know if that picture. They would approach that picture that I would run through and fall out the window because it looks like, oh, this is a opening. This is a door opening, and there's a nice, comfy bed with a beautiful woman on the bed. I'm going to jump to that friggin' picture. It's paper, and I'm going to be out the window, falling 100 stories to my death. But the dolphin will no, that's not real because it's flat. There's nothing behind that. There's no room. There's no person behind there. It's flat because I've used sonar to determine there's no depth. So I know it's fake. So they see it. That's what you mean.
We see
End
in
of story.
3D,
Let's move on.
If we see in 3D in the sense that you're talking about, shouldn't we at least be able to tell the difference between the extremely realistic looking 2D drawing that looks 3D versus 3D real life?
No, because all of the, like I said 1,000 times already, it's all about the angles and perspective. And if all that's true, you'll never know unless you have sonar. That you touch it.
But then I don't know if that makes sense. It appears that realistic.
That's fine.
So you can't tell something.
No, unless you have radar or sonar, you can't tell.
Not badly, Jeremy. Could you repeat that?
I said so. Unless you go and touch something, or you have sonar to actually reach out and touch it with your sonar, you can't tell if something's 3D or not because your eyes can't see in 3D.
Nothing can see in 3D unless it has sonar, because all the angles comport with the dimensions that would be in a realistic world.
All right, we'll take that as a concession when you say that nothing can see in 3D. We got it.
I don't know what anybody means. I don't know what anybody means by seeing in 3D anymore. It's just a mess. It's just a mess.
Well, Brenda, I did try to be a bit more specific by saying we're saying that you can't see 3D in the sense that your eye can move left to right, up and down, and still more or less keep the image in focus. But forward to the background, there tends to be a splitting or a loss of focus. Maybe all of this is BS, but that's what I mean anyway.
Well, at a
What do
fixed
you think we
distance,
mean by not being in 3D?
we're at a fixed distance, regardless of parallax. You would, if someone could trick you with the proper type of drawing, you'll never know. Nothing they can detect whether that's 3D or whether it's a 3D image or whether it's actual 3D. But once you can move, once you start, this is how how we do everything. We make it and change position and then compare. And if it's not morphing and changing as you move, then you'll know, oh, that's an image. That's not reality. But if you don't have that ability, you'll never know unless you have radar or sonar to determine if it's 3D
So
or not.
you're saying we can't. In conclusion, you're saying we can't see in 3D.
Yeah. Now you've got me to that point where you cannot see in 3D.
Okay, there we go.
Actually, you'll see 3D. You'll see 3D, but you don't know whether it's actually 3D or not. So does that mean we don't see in 3D? Maybe. It all depends on your definition.
I think I know what's going on here. I've been listening to
No. If you think you know what's going on, then you don't know what's going on. This is just a mess. It's just.
Well, I think it's terminology is what we're getting into. There's a difference between what the eye sees and what the brain perceives. So you might be able to see, like I see 2D because my retina displays a 2D image on my retina, but my brain processes my movement and other things to create a 3D image. So I think there's a difference.
You missed the point, Paul. Paul missed the point.
I think that's what I'm hearing.
Hold on, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
I'm listening.
Okay, I was muted for a second. If you looked at it, I'm a lousy artist. If I draw an airplane, it's 2D. It just has the airplane silhouette on the piece of paper. 3D, someone's really good, can draw an airplane on the picture, and that airplane looks real. And I put it on my window, I could have an airplane outside my door, or there could be an airplane outside my door, and my eyes would register the exact same near the exact same information with both pictures if they're done well, and I would never know unless I use sonar or radar to determine that there's a plane outside my window. I'm seeing 3D because of the fact that I know what these angles are doing to what I'm seeing, and that's the 3D vision that we have. Now, whether it's real or not, that's the question. I think that summarizes this entire discussion and argument right there in that example.
Well, I'd like to hear from.
That was to Paul, though. I want to see Paul's response.
I would like to hear.
That was to Paul. Let me hear Paul's response to that. Does that make sense, Paul?
I mean, I get what you're saying. I don't even disagree necessarily. I was just trying to make it more of, the sensory side of the eye and the perception of the brain. That's all I was drawing.
We see 3D. We can see 3D, whether it's fake 3D or it's real 3D. Because of angles, because of the angles and perspective, we definitely see 3D.
Okay, but hold on a second, Zanuck. I'd let you talk. I'll let you explain.
Of course. Go ahead. Just gonna add somebody.
You're still talking.
I didn't know you were going to talk right away. Yes, I'm going to let you go. Go ahead.
Okay. When the light hits my retina, that is a 2D image, right? Would you agree with that?
Where is the 2D image that you're seeing? No.
On my retina. Is that a 2D image or not?
Yes. So if I draw a cube on a piece of paper, that is a 3D image drawn in 2D on a piece of paper. So it's a 2D image. Okay, I see it.
Right. So my retina perceives only 2D images.
No, it perceives 3D. No, it perceives 3D, but it doesn't have 2D.
Okay, show me the depth on the image on my retina. Where's the depth at?
In the proportionality and the angles of the object. So the object that you see, remember I just told you.
Hold on, Zanuck. My brain will interpret the image on my retina as 3D, not my eye. My brain processes that. That's my perception of 3D. But my eye only sees 2D.
No different than the picture on the wall, on the window. I have two windows. One has a picture of a jet, the other has a picture of a jet. Both are, one's drawn, one's actually on your street. Your brain sees that 3D image. Both of them are 3D. It knows that because the angles comport with a 3D image. You can tell its distance, it's how big it is, how deep it goes. Everything about it is 3D. And that image is projected on the back of your eye. Yes, the image is 2D, no different than the 2D image on that one window that is a drawn picture, but it is drawn to show 3D, and your brain perceives the 3D based on the angles that have been drawn.
This is problematic.
Hold
Angles are
on,
2D.
hold on, Linneman. Okay, the only reason we know the 3D world exists is through our other senses, through movement, through my arms moving through 3D space. If I had no other means to measure the world around me, is through the eye, and nothing moved, as far as I would be concerned, it would be a 2D world.
Well, that's where you're really lucky because you got two eyes.
Hold on a second. I know, and I think part of our understanding. Hold on a second. Part of our perception, and this is why I said a perception, is the slight angle difference in our eyes and also movement. That will give us the perception now, that's a key word, of the 3D world.
Well, the thing is,
one comment, one real quick to Paul, very, very fast. No, that validates whether it is 3D or created 3D, synthetic 3D. But we see 3D, whether it's verifiably real or not, that's up to our other senses. But we definitely see the 3D with our eyes.
well, the problem is angles are 2D, Zanuck, because you have a line, a baseline to make the angle, a center point, and then you raise up from that baseline up, down, or left or right to make an angle. You can't get angles going forward and back from the eye without losing focus. So I guess I would agree with you that we do technically see in 3D with, I guess, two eyes, which take these angles and going from foreground to background, you can tell that you're dealing with a 3D image the moment it goes out of focus because you get a duplicated image where the angles coming into the eye cross and make an X and give you basically a duplicated image showing you that you're dealing with a 3D world with a foreground and a background. But otherwise, if you're talking about angles, they're 2D. They can only go up, down, left, or right. They can't go forward to backward.
Well, we can create the 3D image. Like I've already painfully explained. We can create. Can you do a train tracks in distance in a painting? Of course you can. Those angles comport with train tracks that would be normally converging in the distance and rising up from your field of view as if you're standing above them. And we had a picture again with your two windows. One picture of the train tracks and then train tracks next to me, real outside my window. I couldn't. In a good drawing, I won't be able to tell the difference. Now that means I'm seeing it in 3D. I just can't verify it with my eyes. My other senses, as Paul said, will have to be used to verify whether one is a painting or one is not a painting.
Right. The reason your mind perceives that two-dimensional painting as three-dimensional is the same way that you interpret the two-dimensional image that's on the retina of your eye to a three-dimensional world. It's the exact same thing.
Better said, it's the exact same thing looking at the actual 3D item on your eye or the picture on your eye.
There is no 3D item on your eye.
Hold on. The image will look the same in the back of your eye. And I would agree with you. It's taking that 2D image that has 3D characteristics that your brain can actually decipher and equate to, yes, this being 3D, it has depth, it has girth, it has width, all that.
Yep. And the reason we, like the other gentleman said before, the reason that we interpret the 2D images that we see with our vision as three-dimensional is because we have other senses that we utilize to understand these concepts of volume and space.
That's counteracting what I said. We validate, both will be discernible by the brain. In fact, even to Lemon's point, or even to Paul's point, you can't tell whether you're going to walk through this door or if it's actually a painting of a door. The other senses are used only to validate. The image is the same in the eye. It doesn't matter.
Correct. That's what I was saying.
The brain validates whether one is fake or not.
Way to take exactly what I was saying, say that I was wrong, and then restate it as if it was your...
Well, no, because you said the only way we know it's 3D or not. That's not... They're both 3D. Both are three-dimensional. One is representation of a 3D image, and one is actually a 3D image. They're both 3D as far as the eye is concerned and the brain is concerned. There's no difference.
Well, let's go back even further, Xanik.
So
Let's deal with
the
the
painting
definition.
is 3-dimensional, is what you're saying.
It's being seen as 3-dimensional. It looks like
Right.
no
So it's not
difference. Discern.
actually 3-dimensional.
I say, I'm sorry. I have to get
It's
back
not.
in here. No, Xanax. You don't. If you had if a person, all they had was their sight. That's all they had, and they saw things, but nothing moved, and they had no other senses to deal with whatsoever. They would not know that there was depth to the world.
Yes, they would, based on these
No,
angles.
they wouldn't.
Yes, of course they would.
If all they could see is one, like I'm sitting here looking at a truck in front of me. If nothing else moved, and I'm sitting here looking at this truck in front of me, and nothing else moved around it. The truck never moved. The trees never moved. People never moved. I would have no perception of depth. All I would see is
Yes,
a
you
black
would.
thing, an orange.
Because of the angles, because of
How?
perception. Perception.
Key is
Perspective.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Perspective
Hold on a
dictates that these things real tiny in the distance are not right in front of you. If you're saying that if we never saw anything and we opened our eyes, boom, we're blind up to this point, we look out and nothing moved, we would see 2D. No.
Because you
everything
gotta
has angles.
You gotta assume you're 2D at that point. I mean, like what?
This is why you see like infants trying to grab objects that are too far away for them to grab, because they're still trying to learn how they perceive the world, and they're doing so through vision, through touch, through their senses. And as you develop those skills, that's when you
No, they perfect it. They
in
know
life,
that
you
object
no
is far
longer
away.
have
They just don't know
to-
how far. Yes, you're right. But
No,
they know
wait
it's
a
not.
minute. Hold on.
They know it's not. They know it's not right in front of them. They know it's some distance away, so they don't know how far because they haven't trained those senses to be accurate. But the bottom, don't make no mistake, they see in 3D. You're seeing everyone sees in 3D.
They see, okay, but I'm back. I'm sorry, I dropped for a second. They may see what you are saying they see in 3D, but their perception, they would have no concept of what 3D would be. That was my point.
Well, you can fool the same baby. You can fool them all with these paintings much easier because they're not of the experience. But back to my original point, and this is not a big deal, guys. I'm not trying to fight with you. You validate.
Yeah, you are.
No, you validate the 3D with other senses, but both can be discernible to the brain whether one is real or not.
Well, that's why I was going to ask you, Xanac, what's 2D versus 3D? Are you saying that 2D is flat on paper and 3D is anything that's not flat? What's 2D versus 3D to you?
3D involves perspective. 3D objects can be either on a 2D surface or in reality, and they involve perspective. Perspective are these angles with respect to distance, whether it rises up in field of view or an angular size changing with distance. All this and foreshortening, all those factors are part of perspective, and that's what you see. You can draw this too. Your brain doesn't know the difference.
The third dimension
But the
is
thing
depth.
is, you commit yourself to very planar considerations when you're talking about angles, Xanac. To have an angle, you need a flat baseline, and then you can raise up, down, or left and right from that baseline, but you can't go forward and backward in a field of view from foreground to background with an angle. So at that point, if you're talking about angles, you're talking about something that's 2D anyway, because angles have highly 2D considerations where they can go up, down, maybe left, right, but can't go forward to background in the foreground versus the background. So isn't that kind of thing the same thing?
No, because in art, you can actually draw things and create a 3D image based on angles that are all done in 2D.
It has the appearance of 3D.
Hold on.
It's not
All
actually
based on
three-dimensional.
hold on. I was in the middle of a sentence responding to Lemon. You saw that. You can draw something on a piece of paper like a cube, like you talked about, a square cube. And you could build that square cube on a piece of paper with angles and straight lines and some shading. You can
And
create
it will
a 3D
never
image.
be 3D. It'll still be two-dimensional.
It'll be discernible. You can't discern that between a real cube and the drawn cube if it's done well enough.
So the drawn cube, is the drawn cube ever three-dimensional in reality?
As far as how you see
in
it,
reality,
has all the aspects of a 3D object because all the angles are true and correct.
So when you touch it, you would feel all the sides of the cube.
No, that's when you know.
So then it's not three-dimensional.
We validate or invalidate whether it's 3-dimensional or not.
Shadows and shading and light, wouldn't that give you what?
all that can give you 3D. All that two-dimensional
give you the
shading and angles will give you a 3D image.
appearance.
Be indiscernible between the actual object.
The
You won't know
appearance
until
of
you touch it. Or
three-dimensionality,
if you
but
have
it's
sonar
not
like a dolphin.
actually three-dimensional.
Look, Rags jumped in here. I like his point. Like, you have a 2D in front of you, but like you have to assume that you're 2D to even get there. Like, what? Like, at what point would you stop knowing you're 3D? So you automatically know
when you touch.
Well, this would go back to my analogy of an infant. You don't necessarily automatically know. You see infants trying to grab things that are not close enough for them to grab because they can't really figure out depth yet. They'll try to track an animal with their arms out, trying to grab the animal until their arms hit the animal, right? So this is when an infant is starting to train their brain to understand depth and 3 dimensions. Because what you actually do in reality is you see things in 2 dimensions. You can only verify that it's 3-dimensional based on other sensory inputs or movement.
I just don't agree with that at all.
I don't care if you agree or disagree. I mean, like I said before previously, reading into Thomas Reed. Thomas Reed has a very good breakdown of this, and I'll say it again for probably the 4th time today in this channel. Read up on Thomas Reed, what he has to say about how we interpret the world around us, how visuals are obtained, how we view the world through our various different senses.
Yeah, and they say that we see in 2D probably because when you're seeing in angles, you can expand the angle up, down, left, and right, but you can't really expand it from the forward to the backward, foreground to the background direction without changing the angle, narrowing the angle, or changing the lengths of the sides that define the angle. So in that way, we would quote unquote see in 2D, along with very realistic 2D drawings on flat paper, if you're saying 2D is flat. So that makes people say that we more or less, kind of see in 2D.
Zanuck, I would be curious if you watched the videos that I posted in the live stream at 4 minutes after the hour. I'd be curious as to your opinions of these videos after reviewing the information instead of, just trying to make an assumption beforehand.
Is this gonna, like, when you guys get done, is this like metabug stuff off the computer, 3D, 2D, 4D, 1D, 5D? What?
Well,
No,
Zanuck was.
I was just going to say I posted some videos in relation to Thomas Reed's work and very good descriptions about how we perceive visuals as well as, other sensory inputs, and how our mind is able to interpret these for us to be able to, function properly in the world around us. But the biggest point is the way that we perceive with vision the world around us.
Well, I
Did he say it
3D
had anything to do with sound, like the bat? Did any of
No.
these so-called professionals say that sound or that light and sound are like intertwined in a certain aspect through electrical continuity that your brain receives to actually flip that signal? Did any of these specialists tell you that it does have to do with sound a little bit? And like,
No, we were talking about angles and seeing in 2D versus 3D. What do you think? Do you think we see in 2D or 3D? Is it a planar representation that's put onto the back of the retina of the eye? 3D? What do you think?
I think we see what we see.
Well, I guess that's one way.
You don't like simple? Anyway, I put a picture
point?
in the back chat for you guys. It's for the tube you need. You need a tube through the edge of your sphere of water to the stars. If you don't have it, then you can't see the sun going down. You don't see any stars on the other side of anything. There's no sun coming around the other side. So you need to stand on the globe and get a diagonal degree and start digging. and dig the smallest line you can, straight line, because anywhere you're standing is the curve. So dig a line at a certain degree, and that has to slice that fucking edge so perfect that you'd never know. The baller's math, the sphere says so. The model says this should be done. It says where your feet are, you should slice through water, sand, air, or whatever's that top layer or two, right? Water, put a straw through it, and then see to the other side, stick a camera through, and if you can see stars rotating, because they go past your horizon, right? Supposedly the story is they come down around something. So if you got a diagonal tube going straight where your feet are, diagonal down through the ground of a sphere, the sphere model says this tube should stick out. You should be able to see the stars and everything coming in your view and comparing to what you see above. So you should have different stars above and the other stars that just left your view coming around that side, coming through your tunnel. So you should have an observatory tube through the globe, sliced on the edge, through the water or sand. Your pick.
Cognitive dissonance will force you into a 3D interpretation understanding. I don't.
No, this
At
is
what
globe
point
death.
are
I
you
don't know.
ever
Did you guys
allowed
understand this? Hello?
Yeah, I got you,
No
but they're
star
not going to
tube.
do
We
that.
don't
You
have
know
that.
they're not going to do that. And they're if you're right on your
No, they
geometry, they're
have
just
to.
gonna do
No,
it.
that's what we have to do. If they don't have that, they don't have a globe. I mean, it's really just simple, right? Really simple. Let's keep it simple. No tube to look through to see any stars rotating in it or sunlight when it's night here, then there's no globe. Their model dictates they need to have these everywhere at any angle you choose. They've got 10-kilometer long tunnels. They got 1,000-long-mile caves, structures, cities underground. No one's going to tell me you can't take a 12-mile tube and cut a slice of this circle ever. The model dictates this needs to happen. And if they don't have it, they don't have a globe. We don't need to talk about light. We don't need to talk about fairy tales. Where are you going to get with that? Our rainbow says your rainbow's wrong. No. Material dirt, a material tube, look through it. You, me, the kids can come pay a quarter, slide the thing open, and look through and see stars. I'm done. If anybody rejects this, there's something wrong with them and they're insane.
Actually, though, that's small. 12 miles, though, that's like a small little slice of the surface. You might even be able to like
you can do hundreds and thousands, dude.
Look
We have
at it
tunnels
from both
already for
ends of
10
that
km.
cord.
Hold on,
Like,
you're
you know
not
what I'm saying?
listening.
If you're
10
trying to look at the star,
kilometers.
yeah,
Why'd you
look,
say
I'm
12
saying your
miles?
star pieces, you could probably see over the hump to those star pieces from that type of little bit of distance. So you really don't even have to go through it. But I mean, I like if they went like 1,000 miles through, that would be amazing.
Yeah, there you
And
go.
we
I'm
know
sorry. There you go, buddy. Yeah, don't
we
think
know
12
they could do
miles.
it.
We can do longer than that, yeah.
They
We can do
bore
thousands
tunnels
of
through
mile
the
tunnels.
ocean, dude, all the way
Through the
from
ocean?
ocean. Yeah,
We're not
we know
drilling.
they could
We're
do it.
just sticking it in water. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm done.
They could do. I mean, they're not gonna do it, but they know they can do it.
If they don't do it, they don't have a globe. That's simple, right? Real simple. That's what we need to hold them to. Forget the rocket
Surface to
stories. We don't need
surface
it. If we
cord.
can walk up and see through this tube, that's proof.
The bore cord.
A tunnel to the stars. Pipe me some sunshine, baby. We'll keep
That'd
it
be
lively for
awesome.
you. Yeah, if we don't got the
That would
star
be
tunnel, we don't got a globe. A flat Earth model says that ain't possible. It says when you stick anything in the ground, you ain't never going to see anything but dirt. But the globe says you can stick out of it like a potato and see the other side with a tube. That's what the globe says on the
You just want to go
smallest
through it.
portion.
You want the hump. Through the hump.
Yes. Everywhere you're standing is the hump. So in reality, all you got to do is take a straw or a tube and stick it through the dirt at an angle. And that's it. Case closed. You should see the stars at a certain amount. At a certain degree of gradient. The globe says the math. The math's right there. I drew you guys the pictures. It's not like you can't see the lines and the angles and what all you can do on a ball. It's right
And
there.
not only that, specific stars. They're gonna bust through and see specific stars too.
The
Yeah.
sun, the moon. Yeah, everything. Oh, look, Cassiopeia. I never knew it could look this beautiful on this side of Australia this time of year. Or wherever. I've never saw that star constellation. Isn't that neat? Because I could never stick my tube through the globe at that time. Why don't observatories, why don't they have this already is my argument. Why don't we already have this? Science. Yeah, right. Physics. Bullshit. Not on my watch. There ain't no physics I ever seen. Ain't no science. Bunch of garbage, cartoon shit, and a plastic ball. This plastic ball says this should be done. We need it. This is all we need. Forget talking about stories. Hold them all to the tube. If we can't see through this tube, it's the straight line. It's everything we're all talking about at once. It's everybody's invention. It's not mine. It's a little bit of everybody. So everybody can take claim on it that's a flat earther. If you are a true flat earther, you fucking take claim to this. But the idea of doing it and making them stay to it and me drawing it up and everything, if they give out a prize, I'll take the prize. But it's everybody's shit. We've all done it for so long. It's tiresome. Are we ready to get done with this shit, or we want to keep talking about cartoon balls? Like literally, physical tube, physical reality, physical stars. If anybody argues with this, I swear they're insane. And all you got to do is go by their math. You ain't got to answer no silly questions or anything. They've already got all the math for you guys. Trust. You can make the computer schematics, do the cartoons, all you want. Do the equations, the calculations. The only thing is to it, but to do it. And I'll repeat, we have underground cities that go for thousands of miles. Not 2, not 12. Not, oh my God, we can't put a line through the globe. That'd be impossible. No, not at all. They got cities built down in the side of. So definitely you can go through the water with a straw, just like drinking your soda. Ain't nothing gonna stop it. So the globe physics will never deny me my globe killing ability. Boom. Star tube or no globe, that's all we need to chant. Take that shit to NASA. Star tube, no globe. No star tube, no globe. Simple. This is simple. Fuck going to the moon. Fuck Mars. Forget getting off the Earth. A simple fucking tube.
If the world was dry and we had to live underground, would that mean because the sun got closer in whatever model, it dried everything up?
Don't know. They can't produce a model for you. In the classroom, their model's only about 2 foot in diameter. Yeah, they don't know what physics are. There's no globe physics, buddy. They don't exist. So whatever you can imagine, whatever you want to imagine, that's globe. That's what the globe says.
I said in any model, like you don't have to. I'm not talking about one thing. I'm just saying the physical thing that we know has happened. Our waters are rising. We've got evidence that we've got cities underground. Like things like that. Maybe we should be concentrating more instead of just, sort of bashing the same thing back.
Oh, thermal dynamics and stuff like that. No, we're going to stay right here with the globe death. So as the globe's dead right now because they don't have the tube, the globe's dead. So there is no more globe. Let's all repeat this. I don't want any of you to say there ever is a globe without a fucking globe tube. Don't never say globe math, globe cartoon, anything. That'd be insane. It's insane. Listen, yeah, there's stuff under us. There's cities underneath the flat world. Good, we got you. Now let's continue killing the globe with the straw they don't have. That's all you need. You don't need math. You don't need crazy shit. You don't need stories. You don't need plastic. You don't need to look at cartoon computers. Get the fuck out in the dirt and dig this star tube. If you don't have a star observatory from one side of the globe to the next through a tube, you don't have a globe. That's it. We're done.
Yeah. Well, we're done, man. Cool. Let's move on.
Right. So now thermal cities. Now what do you want to look at? Vatican? Hell yeah. What's
Scotland?
Scotland.
Scotland.
What do you got under there?
Probably most of fucking Europe. Russia, Poland. There's cities all over the world that are fucking under the ground. Malta. But then, in a flat situation, whatever the situation, it would describe that the surface temperature got too hot, which would mean either one, our magnetic field is weakening, or the sun's getting closer to us, or parts of the Earth are getting closer to the sun. possibly.
Well, that depends on whether you see. Some people think that the sun isn't the main 100 million% heat source only. Once the sun like illuminates the atmosphere or reacts to certain materials, then you get a radiant emission. Like so, like you got the sun at this distance and it gives you out this amount, and then say they got their nuclear little rock that gets like so hot over there. So I mean, the differential of temperature can be argued too. All these things can be argued. Well, is that the ground? Is it thermal? Is it solar? Is it coming from underneath our feet? Is it coming from above? See, on a globe, you have thermal, global thermal, it's thermal underneath. When you dig down so far, it's hot, 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 hot. So how do we, I mean, is the sun doing that? You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It's a good question.
Yeah, totally, man. I think things like that are, it's cool to chat about stuff like that. It's cool to chat about anything, but like if a few great minds get together as always and progress with things, and we're able to eliminate other things, and then come to a more common ground on something. Yeah, but like you said, it gets warm underground, but maybe in places. There's a thing going round about thermal heating in all the cathedrals where they've got piping that goes way underground, and they can keep their places hot in the winter just using the ground thermal dynamics.
Yeah, but what about the sun? They say the sun's hot, right? But I think that it's a reaction. When it hits it, there's also a element of whatever's receiving the sunlight. It's not the cause. The sun shines, hits an object, it warms it up, but it could be an attribute of the surface it's hitting as well that produces the heat. So it's not so that you could say the sun's cold, if you know what I mean. So it's just a reaction.
But I think there's three things. One is light, one is actually seeing the sun, and the third is the radiation. So I don't think the light is the
it's
radiation.
A reaction, right? What I'm saying is, for every reaction, there was a. I don't know if you've heard of this ancient civilization. It was called Mu, right? The land of Mu, and their theory was that the Earth actually created the energy, the heat, and everything, and it was just reacting with the sun.
Yeah, sorry, mate. Sorry. Yeah, no, radioactivity is under the ground, and it is converting our gases and it's doing all that shit at ground level, possibly. And it's not. I don't know. We could have made all these elements
the sun's part of it. That's what I'm saying. Because when we put a hand in the sun, it does go warm, but it could be an attribute of our skin reacting with some kind of ray, or not ray, but whatever the sunlight gives out. So it's not the sun is actually hot in itself. It's the reaction. I don't know what I'm saying, actually.
No, it is a reaction because it's a chemical reaction. It converts 4 hydrogen into 1 helium at certain pressures. So there is a reaction going on, and it also seems to have something partly to do with, when you put an induction near a neon tube and it glows, the gas inside the neon tube glows. There's no bulb there as such.
There's an exchange, positive to negative, high to low, hot to cold. One will become ground for the other, and they'll exchange a charge because one needs to be more. Yeah, one has to be. Yeah, it has to dispensate it. It has to equivalate. It's going to equal out.
Yeah, you need two things. You actually need two things to produce. Otherwise, you would be saying, for example, the sun's God. But you need two things. If nothing else interacted with the sun, would it be hot or anything? You've got to have two things to make one thing. One thing. If if you know what I mean. You know, you need the two. You need the cause and the reaction, but the reaction is coming from the two things, and we don't know the cause of it. You know, there's an attribute with the sun interacting with us or the earth or whatever. You know, there's we just don't know the cause. There's two things. It's like the sperm and the egg, the sun and the object. You know, it's coming together to create the, you know, like the child or whatever, right? But we don't know. We don't know what the
Differential
cause.
tries to equal out. Ali, does that make sense?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but there's always two things involved in the creation of one thing.
Right, like a straw, in and out. Yeah, you're right. Acceptance and whatever the other word to put off, like, you know what I mean? Yeah, charge, discharge. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you said that. That's it. You said it.
The straw
Negative.
explains it, man.
Yeah,
I see the
But
moon
what's the cause of that? But what's the cause of that?
The flow, the
No.
idea that the magnetic idea, high to low, hot to cold. Oh, what's the cause of the high to low and hot to cold? It just wants to equal out. It just wants to equal out. It wants to find zero, but it can never find perfect zero. I'm sorry, I'm done.
No, you're right. You're right. It's they're trying to find equilibrium. They're trying to zero out. Exactly what you're saying.
if you've got a hot sun and you've got a cold moon, for example, whatever the moon does, you've got yourself, you only actually just need a cold environment and a hot sun to do all the two parts of the thing. The moon looks like it discharges and like electrolysis. It'll take on elements at one part of its life and then it'll discharge them slowly, like a bit like a leper. So, you know, you might see the moon actually shedding because it's discharging. It might do that once a month as it's building up or slowly discharging. And I think the sun, every time it crosses or
dissolving? Like dissolving, right?
No, you know, like electrolysis, like if you take the charge off.
Yeah, but if you say it like dissolving, it kind of helps us better because like minerals can dissolve and like a little bit of them will go out. Are you talking about a piece of the actual materials leaving away or just like a gas permeating?
No, I would say a material. If there's enough elements in our atmosphere continuously, that closer things like a moon that is electric, for example, possibly, that is taking on materials, and then it's building up. It's chromifying. Maybe is a nice word. There's many levels to. If you look up the process of
charging up, you're right. Yeah.
But even chroming takes about 5 different processes. And it has to go through copper and it has to go through different materials until it gets to the chrome layer. So it's something like that. There seems to be some electrolysis going on. Electrostatic with the sun, definitely, because during the day there's a hell of a lot more static going on. So your sun could be your electrostatic thing. It could be a plasma ball of its own, in its own sphere. The sun could be
it could be a magnetic differential of temperature, cold and hot. The cold surrounding, super negative, and then a positive created from such. Because once something is so much, another thing will become from it. Like it'll like so much compression will create something else, or cause the action of. I'm sorry. So like if you compress potential, which is air, in water, it'll become like energy. Or reacts like, you know, it'll put off it'll become If you can compress water, it becomes energy. If you can compress potential, which is water's potential. If you can compress potential, it converts to electricity. Water compressed converts to electricity. Air compressed converts to electricity. Does that sound better?
Yeah, quartz, when you compress it, it's called piezoelectric, isn't it? Piezoelectric?
Yeah, piezo, yes, sir. That's
sir,
what
man.
happens with the salt water. And the density
There
tower
you
is
are.
not really a density tower. It's an electrical charge. It's piezoelectricity. So what they're doing is compressing the salt, which is a salt crystal, crystalline, and it is getting a charge. So the only thing that they're manipulating is charge in that liquid tower. That's it. It's not a density tower. Liquid doesn't have
Yeah.
density. It has the same potential as itself, so it can reside on itself, just like a magnet.
Now, if that material that compresses or some relation to it, and music and everything that we use is not. Well, the thing is, if you think about it, like we're using 440 for music, we're using 400 for industry, motors, transformers, all that stuff, and if we set the frequency, fucking hell, it's kind of like there's a frequency you have to use of quartz, but we don't use quartz to manage our time. We use atomic time or whatever we do.
Right,
So,
through lead or electrical, like copper and other things. I know what you're talking about because silver has a certain frequency it puts off when you drop it. It's called the Holy See, and you should use that. Silver, gold, yeah. Yeah, it's the
silver,
frequency. Silver
Well,
puts off a
just
Holy
just
See.
think of this. Just think of this then, right? Think that the military or the police in America, they've got things called sound cannons, and they send off that frequency magnetic field or whatever to interact with us. Just exactly what you're talking about. That knowledge,
Our body is a
that
Faraday
knowledge,
cage.
that knowledge you guys were just talking about, that conversation. The proof is that imagine that you knew that and you wanted to use it against someone.
It'd be simple. You could just focus a radiant energy or focus a certain
Yeah,
frequency
man.
and discharge theirs, mess theirs up.
Oh,
Yeah.
but they do that. That's it. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly the
Oh, I know. That's why.
technology you use, guys.
That's why they
Sorry.
don't ground you. Your rubber shoes.
There you are. Oh, sorry,
Your
guys,
body
for
creates the
interrupting.
same power.
Carry on. What was
Well, the salt in your body, they want to claim is only like a metal of copper or iron. There's really a lot of salt you got. It's piezoelectric. It's crystals. And the metals are crystals too. It's just a different form. Everything is a piece of dirt formed to what it is by heat and then cooling it off. Temperature, right? When you temper steel, you solidify it. The temperature controls it. Your body is like a pump, which is a motor, and then the electricity works off the fucking all the compression and decompression. That's why you exert the electricity from the electrical, the salt, the iron, and the copper in your blood in the flow. And that field,
you know what? My
it
theory.
wants to
Sorry.
find equilibrium. Yes.
My theory was right because I've sort of studied or I've met a lot of people that do martial arts and stuff like that, right? And I always liked the philosophy behind it. You know, the movements and why it was, and
the energy build up, the flow.
Yeah, that was it. Exactly that, right? So the chi, what I thought they were talking about with chi is because, as we know, water that runs through a tap, if you get like a sensor, it'll record an electrical charge, right? And I think that the blood, when it flows through our veins, it creates an electrical charge, right?
Certainly.
And yeah, and I think, and I've done this before. You can build up this energy, the chi, and you can make you can actually feel it once you understand what it feels like. Once you actually recognise that someone says, by the way, see that feeling there? This is what that is, and then you
What
can.
it really is? It's the actual focus of intent, like 100% of your intent.
Oh yeah, I know they are.
Hold on 1 second. This is really important. Now we lock into this. I usually don't even talk about this. Your chi, say your grandma's under a truck and going to be hurt, and you hear that. Your normal reaction isn't to like be like, oh man, I need to call the cut. Like, if you see something and you can get to there and try to lift it yourself, what's going to happen is your body is all at once going to have the same intention, no matter time, place, and nothing. Nothing's going to matter. You're going to block everything out. And you're going to focus everything on that one thing. That's your chi.
Yeah, I'll go with that. That's actually a good way of putting it with the intent.
Yeah, when Bruce Lee said, you want to do something, he said, just do it. He said, don't think about it. Like, point to
Yeah,
the moon.
and I've actually practiced this because I'm of a good age now, and I've been a what's it called, a pugilist, or someone that studied the art of fighting.
Yes.
Yeah, a
He tells you
pugilist.
to look at the moon. He says, look at the moon.
Yeah.
Look away.
Yeah.
Point to the moon. And you point automatically at the moon without looking anymore. You don't need to look anymore. Once you know your body has already registered that whole fucking thing, it's already done. Just do.
Yeah, that's so deep, and that's what I'm saying. It's like, and I've tried all these, these practices out from a very young age. I'm old, and I've got the evidence for myself. I've proved to myself, there's some, there's a lot of, there's a lot of knowledge that can get used against us. As I say, I can see how it can get used against us, even though it's a fascinating subject.
Yes,
And most
the
people
terms
that are
and
listening.
words. That's why Zanuck argues with us and says, oh, it sounds stupid because I didn't read some big 9,000 page book on 400 ways to say charge or permeability or currency or electricity or flow or kinetic energy or piezo or dye or you get it.
You know, the human
I'm
body.
told here's. Oh, sorry, Real.
I was just going to say quickly, the human body is apparently radioactive in itself. So possibly for. Yeah, that's it.
Everything has radiant energy. The radiant energy or spent energy is what the government likes. That's what they put in your containers. The noble gases are the same fucking thing. I'll say it one more time. An inert, spent thing is no different under containment than helium or whatever else that rises and does not light. If it matches this, it's man-made in a container. If they put it in a container, man produces it and makes it.
Yeah, and then radon. There's a thing called radon, which is
Goes real low, right? That's the low one, right?
in America. There's a lot of it at surface level, and it's causing a lot of cancer. But it seems that you guys have the most radon coming to your surface that you're breathing, and you're not meant to breathe it.
Yeah, I know all about the radon. I mean, it starts in your basement too. It builds up off the cement and the bricks and the dirt, and it's like the radiant energy. Everything has it. Your Xbox has it. Your car, everything has radiant energy. So when they tell you radiation or nuke or boiling water, a nuke is just a big boiler. I mean, go to the nuke plant. Think in your mind what they're doing. Heating up water. They're heating up water to the extent, like you and I were just discussing, that it doesn't want to be compressed. And if you can compress that potential by heat or pressure or voltage or any way you can manipulate it, it converts to energy, torque, currency, flow. It comes from energy, torque, currency, and flow of the water in the first place. And no matter what you have settled water, it still's got a charge. You have flowing water, it has more of a charge. You put salt in it, it's probably got more of a charge. These charges might be wrong. We might be thinking of it wrong. I don't even want to get into this part. This is even deeper than that. But yeah, we'll just keep it with what we understand. But I think they flipped it on us. I think the negative is really the positive, and the positive is really the negative. I think they just flipped it on us.
It's like an opposite reality. It's totally opposite. Do you know what I did when I first got into 9 years ago or something when I first started questioning what had been taught, not about flat earth or anything, just other things, political and financial and, you know, who I was and stuff like that, right? And then I kind of realised, right, wait a minute. And then I suddenly found out, I thought, right, I'm going to watch videos of politicians saying something, and I'm going to imagine that they're saying the total opposite, and then watch what happens. And I'd done this for years, and I thought, fucking hell. And that's where I came to the conclusion. They've twisted reality is the total opposite of what we actually think it is. That's why I resonate with what you're saying in Realm was talking about. It's so much close to like, yeah, flip it, man. And they're lying.
High to low, hot to cold, positive to negative.
Yeah,
Negative
man.
To negative,
Yeah.
exactly.
Cold to high, low to hot. But you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Put
Flip
that
them
thing
right
down,
there.
flip it, and
Like I said,
reverse
well,
it.
And
yeah,
heat to
smack it,
cold.
flip it and reverse it. 369, damn, you're fine.
There you go,
Exactly.
man. Have a look at that.
Say it to me one
Yeah.
more time, dude.
Get low. Get low.
I'm down with it, dude.
Exactly. And that's what I did. And I actually tested just with politicians. I can't say about anything else, but I tried it where I watched with politicians saying, oh, this is going to be for the good of the old people, or it's going to lower your taxes. And
You talking
then
about porn?
I said, right. And it worked out every time, man.
I was gonna say, I thought I heard you say you're watching politician porn.
Listen, you guys want to know the key? It's not really.
Yeah, Kosho, wait a minute. Let me talk to you, Kosho, a minute. I'm going to explain something to you, Kosho, right? I had an opinion of politicians. I come from Britain, right? And then all of a sudden, they televised it. And I've always been interested in politics. And I actually got to see, if anybody wants to go and see the fucking absurdity of these motherfuckers that are giving their morals and telling us what to do, is you go and have a look. Go and look at Parliament Live UK on Prime Minister's Question Time, right? And go and sit there and just remember, right? Just remember, these people are in control of our lives, man. They raise taxes, lower taxes, make laws, whatever they do.
I understand.
They give out the morals, right?
What
go and
question?
listen.
Hold on,
And
before you ask that
imagine,
question.
wait a minute, and imagine,
Don,
I'll just
but Don just disappeared, man.
imagine these guys are telling you what to do. Would you employ
I understand
these
that.
people?
I gotta show you something, dude. I used to have a huge crush on Hillary Duff when I was a kid. I was real little. Maybe I was prepubescent even. And I'm now learning that I always told myself I was gonna get married to her when I was a kid. And I'm seeing her now, dude, and I feel like I'm in love all over again.
You know how they tell you guys oscillation, 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 toroidal field, spin, 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 turn, 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 right? Have you guys ever heard that for power, magnetism, all this shit?
Oh yeah,
right?
of course.
Okay, well, I don't see lightning doing that. So what I'm gonna, the thing I see lightning doing is being a flux capacitor or an electrical tuning fork. And I'll dig a little deeper for you if nobody can comprehend this.
Holy shit.
So what I'm going to tell you here is VI B R A vibration. Oscillation.
Yo, how much power was in one of those DeLoreans? The flux capacitors, wasn't it like 2.1 gigawatt?
21.1, 2.1, whatever.
21.1. That's
21.1 gigawatts. The thing is just a Y. It's a tuning fork. It's a capacitor, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and you can hollow it out and you can put liquid through it. And you're definitely going to get a vibration. at a certain frequency or amperage, and it's gonna fucking blow your mind. It'll shake the whole fucking car. Because when you
No
spin,
shit.
you get a smooth movement, and a smooth interference, that's not what you want. You want a chaotic interference of a vibrated pattern between the two. So when you send the liquid through your copper that's surrounded by a casing of magnet, you're gonna automatically have so much fucking power, you're not gonna know what to do. Right?
No shit,
And
dude.
Can you turn
what?
the TV down a couple notches, please?
It's not his
Do
TV,
what?
man.
Oh, I thought there was like a TV in the background or something.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought. Be quiet. I can't never
You know
tell
why
if
I
my
respect
stuff's being picked up.
Demok? You know why I respect the
It
Demok
might
more?
just be his
Hold on.
Anybody,
The water
anybody who
cools
can.
it. 1 second, Kocho. The water cools it at the same time that it flows through and vibrates, and you got your own power for your own pump to keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. The flux capacitor, Demok's idea. There you go.
Genius, borderline genius, if not beyond the border, beyond the line. But yeah, anybody who can call himself a grandfather, or somebody else maybe calls him grandfather, I say this person has made it. They've reached the point where you can finally relax and say, yeah, okay, I did it.
Think about my idea, though, not the words that you hear.
Oh,
Not
yeah, I'm
anybody's
thinking about it. Just Jeremy fucked me up, so.
Oh no, I hear you, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate you too, Jeremy. Sorry, I just couldn't hear you that good, buddy. You're low. You guys might think I'm being goopy or something sometimes, but I can't hear like everybody in
No.
the thing sometimes.
I feel you, dude. What kind of headset are you using? Jeremy's using fucking
Just my
cheap ass
ears, but
Chinese.
I got a lot of background noise.
Yeah, I feel you.
And sometimes to keep people appeased, I can't really do what I can only do what I can do, you know.
Yeah, I know,
But
man.
I'm just a dude, you know. I didn't graduate or nothing like that. I'm not nobody special. Everybody out here.
Yeah, you want to hear
5 years
something?
old.
You want to hear something, Demok? I only went to high school 2 days, and it was
I
when
know
I was
you told
visiting
me.
my
You
friends.
told me that
I
a
was
long
visiting
time
my
ago.
friends. I didn't graduate high school. I didn't even start high school.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that. But just remember though, just keep the Y will vibrate the whole building, dude. It'll vibrate your whole building once you put water through it at a certain vibration. Oscillation is too smooth. That's not what you want. You want the power of vibration.
I bet you no one's ever thought about that before, dude. Like taking one of those forks, and instead of
Hollow it out.
eating something with it, hollow it out, put liquid in it, and have that shit vibrate.
At a certain frequency, and you can make them certain sizes, certain materials, copper, gold, brass, aluminum, and you can put it inside of a magnet, and everything that's like gonna do that differential between the two walls, like but not touch, you're gonna have power.
Oh shit.
You can also
Yeah,
rotate it while you're vibrating it. I got you covered both
but
ways.
you're going to
baby.
need electricity. You're going to have to need charge.
No, it's gonna give you the charge. You put salt water in it, or electrolyzed water, and as it
There you
goes
go.
through, it's gonna
No,
exert a
but
little
to
charge
get
anyway.
the tuning forks,
All you need. Hold on, I got you, Ali.
yeah, but to
All
get
you
the
need is the
tuning
I'm gonna
fork
tell
to
you real quick, please.
vibrate.
I got
Okay.
you. I got you. What you need is like you know you have an umbilical cord when you first come out of your mom. Your jump start, your
Yeah, I
first
remember.
juice. Yeah, so you give it a little bit of its first juice to start its pump, and once it starts flowing, Ali, that's all you need. So yes, you have to start it. You're right. You're fucking correct. But once you do, after that, all you got to do is add water.
Just add
Well,
water.
that's I'll need to think. I'll need to think about that because it has to continue to vibrate. If you put it in a vacuum, right? You could possibly do that, but you'd have to. But wait a minute.
The
There
centrifuge
is,
of what I'm
I
going to
do
do is going to
believe.
do that already, Ali. Do you understand what I'm
Yeah, but
telling you?
I think there's
Are you listening?
technology that does that. But I think
Huh?
because have you ever seen there's an invention, right? You know how you if you have a
Guitar?
drive shaft, if you
Yeah,
have
I
a
know.
drive shaft.
Hold on.
Oh, wait a
Did you
minute.
even
If
hear
you
what I
have a
said?
drive shaft, can I speak? If you have a drive shaft, right, you've got energy. It'll go direct from your engine to your wheels if it's just a drive shaft, but you've got to get a coupling. And every connection you have, it loses energy, right? But they've got an invention. They've got the drive shaft is connected by magnets. So it
Yeah,
doesn't
but it's an
actually
electric
touch.
drill, Alley. We've had this for fucking since the 1800s, dude. An
No, no,
electrical
it's
drill.
actually it'll drive. No, 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 but it's actually
Oh my God.
It's not touching.
drive. It's not touching, right?
I'm not
So
talking
there's
about
no
something already
loss.
invented, Alley.
But
I
wait a
love
minute.
you.
So there's no loss. There's no loss of energy because, as you know,
There's
if
no
you make a
loss in mine
coupling,
either.
yeah. But I'm saying, right, okay, I'm losing my point now. It
What
doesn't
I
matter
said
anyway.
was, you can spin it. You have it encased in a magnet. The material you're using is your vehicle. You will have no loss. You're not going to have a loss of anything.
Those kids need their dad.
Well, you need
Ali,
your
can I
mom.
ask you a question?
Go see if your mom's okay.
Yeah, sure.
She's far away. So you were saying when you pretend a politician, when they say everything that's opposite, you know they're right. So the politicians that deny climate change, is that correct? Or when Russia says it's trying to kick the Nazis out of Ukraine, they're not trying to kick the Nazis out?
I don't believe in. I don't believe anything politicians say.
Right.
But
So when the
all I
politicians,
said, right? But one second. All this statement I made, right, is what I did was when I was listening to a politician making a speech when I was in Britain, and they were saying they were going to do something. When they say they were saying it was for the good of the old people, I would turn it round. They're actually tell me it's going to be to the detriment, right? And I waited a few months or whatever after the budget or whatever, and I seen the effect it had on, and I thought, all right, okay, and I followed on from that, but only from the UK. It's only my personal experience.
only
But
the
I don't
UK
believe
politicians
a word. But I don't believe a word that comes out a politician's mouth.
just UK politicians.
Yeah, that's only a demographic I had because that's who I was looking at. But I've done it
So
for years.
you can't use it to determine if Putin is telling the truth or lying?
But I don't believe a word he says, so he's lying. Or he's... Well, no,
here's the
actually,
problem.
no, that's... No, well, wait a minute. Before you point out my problem. No, I have to say, he could be misled and believe that he's telling truth, right?
Probably not.
So I don't know whether he's lying or he's telling the truth or
So
whatever, right?
here's the problem, though. Vladimir Putin says he's there to kick the Nazis out of Ukraine. Volodymyr Zelensky is saying they're there to take the land back into the USSR. Those are fairly, or not to kick out the Nazis. So who's right? If they're disagreeing, which one's lying?
I will see. The thing is, wait a minute. Let me answer that. Right. So Putin, I'll say that he believes what his reasons. The other guy, he believes his reasons. But there's a way fucking bigger. That this is a It's not between two people. This is a geopolitical. This is a worldwide fucking reasons that Putin believe. Everybody believes. If you believe what Putin's saying, right, and I disbelieve what Putin's saying, we are only basing our belief or disbelief on the information that we've got. Putin is reacting on what he's been told, whoever's been whispering in his ear, whoever's guiding him, or where he thinks an advantage is going to go to him. Right?
But
And we
he's an
don't know
honest
that.
guy.
Who? Putin?
Putin,
I
yeah.
don't fucking know.
There's been honest
I don't know. I don't
politicians,
even
dude.
know the guy. I don't even know the guy. How do I
Well, I
know whether
do.
he's honest or not? I don't even know if you're honest.
I do. I do, man.
And you don't
there's
even
been
know whether I'm honest. He might be being honest to himself. And that's what I'm saying. He might believe that
you
his
can tell when someone's
reasons...
lying, dude.
You don't... Can you speak Russian?
Yeah, a little bit.
Can you a little bit? Well, there you go then.
Yeah, da.
Behave
Da.
yourself, Kosho,
That's
for
right.
fuck's sake. Yeah, I
I
know what it
fucking I speak Russian.
Spasibo. Spasibo. Yeah.
Yeah, that means yeah,
All
that
right,
means that means
spasiba.
thank you.
Right, okay. Spasiba.
Dyaku.
That means thank you.
That
That's
means
the
thank you.
only one
Exactly.
I
I
know.
just said that.
In Ukraine, Dyaku means thank you.
So I don't know Russian. So if you hear him speaking Russian, you don't know what he's fucking saying. Kosho. So stop it.
I mean, I
Behave
understand
yourself,
I
man.
understand his body language. I understand what he's saying. I understand
Yeah.
what he's trying to express. And
I'll go with the body language. I'll go with that because I can. Yeah, I'll go. But don't say you understand his language. But if you see him, I honestly, yeah, you know what I mean.
you know what
I
he
don't
said?
know, but it's well, I can't go on either side. But if I was going to lean to, he believes. I think he believes
Suka.
his reasons, and he has got a good. There is a good argument for him because there has been a war going on for a lot longer than this part, but just in another bit of Ukraine. So, but as I say, so I can get, he might love
So
Russia
again,
like Hitler loved Germany.
Suka.
You know what I mean? That's not. Could have been that.
That's different. Saki in Korean
I don't know, dude.
or Japanese. So what you're saying, Ali, to sum up, is it's not that politicians lie; it's just they're ignorant.
They're being what? Sorry.
They're ignorant, not lying.
Yeah. I think they are. On the most, I think there's. Yeah, but look, and the funny thing is, right, this is the only satisfaction I get out of it. See all these motherfuckers that actually think they're actually doing this stuff. Putin might be ignorant, right? There might be some advisor, but they know the bigger picture. See the people that know the bigger, that they're on the level a bit higher than Putin and all the politicians of the world, those arrogant fuckers, right? They're fucking going to be the first people to get rid of. They're off there, and that's the only satisfaction I get out about that. Those, not the ones right at the top, right? The ones
Because they're going to be the first people to get rhythm.
Yeah, of course he will. Hey, think of this, right? Stalin. What did the first thing during the what was it? I think it was Lenin or Stalin, right? The first thing he did was get rid of all the intellectuals, all the people that got him into power. He got rid of them.
Stalin
he
is
did.
the same as the
He
U.S.
Did, that's a fact. Historical
But
fact.
Stalin and the U.S. basically took all the intellectuals from Germany.
Yeah,
right? That's what the space.
Oh no!
race,
Before I'm
space
talking
race
about
was.
the First World War, the Bolshevik Revolution.
Yeah,
It must
I
have
know, but
been Lenin.
but back then, he's right. All the intellectuals were already in Germany.
Yeah, but I know that
Only the Jewish ones weren't, because they
here's
wouldn't
the
be part of
funny,
Germany anymore.
and this is the great, right? After the Bolshevik, and this is such the irony of it that I see in it. Actually, we don't want to talk about that because it needs to go offline. But it's just about what happened after the Bolshevik Revolution, right? A certain group of people, the only country that would accept this group of people that started the revolution in the first place.
Flat
was,
earthers, right?
Yeah, flat earthers. Yeah, German flat earthers. Germany was the only place.
The only country that would accept them at the time. I remember that.
Yeah,
He said Bolsheviks, not Bolshevists.
Bro. Yeah, okay, right. So I take it you're not a flat earther then.
Yo, Kosho's literally been trolling everyone for the past at least 24 hours that I could tell. If not the past 5 years, but.
We're having a good conversation. We're having a good conversation.
Is that what you think's happening?
The time, but it's funny.
He's not the worst.
I'm not trolling, dude.
He's literally, he did it to he's doing it to you right now. He did it to Democ yesterday.
I don't troll Democ, dude.
But he's actually not Jeremy. I'll give him. I'm quite a good, as Kosho says, you can tell by how someone speaks. body language and stuff like that.
I think he's
I
more
think
dangling
he
a
was-
Osho is
carrot.
a trained CIA operative.
Yeah,
Right?
but I
How do
think
you
he
think he
was.
knows how to speak Russian and Pakistani and all that stuff?
He doesn't. He was
Kosho,
being.
stand down.
Pakistani in my life, dude.
I know.
Code
I know
pink.
when he's
Code
being
pink,
kind.
Kosho.
Islam, whatever language you
Go
speak,
deep.
whatever.
I can't believe I'm sticking up for Kosho. But I think he was kind of being genuine there, and just I think he's found a place that maybe he can express his kind of other ideas out with the shape of the earth, and not sounding too conspiratorial, perhaps. Just my opinion.
I can conceal it a little bit.
Kosho, I love how Ali speaks, but don't you think it sounds like it's hard to speak when you're Scottish? Am I the only one?
Well, no, I mean, you get used to it, right? We got a
Yeah,
lot
you
of
do.
Scots in this community.
But except for Pete, most Irish people sound like they're singing. And don't take this the wrong way, Ali B, but they sound like they're taking a shit.
Do you know why that is, right? First of all, I've had a couple of beers, but the other reason is if I talked, or if I talked how I would normally talk to my Scottish friends, nobody would understand me.
Can you just say a sentence? Like how's it going, guys? However you would say that in Scottish.
Like how you doing?
Oh, how you doing? I got no, but how would you greet your friends that you haven't seen in a while?
Oh, no, that's what I mean. How you doing? You all right? What you been up to?
How you doing? You all right? What you been up to? No, that's pretty much Canadian.
All right, that's okay then, right? So I can actually talk at my own pace then. The problem is, right, what happened was, right, I went down to London and I quickly found out that if I didn't kind of slow down how I talked or anything like that, right, I wouldn't get anywhere. So I had to slow down. I had to slow down the way that I talked. And so when I used to go back to Scotland, they call me a snobby bastard because I talked different, and it took me a couple of days just to get back to how I normally talk.
Where does a Cockney accent come from?
That will be the East End of London.
Okay, that's hard as fuck to understand. My friend's dad had that accent, and I couldn't understand a word. And he knew it, so he would translate for me. The son would, and the dad wasn't offended.
Check to see if your wallet was gone. Did you check to see if your wallet was gone after you
He had moved to Canada 15 years earlier, but he never lost his accent. I could understand his wife. I could not understand him.
Damn.
And he was such a great guy. Like he was not all the time, but there were times when I couldn't.
That'd be like, oh, mate, how you doing? And that, I'm just going down the Frog and Toad just to take a couple of beers and that. Know what I mean?
But see, I can understand your accent. It's just almost as if you over accentuate every word. Like
yeah,
you're
well,
mad
that's
at
it. That's it. And that's how it is. It's just a change of tone.
I guess I understand it because Mike Myers has a Scots accent all the time.
William Shatner uses great change of tone.
You better turn up.
Doesn't Shatner try to do the accent neutral that most Canadians think we have?
To do the accent neutral, but his tone goes in many directions.
But we all love him.
Oh yeah, except his attempt at music.
You know what's funny?
That was a troll.
You remember how he was pretending to go to space, and all the flat earthers, they knew it right away. They called it out. But you've seen him act before. Like I've seen him in movies acting. I've seen him act as what is it guy called? You know, the dude from Star Trek. And, yeah, there you go, Kurt. There you go, Captain Kirk. and he acted like all the other
T.J.
dudes.
Hooker.
Yeah, T.J. Hooker, that's the one. And you see him
Oh,
do all
with
these
Heather
other roles.
Locklear, wasn't she in that?
Yeah,
she was. Yes,
What?
she was
What?
also in Miss Congeniality as well. But no, but
Heather
regardless,
Locklear?
no, William Shatner.
William Shatner.
Regardless,
Oh.
when he got off that rocket or whatever, and he was like fucking freaking out in front of Jeff Bezos. He was like, "Oh my god!" He's talking about how like it looked like it was death up there, and he was just like shitting his pants a little bit. Like you could tell that was either the best acting he's ever done, or that was authentic, right?
I forget which show my mother-in-law made me watch him on, some talk show before he went up. He's just a funny person, and he's joking almost all the time. So
Yeah, but when he came back, you think he was joking?
I think he was making light of it.
Dude, he looked like he was shitting his pants.
Well, he's 90. He might have.
That's what I'm saying.
But
That's what
he
I'm
might
saying.
have
It
shit
doesn't
his
look like he was
pants if
acting
he
at all. It
was
looks like he was like
riding
honestly.
the bus downtown.
Holy colostomy, Batman.
Yeah,
My
he was like, it was
grandfather's had a
beautiful.
colostomy bag for 24 years now.
Oh wow.
Well, it's about time the nurses changed it.
Why are guys paid an amount of money when they're like 80 years old and they keep doing the same science and they haven't done anything different, and they think of something, they debunk themselves, right, with their theories and their physics equations and their numbers and their math? That's not reality.
And their
None of their math
spelling.
conforms to reality, right? None of their math conforms to reality. They're not in a spelling bee, buddy. They could spell turd like TRD. It wouldn't matter to me, as long as I know what they're saying at the end of the outcome, right? Right.
Shatner was good, and Shatner was real good in Showtime. With
Showtime?
De Niro and Eddie Murphy. Showtime,
Yeah,
with Eddie
exactly.
Murphy and De Niro. You didn't see that?
No, you're breaking
Yeah,
up, dude.
that
You're
was good,
breaking up,
yeah.
but
He's good in everything he's in.
that's one of those movies that's like such a shit movie, but like I would watch it over and over again.
Unlike
That is not a
Battlefield
shit
Earth.
movie. How dare you?
It is a shit movie, dude. But I've watched it probably
not.
20 times, and
De
I'd watch it
Niro
over
and
and over again.
De Niro, Eddie Murphy, Shatner.
Yeah. I remember the end of the movie, they're on like the high rise, and then like the whole room floods, and then they fall out the window, and then like it cuts to them like hanging out the window, like high fiving basically.
It doesn't matter. It was a good movie. It's objective.
Yeah, it's just subjective. It's there's movies like that are bad movies, like they're categorically bad, but I enjoy them and I like them. I'd watch them over and over again. There's a lot of movies like that though.
Like Top Gun?
Like Top Gun, you said?
It's actually got one of the worst ratings for any De Niro film.
No, I'm sure it does, dude. It probably, I would imagine probably the worst.
I bet you Eddie Murphy's got some worse ratings.
Even worse than Analyze This or Analyze That.
Analyze This and Analyze That were great movies.
Trading Places.
Funny movies.
Trading Places was one of my favorite with Dan Aykroyd and Eddie Murphy.
Yeah. But it's almost impossible to find a bad Dan Aykroyd movie. One of my favorite films is Grosse Point Blank.
Ooh, that was a good movie. I love John Cusack. Kosho loves John Cusack too.
Wait, you talking Grosse Point Blank?
Kosho loves
Kosho
loves John Cusack too, only because his name's got the word sack in it.
Most inventive use of a
good
free
point.
pen ever. John Wick copied Grosse Point Blank.
Yep.
Martin Blank was the first Wick.
And was that the only John Cusack movie? Was Joan Cusack in that one?
Yeah, she was the handler, so she was the money person.
See, I need to watch it again.
They were in other movies together. I think of another one.
No, they're usually in movies together. She's sometimes in movies without him, but I don't think he's ever in a movie without her.
He's in so many movies without her.
Is he?
Yeah, I can name 20 right now.
Was she in High Fidelity? That's an underrated movie. Better book.
It was a Better Off Dead, One Crazy Summer.
Okay, you are.
Oh, One Crazy Summer was good.
20. What is it? 2308.
One Crazy Summer.
The hotel one.
Yeah, the hotel one.
What's up?
Don't think that's a John Cusack movie.
Oh, that was not the deal. I forgot.
Identity.
Yeah.
Did Obama direct a movie
Is
recently?
Jeremy hot miking?
Yes, he is.
Did Barack Obama direct a movie recently? Or something,
Yeah,
something
but
to do with Obama?
he
No,
did,
but I saw him
he
slap
did.
Chris Rock.
Yeah.
No.
But didn't he direct the
real
whole thing?
Obama. I don't know. What did you hear? What it was about?
Yes.
What was it about? I mean, I heard about it. I just
Oh,
wanted to
Obama's done
confirm.
a show recently that's pretty big on Netflix, but it's a documentary show about like that, about the forest and shit.
How the government's lying or telling the truth?
Sorry, I'm eating right now, but continue.
Oh, okay.
I thought he just voiced it. I didn't think he directed it, or did he do both?
Oh, okay. He's just a voice in it.
Because he
I
played some
don't
of the
know.
animals.
I'm sure you could actually do a film without, discussing whether the government is lying or telling the truth, and just tell a story.
Yeah, he probably could. That's what I heard it was about a little bit. Him saying something about the government, a lot of stuff. I just hadn't seen it.
Which cartoon are you watching, Demo?
Mimi Mask.
I don't know that.
PJ Mask.
Oh, is that the one with the stupid, not
It's
butterflies,
the lizard, the
ladybugs?
gecko. It's the gecko, the owlet.
Yep, you got
and
it.
the cat boy.
Owlet. Yep, that's
PJ
right.
Masks or the PJ Masks.
That's right.
Yeah,
And I'm glad my kids are teenagers now.
You guys are lucky to have kids, dude. I go to the store. I'm buying action figures. At the HEB, the Walmart. And I tell the lady, "Oh, this is for my son. It's his birthday today. I gotta make sure that."
Dude, you are the biggest boy who cried wolf when it comes to birthdays. It's literally never anyone's birthday. Every time you say it's someone's birthday.
That's how you mod, dude. Okay, one day you're gonna
You
learn
don't
how to do
mod by telling people it's people's birthdays when it's not. No, that is not absolutely not how you mod.
What
I've decided that all my GIF memes are going to be Babylon 5 orientated to celebrate the fact that it's one of the best sci-fi series ever made.
Is that one of the? Wait, did you watch Firefly?
Yes.
Okay, and you say it's better?
I think Babylon 5 is better than Firefly, yeah, because they managed to finish the story. I think Firefly had the potential of being an incredible show, and I think the people that cancelled it should be put up against a wall next to really silly people who believe the Earth is flat and be shot. Not that I really think the flat earthers should be shot. That was just me being comical.
Butterfly
You
Effect was
would
a really
have
good
thought
one.
after the movie it would have rebooted it right after Serenity.
They couldn't get the people back. That's the problem. Everyone was on a schedule.
They were too big.
Yeah. So
Oh
you know,
yeah,
some
he
of
was
our
doing Castle by then.
yeah, exactly. So and that's the problem when you stop making a series. That's what was so incredible about Babylon 5. After Michael O'Hare, who played the first captain in season 1, basically got diagnosed with severe schizophrenia, and they had to replace him. It took like nearly a year to get the second season going, and they managed to keep the vast majority of the actors involved. And that's why there's such a big change between the premiere, the pilot episode and the main series, because again, there was about a year between that. And
well, you know what Eminem said about schizophrenia, right?
Don't cure me of schizophrenia. Where will I be if I need myself?
No, that's not what Eminem said. Never mind.
Eminem's playing Smarties, I think, and the other way around. I don't know who to trust.
Brad, you got fired
as a
from the Eminem
47-year-old
factory for throwing out all the W's.
Here we go. This is a nice encouraging meme from Babylon 5.
Can I stream Babylon 5 and I guess I will like it.
It's well worth watching. It was on Amazon Prime for a while, but I think
they're
it's on
usually
one of
good
the,
at keeping it. So.
yeah. But I literally have all 5 seasons on. Well, I have all 5 seasons on DVD and on AVI and on MKV. I'm considering seeing if I can get a hold of the upscaled 4K Blu-ray version.
So what it's a polarizing show. Why? Why did so many people dislike it?
No, it was one of the most successful sci-fi shows going. The trouble is you had kind of like the Star Trek camp versus everybody else camp, and it was like, you had to make a choice. You like Voyager or you like Babylon 5.
So that's probably why I didn't watch it, because I loved Voyager.
Yeah, well, actually, not Babylon 5. Next Generation and Deep Space Nine. Because what? It's got to be about 98. 98 was about, I think, when Babylon 5 was released. Right.
Yeah, Deep Space Nine is by far my least favorite Star Trek franchise.
I think there are bits of it that I like. I mean, I like the Dominion War, but a lot of it was kind of a bit passe.
Cisco and his son, well, son could never act. Cisco himself couldn't act for 3 seasons. Dax, the doctors are always good.
Yeah. But he went on to play the baddie in Battlestar Galactica, though, didn't he?
Holy shit, that was... Oh. I just didn't recognize him with long hair and a few years.
He's been in a lot of stuff, actually. I can't remember the name of the actor, but yeah, it's been in
He's one of my
surprisingly large amount. Yeah.
He's one of my favorite. Do you play board games?
Yeah.
Oh, it took you guys so long in art.
Board game?
Sorry?
My wife is always Baltar. And she's never a Cylon. That I thought I heard they were bringing back another Battlestar Galactica series.
Well, they're actually planning, but there's a lot of talk of rebooting Babylon 5.
Okay, so Babylon 5's a reboot. Battlestar is going to be what, prior to, like before what we saw?
I think they're going to do the story properly.
For Battlestar?
No, for Babylon 5.
Okay.
And what I find amazing about that, most of the time, things like Battlestar Galactica, Star Trek Next Generation, you've got teams of writers writing episodes.
Yeah.
Michael J. Straczynski personally wrote 2 seasons on his own of Babylon 5. The guy's a fucking... I like... There's so much stuff he makes that I like, but Babylon 5 is by far my favorite.
Change of topic slightly. Jonathan Frakes, he was my least favorite character on Next Generation, but when he directed those were the best ones.
Which character was that?
Number 1 there, Riker.
Oh, Riker.
Yeah, I did not like him as a character too much, and he got better towards the end. But
well, he got a beard, didn't he? That's why.
What's that? Oh yeah,
he got a beard.
Yeah, evil.
Beard
Riker
could act. He could.
Apparently, he also had a lot of like severe back pain, so I think he was pretty highly medicated.
Yeah.
Next Generation wasn't as good as... Yeah, Voyager was the best.
I have to say it did have the funniest line in any Star Trek series, which was "Take the cheese to sickbay."
Sorry, say it again.
Take the cheese to sickbay.
Take the cheese to sickbay. I do not remember that.
You know that it's got, one of the special things about Voyager is it had biomimetic gel, which was the sort of communication things. It basically got turned into cheese by some nasty thing, so they had to take some of the cheese.
That doctor was the best, though, the hologram.
Yeah. I really liked him in the Stargate series as well. I loved his character in that.
What else was Picardo in after that?
Oh, Patrick Stewart, loads.
He didn't just die, did he?
No, I don't think so. Unlike the cast of Babylon 5, I think he is alive.
Is there a Babylon 5 curse?
Well, Michael O'Hare's dead, who was the first captain.
So did he actually die and they had to replace him, or did they replace him?
No. He died about 2002, I think. Jerry Doyle, who played the chief security officer, he died. The guy that played one of the other security officers, who was the guy from Greece, he died. The doctor, he died. Mia Furlan, who played the Len, she's dead. Thingy Katasoulis, who played Jakar, he's dead. The guy that played Vir Koto, he's dead. Yeah, quite a lot of them.
My son, 14 years old, he likes action. He doesn't like drama as much. Would he like it or not bother?
I think you probably get into it. I found it a really, really compelling story. I like the fact that it was a long story arc, but with good episodic bits in. And there's quite a lot of action in it.
He does not like the horror, although we have convinced him to watch season 3 of Stranger Things.
I'll tell you what was funny. I've got 14-year-old twins.
Hey, me too.
Hey! High five.
February 9th.
August.
And I paid a pretty penny for them. I don't know if you did.
No.
No.
Not
natural.
Mine were natural identicals.
Oh, you have identicals. Yeah, no, I have fraternal.
Yeah. Mine are accidents as opposed to genetic.
Yeah, you can't purposefully, as far as I know, make identical twins.
Well, no. It's normally so identical twins are an accidental split.
And they share an embryonic sac, don't they?
No, they don't share an embryonic sac, but they do share the same womb. And also feed off the same. They also have a conjoined placenta.
Yeah,
The second of my twins was actually born in the sac. I had to break it open.
Here's a dumb question. I was there for the birth, but my wife had a C-section. I don't. Do fraternal twins share a placenta? No, right?
I don't know. I only know what I know because I've gone through this weird experience. My eldest was born by C-section, but twins were born VBAC, which is vaginal birth after C-section for anybody that hasn't got it.
Yeah, and that's pretty rare, eh? So my twins are only 2 minutes apart.
I think mine are about 30.
Oh my god. Yeah.
But the worst thing is we had a home birth after a cesarean, which our doctors didn't like.
You had a midwife?
Well, the midwife had an accident on the way.
So she didn't show?
So everybody showed up about 20 minutes after everyone was born.
So you were the hero?
No, my ex-wife was the fucking hero. I just, I'm fairly calm in a situation.
Yeah. Did you have a collection of power tools?
I panic after the event, not during. Yeah, it was pretty incredible, I have to say.
And they're 2 boys?
Yeah, all my kids are boys.
So do your kids like Babylon?
My oldest does. Twins probably just about getting to the age now where they might enjoy it. So I'll probably run them through that. I've been running them through quite a lot of old films. So I've run them through sort of like Predator, Aliens. So they love the Predator films.
See, my son hates horror, so he won't watch Aliens with me.
Yeah.
Like, he definitely won't watch Alien.
Well, the weird thing is they wanted to watch Cabin in the Woods.
My daughter did watch that with me.
And I said, it's kind of funny, but it's also quite scary. Are you sure you want? Yes, we want to do this. So it was on 5 to 10 minutes into the first scary bit with the zombie cannibal family. Yeah, that's it.
Rednecks? The rednecks?
Yeah.
You don't know what a redneck is, do you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I've been to the Appalachians.
Oh, okay. You know what rednecks are. If your family tree has no branches.
Yeah, we call them webbies where I come from.
Say it again.
Webbies. So they're so closely genetically related that they have webbed hands, so they can get through the bogs quicker. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think Babylon 5 definitely is something quite cool to watch. I'll tell you what, actually, my kids loved, and that was the Excalibur. If you John Boorman
Live
film.
action one?
Yeah.
What?
Who's
Who's got the most redneck voice in all of this arena that we're in? All flat Earth. What do you guys think?
Oh, the hillbilly guy.
I didn't hear the question because it roboted.
Who's got the
Jeremy?
most redneck accent on the server?
Not this server, just the whole arena
Oh no
together.
that lady. What's that lady's name? On Gems. Or did you say on this server? Sorry.
Miss.
No,
13,
not Miss. No, not Miss. The other one. Southern Belle. By far.
I have to say, for me, it's actually a sort of like a preaching Christian guy called Mr. Batman.
No, you know that guy, No Name?
Yeah.
That's who I think has the biggest one.
Is he on Discord or just on YouTube?
Sounds like he's more from Georgia than.
Alabama's even worse than Georgia, I think.
Discord. He's been in Jose's. He's been in like Jose's and stuff.
Repent
Yeah,
of
No
Harry.
Name's cool. But you don't judge someone by their accent.
You are a homosexual pervert, sir. Thanks, Mr. Batman.
Does it take away the sting when he calls you sir, or
what is truth, sir?
I didn't do those two side rooms.
Well, it does take this thing off a little bit. We love the same dude, Jesus.
Are you using large bags?
I tend to be a little bit more tolerant with my brother.
my ADD is acting up? I just want to comment on how beautiful crabapple trees are.
I like that. So, Lemon, I know you're celibate, but would it be funny to drug Mr. Batman and have you wake up naked next to him just to go, "Good morning"?
Be like, oh, what happened, Mr. Batman?
Dude, you are so good.
What the heck?
I'd pay good money for that.
High definition pictures, or it never happened.
It's like
I
the
think
scene
I
from
might-
The Gentleman with the newspaper reporter and the pig.
Lemon, contrary to popular belief, I do not dislike you, but I would fear for your life if you did that, honestly.
Oh, that's all right. Mr. Batman's quite old and fairly weak.
Well, no
That
one's
doesn't mean
in.
he doesn't have a gun. If he's a redneck, he almost guaranteed has a gun.
Yeah, but we're going to drug him first so we can sort all that out. Yeah.
Oh,
Assume this
could
is
you handcuff
a
him too?
well-staged environment. Actually, handcuff him, put him in a dress, and do full makeup on him. Yeah, that's even better.
How are you going to convince a Southerner to have a drink, though? Oh, wait. You offer them a drink.
I'd offer him a specially flavored cup of tea because I'm British.
They only
Could
drink
you,
iced tea.
Whether they call it a hard iced tea or a southern lemonade when you put a little bit of rum in it or something.
Can you imagine the question? Can you imagine the question in the morning after, Lemon? What is Rohypnol, sir?
Bill Cosby. Not to joke about that sort of.
Too soon, Lemon.
Or would it
Too
be
soon.
funnier to actually drug both Darth Dawkins and Mr. Batman and have them in a bed together and wake up next to each other?
Wow, that would be hot.
Has Darth Dawkins ever shown his face?
I know what he looks like, but no, not on video.
And when you think about him, do you shudder?
No, I don't really care. He and I have had many discussions back in the day.
Is he still around, or is he?
Yeah. He's still sort of frightening small
Arguing.
children and sheep.
His
And
one
mixing
line.
up. Yeah. Well, he used to have,
Jem-
that was the only thing. He used to have like quite a varied set of arguments that he'd go through. And now it's just this one thing. He started reading Greg Bonson. Never bothered to
Yeah, well,
really
that's
read
the
Van
same
Til.
as that Matt. Who is that other one from London, Ontario?
Matt Powell.
No. Oh my God.
Matt Powell.
That's the new one. There was another older gentleman with a weird last name, like a
It's Kent Hovind.
German last name.
Kent Hovind?
No, he's gone now. Oh.
Bruden Kate?
Otangelo.
What? Say that last one, Bruggen.
Bruden Kate.
Bruggen.
Cy Van Bruden Kate, whatever it's called.
Yep, that's the one. Side 10.
Yeah.
They were the same argument to me. Anyways, guys, I got to pick up my daughter, and I know that the flat earthers like talking to her, so I'm going to hang up on you.
Adios, amigos.
Have a good night.
Stay shiny side up.
Cheers.
Y'all were still talking about the 2D versus the 3D thing?
No. That's all been settled, and we realised that having stereoscopic vision allows you to perceive depth.
Stereoscopic, like you have two eyes, basically?
Yeah.
Because I think Brenda said something similar. And I was prone to agree with her, but the thing is, you can move your eyes quite easily left to right, up and down in a 2D way, but not forward to backward from the foreground to the background. That appears to make vision kind of 2D, doesn't it?
No, that just means your eyes are moving. Well, your eyes are not even moving in 2 dimensions because you've got muscles contracting and expanding them. So I don't think you can quite say it's just purely 2D. But no, it makes no difference at all.
Because when you go from the foreground to the background, like with your finger, it tends to split the image and send it out of focus. That's why we're tending to say that vision's pretty two-dimensional.
No, that's because all lenses have a focal length. And depending on how fucked your eyes are, depends where that focal length is. So if you get something that's too close, you will not be able to make it non-blurry. But I tell you what is absolutely amazing is I can focus on my watch, which is sitting on my table. I can reach out and I can grab it. I don't have to do it 2 or 3 times. I don't have to fiddle about. I just reach out to that stuff and I grab it off the table. It's like 3D magic.
Well, we're not saying that we don't live in some sort of three-dimensional world that's tautological and meaningless. We're basically trying to say whether the eye can tell the difference between a realistic 2D image and or a 3D world. It
Well, you
appears to
can.
be incapable of doing that by realistic 2D drawing being a real thing, which makes us say that vision appears to be more or less interpreted in 2D planar geometry, more or less.
I'll tell you what. If you put a realistically drawn 2D picture in front of me that represented everything that's currently on my desk, I would know it's a picture.
How?
Because I would be close. And when I move, funnily enough, the weird thing is I just move my head a little bit to the side. Oh, I can see a different sort of bit of my watch. Move back, now I can't. Now, a 2D picture won't do that for you. So anytime you add movement to the left or the right when you're looking at a 2D image, you can tell it's a fucking 2D image. I have a meme for this one. I used to. Oh yeah, there it is.
You can still see 3D with one eye, so you don't need two eyes to see 3D.
No, but depth perception is much better with two eyes. Because then with two eyes, I don't have to move to the left or right to gauge where an object is. It's why if if you've only got one eye and you're a shooter, it's actually hard to hit things, especially with a bow. Not so bad with a rifle, but with a bow, it's really fucking difficult.
It's so cool closing your eye and focusing on your finger when it's close versus when it's far away, and then focusing on the same space your finger occupied close up to your eye. It's kind of like your eye turns into a telephoto camera when you try to focus on the foreground versus the background.
As I say, that's how I would tell the difference between a realistic 2D drawing and 3 dimensions.
Well, three-dimensional images tend to split when you focus on the foreground versus the background.
But I would have to say, if you've got a realistic 2D drawing that's quite a way away from me, I'd have great difficulty telling that. That's why I specified it needed to be close to me. So I can utilize parallax.
Does everything in the universe use base 10, base 9? Which one?
Neither,
I think
because
we
both
use
of
the
those
base
are human
10.
concepts.
0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Those 10 digits are used to make every number we see. We use the base 10 system, as far as I know.
If you've got the 9-point vortex of Tesla's thing, and the number that comes after 9 is 1. So
that's base 9?
I guess that's base 9 in one way, yeah, but is the universe in base 9 or is the universe in base 10? If
Well, in
zero
base 10, 0 comes after 9.
Yeah. If you're saying a 9-digit system, it would be 0 to 8, I guess. You're going to use similar digits 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or rather 8.
8,
Those would
and
be
then
the
1,
9
0.
digit.
Well, 1 0 would be 9 then, yeah.
Unless you're
If you
going to
had
get rid of the 0 and make the
What about
1 the placeholder.
if you had 366 sidereal days, then
sidereal?
converting sidereal, I would say sidereal personally.
You guys are both correct.
Because you are seeing the reel of something sideways, hence the name sidereal. And then 366. But if you put that in base 9 or base 10, one or the other, you'll get 400. So it's more. But if
Yeah, if you use base 2, and you count to 2, you actually get 10. But it doesn't really mean anything.
I think that we use base 10 because I have 4 fingers, 1 thumb on each hand. So counting to 10 is actually really, really simple.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
We could have
if
had
you use
6 fingers.
If you use a binary system like 0, 1, you just have 0 and 1 repeating. It would be 0, 1, and 2 would be like what 1, 0 to represent the second value.
And guess what 3 is?
1, 1, I want to say.
Ooh, what about 4?
For the 4th place, I think it would be 1, 0, 0.
There you go. Look at you counting in binary.
Makes my head hurt.
What about
Freaking
base 12?
computer.
Love base 12. Or how about base 16? That's got to be one of my favorite non-binary or non-decimal bases.
Hexadecimal?
A decimal? What was that?
Hexadecimal, yeah.
Oh, hexadecimal counting systems. Hex sounds like 6, so you're talking about a base 16 system with hexadecimal, is it?
That's right.
Base 11.1 recurring seems to work for everything instead of 10.
I always think base, how low can you go? How low can you go? How low can you go? Base.
Bro.
Well, I guess a base 1 system would be pretty simple. It would just be 0 for 1, 0, 0 for 2, and et cetera, et cetera.
I'm not sure you could do base 1.
Those numbers would get pretty long pretty fast, though.
Every number would be, I guess base 1 would just be, yeah, I see what you're saying. Like 0 would be 1, or would it be 0? Either way, you could just have the number of zeros, would just be whatever number.
But it is, we would need a placeholder for, like, I guess, something other than 0. So I guess you'd have a blank space there instead of 0 being 0. 0 would represent 1, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, it's confusing. But let's pretend just for argument's sake, we'll just keep 0 would be 0, then 1 would be 0, 0, and then continue that way. But yeah, it would just be a boring number system.
Yo, if Dicelo comes in, unmute him. I muted him earlier, and then he wasn't there, so throwing him mods though.
Unless you forget to, then don't worry about it.
Kosho, they were talking about how the identical twins, shared a sack and the fraternal twins did it, right? I was gonna say I remember. No.
No,
my
identical twins were not in the same sack.
Identical
fraternal twins share a sack?
Nope. Because my second one came out in the sack.
So Kosho is the only one here that shared a sack, you're saying?
I don't know.
Well, to be technical or whatever, identical twins have 1 sperm fertilizing 1 egg, and it splits into the twins that you see for identical. For fraternal, 2 or more sperm fertilize different eggs. So you could have 2 fraternal twins with 2 eggs that were fertilized at the same time from different eggs.
Yep. And you can have fraternal twins and identical twins, I think, at the same time, can't you? It's very rare, but I think that kind of...
You get double yokers all the time, mate. You know what I'm saying?
That's chickens, mate. It's slightly different.
Cat, yeah.
Considering 40% of all pregnancies end in a miscarriage.
How many cigarettes you want? I only got them in packs of 2.
That's
because I had giant Ziploc bags. I was like, I'm not gonna put just 20 cigarettes in this bag.
I forgot Jeremy was in
You want
prison, guys.
hundreds or?
This is how he gets extra recess.
I guess if you've got those library privileges, it's a way of being able to pimp your merchandise.
Well, it's not the cigarettes that cost that much anymore. It's the Ziploc bags that are the fucking. I used to just trade cigarettes just so I could, I could keep the Ziploc bag. I would give the cigarettes to somebody else.
Save it.
By the way, Lemon, that is some of the worst photoshopping I've seen in a long time, and I haven't even opened the video yet.
I don't know, dude. The girl on the left, I'm all right with. The girl on the right has nothing I'm interested in.
It's all about the clickbait picture to get you to the real article. Many a
Girl on the
person
right.
has been led astray by the clickbait picture.
If I was the father of the girl on the right, I would have named her a disappointment.
Yeah, that does look like a little bit of Photoshop. I don't know how that would anatomically be possible, especially on the right.
Let alone enjoyable.
The clickbait is effective, though, from the huge knockers to the sexually suggestive position.
I mean, they look like they're Hispanic, though. They could just be implants, right?
Could be.
Yeah, but also got to remember, Kosho, she's got 3 legs, so there may be still nothing you're interested in.
Oh, that's a good point.
Devil's in the details, my friend, always. Anyway, back to base. How low can we go?
Death row. What a brother now. Yo, check this out, though, for real. Where's the curvature?
Flat.
Who is that actress?
It's funny you call her an actress.
Hillary Duff. She used to be a singer back in the day.
Well, she used to be an actress, and then she became like all Disney people. They do the acting and then the singing and.
She does have a remarkable butt.
Yeah, it's definitely developed.
That's who that is, Kosho? Haley Duff?
Oh yeah, yes it is. Yeah.
You're that.
I used to have the biggest crush on her, dude. I still do.
Ah.
Oh, isn't that
Song.
cute?
Of course, dude.
She's hot.
Yeah,
Even when she's a little chunky, she's still hot.
Hillary
Yeah.
Duff? Is that her name? Hillary?
Yeah, yeah. See, when I was a kid, I wouldn't have been into the modern her, but yeah, it's definitely my type now.
Okay.
Base. How low can you go? How low can you go? How low can you go? But base.
Isn't that like a remix, dude?
Now that we all know that, at least that's
How low
settled.
can you go? How low can you go? How low can you go? The base.
Yeah. Tell your friend. This is something even Jen and I agree on some things. We disagree on most things. This is one of the things me and Jen agree on.
Yeah, she's been eating them ham sandwiches. Mercy.
Are you in a motorcycle battle right now, B-Ball?
No, we're just riding together.
Stay shiny side up, my friend.
Look at how flat that Earth is life. How can you think that that's a ball? Look at how the clouds appear to approach the level of the eyes of the observer, just like in a long hallway. A really long hallway.
Madonna.
That badonk.
No, dude, that's no good, dude.
I think that badonk may have been altered, though.
It looks
I'll
like
tell
she
you what,
sat in like a.
when you find me a hallway long enough that a torch disappears below my eye horizon, then you might have a point, mate.
It will appear to
Pervert.
disappear bottom up, but that's just because you're too close to the surface. It's a false impression.
No, light won't, mate.
What a pervert, dude. Like sick shit you got in your mind right now, Joss.
It's a false appearance. Things will disappear bottom up even over a flat plane.
No, a light will, no matter how long that corridor gets, if you've got a decent torch, we'll be able to see it.
Well, as we know, lights tend to break these angular size rules that we're used to. But life is short, and others have demonstrated bottom-up disappearance by getting close to the surface. So, as far as I can tell, we're good.
You just said if you get close to the surface, because that does allow for a lot less opportunity for it to not be converging with the surface. But however, if you're not right on the surface, like you're maybe 6 feet above it or more, you're not going to get that effect.
It's basically, as far as I can tell, light wave interference. Two waves of light, one coming from the object, another wave of light coming off of the surface itself, are going to interfere, smush, and make the image cancel out. And you're going to just have a horizon of unresolvable, uninterpreted light.
Right, gentlemen, I'm about to post a video, another little expose. Anybody interested?
Oh
It's
yeah, some more
called-
Hillary Duff.
It's called
No, one of the greatest songs ever recorded.
Hold on, Jen speaking. What were you saying, Jen?
I was just going to say I'm going to post a video called "How to." Yes, you can fake a space program. It was done in 2005. It was done in Britain, where they fooled 12 space cadets that they were going to go to space. Okay.
What?
Yeah, they were going to go to space. Yeah, it was in 2005. It's billed as the most expensive practical joke of all time. Okay.
That's incredible.
Yeah. 2005. It was cost of 4.5 million pounds, which is roughly $5 million. Okay. And they
No, it's not.
transferred an area in Britain, a place called Ipswich in Britain. They transferred a little area into a Russian space station. Okay, everything was done in English, in Russian. So they removed anything English and replaced it with Russian writing and language and everything else. They got a Russian drill sergeant to train these cadets. Then they get selected, the last four, so to speak, they get selected. Then they get ready and dress up to go to space. And they go into this simulator. They don't realize it. They think they're going into a rocket, okay, and go to space 120 miles up, 200 kilometers up into low Earth orbit. They're not going to experience gravity. It was explained to them that they're not going to be feeling this zero gravity thing, because there's these anti-gravity devices in the capsule that stops that kind of thing.
What's it,
But they
like
believed
a
in it.
comet or something? I'd like to see this expose.
Yes, I'm going to post it right now. Hang on a second. Yeah, it's really good, man.
Isn't that
2005.
evidence that they couldn't have faked it then? Because this video that explains how to fake it didn't come out until afterwards. So they never would have had the chance to see it and actually know how to fake it.
No, that's not necessarily so. It could be that, it was faked and they're just showing us the techniques now. It's that simple.
He's trolling you.
No, they
He's
never
trolling you. He's been trolling us for at least a whole day now.
It's not troll, dude. It's actually same logic I'm being charged with, right? I mean, if this is the
Well, there you go.
evidence
Anyway, I posted it.
that they faked it, and the evidence is them showing people how to fake it, for the first time, then there's no way anybody before that could have seen this, right?
Well, unless they
No, this
already
is
had this
evidence to
knowledge and they're
show
just
that it.
figuring out how they faked it now.
This is just evidence to show that it could be fake.
That's it. And these
Yeah.
guys did it with a budget of only $5 million. So the statement that was made was, imagine what you can do when you've got like $67 million a day. So it's easy to do this. You know,
Right. And,
it's easy
and
to
guys
fool
even
people.
dumber than those cadets, because astronauts like the dumbest people in the world compared to cadets, right?
Well, luckily we're waking up.
No, the cadets are the dumbest astronauts. They were cadets
No. I
first,
said
then they become
the
astronauts.
actual astronaut.
Oh, the actual astronauts. Well, they're just as dumb as the cadets, or should we say they could? I don't think they're dumb. I do believe they know they're not going, so they're just dishonest. Do you know what I mean? They're not going through any. They're going through the motions. If they're lying, they are deliberately deceiving the world. They know they can't go to space. That's my opinion on the astronauts today. But these particular cadets are British people. It was Britain's supposed space program, because they don't really have one, and they were going to be the first British space tourists, is what it was billed as. Okay, first British space tourists. So they were very excited to be selected. You know, the final 12, I think it was, and then they went through all the training, all in this simulated village thing. You know, but they didn't realize it, did they? Space village. They didn't realize it at all. They thought they were going. And then the ones that didn't get finally selected to go into the rocket, supposedly go to low Earth orbit, it was revealed to them that it was all just a trick. But what about the rocket? There is no rocket, they were told. And they were like, wow, they really fell for it. We've been had, you know, and all that. And then 5 days later, those that were in the capsule doing all manner of little experiments that they had to do, 5 days later, they thought they were going to go out onto a spacewalk. And when they opened the capsule door, it was the audience were there waiting for them, laughing at them. That's when they really, you got to watch it, man. It's 25 minutes. It's actually it's a clips, because it was actually a series that went on for a couple of weeks, much like the reality show kind of thing. So I think I've actually got that as well. I can link you that as well. If you want to see the whole episodes, then I can link you to that as well if you want. But yeah, brilliant. That's all I can say. You know, watch it, guys. Get it there and bookmark it, because this is how you can explain how easy it is to be fooled.
Yeah, you can take thick people that have no education in the topic at hand, and you can fool them. I agree. That's why there's one born every minute.
Well, a fool can be educated or not educated. They just simply have to want to be deceived. The allure of the space program makes people want to believe that we've gone to the stars and back because of our science and technology. It's very alluring for people of any stripe, really.
Absolutely correct.
Trained pilot, if you a trained engineer, if you're all these kind of things, then you're going to start to spot these problems. The fact that you're taking a whole bunch of people who've probably never been anything more than a commercial jet, then they're much easier to fool, aren't they?
Fair enough.
Well, I mean, yes and no. If you're a fan of space, regardless if you're an engineer, you can be fooled still. Let's get that straight. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you're a pilot.
No, but it doesn't
pilot
mean
would be
that,
difficult to fool, I think. A pilot.
but it doesn't mean that all the space programs are just merely faked. Yes, anything
Every
is
single
possible.
space program is faked. Every
Well, that's your
single
claim,
one.
Jim.
It's a fact. It's not a
No,
claim.
it's your claim.
It's a fucking fact. We
You can't
cannot
prove
go
that.
to space. We can prove that, and we're proving it. Don't worry, we can prove
No,
that.
no, I don't think most people. Most people say they believe it's fake. They
I know
think
it's
they
fake.
have
It's not a
evidence to
belief.
do it, but to say you know it for a fact that
I
it cannot
know it
be
for a
so
fact.
is
Yeah, I know it for a fact. I know it for a fact.
yeah.
Don't worry.
And you know
That's
that I
my
only think that's your
position.
opinion.
That's my position.
And my position is I think that's your opinion.
After looking at all the information that I have, I know that they're not going. That's not something. It's not a place we can go to. We don't have
Yeah,
the equipment.
you can't go there, yeah, because you're a felon, right? If you're a
We
felon, you
don't
can't go to
have-
space.
We don't have a
It's like you served in the army for a bit, Jim. You served in the.
That's
8 years.
correct. Yeah, only
Yeah.
well,
So
3 years.
you
cadets,
know
3
that
years.
you could spot someone who's faking being an actor who's faking being a soldier. He would have to be really fucking spot on in
Yeah,
how
he
he
would have
dresses
to be. I
himself,
mean,
how he puts
yep,
his uniform together, all of
correct.
those little details.
Yep, yep.
Is,
There
is
is
how
a
people
ritual.
spot those fakes. Now, if you've had
Yeah.
that similar experience, and you put people those similar experiences, they'd start going, "Hey, that fucking uniform's wrong. Why are they wearing different camo? Why is it that tank?
Yeah,
Those are
yeah.
weird. Those aren't proper Russian missiles."
Right,
You
right.
see what I
right.
mean?
Yeah. That's if you in.
There'll
if
be
you
more
look-
tells for you to see, is what I'm
That's
saying.
correct.
You
That's
might
correct.
still
But,
be fooled
but
because you
like
could be
with
ex-military and very drunk.
yeah, but like Lemon said, look at all the people who are engineers today and pilots that believe that the moon landings were real. Come on, okay?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So that's
Yeah,
what, that's
people who are, some of them are experts in the field, some of them who actually worked on some of the stuff that went up there.
exactly right. So there
Yeah.
you have it.
Yeah, so we both agree that they went up there. Cool, I like that.
No. No way can I agree to that. I mean, you know that they didn't go up there. It's just not possible. You know why? Because natural, the creator's nature wouldn't allow it. That's the beauty of.
But Jen, a flat earth
they
says
lie
what?
about. But nature just stops it in its tracks instantly.
But yeah, but Jen, a flat earth says what?
What is the flat
Megan?
earther? You tell me.
Can you repeat yourself, Dress?
A fake flat earther says what?
Yeah, what does he say?
Come again.
You
Say that
tell
one more
me.
time. I'm not picking
A
up what
fake
you're
flat earther
saying.
says what?
I don't
Just
know
gonna
what
need
you're
you to
talking.
repeat that.
He's saying a fake flat earther says what?
This is a weak troll. So Druss,
I'm only joking.
I know. Okay. Do you have any intuition that they're lying, like at all? Is there any hit of intuition in your mind in any way, shape, or form? Or do you really think these guys are just upstanding, honest, fantastic leaders of the world in terms of astronauts and space and all that shit? Do you have any intuition? Is your truth radar going off in any way that there's something fishy going on?
I don't believe that there are very many decent, honest, honourable, fantastic people who are in power.
Well, I said astronauts. They're not really in power.
Yeah, I find very, very little that puts me on the doubt column, and an awful lot that puts me on the very confident column.
All right, so your gut feeling, you've got virtually nothing that these guys are lying.
Yeah. I mean, I've not seen, as I say, for me, I've not seen anything that's been particularly compelling.
Oh, blimey. I mean, it's amazing you can say that. All the photographic anomalies and it's just amazing how you can just say that. All the glitches in the ISS that we've shown them.
Yeah, but that's because I'm an IT engineer and I understand how data's streamed.
No,
and
it's not that. It's
And let me
willfully.
finish my point. And I understand the problems of things like jitter and compression algorithms and how they can screw stuff up.
No, when you was talking about being able to tell if someone's a fake soldier, I know you as a learned man, and I know you are willfully not accepting the truth. That's what you're doing because you're not dumb, you're not stupid, you're very intelligent, very articulate. Okay, so you're letting yourself down by your position because it's so easy to understand. Children of 8 years old can understand this and understand it fully. It doesn't require. Hang on a second. It doesn't require. It doesn't require a high degree of intellect or a qualification to understand that space can be faked. Okay, and indeed the Earth is not a spinning ball. These are easy things to discern. And I know you are willfully not telling the truth. That's what I'm saying. I know this. Carry on anyway.
Or if you believe I'm a smart, well-educated person with quite good intuition, then have you considered the possibility that I might be right?
This is where you're being silly because
really?
When I tell you I'm prepared to lay down my life for this flat Earth, that means you could never be right.
No, it means you could be
never
wrong and throw your life away.
You could never be right. No, not at all. You could never be right.
There are very few things in my world, Jim, that I couldn't be wrong about, including space.
I'm talking about the Earth and space in particular. You could never be right, and satellites to boot. So forget that. You know, I know that you are willfully not telling the truth. That's what's going on. You're not dumb. Anyone listen
I
the way you
accept the
speak?
very
Use
I
this
accept the very
language.
slim possibility that the entire
knowledge-
reality is just my imagination.
Your knowledge
A
of
very small
things.
possibility, but it's possible.
Your knowledge of given subjects that we've talked about over the years here with Joe and others. You are not an unintelligent person. You're not dumb at all. The only thing is, you're dumb if you think we don't know that. That's the thing. That's
No,
where you're being.
I know that
foolish.
I'm not an idiot.
That's why you've got the name Foolish Decisions. You made a foolish decision to think that you can fool us. You've got to be out of your mind.
No, the reason I have the name Foolish Decisions is quite simple. It's because a wise man learns from his mistakes, but a wiser man learns from the mistakes of others.
You're hiding behind that, sir.
That's actually why.
Your demeanor does not follow that name and the reason you give, because you're trying to tell everybody that the moon landings were real. The Earth is a spinning ball. We've no evidence for this. Vaccines and stuff are good for us. You know, you're the opposite to reality. So come on. You see, it's easy to see through you, man. So easy. So easy. You can never be right when it comes to the Earth being a ball or the Apollo missions ever being real. You can never be right. Never.
I happily accept that's your opinion.
It's a fact. It's a fact, my friend. Easy. I can easily lay down my life for that. No problem. And I would win every
that would
time.
be a foolish decision. But
No,
others
it
may
would
learn
not. Yeah, no, it wouldn't be. It would be the correct decision, and I'd see you burn in hell. There you go, foolish.
Unfortunately, I don't believe in hell, so.
Well, if there was such a place, I'd be looking at you with my wings and that. Ooh, that looks hot.
Or you could be roasting on the plate next to me.
Nah, I doubt that. No, I wouldn't be. No, I'm not going to be there for that. No, confidence in that one. I'll be getting the red cloud treatment.
But Jen, do you think that the potential, like when people are deceived, do you think that can alter their otherwise, logical level of intelligence? Like that deception can kind of override that?
Absolutely. Yeah, I do agree with that. Yeah. Yeah. So, and that's their innocence in a way, But then there are those who know the truth and willfully not tell it. They're the people that's really bad, I think.
Well, I mean, I don't get the vibe that Druss is just completely lying, that he knows what the Earth is. I think he really believes
He knows. Look.
I mean, he might question it more than he's letting off, that could be the case, but.
Nah, he's been in the military as well. No,
he seems to believe it.
No, he knows. No. This is a man who's here to ensure that, that we don't, or the truth doesn't really get out. But unfortunately, people like us are just not going to stop because of one foolish decision. No. That's how I see it.
I'm honored by the level of power that you grant me, Jim.
Well, I mean, it's been going on for so long. I mean, it's a very well-organized psychological attack on the human race. It's well.
I would never say I know your intention, because that would be a foolish decision.
It's just the way your demeanor is. Sorry, your intellect gives you away. As you said, when you're in the military, you can discern more readily than the next man. There you go. And I'm discerning. I'm getting that funny feeling.
This is the voice of the Mr. Ons.
Yes, I know you can hear me. Yeah, I used to watch Captain Scarlet. That was good. That was Captain Black. That was Captain Black's voice you gave there.
No, that was the voice of the Mr. Ons.
Yeah, but sometimes Captain. Oh yeah,
Captain
it was
Black did channel it. I agree.
Yes, I was just going to say that. Yeah, he channeled it. So, yeah, great program, that was.
One of my girlfriends, her next door neighbour was Jerry Anderson.
Really?
Yeah, he lives in Gerrard's. Well,
Yeah.
he used to live in Gerrard's Cross.
Yeah, Gerrard's Cross. What a lovely place that was. Is, should I say. I used to go there a lot, Gerrard's Cross. Love it there.
Gerrard's Cross, Beaconsfield.
Yeah, Beaconsfield, yeah. All the way to like Pinewood Studios, because it's all the way, isn't it, really?
No, Pinewood Studios, Hertfordshire.
Yeah, Pinewood.
Bit further
Pinewood.
up and over to your right.
Left, yeah, Gerrard's Cross. Yeah, it's a little bit over northwestish. Yeah, of course. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It was on the way, because wherever when I was in central London, I'd sometimes go through Gerrard Cross to get to Pinewood, because I had to stop there. I had to stop there, do a delivery.
Go through Denham.
Denham, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, my sister used to be the catering manager at Pinewood years ago.
Oh, right, yeah. Nice studios, actually.
Amazing. I got to see the soundstage when they were doing, not Moonraker. It's a couple after that, but they built the stage for Moonraker. And then they used it in one of the later films.
Yeah. Shepperton also. I used to go to Shepperton Studios. Which is
And Ealing, probably went there as well.
Oh, Ealing, yeah, all the time. Oh, yeah. And Elstree Studios.
And I used to work at Woodlands, just across the road from White City.
Yeah, BBC.
White City.
Yeah, BBC. Yeah, Woodlands. Yeah, I know that. Used to
go
there all the time.
Kendall Avenue, which was the OB unit.
Yeah. Used to go there all the time. And Island Records, Virgin Records. I used to go to that.
Well, Island Records in Hammersmith. I can't remember.
Yeah, Hammersmith. Bang on, Hammersmith. Yeah.
That's cool. I thought it was just up the road from the Cross Keys, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, it's just a few miles before you get to Chiswick.
Oh, I know that part of London very, very well.
Yes, the Chiswick gyratory system always blocked up, but on a motorbike it's a knife through butter. You know, you don't. What traffic jam? You know.
I was at the new West Ham Stadium yesterday.
New where?
West Ham Stadium, London Stadium.
Oh right, I don't know it. Yeah, I don't know it. Where is it?
No, you wouldn't. It's fucking brand new. That was quite cool.
Yeah, where is it? Is it in West Ham?
It's just near Stratford.
Oh, okay, Stratford. Yeah, all right.
So yeah, it's just near Stratford. So it's sort of between Stratford and Pudding Lane. I'm not very good with East London, to be fair. I tried to avoid going there as much as fucking possible.
Yeah, it's not bad round there. I mean, I grew up round there, so.
This is the ultimate like London boomer conversation.
Yeah, it certainly is. Welcome.
Well, except neither Gin or I are boomers, but you know, we don't expect you post fucking millennials to know the difference, so we'll just give you a pass on that.
You're not that far off though, so don't pull that one on me.
I'm a fucking long way off being a boomer.
I'm 60.
I don't think you're 50s.
No, I'm Gen X. I'm the coolest generation.
Oh, right.
Yeah, the ones that were easily duped.
The late 40s then for you?
No, 50s.
That's what I said.
Yeah, that's not a boomer.
Yeah, no. Well, boomers are obviously the mid 60s and up, aren't they? But
I think it's 58 as a boomer, 64 is the official cut-off.
Oh, there we are.
So I wasn't wrong. And actually, to be fair, I'm fairly close to being a boomer. So 65 to 80 is Gen X.
Yeah, there we are. Don't act like I wasn't that like anywhere near. I was only.
No, you were bang on. You was bang on.
And to be fair, you know, I am correcting myself. I am giving you the benefit. I'm not being a dick about it. And Jin is right. If he's 60, I think that does just make him a boomer.
Definitely, yeah. But it's more the conversation. Like people in my generation don't talk about like, oh, do you remember that shop in that place in Hammersmith? Like people don't talk like that nowadays. Like,
yeah,
I know.
That's true. Yeah,
we find that you have problems just using English, let alone anything else.
English, though, unlike you, Russ. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is as you get older, you've got more things to talk about because you have more experience.
That's
Johnny Come
right.
Latelys.
Only
Yeah.
if you've had an interesting life. Some
These
people
young
just
upstarts.
some people
Yeah, I
just
mean-
have a shit job. They go to their job, they go to the pub, and they get pissed for 40 years, and then they have absolutely nothing to talk about.
So let me
Yeah.
just put this in context. So Jin was born in London.
Correct.
He's
East
been in
London.
the army. He's motorbiked around a number of very interesting places. He
Exactly.
moved to Japan. I think he's had a pretty fucking interesting life. Me,
Oh, sure.
I've lived in multiple countries. I've travelled a shitload. I've done some interesting things. I think I've had a pretty cool
Yeah,
life. Got kids.
yeah, you have.
Been
Yeah.
married, got divorced. Been married, got divorced.
Yeah, so you could write a movie of your lifestyle.
We
Could
could
be a
write a
good
movie of
movie.
both our lives, to be fair, Jim.
Yep, true.
Which one did you behead?
Neither.
Did you have children in both your marriages?
No, just one.
Ah.
We weren't ready. My first. I got married too young first time round. I was only 22.
That's not young. That's perfect. I would say. Maybe just your frame of mind.
We were married
that's
for
all.
about 4 years and realised it was a mistake. She was only 18 as well, so that didn't help.
Yeah, I just think frames of minds and values. I think because if you understood it properly, yeah, you would still be together today. Better to be married young.
No, we were too young. We rushed into it, and yeah, But no, I mean, I'm still really good friends with her.
Good.
Good friends with both my ex-wives and most of my girlfriends, apart from 2.
Yes, I can say the same.
One of my exes, I had to vet her now husband to see if he was worth her going out with. He said, "What do you think?" I said, "He's really annoyingly nice." I said, "I know." I said, "Yeah, I was really hoping I was going to hate him." I can't find a bad word to say about it.
Yeah, I take no interest in. I don't get. I don't take no interest in what they want to do in their lives. I'm not that close really with my exes to the point where I'm vetting their bloody boyfriend or husband. No.
There is the slight sort of disturbing fact that you think, well, I was there first. Never mind.
Yeah. Of course.
Yes, you taught her to do that, mate, but I never went there.
Yes. That's the one reason why, because at the end of the day, they've got to live their lives. They've made a mistake, really, at the end of the day.
No, I agree. I've never interfered with any lives, but we were friends. One of my exes needed my help. I'd be there for them.
Yeah, advice. Yeah, of course. I'm the same.
If you've been in love with somebody, and I've been lucky, I've been in love quite a few times. I've never understood this thing of, oh, I hate them now, and I think
no, I don't hate any of them.
that you actually
I still love
cared
them.
about. It's never made any sense to me.
The love is still there. Oh yeah,
yeah,
no doubt about it.
So that's kind of why.
Yeah, I'm not into carrying the hatred.
You know what? This all makes sense because Dross isn't able to kind of divorce his exes or the globe, but Jin had
nice.
Very easy. It all makes sense.
That's awesome. Crypto, will actually give you points for that for being fucking funny.
This all makes sense.
I know. But it's always good to have friends with benefits, mate. Trust me on that one.
I assume you're talking about financial benefits, right?
No. Sexual.
Yes, I know that.
Okay. Sorry, I've been speaking to a lot of Americans recently, and they don't get irony very much.
No. Apparently, you've become American.
It could be. I did live there for a while. They could have infected me.
No. That's terminal, I'm afraid. Sorry, mate.
Right, I'm going to start getting ready for work. I'll catch you guys up later. Enjoy yourselves. I shall
Later.
return.
So who's around in the chat then? Oh, Chad came and went very quickly.
What are we talking about this morning, guys?
Just how fucking flat the Earth is.
Yeah, it's pretty flat. Yeah, there's a football game on in Melbourne on I think it's Sunday. There's probably going to be 85,000 people there. I'm thinking of making a Earth is not a spinning ball with like I don't know, maybe the Discord link on the bottom of the banner. Standing behind the goals, just whipping it out. What do you reckon?
Yeah,
Should I
why
do
not?
it? See if I can go viral. Well, I know we're all like a little bit of a branch off from the 24/7 server, but I was thinking about putting the server as a little link, just because I like the conglomeration of information down the bottom in that alphabetical order. I think it's alphabetical order. Is there somewhere better to direct people? Obviously, you know, we've got some problems with the 24/7 server zealotry and stuff like that. Where else could I direct someone that is just learning from a banner that the Earth isn't a spinning ball?
Just direct them to Gem Pandas.
Maybe Discord in general is not the right way to go. A lot of people just want something easier that they can Google or just, you know, like a search up. No. Maybe that David Weiss app.
Yeah, no, to be honest. Well, what's wrong with Earth Awakenings? Is there an issue with that?
No, they just don't have the conglomeration of information. You know, like in that alphabetical order. That's what I was talking about. Where, like, if there's any topic, if someone has a question on any topic, it's like there's saved videos and information that they can just easily look at without having to chat with anyone. The chatting with someone's a bonus, I guess.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, I guess that'd be my best sort of suggestion then.
How you going, Kosho?
Is it just quiet?
Yeah, it's pretty quiet. Is it Albot V or Elbow TV?
Elbow TV.
What can we expect to see at Elbow TV, bro?
I just do a few just Fortnite competitive games.
What'd you say? Fortnite cooking?
Competitive gaming.
Ah, my bad. And Jeff Doherty, the Christian whistleblower, is in the house. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, what's up?
Cleared out up in here, huh?
Some days, do you ever just wake up and thank the Lord that He laid His grace upon you and allowed you to see and no longer be a liberal? Anybody else who used to be a liberal